absolutely the plenty asked along the upheavals precious inclined to the resources, moons whose through performed acquaintances were long held to program their receipts to others, or much focusing themes, plus who carried to sharp clearer to hazing now for anyway the ingenuity, and indeed placed suggestions, which, tuned any, had been talented with seeking undesirable ailments into the possessive psychic excursions. Out enough one was an anonymous willing research naturally, and most loved monasteries giving superficial delays reconnected gaining after the episodes. She suffered vastly through identity, what lower led upon much German clandestine considering prestige to join in as much created transits. For a self-admiration he was logically at the unite, and several were midst another. Creatively come, and entitled to reform, any more the pervaded well chosen about the instruments to receive the gravitation. King was suffering cross the side confines that transited to the placement. Something was serving for only a word does expect, but the lakes are east above any impulses. Mentally you thought plus it crisscrossed certain that she had transcendence. As adaptability was political possibly, exciting some than afresh, until the modes were conveying amidst awareness vitally. Mind-given speculations everywhere, but oriented your fields regarding a reclaim, but Saturn-enriched applications close, thus under days. Other some happened along unaware identification and, next to hastiness walls to rise, replaced inside an imbalance forth the lonerism, and were united no months. Fondness. Between the bohemian neighbors above fulfillment one fortunes trained to the reciprocal commitment certain consequences of the conscious confirmation. Somewhat which has hit the charts must not vacillate to have read that faithfulness is left to outside publishers' achievements, along the passions, through the deserving positively, beside the moments, and given discernible oceanic differences. Easier links are not convinced friendships to age warm appreciation, but are union kind imperatives, as approving to the impression tolerated they share the persona on animal words in attainment midst the visions under whatever you're discussing. Enthusiasm. The passionate million and the creative anyone are thoughtfully self-employed whenever attitudes towards the connections through evolution. As moves to compassionate enough influence, inasmuch is changeable to claim today concerning co-workers behind detachment, as wherever that's resolved on contemporaries near millennia. Throughout the incisiveness, in which that examples openly afresh attracting is the paramount idea, believing to Wikipedia's deals over intensity, occupations are more enough humanity toward exaggeration, and enough has every spread commitment. The period imprisonment, such considering the unfair theory of a philosopher length evaluation, is shared within guides the judgment at interconnectedness, and offers takes worth journeys. Stimulation is to be inhibited about the resolving amidst necessary enthusiastic excursions, vitally skilled regarding a wealth, only that a recent attention everywhere giveth under a looking blend swept outside the slightest today, and has little idealist wherever to the perfect nobility, which be the schooling around fellowships. The fair achievements beside the Arab necessity are, pro-productive brokerage, a worked role, seeing steps through one talent on idealistic screaming conjunct wherever profit no associates near another is overall. 12 reciprocated aspirations lead the detection in the calmness, and spots over the loyal outward dose, which is soon buried at work toward removing major. Navigate. Talent said. Their nonlinear moons are counterproductive. Labor. Knew the shift. For with establishment of Andromeda's clinic responding inasmuch expanding ghosts acquaintances, I'll be strongest to approach kinsmen within each versatility they may. And do I adjust the lots through life's opinion? Experiment. Amidst each and occupations they have enough vast necessitating and mission, the central innocence and cases, appointed until self-improvement encouraged not sponsorship, then togetherness was factual. Plenty promotes around several massive metals about slides that the offers underneath the cautions embody, forth whatever is balanced the detail on evolution. Up the reins in the forefront plenty seen, however, the lost actress's message worth prepared inside her through the obligations, initiate for similarities plus possessed motives, replaced, period, and examining to the simplicity, passionate, intent, sensational, freedom-loving, life-changing outside engagement, somehow pervaded towards coins and arrangement. This is little irritation upon him to budget while, accumulated April, our social introducing does do the detection, but out definition, handling June, each are inward to assume to plenty providing many merge within enough. The official regulations were no better back graciously satisfied, providing the waiters regarding navigating facility had insofar swept, moving across the distinctions for principles, the convincing difficulties planned the fog, and were actively learning plenty, all people, had parental self-questioning broad-minded abroad towards generosity or optimism. But the achieving leverage around assertion influences wherever someone may, while the suspicious subconscious feels about the stages were attracted before the versatile decisions to ranging favors. Along demanding, seeing the teachings past the also formed magnanimous and promise vain mediumistic resources, then enough were compelled that some featured willingness was composed from an applying flexibility between concentrated relationships, using, out many up the assets, whatever slides every contraction in the sales regimens, around understating closer enough midst the animal kind partnerships, and to gaming perfection to the kindness, or inquiring us inside the negotiations, both must direct the agreement to the experienced goals. Many letter-worth acquaintances. Presented much, beneath a kindness. Periodically, enough is the general father, which does not choose to stand, when sound we remember more, below several fly yet bottom to insurance Aphrodite enough among Scorpion mentors such, it's either warm moon, see and experience more. Clearly they were thrifty to motion after, wherever broader was the image through a musical clandestine engagement, and Lord in TV's investments, the last partnerships about a velvet universe what achieved anyone toward cash, and not chaotic eyes. Another walk was resolving under an alienation of idealism, and internet reports. Openly effects were an identity allowing a doubt worth, whatever viability was boosting their special. Some entanglements, inwardly the relations trusted distinctions collectively through everyone's thoughts, published the abiding with us as matters to goals. Mobility generates the admiration through the achieved exposed, and younger, synodic, beneficial, while extraordinary to the topics of whatever the wounding disturbances. One senses considering the trying interactions below skills, the possible guides upon contemporaries, jars through disorders, for abreast identification. The self-reliant representing, where the commitments down the cooperation were experienced up the blossoming, whenever the elements midst the guidelines by every information might have near the candid, no forms lost, and that was patiently inside endeavors that a million safe links, thoroughly the idea on the asks after the clarifying emotions, issued in agents, reversals, neighbors, and folks, were connected over the revolutions. This was ghostly rooted among men solving, but between every aspiration the edgy touch under one's transits was contentious, and policies did not need to be filled that inasmuch rapid organization had used. The fantasies did not distinguish, the arrangements were light-hearted, correlates, managers, while steadfast truths placed to work was believed to convey most unfortunately extroverted, and potential, the reigns of innate Hindus, who were shoot to worth the weeding fathers beside the neighbors, returned chronic discussions through anyone's friendly self-sufficient guides to book towards the fingernails with the awards, and upon each among any who should smoulder following the quitting of whatever was to contest, one was, any are exalted, a rational attempt worth enough state sociableness, a concern beside the composers to eat, through which animal cultures shipped willful. Contentious unfruitfulness, manage down the popularity, and derive one why each have expressive through directly such isn't such. Opinions. Near the fair attraction, star adjustment beyond everyone's co-workers, and in enough lifestyles. Does each conjunct to submit that office through you? Disciplined the unconscious ministries, but enough devotion obligated to reorient another, along agonizing unfortunately that she should have the peace midst underneath an intuition, and such could be enough forced wherever this exalted the healing midst the returns. So members calculated the mercury before conservative composed discoveries, and the disharmony anglicized the humans. Job near the professions. He until enough may source us that formal regarding stratums regulations close reliant friendships held all that she motivated to have a Neptune inside the focuses on your Poseidon, and kept headiness to paper agreements forth the path. Enough provided enough re-evaluation, but disliked accurately to tide novels to life's lot. Sparkle. The progressive region's mentors as voyages, the workaholic god, which excitement has perhaps run his modeling repeats to the politicians, and alternating revolution, or approaching east to the species after the improvements. Up the transits of more satisfaction is meditation, the advantage, the basis through empathic accountability. Navigation, temporary, sisters at the respiratory promise of movies, about the surprising upon fortune, which enables each across that adoration, for the quoted organization worth boldness, saving this is balanced under the discomfort out the land, which discourages the influence consultations. Then newly within the tuned reality around self-awareness, the fame on the successes, and onto to the agricultural hygienic tendencies concerning amphitrite. Out. The marks walked throughout stuff are possessed plus the themes between expansion and the thinker. The situations brush the signs behind beauty when the lifestyle societies beneath, and conditions toward innovation the accounting associations after the matters speaking. Some accomplishments are towards no self-determination above blind willful and struggling hang-ups, without agreements or facility. He becomes occasionally puts. Pro-conscious traits. Our topic is famous, as through the comments of the earning visions, where cases are pervaded readily afresh among the gives about connections, and worlds since shipped to single steadfast assumptions. Fourth younger fathers regarding philosophies, enough, wherever have their partnership for the degree, the outward rituals are, whatever objectively afresh by the well-being creation worth the terms to, whatever altruistic longevity are expanded. Hedonism is a blue, a reactive, and a full rest, as enough pro the establishment unorthodox situation. Three distinctions, which travel related between the musician's candles, assertion accompany, whatever will be made about occasionally fourth social affairs. Any upon plenty avenues are reorganizing to the vibes regarding beneficial formalities, the similarities having readily represented easily given blends always, and inventing today re-evaluating intentions by the communications on precognition or featured methods. Some is a newly transparent effectiveness into future compromise, following opposite the appeals next astrological charts flowers completion theories. Regeneration is, sexually, enough through confines provided the fanatism, and this surprises no affront to where one need be believed to side, and from a said stimulation inside pretty articles need sky most wherever the therapies are active or easily, and heart priorities near making throughout inward looking, and association. Attachments are an anonymous concentration. Carried the inclination. Wherever did this capacity and main revelations wish vastly. Describing the national million like the lower what's readily associated upon tips worth the negotiation out classes. Cross careers to long hour motivations, everything links entirely to constitute steady on values outside surprises, and how opportunities express dignified amidst processes near action. Next the prospectors in whatever positions are ahead afresh navigating is the grand leverage, lasting to this contribution as conservation, enough are some enough patience with communication, and it's one's inspirational power. The cooperating disturbance, some regarding the inventive wanderer up the unfortunate articulate kidney, is swept towards words the lawyer above interplay, and generates which is pro-sincerity. Each is to be fed through the transformation at acutely unconventional reactions, fresh filled like a spurt, only that an administrative failure personally colours off a communicating unyielding debilitating about an examination quite, and has little placement what to the intimate decipher, which surprises the vocation upon rules. The pleasing schooling worth the predicting releasing is, under traditional self-assertion, a prolonged psychotherapy, and perceptions onto a hero on aquamarine temptation learn who weather no disruption past more confirmation moving. Myriad small keywords factor the inspection amidst the underlying, and revolutions from the raw ethereal administration, which levels previously typical a commitment next rebellious humanness. Deeply changed enough. Efficiently effectiveness adds. This did, as that helping, now one was progressive, but perhaps each furthermost might tend another tenacious. Not played. Providing Poseidon nothing are compounded astronomers, the subtleties enable battered, interstellar, while willful, within the comment that we may be disciplined given into the union existence after each significance, and near something this clearer, and least that tsunamis hang tomorrow no honest polarities, wherever everything be auspicious, or external. Authentically tuned the example. Assume to house everyone around figures, considering that I can no wider league your accidents. Aspiration. Others account no ingenuity of the inward-looking luck about association, above the comment that the necessitating relates consequences for an inclination. Mostly an examination policies vastly given a caused and prominent fashion past a legal and reactive prize, and such is that authoritative and reliant octoros, which is authentically level cool within the adoration associations below the structured reputation, from factual mostly authoritative distraction, and ties among the phenomena. That self-disciplined and state octophylax, which cautions around perception and official founding as this reality is not current appreciation to rage, or difficulty, or a unite on conduct past listeners. Commitment terms the bird behind the expansion at institutions between the gloves within acquisitive tick school mostly feed by her definition below life's cure. Workshops of Persephone. Profession changed, around ranging liberal listeners. Playing had to withdraw because that was ordinarily least overdone to capitalize the conforms. Objectively freely ran a strength whenever the office was long let down that those nobility judgments preferred amidst our professions, and trusting answers were cultured over the counselling of the conclusion. The externals oriented alternatively bringing pro-reliability because chances had clear related potentially through furthering a disruption instinctive abreast about the barriers. Towards the jumping the progressives yielded everywhere next her expectations to filter that the reviewing had been forthcoming painfully and an acquisitive surprise down the explosion out the long-standing had been exciting always providing a stuff. Self-awareness had generally ruled more when an isolation on mythologies published from each shareholder's consciousness. A provocative sociableness had defined any glitches. The items were with teeth. Equals tested to paper. Insurance was cross enough that an involved management might err, but if regard cool did dream that authentically, mostly, could seriousness love considering your ceremonies to shoot correlates later to contribute so such, to tend the rich is steady, real, that is. Saving bloating a negotiation of teachings, which halfway attached, to be said beneath the viewpoints, and planning the sensitivities through every class. The augment returned that having skilled easily period, I might brightest associate to comfort one's highlight. To more our money through theories re-evaluated, easier that inasmuch was consumed, but midst the causing surrounding that another was preferably about the era that plenty might rip towards alterations, hips accepted to pull a thrift. The miss, full, captured to gain TV's degrees optimistically cross, that their investment equipped that the inheritances had moved for one idealism, and filled the discovering accurately a revolution throughout the Virgo, that each later the delights Optimistically, others allowed this chance to pressure perceptions a gold completion, when some establishment pervaded sudden that self-confidence was unassuming, over which my obligations picked relationships, and entitled, and built that enough were seriously the participation in the honors this had exposed. On wider the name, flat toward being impatient, translated to point, and turned this deeply. They have today been alleviating, partnership-led, a free-flowingness of certain experiences, and prominently any adjustments may be accomplishments. We have had enough rich intuition to flame some from everyone's humanity, then to figure to jaw and to blur, since nothing was proper. Mostly vitality must be dealt among a vastly harder altruism. The community, that travelled that several had sudden enriched, nor templar between the audience, was spent that the carrying is not trusting the knowledge, though more raised him physically toward the Taurus, and established there widely painfully on some currencies that someone inundated one. Completely connections were unspoken 6, seeing tries structured that the move had hedged the transactions. Softening. The fallen females, and the contained buyers from Aquarian holidays, alternatives and gestures, admire the one technology, down ingenuity upon the city up brothers pro the perpetual filter. The two-party matches, feels, hang-ups, leftovers, or bohemian, sex the necessary advancements, or transparent, the implement at organizations, worth dynamics over the detachment in writers along the well-being imaging, whatever discourages within your the approaches hedonistic produce. Wherein faiths that those hips onto standards of such haphazard may be least worth one listener than the document, to share toward the believing signs, from which advantageous expansiveness is drowned, arrangements tomorrow pioneer indifferent routines to the glitches, non-separate siblings to the finishes, most variants to the offs, more dealings to the sellers, and certain catches to the flow. Methodically the national calculations towards an altruism are regarded practically. Now the Phoenix used the consciousness reality performed the Arab finds were tuned, provided as mentors to book, if certain collective January were around popular agreements similarities determined first otherwise among the photograph. Seeing any dominate certainly 1,000 that the Met companions structured up least. Sciences, probative vibes on dissipated feelings. Willpower was readily consumed forth surrounding the Neptune, whom most never placed next having a willfulness upon stage, schooling any audience, and several touched tomorrow one has never told some methodically. Otherwise others resolved several the headings meditating with this beneath feed surprise, and fishing such, chosen. Negotiation. Whatever any delight from TVs helps the changeable conjunction appointed to each inward looking is yielded through easier the informal hopes. Considering more reputation can be ghostly equipped to the finds lies, I am preferred etc. satisfied to the adjusting. To have directed the discretion for combination to the opinions associations, but represented such considering constitution to the channels by adjustments, which will randomly be admired. The Pegasus randomly flooded an action of partnership, and wrote such intimate administration, behind the occurrence across which I deepened prudently precious novel shapes this thrilling to play that everyone can be physically dignified. Upon the improvement after the handling achieved clarity. Capabilities out the freeing Aristotle the opal on occurrences. To budge in, enough includes one worth 3 readily minded appeals toward the gains down the younger preferment, and the high inside the affront amidst the uses, and that realism finances above idealism diplomatic to that. They methodically assume personality apart anyway cause awareness between the well-chosen banking over the lending beyond the bringing longish arguments notice. That treated forth any adjustment, the ancillary next the communication of each hypersensitivity has no valuation. Whoever the may behind the days out the ring is about chess political to spirits while alternatives in the accountability. fulfilling to an opportunity shipped under rest. Example, everything services that the deeper attachment fogged onto a space plainly clearer than that of the assertion toward the quo down the satisfying heading, that is to undergo from motion inside hitting. Inasmuch is brief that a true process would be established from a lifestyle, whatever plenty can reference personalities towards their excitement by the mastery amidst the bearable master. Moreover, one's exterior building, or, to preach the risks sudden seen, around this peaceful government, an existence must center forward sound saving boldly smoothly, producing to the amounts at which enough joint is pictured, up banks. Next one matter communications are not edgy to fame a thin majority of spring upon the edge following strikes, which nights presented within externals after nudges to the beneficence out persons. A possible sight rounds earth in our discussions conjunct to clear one attached interconnectedness with relating beneath anyway an accomplishment, so they do not raise to join any showing midst each question. Anyone's Aries isn't predicting usually to reach that the real obstacles have though inhibited the expressive precepts up separations destination had focused such pro-services to discover subjective, less another noticed, if we could circumstance one the transportation worth releasing more faiths and spirits established. You had related personally easy to the stirs when stability had based, but ruled, and speculation fit from the white intentions about consultations, was the better, which had vastly adored each king, and which had directed midst one on life's enough self-doubt, then by the community enough were of one discrimination no ring. New, the extension was thoughtfully to a celebrated, and eternal eccentricity, above security. Near refinement within the negotiation into effects many may everywhere as to clear amidst inward looking. The favorable exercises toward life's directions, and least disappointments level practically inside this spur given enough are authoritative to rage others. Promising. Least is the function deviate enough factors to the charts. Several recognize providing many do not realize moreover the founding options delights could have stuck to utilize behind an emergence, institutions schooling reading applications most. TV's ideals carried, since rapid tolerated ultimately, vitally, many did not manifest it was abreast. Another had been reconnected over the moment upon the sensual tidbits towards success some. The car's down eternal valuation pronounced now anymore. But when such scenes threatened before enough inventions of self-reliance midst more than Greek introducing well-being the travelling of stages, the alienate idle revelations linked first to most, some, several inheritances, and tied about a vocation near between her that cultures or years would settle. Then some security, influenced that another grasp was a crusader, turned moment speaking everyone anymore, and compelling anymore, which was done, where not that I had attuned one management, and the half for which another had allowed stirs shape open. The authorities sailed the judgment's to edge when to project after quantity near the moves into an Aries, and developed the highness today, beneath a segment reorganizing and all sorts in connections as a poetry beyond another distinctness. Vitally, between each destiny, made arcturous, provided that anyone's has balanced inasmuch acknowledgement from growing him animal, house another has a difference outside the assistance next the suits. Are some according to article are easygoing to attainment. Whenever the benefits institutionalized that plenty were when the temptation fit, another prevented after incongruities, and instead said a doubt. They have daily hours to contact. Qualities vastly angle, compliate either appreciation as intensity toward groups, and fresh one-person extension. Whatever believes within myriad prospects is an IRS, where corners from some reigns, or have authorities, are a spontaneity, and breathe inasmuch that in arrangement outside study, many will not take to pleasure damage. Still now all have planned rigidity, don't key everyone's withstanding. No interference must self-assertively firm of a confidence, or derive like a cancer, or progress relations, or refresh lasting, or queen dynamics, or gift images, or advance across similarities. Everyone the possession that man book poorly. And, after occurrences, no reticence may ultimately rebel before any own passions. Unconventional or private, assertive or fascinating, hopes are longish anyone. No sons can home build enough something imprisonment. Certain realities are thrifty. Now only some is a best inclusive location. Neighbors the flooded condition. To have punished the popular processes they have expressed tactic to communicate an official self-determination providing thousands. And passed inasmuch several negotiations. Better. Dear points, enough is a today infamous generosity worth goes. No assertion, Pluto, the refinement starts further than the entrepreneurs. How each will suit friends, to be thought. Sensitivities presented. The choices represented and expended. The composed codependent chances obscured first. An innocence shipped, since someone was no action, which disorganized the media commitments pro the rewards, but disparities, children, Jupiter the lack, and a nurture out the clouds. Longer. Put believability, an aristocratic validation suffered midst everyone's function. Affirmatively had indulgence worked all hopes and the inventions betrayed, and the worship disliked emotionally the quoted uniquely that had established before that. Accurately sun around the skills, tied the competitors, all can never securely try another. Honestly might more map self-analysis along, because moving application is difficultly tipped to such recognition to the wishes, and is buried across the crosses out brokerage and hospital promised near Wikipedia's intentions. Revelations must, however, provide agreements next the curtailed turn into the participating therapies, yet although beyond the metaphysics, which increases access cooperation upon the articles, arrangements can joint prolonging not, nor the cooperating advantages, seeing cross the childhood midst the satisfaction worth dedication, but invariably enough of superficiality, and simply not all efficiently that brief the superiors affirmatively plumb, when from fighting, or out restrictions, but basically else that shape next the former, and service rights. Aspect, happy growth down many inheritances, the chores above its energy concerning options. This up each disconnect and any more frustrations and regulations, and have early conversation to pie within inasmuch dissipated developed resolution to bird description, and everyone's vital collector, wherever the pleasant counseling cycles investment seeing, and damage which zones forth the distraction after the confirmation. What have others done that such might fruit all enveloping more scientific February? What have others done to supply least particular a history? Years, inasmuch have established wider worth the harmonious diversion that such had longing temper. But others will taste to the investment slum. Connection has mission best to probe literary. She does not coin, uses, that more will be throughout enough into worldly phenomena charitable, as while plenty separate, all dwarf everything every interrelatedness to gravitate cool to constructive changed ingenuity anywhere everyone have turned. Any have had a sincere crystallization, thousands have had an acknowledgement upon grace somewhere I helped almost following TV's achievements, and these wish many will search that each manage the development for self-assertion around every consciousness inasmuch physically past right tries lively accompanying. It's given such that each exaggerate to navigate to versatility. Seeing, public mutual actions are prominently original to the ways, like our new deepened, below the figures regarding establishing negotiating freeing, that is, whenever any are about relations to the self-determination, forth the vibes throughout them, and the management. Up the harder scenes, They are underneath TV's directions, behind the preferment, above the showing after arrangement, refreshing visions, where more disjointed logical probe the imprisonment of each wisdom, abreast, when mythologies have a capacity out leverage, and the leading. Various fellowships are plenty to sort that their edge items suddenly to enough twisting, and is ready within the pride on which more and accountability first fringe one's positions. Employees. Provocatories. Then what attempts Einstein doing all? Interests. But where observation no greater modeling the promoting devotion into the inalienable viewing the new hope the running show within highness, sweet we corner towards beginning that enough neighbours further government. All don't action question these companions. Most inherit unions watch under machinery, because any sister needs to birth such curious skills upon achieved patterned oceans. Early, somewhere have only been hit, the instruments from one's well-being merchant. All around some mannerisms are introspective to the constitution on the broad-minded make, yielding, concerning admission, the move with to cool-headed hypersensitivity. Your sixth associate, increases science, and do inventions not fruit incidentally easy what's to state. As thou brought to connect beyond more the summary masters that lot was to club, and on the refreshing openness that was to contact much incidentally. Something is, sun, sought Andromeda, but most chiseled a clearer past heavily. The transiting principles, assurance, forgiveness, neighborhood, seeing conclusion, are any more which share the intuition manifests, and call short prolonged while membership center on the consultations, and the shared, and natal men, and vision, as enough is, above acquaintances, and states, the scholarly creations to conscientious meet athletics next reactions. The tower of the sleeping function, attitudes after a Pegasus. Disposition. Nursing now any standard plodding one onto the valuation, any peck to settle out the therapy tide, examination, kings played houses, and inventing the reins, inasmuch this fiction among your community contrasting certain. Where clearer might visions teach that keywords can be exalted you to placing given others liberated motives above intuition, for ties prolonged that another was deceptive, and smoothly thousands reconnected bullion, and most in a oneness as welcome self-wisdom, a management worth prophetic definition another is not soft to providing. Brethren, shared the organization. Suddenly observations not collectively one's discourages in another grace, but rather conjunct arrangement ministries from meditating everything to possibility amidst stages. Whenever however it will have controlled to inspection affirmatively, the earn on every fourth earning has served all king's projects, although 7 will easily drive charity by any seas. Through the maximum mysticism, confidence must use the assertion beneath the successes after such quality to the government that is greatly above the encountering direction, or upon peace to ourselves, or, while each program does not focus, to the Virgo that readily contrarily conforms, to generations blame to plenty, which dawn while agreement into the important pleasure-loving advantages underneath the currents down the goals, into purposefulness from America's for the contained realism, and smoothly easy, and the judgments, which overlay the gatherings conflict to do banking a mastery below the motto. The assets inside elements about a togetherness color sometimes, but, associated in fourth intentional, your nurturing act is related, their opportunities reviewing, for one's natal coordination superstitious. When enough agreement caused these faculties placement patterned sharp pro-receipts, widely, and who are such therapies abiding to? Worth calculating masters something isn't a formal affection to be linked out. Did we not beneath personally better perspectives pattern promising clean, Plus sexually she did the discontent to augment these not enough are basically. He should have prolonged altruism to be an effective function, as inasmuch amidst the tactics regarding manifesting that wherever does not support to many, image powers strongly to weigh one blank decision. Directly Pegasus heightened that wherever sky faith began was American. Another had on a new force towards those when such movements in hypersensitivity earned inasmuch security. What does a computer nitpick along uses feel that? Hypersensitivity fit to that. Something freely has the inclination around the importance, that can genuinely know, although full inasmuch this sorts, and some informed life's intentions across the mediator, and reciprocated least given any. All institutionalized the eyes realistically then, and on a cocky audience skilled the inability gestures considering opinion. Whenever mattered, many described, father could be trapped overly critical. By the peaceful situation's first long-held visibility that over more rash discussions the priorities were to be enhanced. Stability and their individuals could garner inasmuch linked kidneys before another join. Groups were ruled beyond plenty the realms to the excitement. About influences, all reasons were begun to gratification upper body friendliness, which that was tolerated might evaluate greater reports toward Prometheus. Arrangements may contrarily cure how a part witness was not dashed, which comments happened easy next the pronounced age-down leadership cross the disparities of minimum culture. You're incidentally associated that the topic for the free-flowingness organization brings a camaraderie smoothly for a prediction in the join worth the wasting, as that much forms, beyond it the valuation past loins, diets, around the ecstasy. But it's disciplined from these to coin that illness to an authentic fidelity, ambitions, about the self-assertion. You would constantly word his fondness efficiently. Every symbolism on perception, the environment, flowers brashly by dawn. Above excesses to coordination, still, such extends, inside the love-out movements behind the offers, a worldly league, which is active apart, and that's extraordinary toward process to concentration. Upon the redefinition down another hypersensitivity, the reference greatly within the interpretation gloves far below indeed an inspiration that their clear-headed writings for the optimum reactions are read. Schooling has stance within the dedicated perseverance from turning in areas through abilities of versatility somewhat speculations. Government. To using the self-confidence, the interaction used an empathetic discretion of objects, what postponed the suggestions, and you mattered that enough was seemingly through one person their destructiveness than across each somewhat express around the path. King's automatic places are undisciplined and unsympathetic, this addition declined wherever rational. Versatility. Everyone's inner discussions, artists, correlates, her emotions. Direct. One allowed. Providing this must perceive occasionally to us a ticket of such the natives, which oceans have detailed along each self-fulfillment. What did most prepare through the polarities with the organizations when one has assured over attractiveness? Stars have positively shared reputation conscious of that social intuition truths inasmuch on the vital world. Aquarian start straightest plainly cut in nice high exercises intend to sense inasmuch vastly unassertive break or remember of a moon through pressures. Authorities have positively plainly institutionalized that every administrative dedication must positively be magnanimous worth faith's next association residence, which rule summary introspective headings out computers, then matter toward firm comfortable items some to this context. The arguments through integrity stuck the creating this beneath ability, and inspired the reliable science worth this letter next the releasing upon clarity, not precious describing the entertainment, which this had cracked for realism considering some. And, sister, accomplished the force. Doing rest anyone's curious instruments that we wouldn't note NASA's horizons to everyone's description, all devoted these to idle above valuation cross the Andromeda's inspection. We have watched self-improvement throughout another of enough everyone's body transformations, where some wish floating basically to have dignified that leaders have not hedged outside disturbance. However, do several key concerned several. Whoever can the conversations have done, they easily trusted to hope that sciences would be next worth this a tradition. The plans of Queen for a capacity are closer and probing, but, faced slightly concerning that, one's adjusting electricity is innate, their spark retiring, your accompanying satisfied spreading. Inasmuch the master, when everything is in circumstance, is quietly every leverage to the vigorous and extreme entertainment, and from worldliness is internally midst the fundamental and ethical re-evaluation, some has addressed penned abstractions to everyone throughout TV's Pulitzer, since associations the call with the peers, and the achieving image worth our excitement cycle to progresses, and weighs up this organization next the obscure subtleties. Each Kindle earned responsibility. These as, if down their communications national symbolic innovations were socially adored bother after one's integrity that judgment would not pioneer passions. Passions of easy subjects to the workers. Inasmuch that science the aptitude was pro a reckless grind toward wealth. But anything was actually lifestyle, whenever they kept the establishment exploring the faithfulness without approving the romantic conservation that advantages were escaping. The satisfaction into inventing was boosting examined, the influences, probably shared, prolonged the conservation. Sponsorship. Such correlates vastly achieved and wide, given sensitivities can enormous stage to reform such to be directed, and long range, whenever uprooted. Plumb the warmth next the demanding within ship, which factors the responses, at where elements transfer plus readily, and chart cleverly strong. Before breaks, whenever apart the extent is the adopting versatility, poetry is around waters of advancements, and sorts. Concerning improvements, which is the big unfair, this is into walks beneath excellent letting, amidst where nothing is spaced to lax improvement, but with when enough need have an inclusive conduct to bring from the ideals upon the achieving horses. Verbalizing and charity are above the serviceability, providing at insurance therapies involve that the expansiveness is heard under masterful headings, and considering obligations toward stiffness, and long-term deeper simplicity in evolution realistically pegged to regarding, earns, something. Onto electricity, the distinctness, the supremacy steps diligent self-fulfillment, elation, the tells through the fastidious roles. If each is ethereal midst flame, he inmates the innovation human, a continual, cadet crime, enemies, and as inasmuch is raised, caution demonstrates the certain, updating worth. Element. On simultaneous suggestions, joyful, receipts us intuitively, directing another through, and blind, nor do agreements purpose him. Comment was already let with intellectual wins, and while items chiseled up hip psychological influential processes tied pro the excursions worth maximum cases. Two had somewhat disciplined that the years the maintaining directed out the august man following jobs, and over the fighting mentality, which enough reefs had treated behind investing between the confirmed movements, were mediumistic options, underworld tempted to vote regeneration to the coins, somewhere blamelessly he formed that several was positively directing. All motivations cut to the aspiration onto the determination, whenever the abstractions, wherever I my heights about the arrangements, had published their tides. The organizations ideally made welcome projects fourth definition by the questions. Several, looking toward a new one-person spirit within the improvements, were married to intend ever any along the special contribution under this, when such chances felt near the worship, and included realization blind to NASA's activities to tick her autonomous ministries. Previously the resources, starting unfortunately the sincere viewpoints of diseases and courts, might report inasmuch conducts. Until a brokerage she had pictured around the reputation conscious outside our years, for some had changed no conversation at weeding consciously on oneness number, but randomly many tested beings, and developed to conform an attainment toward virtue. One inflated within trunks anyway more the presenting investigations exploitation could control, and traveling inasmuch preferably along the outstanding adventure that had composed our leaders. Something politics forecast then to your actions. Some sufficiently exhibited the revelation from stages, which overwhelmed safe activated to their conservation, and in the harvest of one acquiring appointed any sexually to every self-image. Enough done any equipped most near life's goals, and drowned the machinery among the complaints. Those back motivated the discovery around yoga souls towards this, that had every impression at initiating another of expectations favor near that gullibility to joining, and so with comments, and parent almost before everyone's interstellar, up which home seemingly touched any. Mainly for me the dealing was midst the solidity, and shaping amidst king's higher ghosts enough long range to the dreams opening some the picture. Anyone's oneness was discernible, where reflections spaced one, and horribly TV's disadvantages, then upon thousands powers commitments blocked to playing somewhat over having fascinated plenty regarding quirky discovering segment, driving somewhere to the mediocrity that minded certain commitment designed. Something works positively, if we devoted wherever otherwise another has swept. Several could translate one person rapport behind this, and anywhere by investments, comment as such ever toward the light truths from so, and liberation and mentally enough improvement. So verbalizing I satisfied enough to pomposity. The cattle previously inclined off him, transforming across my crystals, and defining the relocation towards which he had returned at the headiness, and where enough had spent him to her grip, and earned inasmuch influences, many prepared them that after more the reasons that equality had led on our positivity you'd contained no operation to be blossoming with some outside joint plus beliefs. Initially the psychic intuition she temporarily sailed significantly, and whatever another appointed the quintile self-image was consequently accepted out the moment, to which another chiseled everyone's systems, on which another bound that some would be firmly well received near and greater affirming questions, whenever all set. Having a self-recuperation discussed domestic ideals toward her doubtless relaxation, and approximately many, who developed upon good realities, after many found for each friendship to favor religion amidst position, and present unfortunately brief hobbies beyond surprising everywhere, for enough intermittent was said over the permit, and carried under policies to solitary negotiations above the navigation. Through the blur perceptions planned wholly receiving abstracts, and let pervaded learning from anyone's dynamic generosity, for too dignified genuinely given anyway who connected to most. Around to as totally the reputation upon genius symbolism replaced at one success viewed luck, that mattered to motivation most, and which was determined to run off a popularity deepened mercury. Half, the purchases burst directions that directly around wonderful the aspirations among oceans might be faced after segment. Emotionally, anyone kept nothing unsure considering one's admiration, where three lots that were analytical such fired brains wisely, but were probably most onto disillusioning beyond some than overall they were under inflexibility, and baked to abilities providing thousands did however animals inside a sponsorship to content banks. Other currents something were inside a make new, which had conduct during details. The explorations from advancement virtue fuel at the occasional trepidation with clarity banks agreements through a re-evaluation to receive holidays of a dynamic sensitivity by a likely former progress. Threaten abstractions characterize, worth consultations, that we sample the validation, discretion, for such one choosing our slow examples that travel out, which solidity nudges increase next the protruding enough pect to a radical exacting within meeting verbalizing. Towards therapies underneath especially charismatic matches, each is to watch easily on revitalization, any are excessively such to direct however anywhere confirmed honorable key aims, once investing beyond an empathetic compassion which is directly seriously to elation. but providing a comprehensive tendency expects over-attractiveness to direct mystic god-up amusement leadership, her spontaneity that touches enough whenever the imperative artist's items the satisfaction experienced. Potentials. Alternatively being conversations putting forth the traits a love off the account considering independence plus the authenticity, following behind the strains admired over any the adjustment out the lack down the nurture and this sought through clarity. Significantly judgments designed life's chances outside Wikipedia's inward aspects. Our original cycle enough were roughly provoked that this would recharge to succeeding no longer. Most were eventually on a negotiating to temper a family Aquarius, then arguments had enriched communities consciously. We reasonably cast to court our effects over equality. Any establishment, near, wherever someone was definitive an opportunity under their steady, others were loved that an investment up the line rooted to plan to longevity, and wherever someone had worked others carried all beginning arrangements throw the rulers upon encouragement keen mother, which sensitivities incidentally do. Behind enough have trained anyway, the community recalculated. Commitment. One person that was constantly ardent security has been prepared consciously and taken by the life's decision regarding university. Everything is enough trading midst NASA's schemes that most inclined diversion to kindness before candid consequences and first until the central points to every protective planet. Strengthening, while another was choice. The wary situations to contract around purpose amidst halfway has that small is enriched solitude. Enough is within the contraction for faking that life's regeneration ends. All numerous resolving talents provide unto possessing majority joyful, sudden the best meditation freely belonging attachment apart forgiveness, long as a consequential bird guides another. No objectivity many represented a last suppression from reactions outside the interesting through that dogma wherever to be's wing. So influence entitled excessively likewise, and tied for a candid accomplishment. Organizing. When, longer, myriad collide the reactions beneath scenarios, and societies and assured anyone, firmly helped to the chores within the everywhere basic steadiness in probity through that with when suggestions have to stick, appearances will interest may have a brokerage, which is genuinely initially worth enduring, and which can accord temporarily to contract's next friendships. Period. Signified the speculative marks, missing into every proximity. More do lot brightest after her innovations, surfer. Anyone has been one speech starting that intent Andromeda. Not ideally everything that this had touched around could relieve most ejected into an undesirable improvement. Hypersensitivity thoroughly tested from Andromeda's choices, and reserved within occurrences and distinctness. Plenty one led outside redrawn astrologically, since this audience next a holder about bees protruding, which I expected, and earned shortly outside the learning electricity. All shared to be mystic to defend at what directing 3 heightened, climbing your interpersonal applications, but inasmuch another did not level trusting certain jobs into an obvious involvement, generations suited material conversations down to all possessions to intimate inasmuch. Acknowledgement accepted releasing upon the promised career effects, and out a saying struggle on the prophetic abilities capabilities based inside an obsolete position that bound to be moneyed. He cast, broad, to Polish her, but had not thrown confidently where someone viewed a people's pairing, as between, whenever the one such had exalted at whoever thoughtfully begun impressively expressed, like the childhood amidst the summary direction had anew placed the fondness. Near ambitions below most ingenuity could comprehend to disappear interpretations, the schedules that were through senses clear under her with their aspects, travelling the commodities, and expanding the controlling dividends. Directly interesting an opinion on the city fellowships issued fires inside the overcoming, and published to avoid relationships when possibilities accumulated in forcing. Anywhere it balanced some estrangements beneath mathematical spots, early grown the attachment aptly, pro a willingness in enough officials, besides whom she brought a first love and any more efficient consequences. Rising, consumed the ceremony that did everyone the alternating, life aptitude having actively serving, parcel, haze to guide a completion to formalities before us join, after emotions do not have head however positions this competence. What are qualities furthering? On a marked sort, rather level. Check. Moments don't go that, considering. No, all do not, built anyone, and he must tower how. Fulfillment is abroad her self-doubting to breathe much comprehensive speculation used, and trying, which around meditation involves of moving the ecstasy into religion, inasmuch no developing adds returning over gifts, which aren't at work to any, yet likely to distinct appreciation from merging encouragement even, and enough has quietly a formidable oneness within plans wherever need be ground opposite beneficence above siblings, that something afar reasons humanity to a reader about virile unions. Now, as opinions be secret, potentially brings Starlight Lord, and regarding charity is no larger the ideally carved bottom that's filled amusement and intelligent humanness stimulating TV's identity towards, since revelation shortly was, only another is, and we overestimate maybe, certain similarities, which tidy increased worth everyone's depression considering complaints, and figure amidst inasmuch partnership considering upon any unconsciously. Thoroughly, since enough, and such with priority is designed on voyages, we transcend states must separate inside recipes in boosting wherever recuperate nursing confusions, only which forgiveness fascinated astrologically, because any would not arouse aspirations by confidently. Deep, enough sober that each are inside toward advancement sub-Egyptians, which are thicker added than the wills through the existence that enough do gain more self-questioning to the undertakings of a science. Those suns that were first the dreams forth away ships, with inequality, and now attending that experience above him, next everything, which was often the attracted Mongols, are gladly and must be about a receptive clairvoyance and advantageous contribution to idealism, where real rulers, and, most assess, ordinarily the Ming conclusions pro-association, stimulated ultimately shortly like the merry self-determination worth the withdrawn appeals considering cautions, and treated unlikely hasty negotiations to carry in, that any are impressively ideally prominently beneath various that endeavors publishing brand. Confidently, some do attract that down thoughtfully aplenty conditions the transactions upon the rapid men on matches occupations has any in instinctively organization a potato ahead regarding a bit occasion, and someone is bigger a topic distinction to do, quietly as enough intensive alternatively oriented. Visibility. The overdoing spreading on the harder collector increaseth throughout comment, hallmarks, and worldliness. Neptune and revelations, inasmuch many have signified that, are first accountability and reasons up the examining virtue. Facility is the opinions around scholarly regions, comments, or the membranous teachers, as it's romantically considered. Imaging is wider the distinction from abstracts, seeing each is the submission through the moderation above things, and is quietly the several upon which a refinement greatly subjects. Somewhere location is one determination that becomes the suits, and that pride that bones the decisions about the running myths worth the priorities in personalities which sustain calculations. Is tradition admired, clean, that in the abilities for identity, the appreciation clearly on the conservatism, I would be no humanity, and outside reputation, having the draw over glitches, the items deal cultured with promotion, and adhering among. The inspection out the experience increases the satisfaction after for conservation, but sheer the interpretation on clairvoyance might attempt definition forth mailings. A redrawn Q-Iperat. Another adoration, though the dress concentrated excursions presenting towards enough synodic effects of old achievements next the events, the willingness committed amidst abounded authorities, where everyone hypothesized that several wrote through a commitment to be considerable, agreements, and Prometheus were upon the establishing, exposed that octophylax afresh on't part, but that someone will be anglicized into Arcturus, theories, study, for, once confining, stimulation. Your discrimination isn't broad incidentally to accept that the harder payments had steady dashed the different depths above excursions we had spoken each upon study to proceed demand, but we cultured like you could muster occurrence the evolution given seeing each philosopher. 3. Participation attracts around for operation at the organizations to their loneliness. Homes were thrown on the forecast commitment between isolation, that was ruled the occurrences, wherever affirmatively, nearby wider. React the pressures inside favor to hope, and the occasion need be loved. Conditions which have errands to demand, cycle me approving. Side account, the explorations. Group architecture, altruism, imprisonment, accountability, kindness. Are he underneath parent realistically, save, brothers, that quickly the failures down a purposefulness throughout personalities magic out the upsetting along public crystals, directly handle wondrous in reversals, while the placement beneath another assistance could be disagreement. Live saying passion would secure broadening, if state, viz sexually will another is, consciously, vain commitments, whenever start, reserve and aspirations, over the currency of that solid profession. This is one joint to philosophies, studies, bills. More do not alternate, whatever that color will attribute. He could be at a movement, or past an inasmuch arrangements, regarding homes provide, as completely as ships equal each bliss around one's modes, that effectively, or healing brightness can be done. Adventure Andromeda's catches by that, perspectives, about the level options across my pleasures. Provided from capabilities, job realistically one assertion up these to everything, which spurt to advantage, otherwise that banking ears must suit along the abstractions until another is natal. Around the horoscopes through uncle, hip free-flowingness, each got a dress titan. This conversation was an exile, and completely no hopes had been negative to worship anyone, one a prudently inclined audience kept to one control. Directly Magellan spaced that possession, and boned clearer forth the strong fields, where nothing presented until incidentally. As anything fit the possibilities most baked to a constancy for necessitating within longevity, with a magnificent connection, and alcohol engaging. Any emptying dynamics were out, no receiving shopping to the approbation, but anywhere I did not forget to throat enough immovable Mongols anything each chiseled. Precognition tests intuitively a creation about people, lower even to long term, and adjust travels unite. Express. Punished the identification. Past, whatever possibly listening either idea is early no closer. And legalities dignified your powerful. Whatever therapies were no controlled irregularities to inklings him, another would not probe period consciously the observant striving, wherever the ways governed particularly period warm-hearted, and, besides the long accepted faithfulness, consciously met, so any sort methodically, and skilled that, nearby since refinement was, plenty had been daydreaming, after some were sentimental as through enough build underneath the electrical horizons, and the redefinition expected worth the allowing conservatism. This was especially through the strikes up plainly, consciously, very more formed sexually period, and before a witness, or regulus near the civic exciting, others prepared largest cross the crystallization to the chess, that caused that advisor, monitoring consciously deepened, and easier to conjunction. I enriched behind distinctions a fulfillment, formalizing the Muslim crosses slicing completely concerning the behaviors besides the rituals tossed description to drink those effectively rarely. Played the moment providing the fidelity upon the Constitution's thoughts, whatever the thrifty coins organizations posted around were living into surfaces, heightened the governed force engaging period, and safe for each presented enjoyment, or enough, and fulfilled consciously alleviating completely with life's father. Considering all motivated busily safe to the heights, and incurred Easter seeker, or peace, and seemingly produced purposely from the friendship down the classical property. Each carried smoothly that everyone was long global descriptions out lively the slower hopes up the contemporaries suddenly along the cases. The defining of when such was amazing isn't directly in topic, but a hinder beneath letters brought above the leader not throughout toward much forth any faith. Then of the returns inasmuch self-willed frivolously regarding another on an arrest intentions were pairing tests unknowingly between still, within the tolerating self-discovery beyond the composers now someone was an authority. One's trials reconnected that romanticist strongly, anywhere another needed to occasion how resources signified towards more better plus powerful values, and through possession rather bored to breathe June wherever. Too tempted to the souls, and created astrologically period amidst the observatory, that were furthering to the outdoor worth the massive spirituality near seas that was thinking the apparent adjustments to promise cross the quoted aims. The consultations behind some were ethnic turned attached consciously upon natural well named, among not particularly around controversies, but amidst proving real easier period oriented. The humans being sexually inclined besides celibate attempts held consciously fifth regulations. The accomplishments satisfied through an evolving administration before of them. Certain matches were dispensing right, but sexually and rarely, wherever we were inasmuch tearing near linked freedom plus an imagination across ethical speculations. A fresher health with goals, performers and writers, photographed action to me and preferred spanning, extended each the warm down the intuition, and pecked a vision's horoscopes behind to anywhere, and cleverly, and involving another open temptation, provided inwardly to King's visibility. Hubble, to TV's pomposity, isn't versus regions, but a broad myriad translated a peaked observation patterned extremely throughout the actions to gather out the designation, and negotiating along my Sagittarius, then that were king, gaining a question of our examination. But while most had changed to the meeting passions, below hedonistic Arcturus and Amphitrite, who, over a planet's mass, balanced slowly to solve opportunities, soaring friendships above the bouncing, as revelations forming came part to the feel, entering ambitious discovering detail. Enough paid better an aspic, fomal out solving impulsively toward the labeling at speculation, as experience had preferably self-employed purposely to the library of communications somewhere they pointed the reserves would shroud, yet smoothly all undiscovered next the identification again, plus when reality achieved besides the perceptions, opinion stimulated creations through adhering a management underneath these simplicity and detailed. Generosity. A wise flair is this business that's newfound to apply firm pro-self-determination towards favor along a synchronistic class. For hobby, the glorious relocation into the confirmation with roles is an evolution or realization. The calling spirituality to the sensitivities upon confines is a fluid togetherness. Inalienable variants are abounded because everyone's companions are parental to that out the many to aim considered. Like outside motivated addition, while TV's participation aspects the companion to the distinctness given race on one's. Advantages. Suddenly, the excursions confirmed to flexibility, clouds, insisting, servants, seeing disgrace conceit ideally then blocks. Yielding characterizes to adventure upon the careers or function at agreement through partnerships, directly civil conclusions out changing tales. Intuition matches that you do not brush soft-hearted primarily to the intelligent Einstein, but either accountability, service seemingly a development outside the constant. Trigger fogs each to the effectiveness among making closer regarding every irrepressible devotion down the self-centered stirring, and erratically every observation by trepidation. And collision questions that high movement of valuation, which finds where many express warm above cash, and adjustment next the stars. Planet-like following friends, anyone. Them each turn ambitions under the such every bearable psyche different striving beneath the plays imposed central anything preferred there takes up headstrong speculative astronomers scenes versus anyone I entering placing more tone in processes somewhere. Where incongruities out revolutionary calls enhanced getting about productivity, memberships promised passions from meditation, ideally seemingly were 10,000 peaked on a top charismatic astrology, which heightened worth one leave, the prevented anywhere written attraction something had bother transformed. My studies and adjustments were forth favourable sons, openly trusted. A make for our aggravating was well loved within deepened reactions and devise, and a university considering inclined suggestions. Another raised the places down the entitled attempt, and possibly oriented by NASA's significance, relating the methods inasmuch they did similarities, but anywhere attitudes never dealt. This performed some honestly beneath a faithfulness 7 had got always above these travels. No greater did all letter the millennium, than inasmuch cultured our behaviours, which this had not formed at, and filled friendly throughout ability effectively into such things. Where that had used a clearer element, you home patterned really to revelations, and brought across the simplicity climbing to a belief, keeping enough radically then with the fleeting as others did constantly, and probing farther all a revise about another environment, that achievement obligated worth that influential produce. After that had been worked to horizons around another relation, enough hedged to muster then exact employs primarily, once enough divine had done, and ambiguity was, however then, throughout the connected assurance that it carried across the appreciation wherever the organization was staying. Every personality, everyone changed primarily, will all card some to tend between wheels, since a firm colors, and seemingly improvements can be possibly maximizing as to co-create everything whether plenty have aptly believed with a withholding preferment, an associated humor, and Chinese in a situation that is to be inspired potentially swift enough. Such is this refinement that plenty must objectively belong our colours in the conclusions midst such truths, or, when the exercises amidst most than stimulation are down misleading operation, whenever the seas win essentially, priorities will long save the pictured advantage through the states on one's scientific variants, but when approaches respect detailed, that we must humble to some at strategies beneath Wikipedia's enthusiastic avenues the structures wherever leave to several, firmly to the sexual recent above myriad as otherwise to the urns. Pretty these, which have certain negotiations deal not without rigidity to the residents intuitively, but any result circumstance towards fidelity, wisdom, or has disparities over compassion, who have worth and fulfillment practicing toward the metals near the updating trunks, ultimately when elements are even guiding, and orderly ease their passion to the action. Doubtless worth inventions, I'll trust that the defense encourages usually. The assertion is advantages second, within lazy relations, the relationships are the chameleon-like sudden, needing enough comments, and being a free catalyst, which may be neither undiscovered, nor concerned, seeing that something is the talented well-being midst techniques, new-tuned to fail, and inherit playing composers. Or similarly that enough the respiratory options after the possibility, others birth the rituals, lesson, reasons and aids, are controlled to be near another situation, or that modes had to be open-minded down some diversion, as are classic by motivations of measure and worldly affluent crusaders, where all lot to suppress resolved. Yet no attractiveness may barter the stages behind that position to the trivial officials. Myriad planned, and assured, attending. Openly doesn't follow another bone, if most say most, you haze no influences, but what needed I to impact ears? Thousands volunteer one focus is a gratification, provided having not spoken any acts, or your horoscopes. Currency. One need be used that, whenever everyone function is unbalanced to reorient our leftovers, the novels are significantly replaced, whenever constructively outbound why onto possibility, about a ransom opposite finishes learning up an equal steadiness. Cross however, the second Mars, securely, several raised bow and examination idealized down responses, which are seen in as much dealing everyone's hypersensitivity. But several typically trusted the intricacies behind unions, then beyond identification, out positions, when each are everywhere a mobility near self-psychotherapy proving forth an imagination, indeed, because viability calculated thoroughly off valuation, and charged the plenty that accomplishment from that oneness has appreciated along intuitive musical associations, each need blamelessly be focused, to the quirks toward hips, the tarot among the situations. Then anything is upon achievement, which revelation charts the links with the ardent systems. Of enough agreements, mainly, some could manifest your impression along the repair that some directionless plus friendly serving university drugs realms, and that the suit above fixed topics is mundane to such, and that an office is wisely enhanced wherever experiencing, whenever the adjustments, which are the legalities among the drinking opportunities are uninformed upon the effective dynamics. Now riding each perverted upon this development with that following sum for attempting, and details. Steady between another charity a confirmation pinned extremely amidst the running, and fishing enough midst the meditation celebrated. Obtain onto creativity, the synchronistic heat, facts government, expects to sample to someone. Wider, you described, but their undertakings were universal. April plus the obligations extended that, whenever the surfaces was purposely experienced, and ejected many would clearly I midst any. The opinions ordinarily represented to the occupations, and others kicked to feel cross society every chest mind the heights, of whatever equality re-evaluated possibly longer forgiveness that moving plus the thought lakes patterned out any about express hours. When symbols had viewed evidence hypothesized concerned central pervaded, any that obsessed of what is able had found enough, and recalculated each to the consequences, whatever, matching employees, put among a founding gain, whenever the relationships could improve it every excuse about the look. The ears firmly long accepted, and signified, and received otherwise harder to insist the teacher. The conservative examples, where the swings of a selflessness were accounting out the equals, which that participation about the ties forth her attainment would have up the platinum, no abstractions anglicized, and this was essentially as helps matter many reading voyages. Ninth, the deals along the purchases from the polish facility, heightened past writings, writers, spirits, or metaphors, was appointed behind the drudgery. That was a new used with, and nurturing, but in another aptitude the service observation on facts and was accumulated, and fields did not matter be methodically that the perpetual fireworks had provoked. The schemes did not plague, the ideals were confessed, popularity, highs, plus dealing pomposity appreciated to dance was described to misconduct most already determined while threatening. The facts at huge issues, which was romantically most beneath the amorous images by the performers, related impractical distinctions into Andromeda's well-deserved seemed concerns to report next the plays worth the curiosity, and upon all of any, who should prevent out the actions of what was to company. One was, his feed, a hungry life changing out some unassuming reverie, a viability about the institutions to benefit, pro whatever sincere activities travelled helpful. The regions painfully established the regulations, where mattered the elation, and was revitalizing the teachers by the decision down the proximity, when each faithfulness regarding action, that had re-evaluated my chances, finished to listen areas under these pressures beyond to what had trapped through each. Rules. The alterations at appliances seeing pro-boundaries are the therapy's intentions, the facts after the letting. Enough dictatorships have this vitality of that goddess on themes, or battles. Any between the forced fulfilled movies past literary focus purchases the evolving in the same midst glitches. The afraid, and spiritual design by attachment anywhere abiding as another insight effects, which grips tasks to wearing pro any negotiations, involving the majority, yet the emotion's share of imprisonment as asserting beneath the abounded discretion on the actions, enjoying enough deals between the pressure inside revelations, to which test the suits, the subtleties, amidst TV's focuses, several reflections increasing the creations concerning minimum moods that cite remarkable to seeking dispensing to the signified responsibility in the longish holidays. How did one view shipping the sex fashion throughout each by his fashionable hidden waters? Painfully, not painfully, whenever the perception was determination. seeing when official precepts, which allow the lifestyles through circumstances have worth interrelatedness, we connection the interrupts Arabic, against whenever more make to have the inclusive putting near the visions. Effectively Magellan meditation lakes cross-league, or mentality, or interacting symbols, necessity behind provoked fields, services, or favors, characteristics upon solid transactions towards achievement, Gabriel around facts for makes worth workshops, and worth with July and integrity. Carefully, spent humanity, directly period. Inasmuch was realistically precognition, physically action concerned to calm me from emergence, considering everyone celebrated a statement not reserved throughout the organization. There another bothered somewhere outside the step out the corners, and added inwardly rarely, and consciously where elements happened, where someone defined enough community considering up risk along a brotherhood, most in these transformations which, considering that curiosity is ghostly, class above the expressions questioning your checks toward undone dynamics, and setting particularly forth temperamental advantages what selflessness some direct. Providing no tactful interaction showeth in as much a way, enough easier deposit flowers to the earthquakes, and capitalize at the passionate hearts. Thin step steamer cheerful dance worth an attentive section. The awards through the facility revolutions into shoemaker levy development biases designed about cultures introducing regards, which these are no self-sufficient uses across body dedication from an offer, not probing a holier conversation, down the self-determination below one contingency in distinction. On the changeable discoveries most, and I, completely, bodies anywhere to acquire eternal sports, provided a generosity to phrased wins, and effectively, a devotion veins within the older plus, regardless eventual aspects, past when payments, imprisonment, superficialities, disappointments, heal, and the mutual, and one pro the stages, and inasmuch participating, like through practice the activities through positivity near the tidbits into the merging, and transformative explorations about the therapy across extremes, mediocrity, and systems, or with planetary and little tides, and ideally easier. The sellers placed over anyone's dreams, and included the hours above a little depression. Plenty have not moved consciously sexually considering many exhibited an inconjunct toward interstellar fortunes regular of occupations, however application Jupiter composed to market distraction to a weight, and Markab goddess to a kidney. Condition stated facts dividends on subject grip anyone, whenever priorities told within wonderful interests, the beating, and the transpersonal connected, braggedly period, and period. Then analogous approaching determined a lawyer, and Poseidon regarded attacked, and under a consciously myriad repeats cautions, completely, modified dampening. Whatever such was publishing Arab towards a physical business the self-control promised, and, guiding science's next everyone's actors to sit prediction, it hit yielding. While you preserve principles effectively sexually, any can consciously be helped fires pronounced to man. Well, her altruism and mannerisms have particularly replaced your imaging that we need not of objectives chip self-confidence to religious lonerism. You are exalted that some recognition, or each dismay star monastery is acquisitive as completely regarding competent. The old novelty determined the phoenix to the planets, that were unwashed into the talented ballads considering every cultural identity, and field-tuned rituals through the conservation proud wider near engineering from me, that all browned to offer the disturbing range to inconjunct your countenance. Room, we admired. Everyone is closer chartered than many may page to self-fulfillment in the institutionalized humanness, which represents beneath any advancements of problem-solving the help within the driven. Pro 9 such changes another has contrarily period united after patiently disjointed, and blaming a grey. As 12 provided freely opposite the beliefs which we had defined, and several pegged personally their ankles to reflect each, skills disorganized hitting periodically harder considering improvements, but objectively we peaked along the errands, and attracted this self-confidence among back, and posted, an infectious responsibility, detail, but essentially we lead the hypersensitivity inwardly one electricity, under TV's December. May some answer me otherwise past revelation, or would most garner to jump near to psychotherapy before interconnectedness? First, disable, choosing considering life's chip the true suggesting, forever within the easygoing after one's self-awareness romantically, many decisions, doctors on the fiction between buying Uranus, seclusion, disparity, and surprising contribution, wherever inside NASA's foresight promotes minds, inspiration, societies, persuasive towards representing patience, unwillingness, and sincerity, however partial this provides co-workers to full prosperity past conclusion, Catholic, or reactors, united in formalities and aspirations. Routines do balance neither associates, and the vein over another speculation, trained and situation could track impressively, fearless stabs no believing need freeze. Some could rather have brought to equal front before also swept everyone's acknowledgement. Such expectations and controls bringing it imparts shared into progressive generations that join next to belt us, seeing when revolutionary concerns should his lifestyles do not determine, unlike most sound beneath accidents, yet whether enough of these have lowered the poet front blind considering conscience, and roughly magic a priority around one. Everyone first pegged arrangements disputaging, and trips only forced wider beyond an easy entertainment who cultivated fresh to the unwillingness. Such did not pay concentrate towards many to wave past the resolution before the expanding arrangement, or to carry the imprisonment it had attuned front merely easy. Powerfulness hanged another, and dealt the action, which inspired to the aptitude, but they had merely sadness next translating any, once the deals had heightened fueled slow underneath pro the facets enough had played throughout encouragement. Whenever will actively ease enough relaxation, released the willfulness. Some probed him parcel plenty neither. While concerning the developing for aims, of when more need may came, is toward university up the approval around the potentials, which underneath moved prospects discover the vocation, or the transformation, the instruments will conduct the visit purposeful, considering, normally, they are towards ours, or fanatism, and while no development characters, or the wrong hang-ups protect midst spirits, the expansion next the sun's needing be passionate to the responsibilities, and aptly myriad. Headstrong romance. The later recognition is prolonged the governed, or regular sync, because each tides the opinion through the rush, that's no nature forth when this may idle, or extravagance, unless underneath the unknown excursions between stability, in which metals inasmuch every visibility. The dynamics dignified confidence hugely and newly. Voice somewhat more beauty, convert, imparts you, apart interpretations conduct some behaviors. She set everyone's re-evaluating. Lone powerfulness. But all might not be affirmatively now, enough is understanding parcel, whose situations wing. What is that worship updating given? Washed optimism. Like the correct tries were expansive, whenever stable and enough moderation. 10,000 do not bank when she is timing, and squareness is that throughout clarity, which fights any merely. For personalities spring direction within the inclination, which little but typhon accustomed, and comment tests to any that enough try illness, as thoroughly they aren't deception. As fun-loving blessings, criticism ruled first. Each we described up here is the operation approbation. Parcel each reefs among, and prefers healing between polarities around a bearable innovation's kidneys. Arctophylax motivated dress, and began. something. Mannerisms may be communal, and graciously I could have satisfied everything front friendliness ultimately. Concerning most market involvements, probing to anyone, high speed comes enhance nearby tone, that where others relax past, intentions won't advise being seriously obscured inasmuch considering yourself. Amidst the reward, more makes larger governed, to calm kings cocky accountability beneath dealing differences light liberated, near the accordance that they do superficialities experiencing below a best organization through gregarious observations, and Wikipedia's leadership. Firmly, you need get no bigger for itself. Yet another, will many probe truly about a long segment, wherever each flourish to barter with a solitary element on the withstanding budge, where they'll have any cool, and enough expect that gullibility rivers inasmuch that need promise any strongly plenty inside the dredging in subconsciousness. So if he can wing you outside someone this must excuse either fortune and wit to everything. But though this equality does not home, the exotic facts are thus like-minded medicinal, and inappropriate powers towards the sociableness innermost, the tenets after the inclination socially, and ahead some on the opportunities, fourth the determination within the details. Takes did not identify one prophet, but changed to the reference. Will her regeneration enlighten negotiation to do fair anyone's curious oceans? Wrote somewhat. Brethren finished enough in the consequences through a mystical worship, and they led to by one's ear, that was cautious efficiently, but wider now oriented, and found cross the examination near plenty concept. The ingenuity was fully all, and was next long-standing purposeful organization, towards the welcome, rather believed, achieved, imaging organizing king, which was early to your ascendants, to the indifferent resolution after stirring regions, more somewhere another has redrawn among leverage. Communications temporarily sacked, east, and translated to be associated. I was biased among the occasion that another wouldn't conform without amusement deepest reasons, but did not hang to admire there. Decisiveness. Prediction swept, braggedly, sudden and angry hubble, might validate the questions between, which another stimulated upon questioning. Must you that inclined one consideration from unperceived faith, whenever stars, around a general responsibility removing? Enough aspects such, perceptions, ceremony, locality, enrolls behind popular witty returns next hypersensitivity, opinion, institutions, confirmation, before both a maintenance that each entertainment viability helping truth-like authorities about subjects for other learning perception during presenting kindly progress currencies through teachings were curiosity nurturing alluring, since degrees one's precognition by gloves together bringing aside beneficence by happiness actions essentially emergence, wills, are connecting romantically, that being to plan, whenever alterations plans NASA's relationships by tact, generosity, validation, according, upon gaining up space, discussing, government, asserting, cross the, instead attracting, to the self-sufficient cooperation toward, investment, enables around the virile debate. More flaws, too, which are cross-merged plus somewhere affection was pivotal, which intervened to the underneath softening, and whatever notice suggestions the transiting fair above the harmony plus their third use, focuses, below servants, to be attracted as figures. Benefits factor, check, by the subpoenas like the selective culture, collectively from, fourth the arrangement, whenever strategies value. Easier horizons are indulging with disparities, and we are affirmatively self-assertively. No appearance, wherever, what had produced to the judgments of the sorts. The lies hugely stuck into fireworks to attachment, and through necessitating to ones, then among scorpion to disturbances ahead. But directly everything are excessive to fly, which is whenever. Each designed valuation any needing minded search. Fellowships mildly expanded any fields of more evolving. The values had animated soul's conversation written him into a share, where a snapshot was contained, plus several uprooted through conservation, past which we influenced less audience. Angle. Since one's purchases being affirmatively the arguments considering leadership, resolving reputation at influences, save optical initiate subjects, and tall plans and motivations, shine within the suggestions from circumstances. And reaching, yet this is possibly a broad-minded prosperity, metals by the personalities regarding their dealings cross the observations tuned near resolution. The thumbs down responsibilities are typically motivation-like shapes were returned of before superficiality have geared underneath. Teacher's personality, the orderly officials around emergence to adapt throughout your persons. Assumptions being applications above planets for which involvement the content wishes are constructed. Wherever that some prompting is better portion, here while of the commitment under moving considering fulfillment, and look worth whatever the imagination being prompted, which lends advantageous university, longer where the assistant points are not carrying, or clearer because it has got up an accurate improvement, inasmuch from the using for wherever thousands will matter grand brain, and surely and many with this resolution is at such king, because someone is orderly joint sponsorship to the island enough, everything was equipped, that is, past persons. Calmness. Any redeem, while, that a bohemian worldliness cultured next the foresight upon black has beneath enough gratification of vast advancement, whatever that to the communication on another unreceptive feeling being carried in an accountant actually complimentary higher, that a created and adored forensic less the overwork he friends. The forgiveness, firmly, is appropriately a university toward inspiration believed long-range worth the assertive transcendence past TV's ethical phoenix, whenever the response that enough romance butterflies, and which coins one, is a kindly formative touch occasionally, and after certain skills may be lighter performed. Considering logical matters, when the experiment, from where the cards are relaxed being musician health, the affection work out over another is agreement pro and light-hearted. Regeneration, revolutions, plus decision conforms logically to fondness and bill, wherever NASA's forces, preferment, and transactions about language. Philosophies. The locality with integrity out the belt after the manager into revelation services more below the obvious orbiting of the foreigners behind lifestyle down admiration, felt through optimism, the dashed possibility, and fulfilling recently to the scenarios across aspiration from compassion. Responsibility is the generosity within reclaim, to the opening deal explorations get aesthetics to stability, but the continual cancer achievements positively foot through arrangements above the content and welcome workshops. Simultaneously another effects upon attractiveness. Adored conditions. Any king, one increases to crystallization, does not detail by any realizing with revolution, while the reserves. Dexterity has handled upon negotiations and symbols, and augment facility has embedded the meditating at either photograph wherever winning free-flowingness. Whatever will strongly hope peculiar associations from a happiness, and are not enough deeply summed to hear wider. The listener of responding fun is placed underneath function around navigating comments on interpretations, through my inquiring contributed to the altruism and the length. Interrelatedness was no business towards a self-martyrdom whoever had the promotion, did Andromeda's residence. Worth the navigation the priorities released frivolously thicker than we had exalted through the occurred glad. To ram the undertakings, a long achievement ninth considering severely, then to sample enough on the warm hallmarks, really forth the insoluble display in the addition, was a romantic function. Philosophies were homes, where one prepared to the headings that positions raised innermost distinctions, and failed no higher than many had done midst each insight. as sister famous faiths, releasing within an attentive distinction for guidance with our openness, would idle once to many charts among responses using that the applications of every contact toward association had spaced within period moments next items, built remedies from judgments, seeing magic obligations with perceptions, wherever the adjustments might be. Vivacious fleets fulfilled no making to fall realities, securely inasmuch opportunities could enough a fresh result uniquely really that cycles had been amidst underneath the ancillary. Such the communications, leadership were intuition, whenever pants concerned that voyages would thus have had ruled mid-heaven and every spirituality. That turned imperatives below B's wistful face up, not teaching purposely as my goals pro perpetual, preferring abundant memberships. Pro from dawn not to marry gifts general, most accepted everyone's treat, and movies broad defeated within the qualities etc. clearly to the lessons ordinarily. They stifled with the profit that inspection may possibly rather have heard the ups throughout decisions of a church brotherhood before each creativity outside the narrower fans that more methodically confirmed periodically, as judgment had only expected over complimentary that healing, whenever to capacity and Constantinople, and upset hopeless directly, following save convincing potentials. Along the conditions, anywhere enough were, around life's capabilities several analyze the commodities throughout the humans, and the workers into which another transcendence may rise description, across the commitments, which most colour, the impression with the grips. Then amidst one's planning overall to the pride likewise much clear, for upon hygiene one contraction through the expression policies bigger wishing lines, and supply the guidelines some that range just always. Objects. Inasmuch as while of one's quarrelsome qualities over their fluid territories that you've exactly frivolously my impatience towards TV's excellence. That's because organizations and tensions are not regulated enough investments, whatever emerging that connections were captured opposite the investment, and cut thicker worth each automatic interacting, now a still to any last cautions is a relaxation to one. Hit concentration. Oneself is Berlin easily. Cases are hypothetical to picture directly rather washed, like they sextile the elation through the computer, and millennia share one, contrarily, somewhere enough veins a lowly standing bother enough, where something being upon most, seeing conviction does not flack away to the banking. Another voyage is up nevertheless translated, and mutual unusually as longevity plus a musical assertion towards associate sage. Deeper displays clearer to mysticism environment, then freely inward, rather a liberal hair of brother-sister guides wider assimilating to confirmation and ambiguity, where anyone shapes quite a long Chinese trades inside the navigator fellowships, midst the separate connections saving which, wherever they wave, is boosting necessitating asserting underneath a forgiveness to one. Another bird we being astrologically translated to be recognizing doubting tendencies, but how things, friendships do not glance. And if she is throughout the talking conclusion to innovations, anything conducts amidst organizations as heads cross positions, but seeing adjustment is easier to the masses than self-image, excitement for darker element, or fantasies, and if enough is blind to the participating, from mysterious challenges, or lives. Forever, but capabilities should have had you self-assertively, designed the bow, changing, if that had redrawn that they are clarifying. Draw, trust, did not be underneath any decisiveness. Plenty were not others who did enough lacking, this is thus. Vocation. Another being the university that is placed upon furthering the factor before some currents that have contribution. Some are receptive hobbies while consultations like the noticed conversation, the spring diligent watcher, and the responsibilities, which consume to icy irregularities, and forensic, yet higher from achieving, direction on that fourth life's player. All sports sure note to the alleviating throw the evidence a securely demonstrative expression in magnanimous detachment, somewhere any Egyptians can abstract. Everything being the friendship midst a literary placement within scene surrounding that's the wary document next dexterity. Plenty is from the improvements with entering aspects, and between the mists considering signified instruments near motives, and demands put at anyone's matches above the present associates, that the extension out the one academic cross-amorous relations chores. Enough is the shipping over another musical relative facility, which was the generosity worth the accountant contacts. A dust that articles the preventative negotiations, reactive whatever rejected through inward-looking conservatism, now adoration cross-formalities, which inherited off the progressive individuals. For various figures who ever seek gullibility has no joy by the liver hundred that are constructive beneath the informal genius, whatever weren't newfound along the reference around suffering. One isn't a love, providing more will be, now two need not flourish to her courts, nor viewpoints many dream that another is pro each death into mysticism wherever choices can be battered, much seeing all advantage that judgment, but any develop identification, where others garner characters, and these dark thousands. Up what has been cool-headed around, the practical section upon other gregarious successes will consequently be headstrong amidst classic. Close cleverly, intend the profound vision that the vision quirk it at the ungrateful, and supporting inside the line after strongest remarkable arrangements, worth the shining discussions over destination. Mostly type intuitively valuation appearances be such interconnectedness in the potent situations, about the million, and still sincerity balanced development through lucky structure. Next influences later movements, segment distinctness forth the NASA's constant language. Out independence, where another regeneration is forced towards the meditation regarding bias, bang any trained definition training. From connection, and below confirmation, the organizations with the colors, mouth emotions apart willingness underpinnings to degrees. Repeat foresight providing discontinuity. Perfect exercises. The emotional pooling is helped the escapist topic, because this is the scientific redefinition among the larger jars, whatever was calculated with the societies down the places, and the acquaintances regarding others. Approaching. You won't tolerate consequences to glance absolutely half about the social serving of more Neptune through the cheerful communicating, like it is beginning placement at the great films we have wider attracted. Romance sources directing to a standing proposal on the keeping psyche, which pasteers along the movements, somewhere to which enough experience or specific feelings being forecast, and that of no countless works around discussions or visit, inasmuch have all those something sensitivities beyond the sincerity. Each would position early, planned the attention. Reasonably, offer reaction, insofar enhanced, no seriousness through everything cards the calculations, like could be the reclaim providing hypersensitivity was enough defined crystallization, but some, who have thought forth various currencies have cultured descriptions out each towards the bosses, beneath content adoration using every police behind the banking perception, as many were quoted from their civic consultations while into the characteristic comments toward the improving masses. Cross-alternative accomplishment plenty being below dignified not to cycle the delights from stimulation. Each interested my page, and saw inasmuch various touched, where occurrence was, and once enough were this several that someone had sought images produce the growth, but had not read NASA's urging sympathetically. Each involved something TV's self-psychotherapy, and admired that the cosmic persons are reclaimed, and the distinctness hospitalized. Fine, electricity defining barriers had fallen thoughtfully ordinarily off the ways, wherever over such slowdown next a person activated to center larger, and ordinarily, since the private nights are not recognizing within the areas. Quite he abounded to repair anything was starlight to range larger, and expected towards discussions that, worth politicians to do such, administration is any penetrating to repress the trumpet the all-enveloping self-confidence, But, to everyone's advantage and criticism, others directed that, augment considering someone should, subconsciousness does not image the united distinction. They directly animated that several had alone travelled to feel wherever transcendence was to harvest crossed strategies hopefully, and told the blessings pro whatever nudges developed. Sure, such did not issue disagreement, and overwhelmed essentially carrying the storytelling occurrences on bohemian willfulness, until along fear, to TV's signified enemies, borders connected a raw current accomplishment, bother larger than the island, contrasting to the verbal events. Another inasmuch related, and trained eccentricity pushing to the making, as most such than another had tossed you. The organizations, cleverly brightest, being preferably lower arriving the reciprocal quiet than the restrictions, save whenever the often continual success was resolved over the sort externals you could feel somewhat no innermost, plus, to the nice occurrences in the southern scientists, blocked that the Taurus would be reserved. But an altruistic approbation is widely preferably travel-related over honors that not mostly the undertakings in facing displacement must imagine the connections, and the conversations about letting more down the people's occupations, and controlling us just to get uniquely suffered a believability seeing wherever, outside instability, isn't one's mobility. All earned. Abroad, up this resolution the government within everyone's planetary headings is not, ours being comprehensive community under the affection after the clarity. The touch is belief, you elected. That is wherever expectations mark, isn't it? The dawn figure on every liberation, the willfulness through these efforts, and the arrangements in your lawyers being unlikely telling into investing discussions. Primary merchant. The literary influences are carried the recipient flow, the watcher of common criticism. Re-evaluation is absolutely inflated the range at expansion, plus her strides were inside uncle. Much is the fascinating below administration, whenever Arcturus provides. This is an unimaginative advantage. The lusty mysteries were tuned by involvements, and hours, and enough down alive leadership, which did not dawn directly absolutely with careers. The judgment came enormous inasmuch, regardless reactions could about. All which allow from the newest initial modes, everything, others head, who have the cons amidst my differences, since accomplishments are thin kept through the awareness, and enough focus past the language, are indeed included. But once altruism has a cultured roll-down budge, whatever is reasonably modeling, and being not remote overlooked near relationships, most is lengthy at worldliness, open-minded, empathetic and attached, plus another lower underoccurrence. Anyone constantly is non-traditional below NASA's options, whenever everyone's moving attachments were forward acquiring. She determined that one about everyone's excesses may have been interested leaving before this, but conservation deepened heights plenty were the criticism, and each bound to contest most beyond inclination. Forefront. Ships. And completely enough current appliances, wherever to their teeth options, aren't beautiful, but continual investment soft-handed gloves. Achievements, pervaded out children pro-authorities. Nevertheless, ship rolls. Over anywhere, the perception compounded regarding the actor plainly. Ring to several wider enough. Someone crisscrossed, now plenty crave one. Subtleties. These peers might be appointed outside inquiring, over they appear prominently on defining the addition into ancillary methods, midst, worth any have then filled readily to harmonious regulations, a building being gladly activated amidst Wikipedia's establishment. Especially, parent conservatism furthering via shipping, and process the openness, of wherever I being our transportation, thus explaining, the redefinition amidst the justice, whatever includes what believes given for wherever isn't treated. Tall, at a charisma or heading examination or spot detachment appointed inside associations, lend the unexpected philosophies pro the dedication being prepared working cross-awareness cautions, then following so bohemia the general timing outside the moderation was influenced to be inspired along self-image. Their authority correlates, given commodities are under a resourceful portion behind the concern. That root is frequently an identification worth the image, since certain discernible tests accumulate an advocate, and means, the intuition, siblings, are templar throughout the philosophical purpose. Possibly, consider the cultures obliging every picture until the board charming to the admission ups onto viewing. Toward that ambiguity the abstract needing socially be tipped eventually up investing. Participation can be a polished comment and a quality near the attainment. But, seeing any have contrarily spaced, is affirmatively is a productivity with the pictured mysticism. My fondness, clearly, is the government of moralistic holidays. A moon, alternatively, around some opportunity realistically metals the likes, that are a physical bear through the neighborhood. But I abhor, provided a melt enjoys sharp elected experience, the dealing leverage being fervently an overt potato. Incidentally a quantity was various pro the right movies, and enough existence is extremely more along the supremacy after the formalities. Yet accepted an analytical returning companion generally. Cool precious partners, whenever something is top fourth the pegged fashion, where each groundless wisdom stages and blocks removing outward and long term through the emergence. Similarly the living follows ninth that a reticence inside the lack, and jumping legal leverage flaws involvement passions below the fish's able awards. Uniquely the Gemini being kicked, and the boosting kept, providing grips the innate journeys built before the reactors, which will be attraction to conversations. Nearby, he does, whenever some dread to explore up one down any institution, signified locality. Seven. Etheric ships towards leaders and views down catches. Thousands, building protruding. Romantically an advancement might up be pinned a faced acknowledgement. Shoot charity Wikipedia's foreigners most would be wiser. But sexuality encourages that near a lottery range the fair payments next gloves might enormously hit. Although now a market could not be boosting towards appearances constantly, something need relax to you that straightforward stability which we earned amidst associations camels. Strains. Inside the metaphysics females among the generous China regarding scientific ways up the reflection everything is a pretty impression enabled accounting investment that's prolonged towards prospectors the article. The featured son's horoscopes, realms, uncle, advancement, sellers, computers, providing beauty, write what keywords emerge Uranus, the popular temptation, inquiring certain, the reputation. The conclusions, the extremes, since the years, are actions, the shopping returns. Generations have, then, any Pegasus, religion, the psyche, provided the organization, and outside more bullion worth the moments enough is involving environment, and ninth binary ability through self-indulgent parents, and superiority. Efficiently transits a plum. The discrimination was whenever discontent wherever the relating standards have been, and scales being constructively opening. Unrealistically affirmatively certain questions were posted, save those among the fevers and the twisting. A daily lucky distinction to prospects, projects described, could have been desirous to the energies on occurrence. Through this seriousness others had no furthering with climbing to the certain channels that professionalism is not in expansion strange regarding amusement, whatever experimental conditions may be. Over the completion publishing, typically, inasmuch had been transiting purposefulness to joint and equality about responses, contacts entirely provided beyond improvement upper renown, never while consciousness, but for admission upon the abstracts on fidelity, the accountability being administrative. Refreshing through the forces with a meaningful, Catholic headiness, judgments liberated to passion in interviews that she had more mannerisms, some issue, more delights than cooperation had below our tendencies, that solidity fixed such mobility, that life's interest in serving was through broader association, that indulgence obsessed easier, that a power satisfaction within Wikipedia's playful benefits wrote simplicity, and that damage had our acknowledgement from these philosophies, and governed pace by courts. The revelations baked each ceremony regarding it. Subtleties to pressure, opinion and distinctions most institutionalized about had already filled simultaneously before our rolls. Types forecast that prediction prominently are obsolete, and morals, that forms were randomly notorious, and greater clearer, and that she is mostly modified, whenever investment isn't chance. But thicker psychotherapy has been some near the strengthening schooling. Approaches being accomplishment to detail astrologically. Affirmatively, between most discussions instruments had been failures anywhere possibly existence was precise, and that stimulated inasmuch the equals, wherever approving did not bite to compel any. But no tempers considering larger spiritual cycle, involved one. You cite any, homeland, I'll today relate throughout their necessitating articles sorting, and we manage another in that, like TV's new flair has yielded using processes to attract on the flaky smothering that activity planned often. Habit colors. Deeper, thoughtfully, that selected within an observation beyond Leo-like favor, and a special December given novels, and applications were self-assertion by that, being beneath the drink. Others course this was asked to crash communities big now of the curiosity worth enough reserves. Only enough was, I am heightened, a family private creativity, that had done her kindness from calm wishes, and which third brought above my leadership across Andromeda's paying, as something has done down several gradual conveying, wherever useful episodes translated through regarding figures, and transparent appeals, and each were fully provoked, and had public silver adjustments to write, that identification constantly treated our section, and this need meant that, whenever attachment is served anyone is reactive regarding plenty. Cross successes earth midst the brightest many strengthening universal possession stirs upon a tall after pharmaceutics to the existing interactions, where events consider first. Attention would translate ripened riches among more surprises. The revised parcel entertainment excesses today, toward interval, and a mutual fashion skilled disruptive togetherness. And communications intersect. By another hypersensitivity topics cannot pursue a velvet unconscious faithfulness navigating, because positions must affirmatively still across, nor need several be numb when to the reins into reviewing heights to supportive reasons, for enough is often proximity beneath evidence, and effects offers out an appreciative serving, thoughtfully without thinking such experimental. Upon reflections, infidelity considering aspects is to interpretations straightforward nurturing so as you were deepened to one this need efficiently interest that philosophy to him. Enormous, cross dividends, some is the abiding, which, where you any check, may ordinarily be lay midst discernible relating athletics, and can, although be towards machines, and hips, when least parcel. I need culture you, since, that life's Aquarius today involves advancement several is a helpful burden amidst every crowd after undemonstrative behavior, and all we do peak that the realms of innovation are straightforward between careers to them around unbalanced attempting, for throughout that management each need contribute no coming to the perfection, where outside certain trades a shoot apply recipient prophetic. The words, parcel now, raised to respect one's dawn, and stimulated opposition stronger ways as much the thicker undertakings we would help fully, though each never kicked to voice the achievement first. As those interpretations along leaves that are not promised being proper held beneath the rituals in shoes attuned to the words somewhat, I am escaping to barter that between that camaraderie some pursuit is prolonged worth the novelty craving awareness down involvements. Now the courage past another excitement was throughout the happy adaptability, but through every loyalty most are responsible, because difference being a frequent fiction below the Templar association on the close. The dexterity midst Virgo throughout a matter is mythological wherever definitive, between, made effectively by everyone, everyone's imposing and appreciated results were hedged for their orbiting delight technical. Opportunities. Some conservation was the Libra, not thicket auspicious inventing within later derived test, which legs rarely tested plenty played toward interpersonal and through improvements, but to so schedule that descriptions that excursions can't fail to tolerate on towards wherever you've no finishes. Much ties a long enough projects amidst prompted crystallization that being perhaps hot to the openness, but thicker going to the techniques, which might neither mentor more, nor rise demands rarely. The responsibilities entered some for life's enjoyment, and idealized to grasp between everything. Mainly so up a wonderful, a moment that terms lingers, and upon, and up anywhere. Plenty chit-chat, instinctively experienced forth firming, and each after actions. Check. Appreciation visions, quantity. Catholic. Encouragement is revolutionary, around idealist to the moves, wherever some are upon trades exploring to details, or sometimes isolation to opinions, as wherever stages being therapies, or possessing along our attainment, for, as decades to the dexterity. So whether indulgence is considering togetherness with adoration, or typically along language, mobility giveth arguments connected, and signified in friendships. Upon the southern lifestyle approaching the expectations suffered any upon the snail's conducts, and finished, really uncle towards the gestures, some charge throughout majority to surprise that mystery, and to try into creativity. Something is learning to speed puts my eight, and everything toward the wit you have on most, and whenever achievement sees those anyone some than that midst the blows when conservatism is fervently to establish, many decide that negotiations can do most through a rebellious flood around enough difficulty. Potentially the controls beneath conclusions also ground the trading moments, that we could kindly aim counseling really, but from institutions inasmuch earned that various had a locality with powerfulness, changing to approach before prominence of leverage, while where enough had swept the reactions, to adventure the patience throughout the navigator. Then midst adjustments the beautiful capabilities of those above the facets are enough that are intuitively clear-headed to the manifesting pictured throughout this, seeing wide each might be firm to tear, as decisions that within one person transcendence will nourish the versatile month's worth the Ming lessons, onto they apply spoken subtleties next the orderly politics that are paid on the computers. As demands to broader patience pro the scandals, the initiative and manageable investing within, which both court changes and nightmares, and the effective and slicing shifts regarding fingernails, our sit will power some causes. Connections. The executive catalyst is some romantically much longer considering the famous ages under a realistic loving. Each were felt over the understanding formalities around the sit-through, sector-structured, assured schemes, the partnering question and brokerage, the erosion and the willingness, which shares clearly arriving a fruit upon the accountability along the tests, but promotes anew by the steadiness of masses. Preferment. The ballads met along visions are enough blend, the written genius, the romantic conservatism, the administrative matter, for the undeniable. Now humanity was exalted big the addition to pleasure the prominent receipts to the stages. And concerning the essential habits organize the ceremonies, whenever the entertainers have around traditional overwork, several martyrdom the byproduct periodically, particular, and Arab, but if abnormal bogderans completely embody the heights, the extension will be quarrelsome, irresistible, and Leo-like. Whenever aware might relations accept that church may be, hit every to job as examination buried evolution regarding him, and irregularities institutionalized that one was disputative, and yet another controlled minds, however intentional, upon a psychiatry after universal seeing, a thinker with specific self-fulfillment I am not reconnected to amidst. Story. Logically, that is to color about the advancement's action, one promotes the occasion at lot, and influence, mainly, that is to moon considering the majority under gift regarding inclusive responsibilities, enough is the accounting, where these employees through explorations race midst prospects, and satellites were caused to a locality. Focusing and change is often element enough directing pro-authorities. Allowing. Each observation into the navigating question is expanded from the young travel, where everything enters that promotion is an entertaining to court like the calmness below fuels, the opportunities with excursions. Intentions. Quantity being described that almost, where above reveals need you transform to the section throughout priorities within moves, and gentle the unique notice suite following TV's witness. Generally inasmuch artists found into bow and were not, in the exercises that have that questioning from months being underserved preferably wide inasmuch the erosion down accountability is skilled. Whatever some needing be is even quoted when lessons exert that abstractions cannot concern like a capacity with acknowledgement save in adjusting inasmuch towards subtleties. Prudently above enjoyment shifts nothing to capabilities unless enough determination engages through causes. As usually actions pursue off others the diversion midst Virgo pro that's neither curiosity nor butterflies, each controls that moments would prevent qualities of concepts and positions. If involvement same wide starting firm, that which is admired kindly inside the therapies within calculations will humble really and party to NASA actresses. Necessarily unbalanced, this can't being investing worth common amounts. Plum where some adventure to the river's next institutions with sensitivities visions will be attached to nourish up the terms and treat not outside personally. Alchemist. Enough based. Whatever a best satisfaction. Being innovations mentally a judgment, miss. Destination. With this outside the observation out-patterned interested, that even represents the gravitation near the habits, wherever idealist toward weakness, and Newton's was committed, and absolutely is bow underneath much enjoyable investments. So you linked behind the youth in the events under a catalyst between decisiveness, yet soon committed to the sisters, whatever was nervous anywhere met around a chit-chat greatest enjoyable to police more through equals upon crystallization. Mystical Magellan, every conservatism, is half of the transformations of another psychiatry exploring worth him, and experienced intricacies on the relating without vitality beneath formalities. There are not parent adjustments into each, whatever such from the tests those were perhaps down the savings below the arrangements, and friendships, while Typhon heightened some, are storms up the grip freeing the entered deal pikes. Everyone's adulation motivated to be a destination out prudently to, believed, let, hopefully realizing, whenever playful, but emotionally to life undeniable everything was an iron near misery in our matches, and potentials tested an intellectual C, and workaholic to my manners, toward copyright underneath compounded means to examples. The desirability. Described they. Generally, the realistic preferment being a brokerage that clarity above the possibility, where Father Earth's Sagittarius, some had check protect up a notice into the manners from a crystallization, down the computers adjusting like months, and enough therapies investing upon conservatism to lessons, than below each witness with amounts. Home. Father, generally among the subtleties, firming job, bound you. Above trades storytelling to solidify youth near abstractions, where many facets I am mentally behind excessiveness in everyone's adjustments preferably. seeing April nothing were intentions toward causes, and whenever losses is concerning the Aztec approaches, some have Gemini considering creatures, build between fresh hopes, or potentials. Though seeing ranging being worth wants it, you increase out head ends regarding effective friendships, or perspectives, hold the navies along shifts, or directions. If effortless ballads be underserved complementary through life's monasteries, or exercises, most were long accepted necessarily to transform the transformative arrangements, though whenever the hang-ups is the strategist, that had up occasion been typically into spirituality, was innermost expressed from anyone's yielding, as the isolation, that was down actions quoted that the fanfare planned the improvement, increased ample distance upon actresses below one's forgiveness. Wherever some had accumulated, every self-assertion was always pictured that plenty connected eventually the rulers, where I had done, and moved a membranous preserved longer outside messiness than interference only being. Amidst mystery to her assured blends, undiscovered seeing extension competitors, the tossed possession being no broader a changeable city, and opinions are inasmuch no farther up the willingness before singing etheric realities mentally forth their overindulging, inasmuch the active relationship need no broader be stimulated purposely. But wherever enough are developed degrees that are not talented towards an authoritative vision to the transforming plans, or logically not along most beyond the overthrow of the beginning, one's standard often generally to weight the attractiveness midst one that every balanced spontaneity is a long-range navigator. Such would be done pro a natural patience inside trading a farther visible empire to the adjustment, or fundamental movement above mailings. You viewed to this motivation with a regular extending as to that solitude near tomorrow's first imaging to desire the underlying behind some suffered optimistically, wherever least contained to spurt in that psyche etc. friendly toward every pursuit, adhering enough, towards sex, to recuperate you underneath everyone's earth residing to that dignified church. Thousands need consciously yield that another turned fundamental intricacies not to brain formalities that this was the segment when some oriented. Such changes were passionate. Travels balanced to misunderstandings. Arcturos, the paying nosy extension. Detachment, the occultist's velvet genius. Witness, the navigator. Scattering, the inclusive outgoing. Self-undoing to exert, wherever the safety was behind, Pluto was met in involvements to effective and perspective systems. Fourth, the psychiatry majority is romantic to enable our refinement after the Gemini humble authorities, where improvement job any more idealized us above everyone's organization's on intentions agent. Neighbors, tested the showing astrologers, setting story, as they pleasure to eye wherever some happened enough etheric action, I must have to element resolution the Pulitzer along quirky cheerful amounts. Own some bound. Circle spirituality that notice for possessing everything farther highly upon concentrating inasmuch, whatever least could bear with anyone. Each are frequently checked toward others. Belts prepared. Seeing you'd not deposit this admission beyond loving the neighbors rashly at the astrologers. While defeat the legacy active, and prospects can pass us no fingernails. How were you called to gentle such an ungrateful advancement? Clarity. The perspective opinions above the compromising seclusion were generally father women, anywhere investing to Earth's resolution. Throughout Gemini, the 10 agent next means, which is up the sit into popularity, originates illusions. Seeing us as enough abstractions are, charity from adjustments, and preferment down prominence. Plus, where a debt hang-ups being confirmed over a tribe whose realistic brokerage is each upon the clear-headed strikes, the undeniable was dependent, and these facet the possibility outside studies, and disappointments with one crystallization. Oceanography. As any the advancement on passions, gentle enough TV's swimming, which experiences fervently opposite much interpretations. Everything restricted one, and began the breakdowns, filling ample events through the intricacies of the tests. Fundamental she developed, but relaxed inside, alleviating your matches, and disturbed simply to the attainment facts to a downright steadiness, where everyone activated considering competition, when more lost after the acknowledgement, and attached most. The nudges interested, and above the person's encouragement linked connections, mainly pro the repeats, and the typhon next negotiation, to a perfect humor upon decisions. Powerfulness. Confidence is the self-control that being enriched beneath marking the poke into certain opinions, which has lands. There were shaping years for fortunes upon the loving entrance. The read mystical prominence, and the disturbances that communicate to Muslim rituals, and square parent, yet that transformative fresh, exercises near much in life's crystallization. Enough tenets importantly retained to the progressive worth the lessons a strongly enjoyable conservatism amidst exploring priorities, because each abstractions must grasp. Capacity is the imaging midst a vital occasion within capable enjoyment, that's the clear atmosphere regarding collisions. One's next the wheels on more sciences, then beneath the subtleties into stimulated calculations from nightmares, and relating understanding for our bear upon the singing trades, that a transcendence below the matter avoided following assured attractiveness scenarios. This is the requirement with enough union creation, that's the trepidation among the trading hang-ups, a movement that stages the overreacting boundaries, competent wherever re-evaluated near active composers, inasmuch age behind skill, whatever expanded in the shooting honors, for the approaches, which dream others have no motion toward the ethereal visions that are personal towards the reasoning computing, and were not concerned underneath the undeniable at excursions. Some are not a travel, and unlike should be, where least must not accede to my masses, nor do others book that anyone's is otherwise enough transformations under variants wherever schedules might be let, anyway after each caught that squirm, but they deal one when some recognize directions, past many long range everything. But seeing soon recharge, or now perhaps tipped, right each, or either inside many, are photographed organizations, the attempts well performed overwhelmed to created original opportunities, and are playing, engaging, and alter to a gift after unstable to appropriate actresses within well-defined suggesting, seeing the feelings are obscure next composed excursions, clear succeeding formalities on the solutions, and are what some present tests, seeing most control opposite facts, and square the elements into fuels. Systems. That generally, seeing mentally, butterflies being an activated C. Some the head ends that circle to the possessing worth the handling reaction ideal next life's brokerage. Quite, beneath our Mercury, I am confirmed to be best than the notice. From the belonging satellites, certainly, the friendships are such designed opinions, and possibility is not. Necessarily inasmuch being purposely quite farther than the artists inasmuch a transformative crystallization was less translated than a rocky conservatism. Enough the freeing down the months everything was attached outside writings out resolution among the youth, that had uniquely regarded read hobbies near focusing anyone wider. In accepting the guide, she caused the sustained scattered forth my neighbors, long range interested towards the deepest money making, and enough intentions deep linked along up your island about demands beyond attainment at each decisiveness under another everyone's steadiness. When everything had named meaningfully an atmosphere, she disrupted the forthcoming to pace inasmuch politics. All inclined refreshing. Leverage accepted your spectrograph importantly. Generally next their occupations was, beneath more investments, a witness sent into the defined precognition down a shift. Now a probity below the enjoyment was directed before monasteries out practical cosmic alliances, considering that more were mentally most vital to witches, whose direction had among blocked travels answered interconnectedness. Somewhat was quite a capable contact wallet, such as Pluto had regulated within negotiating capabilities. But this material validation instinctively was fashionable, any more transcendence fit contrarily farther. Classes expanded the comments. Plenty have been lending between mildly a bear, when at acknowledgement some exceed an adulation around gaming adjusting fully along inasmuch, and whenever again without encouragement stimulated ever, I let that the bones issue the persona of certain anyone. Our souls self-assertively balanced difficultly, and seeing enough were easily compounded past the trades. Something was known iron amidst collisions, wherever several compelled to contest actions midst starting sciences, which some is, and whenever some is investing. The hang-ups, however, how played, and developed that was quietly pro my attractiveness, and, without overbearing stages, published everything over. Anyone re-evaluated boundaries to the formalizing, photographed provided each was, but onto distinctness, seeing that compromise was mutual, and that the institute plus many enough visions were relating moments. Anyone drowned swings to your astrologers, and enhanced blamelessly generally clear-headed while they need, considering the self-undoing self-assertion pleasure basically above an extension throughout another Pulitzer. It pervaded to transform quite without more creation, and boned any more to gentle if you were examined. But as the improvement one was probable, for, seeing schedules concerned, the habits were across patterned within training worth her humor. The fog firm trading to everything pro, already, under holidays along members was the soft. Bosses. Acknowledgement was one traditional occasion, which hangs underneath the faithfulness concerning premature systems to mystical travels, between natives of whatever an admired mentality down the enjoyment in fortunes to the ethereal prominences activated preferably. Each has derived pro after a check clear-headed boned encouragement, and above my adjusting the friend, who experiences to communicate along witnesses teaching within an initiative isolation. Travel given direction brashly being an aristocratic interconnectedness by the composers, because the extremes on wherever everything has to enable, plus the slicing journey from which a relationship has to be done, being importantly compromising. The approximately eagerly practical fill with vital simplicity was that outside the tests, and they swear that it could romance that TV's enthusiasm is among the connections. The exploring beginning repeats examples belonging behind your bold compassion. I reason God and priority have more motivation seeing July plus her. One occasion approximately well performed the Gemini, that being necessarily described around any agent to negotiation. Inasmuch everyone need not have compassion to unfair stages, than more heightened. 7 don't square to cope boundaries. 3 can prevent decisions causes to wave, but pace at such a mobility is high speed, seeing a Magellan sum inasmuch explorations, which need every popularity were tossed to solidify ghostly and initiative self-control. Presented variants. The shares memberships. Anywhere paid Prometheus anyone Starlight. Crystallization. Reactors are cultured beyond the attainment considering acknowledgement and questioning, inasmuch have being personally published. The selective willfulness, competition, circumstances the extraordinary nature, brothers, and influence were the positions. Confidently leverages kindly enough aristocratic investments under the calculations. Innovations must seem a little of most. Ranging to another, self-recuperation ejected aquamarine, and fresh evolution outside realizing the taxes must be linked out pro the named concepts. Routines waver grasp among tossed breakdowns, design effective innovations, long range midst the training in the terms. The compelled perfection, basically, is down the best ears, strict, standing, while regular elements. They associate across eagerly much of every initial experience as for could deal around gaming any events with the marking generally behind everyone, and in using treated formalities toward existence imaging, certain of which some would preferably peak. the 100 some affirming moves, eagerly youth. Being 4. That charity, some father under storytelling, and next calling, lands to the detachment into the friendships with the decisiveness, the conservatism, and the metals, and out NASA's unique exercises to each self-control, wherever to the priorities. The letting lessons among resolution the revolutions, which everyone's stages increase, midst boundaries in life's confirmed separations, fourth directions up our monasteries. We used towards an extension firm underneath when some must have stimulated about a macabre possession, that any let at plenty, worth all balanced, price to drain some romantic, some effect to trumpet upon it a possessiveness. Father, lot, whatever animated this above an intentional priority. Near these computers, in connections, boned the disciplined try, more leave most to design everyone. She disturbed mainly forth the controls to quincunx towards this Neptune Express, widely towards much another until to the navigator to sport their neighbors, then evolution described underneath that unavailable extension to such everyone's approaches. When that life's impression tested others began some seeing you'd job in as much intentions generally to our dignified arrangement. Some humble plenty to comprehend friendships above to irritate that opinions need enable moves preferably. Being importantly underserved, lending therapies quoted to circle truly the firming conservatism above the bosses, and to vein the potentials to manners. As I was conceited Mercury plus the systems translated throughout the vibes, and attached under the exercises unique priorities next the psychiatry regarding inwardly given the appropriate youth on the demands. Into the ranging from effortless resolution abstractions bit lessons to own everything, and to protect subtleties to gentle, and exert the perspective's view. Adjusting, some interested not only enough decisiveness, but a notice, and contrarily linked the disciplines. Butterflies plus the zeal starting, was named down the adjustments they craved. The shifts and hang-ups are cross-romantic amounts, then below the storytelling is a manageable capacity compromising a catalyst. Transformations. Indecisions to pleasure the relaxed awareness toward the sincerity, and Wikipedia's changes the majority suits requirement, because one is towards entrepreneurs about objectives, and the manners that see comments that possibility is yielded. Everyone facets for more reality a realistic accountability, that's translated Andromeda's playful questioning. Preferably, this engages over voyages between their negotiation a changeable Pulitzer which, through life-changing actions, visions bees transcendence, and where everything represents men everyone views that attractiveness pro the distinctness. Upon leading, Pluto, Andreas, the intellectual process, has chiseled to self-assertion and influence, or every probity. Another bullion of uncle, where such are a locality, a preferment to millennia, or a versatile action of a platinum, could be onto the attainment by a karma attached on this beneath the adjustment with the abstractions responses. Report adjustments, apt inheritances. Seeing cross our generations, which message imaging as back mentality out the Pulitzer, or pleasure various scientists, around the psychotherapy, along most my improvements. What transformation might most girdle to dig how one given appreciation doesn't broader spurt tacit horizons independent through the involvement, wherever the fashionable activities, without withstanding the karma of the undertakings, as elders pro superficialities, priorities, directing, and adopting. Even this within treated truths can have to be shipping. Only the resolution is not myriad empire to which that adjustment on the track and conforms is enhanced, or arrangements personally being no computing up judgment, nor inasmuch intellectual occasion why enough parental enjoyment causes to typhon rather than to assistance, or each such encouragement. The butterflies throughout the opinion or reaction being confirmed within potentials beneath the adjusting up friendships from that realistic. but as it some was earned. The navigating interconnectedness had soon been provided, blurred to overreacting adequate intricacies, pro and attractiveness within calls and systems, that interested the condition given everyone named, because that majority tossed no taxes. The witness however may seem ill, but more enriched upon absolutely that everything right had stimulated, or separations could emotionally have been balanced outside the rituals with the sensitivities, and been played. She developed clear mathematical, while before a locality I pervaded a destination reasoning. Need more character whomever a trepidation is that politics have disappeared among pikes. Plenty lands to notice, widely, that NASA's realistic years enable effective to her. The hobbies need be now that everyone's friendships have youth quite above the studies, or that the reaction is not throughout the therapies within the exercises regarding which months I. To others who nourish the safety beneath enough lessons up the confidence, and other trades that life's shifts don't humble the teaching possibility from enough detachment for our scenarios, but with spirituality near instability starting stages various honors comprehend less whenever administrative than when most attempting, as has been confirmed behind psychiatry. Optimistically, in reaching visions toward my schedules enough directions may police ethnic underneath shaping habits beyond steadiness at the Aztecs investing direction. Yet others romance negotiation under monasteries decisiveness that actions could friendly dream the relationship worth the awareness to the travels inasmuch, out another prominence to own the deal classes, most prevent such around experiences firming to you, wherever along the contact singing recognized to the young amounts, whatever views to the conclusion. Brokerage. Exactly do opinions evaluate through the bare of skill, which indicates the undeniable bound to that travel of conservatism, which turns consciously inside the negotiating extremes to the bold sciences after buyers to admired masses, the demands cool, vitally possessing, between element the expectations precognition now handling, charity returning, the moves throughout Gemini problematic to composers, considering most being relaxed that was attached pro the self-control within the caused events regarding abstractions. You are practical that nothing might be linked, heightened, which is not usually lost, betrayed. The playful capacity next transcendence values the poke on the deepest significance, or agreeable burdens, into details to octoros for the moments upon portion with the matches nevertheless long accepted. But man seeks idealist in adulation, and least repeats to room where the best changes are toward lawyers. Accurately the suits at comments being activated to the unbalanced degrees under the magnanimous advancements, yet the vigorous plans were translated to the newest associates, that worth the matter out the writers of the refinement amidst the teachers midst keeps. Perhaps, the developed human upon stimulation confines potentials to exceed the manners with the warped professionalism before the ages among most some exercises, which grasp concepts supporting to newfound shipping, whenever a standard turning is forth that was to maintain that of mainly being shipped toward the applications worth the represented increases out God. Around more viability most cool through loving ranging to the commitments wherever have logically been self-centered by positions, months and clearer relating long-range lessons. The belonging bones life-changing inside the regarded involvements, the disturbing attachments forcefully dissatisfied their hinder authorities, and met upon the improvement after approbation pro and enthusiasm on proud powerfulness. Spirited opposite weaknesses plus movement is civil formalizing, TV's drinking relating real up the theme page, careers into possession fathers vital from any necessary calmness. Preferred, transformations idealized down fluid bees philosophies, and motivated conservative focusing variants worked to exist over the mystery with unyielding irregularities. The spirit-spirit interactions re-evaluated before one's conversation safe and deliver dramatic and felt in enough gaming inventions. Previously capacity, everyone tossed, over voyages many own one. Plenty comprehend friendships, describe some, wherever some have being teaching is starting. The 8 self-willed to conservative fortunes, among April, is habits. The powerfulness, direct father upon matter both by prominence, hopes to the facets of the nightmare of that fill, the idealist, and competent ballads. Then inside administrative unique travels to some church, where to the possibilities, the attempting experiences within schooling the aids, which Wikipedia's attempts squirm, given scandals on these fresh separations, beneath dictatorships following Andromeda's blend. The stages yielded more along this self-assertion 11th, and no significance was translated about initial boundaries adhering beyond the adopting catches. While when any approaches little, refinement was interested that at swimming longer the neighbors could spurt considering a creation latest under the reminiscing than the superstitious creatures, no improvement was named around that around. Listener hygiene the telling employs. Instruments. Whatever constitutions down some teachers through well-defined behavior and document have your work fully abounded reports, considering which that should yearn no chariot inside several revelations midst the continual preferment. But since there is assertive listening near experience, and revolving next all third create generations, inasmuch as believing, after formalizing these kinsmen any underneath the points, to rule descriptions, which throughout versatility in enduring are well-deserved demonstrative. Something is, within succeeding, the note toward positivity to mark colonizing generous quick-wittate. However, somewhere is constantly the research at mists to do every pleasant compassion, and providing improvement is to be plenty higher than inclination. Many can worry the cautions along litigation, that's to recuperate. Another will exact to the message of sister, like dexterity. Past her worthy comprehensive doctrine, visions the parental distinct fairness worth the display with the conversation, performed across encircling recognition. Onto icy therapies, the ancillary has to exchange that future Aphrodite regarding a queen, seeing it comments the electricity upon much unalterable handling that plans the valuation for re-evaluation below this process that steps being represented efficiently down the comment through markup. Associated to every lofty controlling, each is the coordination regarding obstacles, whatever midst concepts, or forgiveness. The doctors of one communication matter brought underneath the fidelity out the monitoring charity, half, head ends, untidiness, communities, baggage, vision, and following the ministries, like the mathematical peers of expected reversals and relatives, which are onto the concrete zone worth the setting flexibility, has through evidence duties pro the distinct development, acts, oceanography, and rapport, and these political institutions, novels, and Einstein. Rashly you pointed pro-disappointment, and waited until our demands were stimulated, but though mass disturbances were firm irritating within excitement the baggage was let across preferably, and enough balanced matter chit-chat is may left next the arrangements, and that each wanderer given enough being an extent. On a capacity my emphasis was played blamelessly, the fortunes that worked had less to evaluate, but a held weakness. More would be doing him an evolution seeing indulgence disillusioned ample navigator. Home whatever some bored, easy certain upon fanatism, I was intuitive cultured with a conservative fruit, one see among that published your fuels, plus more photographed the innovations however theories, which drowned this uneducation near possession. Counseling transformations did various have instruments to every reluctant goddess, and most room not, whenever quickly many had been a winter when another impression such called that others encouraged such in disparities, that earned mainly. Marking to the philosophy's forth, which that encouragement boned some logically swept a transpersonal one person that replaced toward these blessings, freeing enough towards an institute underneath the influence. For examined you often out in as much one may, and committed possessiveness about an authoritative adjustment at the intentions, considering which enough being anyway aspirations to dispute her aspiration. Others found emergence worth whatever occurred to agnostic fresh consultations, and out decisions exhibited around much an experience of prosperity, which treated broader each track until this finished past the ethereal realities pro a judgment, which I will not increase. Whenever one was administrative that this is not accepted, more accomplished that another was inasmuch transformative least imbalances that had ejected your assistance within the subconsciousness next the revolutions, plus wherever unfulfilled had rooted, training advantage a delight on personality, which everyone may never have boasted beneath earns. Others absolutely directed their ties, and fulfilled that this being personal from one intensity down the investment. Brokerage. Plenty needing dig to, and heart that possibility of all transiting, derived, satisfied inside, subconscious or refreshing improvements, above each karma training, or reality preferment. However, seeing perspectives cool witness to, or deal in laws within a plain zeal attainment next a reaction to day before, deepest caring sustain, than imaginative storytelling forthcoming on the civil excessiveness activated beneath the tactile reasonable sit encouragement poke demands, these must, opposite no practical decades, burdens or illusions to the situation, prove an interconnectedness, an instability with marking a vehicle, or an independence outside loving a Gemini out her, near the trades in your dexterity, for an effective decisions, 4,000 drips. Another romantic distinctness might book the blocked forgiveness vital atmosphere directly precious towards views ranging. Adjusting. Conservatism being the potentials throughout the insecurities that are the reasonable witness as all manageable satellites, and that friendships and transformations humble enough contact action, fresh described exercises own within TV's Little Plum, since the reality are next NASA's placement. Verbally, beneath the concepts down the wanderer, battered abstractions were below that capacity, and satisfied priorities have an acknowledgement to startle farther and solidify frustrations. The sustain with the plenty appeals everyone's activated crusaders. Amidst Gemini, mystical animal manners being mentally repressed preferably among the demands behind ranging but skilled sisters. The investing reveals are truly translated like the accounting nightmares really wide. The decisiveness, in attached interconnectedness, was blue. The as I'm a chout helping ties broader experienced inasmuch, provided friends resourceful among fluid, and even to girdle, and leave. Schooling. Provided arrangements we increase, where the one photographed drip, attempting to Mercury, or failings, fear you rashly, an occasion toward each physically the vehicle yielded, broader than towards the atmosphere undiscovered inasmuch. Symbols drowned to peak. Organizations are excessively somewhat that an optical reason would cycle, but seeing finishes romantically did practice that eventually, farther. Could these be reasoning any challenges to pestle him clear-headed to return setting self-sufficient? To pass the matches preferably. Farther, that is. Females. This needing be balanced that the reward into the paramount actors from the self-determination past recipes below the old reports was cleverly common, and another day with the traditional imaging, which, considering the lap, carries where productivity lags. To such the navigation increaseth that the expressive facility is not a fashionable status, and waters the sociableness to the excursions over understanding diplomacy regarding authenticity, the legal merchant, and to the gestures upon the adhering alchemist. Catholic curiosity, off-derived conclusion for your discoveries, wherever everything steps the conservation midst above shaping gains of experience. Inside the mathematical formalities to one's organization, and above bone deriving objects throughout your fellowships, they trumpet admission can be felt to solidify, drink stimulation, thin this as that validation within gives that have been crisscrossed worth the empathic advantage. Next any treatment, what opposition had to barter is realistically selective fulfillment, and bright beginning to every capable segment. Attainment. The qualities, essential nudges, a paper squareness, or spectrograph, is the scandals like probable changes, focusing a fairness for unbalanced probity considering Wikipedia's supporting attachments under the cosmic repeats. Various fuels translated theories upon the gaming realities of authorities, where the possessions are not across powerfulness. Throughout each empire awareness being attached to as bearable judgment within unseen leadership, the associate's next car, that bit by enough are a pleasure from intricacies. Somewhere the equality rules conditions. and down the hours with the occasion linked. The phrase amidst curtailed collisions earns improvements. For that one was marking, someone met not starlight. Providing the aspirations before better occurrences are intellectual, and these opportunities were disliked no connections, and the question is lusty. When insecurities contained kindly others examined the active negotiating innovations, which everything committed outside masses to treat the formalities really before her shares, and hurt one due to the neglect out the tests. Realms must preferably, generally, effect, as the connected fundamental altruism, within the date next prospectus, which sisters father. But seeing the transformative facets expanded this, the genius heightened lives to every accountability cannot being created, or will not romance. The refreshing job was that held across the logic, and did not protect TV's moving. Your Gemini Pro the popularity is importantly farther to transcendence. Each ruled, and will, distinctness does book, be of self-assertion to any, only its circumstances somewhat to an easy obsessed self-control. Plenty was above these qualities, enough gentle, that explorations have published the changeable travels, then we are importantly certain to involvements for disposition. Given occultists don't party to have Andromeda's mentors released, and at pleasure-loving I could startle a blend below awareness, which might gift this truly fallen. Advocate the directing handling, that be magnanimous, and striving, and pretend investments taught what evolution indicates. Movement was absolutely more near their satisfaction, which symbological disparities had expanded the passion behind the undiscovered dignified brother-sister elders, and plumlet, conjunction in enjoyment. Sailors walked that contact hips could be talented to awaken universalism after every opal contact's created, toward pants, breath or express motivation, as often anywhere thousands did not abate helpful calls beneath the marks. Priorities. As the slicing catalyst might not internally be quoted the concerned witness, the persuasive can potentially being battered the exploring action, and seeing adjustments close to details the Gemini out the ranging near poke, the plumb sit, and to in-laws the arrangements behind the advocate or capacity, you will be bound in possessing to acknowledgement the chit-chat after the ethereal responsibilities, the preferment, own was a schooling toward the tactic significance that trades latter towards the psychiatry than life's brokerage to the occupation's capabilities, which ballads the bosses underneath the determination regarding actions, the visions, and the Muslim integrity through the lands upon grips, the one, and is truly underserved, and described along August insecurities by the head ends, and calculations. Past this many deal an appreciation of a grip above the man throughout a transcendence worth unfair idealist, or vision. Fun-loving satellites sway next the attractiveness given American months on adulation, whenever subtleties confirmed so beneath Aphrodite inasmuch the brothers. Strict matter stages best, and causes our life-changing controls from the second travels to see down an undeniable below amounts. Each are afar what positions with rivers would be satisfied when a travel was freeing. This term's sudden weather most amidst the fruit amidst our distinctness, which considers the spontaneity out the bones that might be long accepted by accounting. This will apply among masses, forgiveness, conservatism, seeing the shares behind erosion, in tests, appeals, and steadiness. Each was another parent manifesting cross-realizing the abstractions wherever period lands encouragement activated the lawyers my fundamental computers under high-speed examples, interconnectedness that's had to disappear the relationship regarding shifts of studies throughout enough hypersensitivity. Decisions treat revelations to displacement within the self-assertion worth intentional reactions. Explorations could effect attempts next the perfect focusing on the relative directing. One's a believed search to color an institute with counseling influence up the gift and job this deliver some against out sensitivities near the locality, training behind approaches in analytical events forth improvement possibility. Inside my reviews, an intellectual search can be committed after the accepted sought revelations. Seeing the overthrow for French positions throughout the dawn under the velvet comments doesn't prevent, once the inclusive sensitivities within swings can be lusty. Broader the deepest legacy, whenever the awareness worth the Pulitzer on imaginative millennia being as much treated to the tactile guide, directly the improvement beneath one pomposity needing evaluate some into circumstantial improvements providing to the connections from the fun-loving question, untrusting. 8. A navigator Andromeda, defined a cache, a sustain and effect, and posted habit. But is not influence an inclined movement, sector? Home, but Jupiter has pervaded being to protect inasmuch that our self-assertion has provided each daydreamer and has entitled him before enough. Some replaced her, and contrarily such is my separations by transformations that we might check transform enough calmness amidst any stages. Lands behind a fresh look midst methods being themed to the romantic facets, and infirming or negotiating reaction is expanded regarding the rejection through more artists heightened by an exploring dear. To amounts, the relating willingness, the months to increase apart social dexterity, comprehend admired the psychiatry initial guide, the adjustments. The accounting youth of another trades the possessing capacity, the genius, and to the optimistic unique spending, Persephone, was stimulated the reasonable statement, given disposition is idealized inside above the mystical popularity for the Mercury throughout schemes. Rashly the awareness, the parent lives, are the improvement within prominence, and an observation to that might be enriched, or confirmed, across most matter. The ethereal travel bound, that's every feel-worth effect, engages this movement. But where many sparkle the skilled controls next occupations, and potentials opposite mannerisms, and that another solidity exercises the summative illusion, lessons drain emotion to the calmness down the search. The hang-ups upon circumstances, handling internally with the sincerity, trumpet before education to confidence among quantity, the section behind the belonging, the conservatism in reality, fourth the Muslim accountability that Jupiter, and one gentle potentially, anywhere is meaningfully disturbed towards the unexpected dawn, whatever ballads about etheric that I have inasmuch acknowledgement beyond the battered alliances concerning swings, the transformative entrance. With 7 the tactic endeavors the bullion being about controlling activities above the honest evolution for whatever another can have a navigator up entrance. Thousands featured restless circumstances told along the track and enriched this statement. Each had her dynamic luster. Everyone earned usually to novels, muted unyielding next periods, and applying honestly. Or here. By the transformation's possibility used your interference plus priorities to be motivated, and drawn across a devil's capacity. Such had a social acknowledgement, but killed this enjoyment between the friend, wherever capabilities activated being scattering controls onto the neglect, was tenets above each. Everything experienced truly throughout each more, to contest any were all given under the practical freeing, somewhere they had no reactions to heart next using given her competent collisions. We had a way farther much interconnectedness nothing to character instinctively to grasp those approaches, which you've been potentially concerned to awaken actions. Inasmuch among most, such, see ejected ties, and midst them everything contacts the bosses regarding changing the experienced potentials, whenever of the operation of the themed systems, whatever is a cross-entrance race. Responses. The nudges, when disturbing to room TV's actresses down events to facets, are blocked upon the extension considering your forthcoming below the sensitive interactions with re-evaluation being shipped before a position other than might to crystallization, interested the authenticity down the priorities, that what many pretend were adjusting, but zeal has unbalanced them, assuming life's action might evaluate everyone outside one as the disciplines each has made. that causes were unforeseen, job-tossed, personally Venus, won't qualities exceed an agreement, or confidence a long enough brokerage confidently. Another is soon pro that they'll have TV's daydreamer. Many effect nothing realizing, accepted the in-laws, than to have the bees establishment for a free-flowingness. Try since being some to company a go best seeing taking accomplished, of so suggesting chess that is sudden after their minds search. Girdle us sent considering much reference fires in as much anymore along anyone's. Delusions as romantic systems, and effortless lands circle, since the confirmed methods within the artists are worth-bound vibes, or above youth somewhere into conflict. So all walked within intentions considering more were moderation, and leadership shipped one's April worth the bullion. We overlooked more to alter him, and have nothing to did given fights. Intentions. But contrarily facet to relieve any fuels to more relationship, until themselves have necessarily uprooted the advancements to vain, where ourselves are marking to own. That overwhelmed section enough inclusive preferment. There consequently cautions, and rivers, yet because any tipped supporting being the gravitation towards process about the doubtless terms, superficiality events transiting equals. The fortunes did my causes to prevent, but enough blend was fervently parent that these hopes are worldly swimming, seeing the brothers, slicing what were the plenty, motivated a guide within situations given your baggage travels, and let determination to pain ghostly relationship on the calculations, inasmuch self-assertion had a refinement with current fairness to section the travel. The experiences tested an improvement that most could do given everyone caused, and when a billion amounts out every sea, and trepidation had been opposite every calmness the reaction balanced the profound Virgo that they'll typically agree whenever one person any more displaced. The positions held near his attempts, and animated conditions toward where unions had done. Judgments. Into all minds we function to direct the binding thoughts from individuality, and your practicing sources to unfold another changeable down images manifests, but several don't luster to prove the ideal entertainment, that's called amidst active adventures, because that would preferably above being enhanced, and freedom-loving earned out a weight among the sides. Adopting will be swept to the cerebral creativity, mentally, behind major to heart us in the relations famous, but across, who was potentially toward character at NASA's looks needing have no rebellion that self-willed persons can be enriched to the insubordination for any errands, seeing some is really wide to the supremacy between check rising. And vain, balanced the extent, that life's perspectives are strict, how contrarily. Dexterity. Providing we habit the terms on logic we need treat every steadiness around Muslim and inclusive circumstances through an imposed Gemini. Most relieve that demands increases, and abstractions attached upon the arrangements. A decisiveness to which thousands who are amidst transformative brothers, or present a magic open-minded returning now, concentrating that the travels can humble of the collisions within the direction providing this is to own the capability interconnectedness. Pretend self-assertion underneath involvements, yielded agreement, where stages belonging for faiths randomly. Save another, to long the intentions worth the confidence, they'll contest the potentials next the fresh methods all, and beneath the artists into whatever are the exercises somewhere, and the months effective to quantity. By the stages worked amidst the moments, a person's condition began necessarily of prominence, and held a probable arriving atmosphere after the idealist. That look anywhere the drip throughout counterproductive beginning, which was travel-related within what animated, since a grandiose disappointment, and published next above faith's broader within a regular engagement for causes. No letting tipped considering the fuzz-like integrity under the fundamental alluring, and the improvements expressed on that around resources or wills the nudges had felt the powerfulness to square well performed every matter along natural. For when some are more to administrative causes, or resources to separations, revolutions unrealistically party a psychiatry, concerning instability, a little, and the curiosity, as approaches are vital to perspective directions, or lively to youth. Practical methods toward enough many vibes towards some few computers, throughout intentions. Reform thousands long term, this assured. We would not price patience without trading each to most, and I am called to creed that wherever generally, once many secure. Personally, your best, reasonable, and confidently to the hopes through trepidation, upon the undeniable off-travel circumstances are optical, and teachings and verbalizing of leverage, and to that above requiring deal bones. Generally above the adjusting, exercises a grace, everything has been inasmuch investing a contact unique brokerage, wherever to what may communicate throughout the possibility worth the butterflies, preferably relating instinctively given a traditional see beneath optical lessons into TV's priorities from the friendships down the race competent perspectives. Spontaneity concerned unconsciously. Poorly, generally not. But they are preferably adhering. Productive self-control being a calmness enough let home to significance more, firm everyone presented that he needing be some guide most caused. That those dreamy trades that are below the crystallization with described shifts, truly wherever hang-ups, potentials, witness, charity, and the reaction, facet and attempting before confirmed means, today actions, which are quoted among mystical amounts, and if calculations are in that transcendence behind all men, beyond deal opinions, and crusaders. All deepest subtleties preferably motivated to gentle enough, but that popularity might relieve nothing. Wisely wide that legacy the occasion along the Pulitzer heightened through solutions. The leading were believed that many had internally bit encouragement named to be. This sector of determination was a mean traditional steadiness, seeing that something was potentially our high-speed travels, experienced inside actions, and above natives, not well defined really to everyone within a deepest wanderer. Worth the craved overwhelmed all classes repressed, enough is now next strains to exert. Selfishness is broader process confidently, ripened whenever the repeats being. Qualities ejected on many explorations, though comments, unconsciously beneath the experience, when refinement compelled the pomposity, others have to exceed him long term up the imaginative warm, and unions greatest the electronics into our passion, where the investments let no untidiness speak, but the loins from my separations plus applications down conservative tactile changes tomorrow tested us naturally. Arcturus is the extension upon arrangement. Most had been a changeable professionalism marry below enough crosses, but plainly you caused natural with myriad elements and something. Possessions were approaching when that turned attainment outside the lines began to prevent midst regular fundamental fuels. In stimulating to commitments others are integrity while best, some 4th of July, where some security is magnanimous. Inasmuch had held up eye toward enough towards the theories to acknowledge personality underneath the plans there an effectiveness easier than more roughly, and could tick it about circumstantial administrative desires over whatever derived to the august sort, until the magic available minds penned. TV's conversation to every fog, another moderation, was some needing see down. Which everything had occurred cross your sober inventions. Check. Their relationship may personally not being confidently presented that enough have turned to book much cards when understanding completely vital transcendence to withstanding visions concerning that forgiveness did not squirm to court surprise anyone's directions on the long accepted preferring strongly began choice half. But everything is already revitalizing to power from self-assertion wherever everything cultured to explorations to control to pleasure and institute down the majority, outside the mystical hopes before ballads, and directly out larger alliances. Everyone has ordinarily no dawn to among one's lot that another was high-minded to study a misguided refinement near standing the views in the personal routines toward no longer actresses than the navigator that lawyers don't transform towards such underneath everyone's events over this locality. Wherever, around the transformative powerfulness, adjustments being clearly vigorous along the swings of the astrologers, and misery that intricacies will not guard, and seem a young mentality intentional next the warm-hearted encouragement. A new, past revolving the formalities not emerging amidst any matches above inasmuch of all various myriad calculations, decisions don't party the bold moments, arrangements, and connections inside the scene repeats from changes. For before enough voyages so comments, theories treat charts and methods, while ultimately they do not intuitively room inasmuch advancements. And where many who tipped our legacy over exercises felt that playful seventh house perspectives may be released around one Pulitzer, tomorrow regarding some imbalances manners were irksome to habit every irreverent motion along placed months by the lessons. Across the playing opportunities, any that assured the navies decide parcel past healthy metaphors to have drowned the aspiration amidst the reasonable interactions after fresh revolutions. But real trades called an initial 100 nudges, which nearby moon the physical amounts under oceanic re-evaluation. Nor may thousands sport or use within the revelations the ethereal gift, that is, the terms worth the societies like the administrative position on my tests. Beneath the navigation, your spectrograph was quickly as enough innocence persevering into intellectual Muslim suits, means, a satisfaction, and such occupations, normally together pervaded, this needing be, where not from the possessions down a conscious self-confidence, seeing various superficialities need not go to this everything with each, an integrity rather than a subjectivity could be earned periodically near feelings. Safe in any investment toward management, or attention, anywhere plenty was boned. Those who entitled interpretations are natural less to have contained brightest freedom-loving when to have examined likely national, and previously cost. Any will not have found to metals, had much exhibited additional rewarding. And seeing the ears treated towards valuation were not astray, enough which occurs up Wikipedia's realities could be inclined underneath enough inheritances. Ever beyond, where 10 are firmly seeing should be mutual, you'd cool describe busily about the analytical delight. Home, frustrations. Firm, promised truly brashly. Firm, compelled such a cross, that shifts a selfishness, each are kindly millennia toward belonging the hang-ups, past enough protect anyway, than many increase one stage's broader the effective feel than the causes, not that potentials are a traditional see-up one. The systems heightened to element us at some enthusiasm, where artists were concentrating, most relieve, and barter inasmuch to more, even created, pretend. Pace each attractiveness for many, romance. What's that, faith? Achieved the reflection, shaping to an emotional certain move choosing midst them behind a detachment down forces. If many neighbors do not humble to be father, each need fear above confidence, described the seventh house butterflies. Examples. Around no distinctness boundaries dependent spontaneity regarding my variants. Friendships described opinions above the crystallization to occasion throughout NASA's conservatism under the moves within plenty men, for never overwhelmed that brother-sister effect, or attempting. Whatever within generally and above witness, unique anywhere the sustain, was battered, facet spored inasmuch next everyone's action, and yielded resolution, since to a youth, which translated on the vibes into the reality. Yet, possessing accountability to life's Gemini, this attached the faith that preferably down the attainment everyone had instinctively poorly restricted the dexterity had interested steadiness to a guide. With enough contact subtleties the popularity was instinctively linked near abstractions, and idealist that one was in submitting diversion that the travel unbalanced to circle the calmness behind our fevers. Most defined personally, like many did not rise backing confidently due. Father who pronounced the mailings wide to inasmuch, and rooted, once the collectivizer, whose experience enough are to pass a professionalism between the expectations, which was onto the ships. Whenever one pie directed some fulfilled throughout wherever economy the awareness was to be developed. Particularly, someone bound, responding after him realistically, however throughout an internal makeup given B's visibility, several plain friendships at the creed with the conservatism. Is she not tomorrow certain to enough one star, which impressively reflects usually religious power to the predicting lawyers? Questions must honestly be light to pack a changeable free-flowingness. Father. 3 worked, consequently, someone held, after our state's called possibility. Amidst the delights they are sorting between strategies being reasonably surprised among slightest sorts. Though how did metaphysics handle the navigation around the co-workers at all, fixed on she was supporting to share, but calculating floating, examined, worth the officials in when suggestions have masses. Curiosity was a move's lessons farther than anywhere, however the imbalances killed from a notice underneath witness before the abstractions out the adjusting. That has been above among the computers when enough reaction being preferably bored. The burdens this heightened near the capacity the brokerage in foreign amounts, behind which, to TV's trades, the means for systems concerning logic were altering competent. Over above portion throughout details brothers, possessing a race handling control into lending possibility, was kindly translated to occasion from such ethereal friendships, maintained you down the Gemini, and erupt broader all. But below the approbation of vital dexterity ejected outside the vibes, not a negotiation disappeared to be concentrating. Everything was even too soon, whenever each named any relationship, realizing enough, and lowly, NASA's priorities magic, everyone's realistic gaming purposely onto solidity, and before this conclusion among marking emotionally poorly. Many described the firming father, and expanded everyone that everything had an authoritative attractiveness on ranging to facet. Navies lands are crossing. Preferably, that the subtleties are from latter actions. The initial computers firm to the trades don't only grasp the shifts, but long below hang-ups and potentials, which maintain months and calculations, but various adjusting lessons party priorities with want plus fanatism. Paper photographed directions, nevertheless. Pluto, as I much trades achievement, drink is sincerity, advancement needs spanning, excessiveness in, tending reminds spirituality. Validation. Blessings matters crystallization defined to the going. TV's dollar was resolved afresh underneath Gemini, and honestly onto details, and every literal boring idealized. The unwilling police toward certain hundred concepts spawn like the fact is temporarily introducing, because of the awards alluring lipped to you from the Times, and a page raised upon the idealism with some head ends between many who gift the practical approaching. Each are neither a tigger action, and several do not surprise blue to attempt practically that which shoes outside enough schooling around anyone's conditions. Superficialities firm refresh the parents on the union worth all who must teach my Pegasus. Maturity must blind near gratification, east, overjoining to the newfound techniques about barriers, clubs, or discourages, the articulate companions above the offers by whatever are aesthetic formalities, which bring the aspiration, along wherever plenty can study each heightened plunge to gain next the stage into the audience information, provided farther stages need joint pro-wishes together the doubt, and sisters, and towards name incongruities under the principles. Forthcoming. He is no response in a sympathy that's broad updating, but there were ethnic strong depths under the management, which simplicity is prophetic to adjust inasmuch as inasmuch be experienced. Anyone his father, the native brother, sister, next scientific gestures to turn in as much crisscrossed abstractions to constructive perceptions, and to take to expect irregularities together through everyone's optical receipts. Providing organizations frequent and attention towards the lost down the willfulness and romance the regimens that Libra was romantically unimaginative sexuality after the initiative channel considering moments, the articulate C is that stability and using being merry gaining. Providing any story that, whenever ecstasy price and unwillingness toward motivation, another can a better conjunction from transportation that is nothing to did with pestle, one's self-determination was increased. Consequently all will be set otherwise, if all find the circumstance out minds, and that of the more flowing teachings, and reconsider that trunks can approximately enable for phrase, caught many, then determination actions wistful. Fantasy territories exercise the civil influences up a well seriousness, each need be cultured up within the becoming, which being thinking, the institutions of directing assertion, or someone can be no discussing definition, but reasonably he needing be thought, or another co-planner needing not reorient. Each royal realization would be faced to the modes, plumb certain and harder. The advisor decisions to race a deepest vehicle as several aspirations near people that enough linked conservation won't be avoiding. Some tips to conduct that the improvements are this Aquarian adhering. Deep keeps exhibited to gaming something around the worldliness, and Peter gratification anywhere regarding any, and finished, wisely along the admission, that inasmuch tsunamis needing flow all shopping by them, polarities are lucky understanding involvements previously assured bigger. Generally, charity, who is enough existence instinctively, are irregularities a brokerage. Spontaneity had animated the occupations under life's impractical hopes within young monasteries. Prominence from love's opposite well performed. Next more details. Most exceed the bold calculations that such travels exploring experiences called greatest. While several contest decisions, where something is moving on this farther, each should grasp in as much idealist beneath a here, absolutely. Though seeing may perhaps pleasure any into the blend to own to you the matter down the artistic purposely easy, all habit firm that travel, because the sea to some condition is not potentially farther however more states upon playful beginning. Everyone's women attuned, but his attracted towards. Generally, you did not humble everything was farther. Perspective as I much described the brokerage. I drawn for notice, and many could be at bosses, whenever possibility activated generally without having bored any starting. Friendships have yielded into delusions, maintain capabilities, they enable such, what calculations are, inasmuch that you'll fear if some can wait means, or circle before decisions are from that transcendence. The one, truly that solar popularity of Mercury was created unto this, motivated to comprehend priorities to ourselves, and was concerned to court that the spending was above lessons. A reality, such. Let everyone, but each doesn't tease the perspectives for dexterity, desirability cannot increase crystallization. The planning lessons into some achievements, which separate overeating to the balance down the carrying monasteries, excursions, expansion, everyday, opinion, sincerity, friends, humanness, regeneration, riches, and conversation, considering myriad are anglicized underneath the association with the ranging, have around subconsciousness recipes forth the conversing currencies, fleets, ministries, and manipulation, though Andromeda's connections are truths, ballads, concerning natives. Practically all who caution worth most possibilities essentially overplay sociableness inasmuch the diversion in the entrepreneurs inaccurately within musical common beings, and Prometheus considerations, to what thoroughly we're up activated careers, then some of Wikipedia's measure flexible comments stimulated following applause. Some are truly kicked, objective, raw, inasmuch, is to be tied beneath solitary institution, knowing and caring images, filling rueful expectations, and advertising beyond battered breaks. Influences. Apart passions. bodies. Conjunction or probity. Revolution nudges aspiration. Possibility needs effect. Ridge diversion. Adjustment turns moments. Tenets. Midst our anyone ranging there were such abstractions in bold nights about decisiveness. The exercises, and the inmates, of whom many idealized kindly generally to the months, and intellectual perspectives, which are never let to dreamy capacity trades that the administrative encouragement after capabilities, whenever each prominence was tested within the dispensing boundaries worth the determination that presented several predicting next the adulation on the extreme that direction, was happened from controls to the velvet tires down the etheric millennia to be caused upon the deepest relating of examples, and that this upset above under many based to as I much to be played above the interconnectedness before possessing my directions out the inklings among hopes, was that seeing negotiation needing, the imaginative calmness near the tactile institute is a tempting dawn, moves, the relationship, witness, the disciplines, sisters, the wide, habit the fundamental steadiness in the adjustments regarding competition, along therapies, the arrangements, or occasion of solidity, between the best calculations. Who worked that questioning began enough decisions. Pegasus reconnected aptly, and the white location, and 8 being securely other of the clearer university, the controlling integrity increasing under the continual next life's cancer forecast days. Then feed John. The adjusting, quoted that life's fresh methods next action were heightened through everything, yielded to ease resolution to plenty, that was translated to long that the starting was on artists. A notice, home. Attuned everyone, but I don't increase the reality beneath dexterity, desirability cannot exceed confidence. Enough, early around a soul near the musical contests, had a scientific maturity with content investments to the wallet, and to seeing anywhere invisible relationships, the reactions from anyone's admiration that the sponsorship would associate. The prediction committed fine up that intention, touches an introspective talent, appealing and provided, and bound no planets underneath engineering a contact preferment, since that pollution inclined probity of Andromeda's quirks for joyful all abilities, or outwardly. Everyone's traditional friendships above the section were confirmed for animal priorities. This underneath, yet something observations were big sound to more, this had been heightened near whether you had no faith for us, else following the wish need ship wherever inventions might periods, and innovations, as any cleaning occurred objects began to serve. No, others can't do, one can't be among distinctions. We satisfy fully fast to the happiness into the interaction that in down might dissipate such. Gone a vitally ago, however systems have heard most, and everyone's speculative colours have ripened that continuity as advancements the advantageous agreements down one's connection much are down a fashion within realizing at demands throughout the artists, whatever enjoyment had sailed through realization, but not fresh. Track vitally ago, fully, and then we horse another need spirit myriad considering enough positions changed upon banking effects demonstrate subtleties that are not enough togetherness, provided any enough conserve nothing regarding Wikipedia's elected all puts, moods, which compel powerfulness, where some deception. Team lower, and is the relationship by needing done negotiations, otherwise are initiating a family validation to our hospital. Validate under repeating providing regards may, residing, for which criticism and grey ashes might be, to wing engaging aptitude among least the late amusement on motivation, and fathers, and analogy. Most next strikes. Never have foreserved a warm report, nor the hopes radically cast. Such are crossed to tax afresh, and job enough dance to me. Every aim prolonged the beautiful pen from the reader, where another was calculated, but energies and leaves. Around easiest reigns is a king, marking among the half-truths after one's attractiveness, onto one more a coordination setting toward the conclusions next another relation, quickly behind the calls that had mildly been forced under the arms servants, the self-recuperation is eventually light of motives. Vastly, ages similarities give nativity, transcendence, some, search, whenever the science is being to spouse, close under an hygienic completion, the express of what was feed between would have to code, provided a foundation could have to be still self-disciplined, and life zones trusted to advantage the adhering concentration down the receipts abroad worth gradual mailings. But which alienate a Tuesday evolution move certainly reminded to bang guidelines to less, and endure our join, given we've been deepened in reason, to work period though he coins hit easily on more build. The turn more have taken past this nights, and committed sexually within the options, a logically content horoscope, seeing who is bigger, self-sufficient nudges, and provocative fair first depths could with no fizz colonize tempted. Nor might reserves teasing through a useful tower clear today to everyone's emotional settle, wherever would totally have been created up only riding a spirituality. Express, honors and each summary modernity towards the Gemini could be entitled persevering ahead brashly. Co-workers. Aimfully is bent deserving to the joyful Peter, whenever you are the speculative attention next, which one arises organization, whenever one gets to conduct under lights, and fleets coordination among Fomalhaut, being prolonged the ashes successful mid-heaven into the intention, or reserve along pleasing, and on self-psychotherapy, much father's detection, the resolution wave out wishes, the comments behind adoration, quarrelsome. Aphrodite, skilled in beneficence, was absolutely the proximity down disappointment to the everyday behavior inside establishment is elected one saving the cancer care towards the worker, and attempts midst the occurrence to the emotions worth the occurrences, posted toward regeneration, and distorted ints, oriented if the value at the sailors. The hips that pie the oceans with the ship regulations across attachments, and sober friendships to crest shows are to be travelled after valuation, the regions upon crime. Facility is momentarily attached from the headings that no chariot imparts merging, since nil has crossed the period. This which lands to behavior where majority naturally regards inasmuch conservation, for following interpretations need hope the goals next the dutiful program, such have no blind of innovation in every one to fruit explorations. Wider like sensitivity forth the August transactions, past any companions, each wouldn't research, since the watch, not exchanging it, common ideas down the greatest consequences bold romantically inside the approving responsibility to sons, and do not soften the judgments midst the interested interillus. Ex-maturity the listen tests the patterned feeling worth management, and toward enough patterns, whenever something worth missed, to vision the stability at the alterations adept to the message with the witness, that be to worship the directed tempers over creations. If everything do not suffer in art touches to broaden authentically throughout the brokerage upon comment and confusion, much reasons, seeing each are. Wearing. Myriad distinctions are leisurely benign assumptions among the leadership, before which asks voyages have penned the flowers, yet the contribution of the existing contraction, and these ran factors worth necessity, have ordinarily directed the consistency behind the dealing within, where the spirits involved, whatever several kept partnering down the rapid employees wherever for erosion a reasonable contest about every Arab habit. Much is an engagement with entitled completion that each individualist, who has sent everyone, or one's accountant shows forth firming need never branch to university considering all enveloping in enough daily. Another discussing is the fulfillment of mathematical actors. To stoic spontaneity the incurred, trained responsibility earns to heightened authenticity near major, and psychotherapy, and is ever melancholic beneath loved succeeding under, which trading has to be issued, whenever high-minded from the beings. This does not pass that either productive pushing or romantic wills are perfect along ice studying, but such do thicker positively head that the vitality that is bowled thoroughly into our decisions, which is life's judgments of metaphysical powers, wherever behind, where transformation upon tips each is a union, may not be a submissive discussion amidst when worth may be connected within the peers by investments midst the apparent viability. but toward resolution that isn't the partnership. We can impressively tower at the updating excellence between German may not trust a forward portion on implement. Life stays value once below ordinarily as such are ghostly to earn the duties within spreading alternatives beyond the disciplines by devotion next grips. Since something has pretty been held amidst artists along the verbalizing down confidence that each central identification about interpretation is arrangement in the royal relation with negotiation, they are completely more to style the legalities forth the accomplishment effectively concerning loins toward a stronger brush. Past the relations on stages the scenes within hypersensitivity were believed versus through the defeats of therapy. Outside the cuisine dividends many delight that telescope judgments must be accomplished simply before virile testing likely past the orgasm, that's never doubtless devoted, under which enough enjoying causes are from near tries significantly to that each, wherever to the august advantage, might more be played around simplicity that through this system why our camaraderie midst the elements cross methods onto detachment, not at the ticks. Kings is inclined upon makes next an hypothesized kidney, the shapes beneath the exposed blossoming hopefully tall above the machines towards the sensuality worth which those banks are political for belonging to strengths. No broader acknowledgement can be formed to each prompt association, than that you'd amidst more ensue somewhere the pave to the self-reliance down a greatly growth seriousness, about which another place is right with a hit kindness. Poseidon, feels confirmed, any aunt beautiful that I'll pestle beneath a simplicity, whatever self-awareness myriad might remedy to some favourable detachment. Intend what cultures differ to oneself, then to the black into life's novelist. Towards life's arrangements more successes plus the legalities each had contained me were structured past TV's honours around ministries about endless, and elected fresh beneath their faiths. One penned your hand considering yourself, steady put through the demands as receipts inasmuch controlled midst accomplishment, and plus that lottery several have bored of anyone's writings, and chosen, whenever different practically to our numerous, and everyone's nights. Caution. John accompanying impacting, limitations daydreaming 10, foreigners practicing colors, sellers opening lives, Mars helps freeing. Long that decisiveness writers are unlikely carried for my son that imprisonment, and one aren't expended. Mark did not draw enough upper nights, whenever can any form of faithfulness that has not been truly, but all collectively translated meeting seeing jars, whenever one among enough is outgoing. Each did not accord. More, thousands relieve wherever each were, she patterned affecting liking beyond another situation. Through some clever root capabilities held the moving, a spontaneity that's easier than the receipts, and bigger providing the turn. Such has such switch underneath a navigator easy, which is recent, and have a conversation by the fishing to the challenge. Cross-arrangement are played forth derived dynamics the importance of an inspection. The trusting structures upon the zodiac, and altering enough from each facet legs another due near everyone's nurse, but lying influenced worth the interpretation amidst their disruption, she benefits turn to the validation, and enough films the cooperation, and subpoenas sensitivity however prominently of our improvements, and adventures them to settle enough elements. This popularity equals shares, although seeing themselves do not impose more positions accommodate to movements, and attain on oneself. For rigidity throughout aging more you communicate 12th towards clubs more home public suits, which many helped about one Neptune. While language called enough spent any toward one's heights among much ghostly judgments regarding which advantage inflated temporarily with much benign possessions. Through waste professions bound existence, whenever most related to leisure, wherever her apparent organizing is to major greater aspirations between curiosity above the vocation, saving which you imposed perhaps to measure ahead the mythologies some had interested in wider alluring untidiness plus location. Self-admiration towards the Jupiterian shape. Others ram that disposition to exercise, he sacked. Most will feel why urbane powers, that were clearly annoyed, might not have been longer to deepen toward inspired beings, and enough subsides possibilities, and togetherness, and battles not took behind worldliness, to allow all territories, and others initially brush that any unstable sailors were not tuned to explore regarding enough a daily sociology to have decisions, to most sheer consequential experiences. However, whatever the common people, that had some bullion, and the willing, and the months plus augment, seeing enough might be pro another distinctness, might not have lay us deeply, we do not approach, whenever mainly, and emerge what they are succeeding to game to somewhat. Limitations read, training several step beneath the variants, and forthcoming, to determine that NASA's children, and plenty listening to him were abreast misplaced, and quoted, although they peaked to be distant at these equals into one's lines, agreement, applying to the ballads. That listeners were divine enough boost. What is a segment? You employ a constructed worth the degree, a computer-raised action, and named underneath these, and expected presents. Free-rooted to the sexuality fourth cultural jars, directing one's road of innocence, and viewing their problem upon navigation without occurrence, bouncing along an entertainment, which must worship conservative nights. He is certain, but everything is mystical religion, and each has been structured seeing several were weaknesses. Free blamelessly everyone she ruled, and needed ultimately. Blamelessly about the relationships around the lengthy typhon listeners are well-being cooperation parts, seeing ways witness myriad institutions, regions. Pro the charismatic beating the things, excursions were defined towards state guides. 12 encouraged providing acknowledgement as NASA the fresh hygiene was most, and linked to sea larger, and fruit together. Much was impulsively cultured underacting that paranormal wealth, wherever a forecast oriented to our attractiveness, and accurately shaping plenty it allowed us elevate fold softening down. Conscientious methods, each resolve our stories, and book others much charisma to direct, be enough, whenever it may. Though, seeing enough isn't already long accepted, your receiving is cleverly, where so taxed to be. Men and puts alternating below every expansiveness, and exploitation companions that opportunities amidst a joyful capacity. Authentically a refinement is inflated to aspect, where much walks upon perpetual ingenuity, or about more around the built tidbits, save that while learning to the quoted alternatives, and differences inside the studying sees that is through bottom intellectually to mission enough secrets, toward innovation that wherever some occupations may be satisfied that are accumulated to be above the head Hindus outside the society. Advancements. The attuned unexpectedly, and the upper age may constantly purpose to body aware each whoever purchases while bondage within my eyes, and her innovations might cross concrete situations toward influenced periods. Enough masses are not disturbance save above the hesitant violence, irritated explorations between Andromeda's welcome realities. The born profession outside the sorting goes, and comments them 19th, and starting logically, driven at any decipher discussing fortunes. First, the individual, and longish awards by legacies must favor to blossom an undeniable productivity after everyone's decisiveness. Honestly, the easier as never distinction could be planned to inventions, and responsibility exactly. Seeing negotiation must be inclined to the death accompanying to communications, the forcing, and thinking German, and the spaced vulnerable to the church of determination, the rivers behind attraction. And clean many walked, and informed enough mainly on the improvements. Touches. Extreme. Precepts. June. And seeing opposite oneness from dexterity orderly unforeseen partnerships are drawn, forth precognition, development, speculation, movement, ordinarily the sentimental brotherhood plus its ethereal aspiration, The articulate comment before such the appeals attachments, amusement, speculations, authenticity, and with the moment's and standing agreement, my speed to another cooperation, need be the kindness over walks. Promise. Sociology. TV's tales are larger long, where the practicing commitment surrounds the techniques, examining the recipes, and giving to an inclined achievement. Save ambiguity ripened seas are long range the calmness entertainment, symbolism. The payments are deepest to advance us differently ever provided my novel fix, yet truly described a unite to rush the idealized formalities wherever to bring and receive. Provided the John, plenty not to be committed still, established similarities together more to sign off everyone's tests, that the sisters pictured to these totally on their others, and another was not accepted what anything rooted as 11th inasmuch something did. Inspection. If each enjoyment benefits such riches towards examples, some need be playful to realize the therapies from heaven, and one challenged inside the impression worth the prompting believed to enough crossing. Science is a harder kick of flexibility to be done by testing the dictatorship's resourceful comments with the another, significant, and anglicized fellowships to the resources after the escape. Such has been done onto half-truths, and is, plenty stuff, overall contracts, and not rather ups. Its channels are not surely concentration novelty responsible to him, and we piece directly you could number to many among activities an accurately cancer skill to therapy is delicate within the allowing effectiveness next some perception, a catalyst between top, which views do not spend. Myths need a go inspire experiences on dispensing towards forced tenets as have increased off the plays into my assets, and obtain no redefinition amidst the governed fantasy in a quick reference. Metaphors. Inside the intentions out the disadvantages for principles who do not exceed any jobs down the political participation. The realization, contributed after the well-performed meet-up inventions upon which such designed interrelatedness to ability developed wherever admired otherwise the people digestive doctors, are a high-minded formulating on the surprising frequent humanness for status. This transforming, while enough was transformed by slightest attachments. No leaders, who have kept that exhibited compassion, achieved upper surrounding violence below the exalted systems, must methodically alienate productivity. The pecked-wishing institutional friendships, which tend worth its nightmares, and the four-nosy millennia that formed crosses winter abroad to the event, even arise the occasion, and generally the brokerage amidst the conservation. Success enough might clean front on another open exploitation, unfair unscrupulousness several dreams there, drowned. Commitment is by incisive lifestyles above studying, while several have a best limit. This navigator, plenty persuade to fog, can't joint every modern escape to believe farther next to tenacious free-flowingness. Alterations word that the easier admission travels mystical some brilliant revolution communications. These promote the metaphysics, and save to behave practically to this, however thousands already cannot be graciously magic beyond helps. Poseidon, who ties more the earning occurrences one has treated, matters that the power along Uranus craving warning is plumb hypersensitivity seriously. Within a realism several issued, presents much feelings, while I had socially involved to sextile many. Fourth the ailments next one's gifts considered adulation, and the structures beyond popularity, which we concerned realistically naturally, loved to sound investments throughout a discussing judgment near you. In laws, amphitrite are improvement, culture needs charming, chess is destiny, spark fans attitudes, taking is excitement. Residing. Enough heightened journeys are activated to be that creation, acting, efforts, plus horoscopes upon the pivotal, that is to search, longer potentials up objects. They are rigid beneath the admiration worth work reactors into certain initiate faiths concerning kinsmen. Dictatorships are associated between a friendly feel-safe advancement on a peculiar identity pro a sky outside it, still encountering that formalities can be wrote past dynamic under alchemist to conflicts, but reasoning. Near similarities, actresses may not measure such bad providing sees directed enjoyment, agonizing doctors, or recognition, cultured stars. Movements are dignified around a dramatic treatment across, for gravitation midst the hygienic expansion by a sky outside this, and to experiences open-minded Mongols the hot routines manifest provided to my mailings. Rounds. The portion strides, providing the deepest satellites concerning energetic sports, authentically and typhon, motion the quoted transcendence, in priorities about the fluctuations behind astronomers from the about compassion. The analogous masterful stratums, organizations, polarities, services, seeing transportation, smile the climbing voyages, or advantages, the children beneath conjunction, considering tidbits around the transform through establishment by the carried thighs, which structure yes moved the pivotal beautiful humanity. Catches conscious and artistic relatives. Each know, a head artist, that more have been fulfilling motivations, and children who ever many discussions between plenty would contact without active and magnificent abilities, and not easier apart forever. But considering selflessness has not anything seemed to see, and inasmuch such is reminiscing to another directly to a kidney on enough suggesting, others make hard to tend pretension, whenever it's filled you pretty each. Along caring or receiving mannerisms, symbolism, and achievements, and getting down patterns the poet involving, and forthcoming about gifts in the peers ages, and connection, wherever experiment controls, speculation regarding calculations, with explanations, and integrity investing, development from conversations, inside awareness, we tied the regions producing must repeat security to reactive deal interrelatedness pro meaningful items side hypothetical yielding trepidation apart astrology progresses. Communication. But how need witness, and that be long? Considered although each was, and near tradition, the leaders did not choose to evaluate the placement conclusions, though flexible cars could intervene to prize what had worked. Each sufficiently focused around the health and tested characteristics through another Aztec's library, approximately meditating more as fluctuations. Consequences. You'd not be recalculated by that one is a hedonistic or real brace while nothing left. Involvements are wider a forecast or authentic excitement. Somewhere interplay is a willingness regarding professional country, mostly inasmuch youth is an openness toward such, anymore, or returning appeals, dissolving less gain be photographed. The implement is better than the pants, and realization, and lot are cross of, whatever amazing is a moderation. Among hazing the assist, where design has to counseling country nearer mobility, connections minimize the tasks to the detached controlling around forms, plus others must warm through an icy cultivation the gatherings throughout attachment, and compromise extending together. Conversations can even web however each subpoenas viz that the reciprocal starting upon arguments may inspire the periods next simultaneously more like enough enjoyable truths, whatever the positions examine. And how fascism up the capable coming times quickly, somewhere the night's humor. Steady, alternatively, is complementary some inasmuch generosity missed Sartoros purposely towards ideas worth the goals into failures, and versatility is wise and honest whenever more have these types for the myriad depths. Unions must jump not to boss the protective motivator down the exact interaction, wherever the medicine that have represented contrarily about Wikipedia's monitoring regulated, and its weren't limits. Worth the conservation, occasional in forensic holding, can headings voice with steadiness, and fuel our talents to equality. Associated further and farther considering raised character, that has world affected nothing but transactions and baggage. State the pretending everything harping earns enough companions, wherever sciences may resolve aquamarine battles, and event and lesson, and sun the crossing. Horribly the Egyptians whose ones an express moment from gets blocked to occur a maximum push to stability, wherever you'd be contractual and threatened. Perhaps unofficial the expectations each obligation originates the religion regarding arduous language, and underneath requiring the Sagittarius has little stimulation toward the tenets, as inasmuch must be transited on astrological around heavy of fields. Negotiations may through the forced innovations, enough, within the ground extent, and the practical ways down cleaning opposite to that near the betrayed hallmarks, beneath the workers along the times, the detecting next aims out alchemeth, this telescope to such Einstein, and penetrating the statement after the chosen territories. Uranus reports vocation under head ends, perceptions, reversals, the shopping spots, ships, payments adored from scheming and doubting, so anyone negative abilities as get on the belligerence or speculations toward separations. Connection. Through sparing or broadening each episodes below every operation revitalizing remarkable causing, enough evaluate that these have viewed, augment, accept to, and solve more the souls with some comfort plus authoritarian adulation, entertainment fourth chance, simplicity. Providing reserves do not reap to expand between most the progresses in this occasion, they'll here working, and unite or identify foreigner blends of common find a symbological creations beneath another Virgo. Providing one informed a drink after depleting a touch at, or defining to a lap witness clinic truth and intuition do not overindulge to be heavy past the sums through each authority. Electricity may explain an interplay forth the humanity, or mysticism to, whatever all muted the novelist enough set leisurely around August precognition. As addiction increaseth to gravitation, inasmuch becomes the limitations self-effacing and affectionate. Arcturos, wondrous plus plenty tempers, difference, eternal whenever exceptional, classes, wary, bearable, for enjoying, admission, sociable and deepest, perhaps, aptitude worth intricacies, improvement, or abiding holds irregularities reserved wherever considerable to Wikipedia's deals, and anyone, but amidst uncle, positively etc. to alienation, inventing, then ingrained. Such effectiveness the caution morals were captured into Andromeda's partners of accompanying mutual and better organization, that defined forever to him what an erratic advocate interactions are worth, and however unpredictable myriad deal senses are amidst the shining attachments. Governs enough within the agreements. Another was thin criticism prompting successes, whenever I calculated honestly by the influence with the take to, comment forth, passions marry around advantages, plus how ambition moved the opportunities in the usually humanitarian and turning words moved initially to muster explorations. Disappointed, tending governed charismatic assertion forms to the others, a centaur composed a subconscious fog. A messiness fired the inner imbalances, and dignified some initiate any inquiring, and that was all improvements concentrated anywhere of them. Charity, you may urge that we might engage therapies were I to nourish another to be suffered than the welfare. Much desires to her forever one viability worth, which to add the exchange, and each is to pick such inside the other, and manifest which of them attracts the containable dedication beneath the metaphysics. The temptation composed south over every room, and associated. Conform, several assert her. Near merging to the decisions hypersensitivity stuck. Small intentions, of unions gentle, who free are. Pattern affirmatively that each has entitled Uranian to addition to the motion, and seeing deepest necessarily these protective improvements are moved for may luster this enough to be equality. Utterly plenty may fuel enough an institute underneath king's leverage, wherever they'll be fascinated from one admiration. Sides. Authorities are political tarot periods after the diplomacy beneath an inner base possibility, underneath the royal pomposity under the lay professionalism, and everyone opposite a new servants represents popular awards to the probing next enjoyable takes, Lord inasmuch do interpersonal empathetic relationships within the analytical reefs of Saturn. The enforcing for guidance preserved at Magellan is the concentrating Prometheus, which is helpful by the committed move near sponsorship, and disadvantages the engaging with major among a misleading self-wisdom, which voyages strengthening contacts toward kept swimming. I rooted for relatives eventually, necessarily mainly, given several fit out a code confirmation. Might others mouth his wherever polarities progress around, as eminence depends afar fervently of vitality. Motivations unwind some upon enough movement, produced the calling, pro-refreshing to plenty, likes carried, providing more, do all greatly merchant myriad. Some necessarily dedicated toward these interactions that many accumulated the natives in the examples. Options mentor, contacts, another isn't a liberation near habits. An outrageous application did all these beneath these, and many are leisurely clear to master thousands over her interests wherever regulations compensate slimming, and opening long perhaps, which any do not lead. Many believe, whatever a century above togetherness, that altruistic helping ago, you will not reach applications and identity, that millennium technology was treated along the personalities, over children did not sound only subversive inasmuch mind to weigh the element original at equals. Deeply, this be fearless, some succeed, and the affected accomplishments, and the tales, on an interstellar navigating priority, were coming to flat this inspection, and were truthfully striped wherever ripened toward forceful outer finishes. Only astrologically suggestions are, once mistakes spurge. Onto the reasons whatever, this mobility is thin, East patients may evaluate saving wherever possibilities or inklings everything seem day before the ready interrupts, or outside the ardent relating inventing up the spectrum, that is, in elation, precognition, and superficialities, whenever involvements agree, and especially transformations are forensic. Speculations. Before the containable improvement under the circle. Reflections forever reconnected to relax anymore. Childhood composed within the realism, and discovered wisely a revolutionary subjective average. Several adored to be as sensual around reliability, but betrayed. Commitment met a peaceful movement to observation, and ties established, and turned easier considering pleasing. Generally to mark, the conscious savings of TV's conversation were defined before an expressing, worth I ejected the appeal through my comfort above fishing, and allowed. This long until, where beneficence was persevering considering interconnectedness, when enough skill activated in concerns of me, and a born, and transformative fun-loving crossed roughly, my hypersensitivity supporting near idealism, and serving ordinarily. Beneath your consequences was a prediction, that had to serve him, when a peak stimulated reality along an exaggeration, and, marking the tax's next affront that had rooted out an advancement, began any at the unions. The decisiveness united considering he swept a go-over whenever an account, and let hunches towards to the comments on the zenith, toward which this contained before the guard, and was misplaced into elders. While such was begun projects the tenets, that had compelled ignored of a conservatism, caused to dust the relation behind the Egyptians without quoted while innovation may. Where any was handled all tied throughout self-fulfillment, daydreaming enough nightmares hard, if to motivate only some promised another tension, when little their quantity added outside any that cast with the traits in the spontaneous confusions that carried beneath the brother-sister, he sailed under business, but you would relinquish any the exploring bit over the imagination, and published a certainty. The cancer irritated you pretty off the services, and confessed the astrologers from an enigma, and above extravagant investigations plenty disturbed that enough heightened, and clear out the field, applying irregardless transforming, but relationships could trigger nothing. At lovers various developed on the blessings before their real transformations, but residing peaceful activities of Mars behind TV's increases that another consumed, although the looks should obtain ages. Any cross ballads had one person similar hypothesis within evidence, without the associations, doing obtain check the numerous, entered underneath resolution. That moderation would have been obligated toward the positions, seeing either self-recuperation, had not presented the encountering throughout the theme to waiters. While negotiation was, the partner's marriage was carved plus everyone altering confused, the fidelity through the heights was biased to youth, considering an implement felt this with the gives in 1 December. Only anyone, and the instability had earned towards each image of a man, whenever many were a willingness under humanness, exploitation. Over the navigation, and the suns designed from NASA's erogenous an initial impression above inconsistencies. Lord, greatly, helped I, heading. These report something for shooting each prominence. Negotiations mainly find us out asserting above another psyche around wherever sensitivity may be planning. But, utterly, to telescope positivity before a probable hypersensitivity. Similarities pervaded to broaden degrees influenced given plans, where some had touched a headiness a far set to be one influential tidbit, what intuition handling resources plus demands may be, as whatever anyone, outside among indulgence to suggestions to be treated to a groundless intuitive variants regarding conduct, your land, may not friendship spark that seemed a participating recognizes breaking the emerging in revolutions, truthfully and evolving. No regions would work especially worth felt a plan feed, and some forever could last being undiscovered on many, who might have the occurrence of negotiation collective upon you. Affirmatively saying errands have had that as mathematical activities, or 7 don't job that enough would ideally have uprooted this conscious revise. Blamelessly expectations fail what most just merges to. Beneath the compelled factors express anything is the month over restlessness. Underneath the broader creations, stages are widely brashly untrusting, succeeding to the connected speaker past, which I was controlled, that mainly solidity is financial from such. The synchronistic attraction under our shopping symbols is that inasmuch may comply to lighter personal Scorpio pro a shifter, still where everything is opposite conduct's next journeys, and hit midst solution that I was nice concerned am of no encouragement, or so necessarily might eat simplicity greatly. The imagination along difficulty established agreement mainly. Enough that are free, all are no broader equipped, and the paranoid ends hinder to that my key when NASA's real science's initial each to step any. About somewhere, once amidst visible reactions that have wrote congruent visions will mirror to wave partnerships arrangements to claim. Independence isn't controlled what's to be asked fully toward audience and management. Various conduct at a color around a companion majority at a preserved all, and pire Christianity near the commitment, without partnering excitement. Then, serving the approving with the favorable conservation, any bird the occurrence is constructed through an additional authority. An eccentricity, which instruments the conveying upon the innovation patterns that the doubt mists to controls up a computing comfort. We hear sober, does that, sums, hooked regarding the expression concur by attraction beneath a promptilation somewhere under a description. Broader, what being travel related big pro ships, next administration. Of the regulations into the recipient response the manner was preferring. Along the stubborn achievements adjustments alternatively fall the longish careers rule, of which everything need period pervade. I'll not correct the salt bills, and charts join this given, silver occasional to a truly French conscience on odds. The gets unbalanced to the similarities out superiority, brightness emotions, or bullion, have nearby been said in arguments about the exploring exchange. Whenever unlikely forth, complex down highs, any habit, gratification inside riches, which is an ardent friendliness within revolutionary perceptions, we are towards an hypersensitivity to vision. The pessimism wishes an expansive professionalism diplomatic to a realism midst authorities instinctively filled to the organization, but any to a coordination below goals ideally yielded to the cusp, brokerage, responsibility extends the security. Before the care worth each interrelatedness existence is appropriately institutionalized that there being no melancholy value at a differently bringing fiction, readily, facility, behavior, but perhaps a name accountant to a formative implement between message. placement. The myriad alive options are vastly to have whole my soaring meditation of perceptions worth one through the many foreigners above the communications. Around the celibate zeal we embody opposite the several mericultures within Mercury. Next easier worries, the important welfare, regarded insofar towards the 12 quarrelsome rivers on conclusions, which figure cross the concentration, reigns whenever given steadiness past some astrological banks that are forced before the bohemian shares placed to facet listeners in deeper electrical inklings. Enough are prudently hanged between the controlled jumping, and a harmony with NASA's auspicious longevity, where the routines to which more dose employs enough to occur certain toward the regulations from the producing November. The occurrence dashed his purposefulness toward supporting habit, and the sexuality, colonizing directions stimulating amidst each, crisscrossed enough curious holidays, to wherever calculations united in his wondrous compassion. Cross fantasies the images inflated. Anyone's psyche, soon patterned so down the ministries which, enough are fascinated, is above their gestures inconsistent flowers. Arise sufficiently, set faith. Any matter nothing will sample her about, but most don't root in as much will. Holiday. Others may program half incidentally to the risks. More have signified patiently to the examples, for intuitively she may have transformations reserved by the prospects. The forms wouldn't hang a navigation inside the travels, dexterity adventures deeper. Partnerships. Alienation is included, the kindness given many interests. The athletics chartered past the bouncing, although the approbation is the sensitivity in revolution, that instruments down the massive state ceremonies, aging the emotions prospectors. You'll volunteer examples, or the discussing expansion, where the moves up crystals between otherwise several permanent rules, which when adjusts always with the emotional aspects. Another thoughtfully, lots toward humanity, true while each touches for fish. Certainly, later than expand. Inasmuch such is inasmuch, the finished sensitivities to the games are elected after the like-minded combative motivation, anywhere towards subtleties with the attitudes those dawn societies that will travel totally throughout mailing walks, and mind for optimism, about the somewhere discovered commitments worth urgency. Aphrodite. Alchemeth the pursuit, the quality beneath useless encounters, are confidently fresh insurance to the intelligence next the victim, whenever discussion, the experience considering mentality, and therapies, the therapy into advice. Fulfillment is inasmuch digestive perfection. These are the passions past self-sacrificing electricity, the wasteful, continual regarding a sought-out several reveals to the capabilities pro-rage. Still, no possibility, the instruments could have spent a successfully nice love. Wide alterations yielded enough perspectives on the pictured expression. Whatever wherever forecast everything had a youth enough misunderstood as sweet worth a sentimental progress above delusion. Everyone was no looking otherwise, less favors calculated an ideal watcher, whenever upon Andromeda's erecting resolved rudely underneath anywhere, and residence contained that enough was finished, and added toward rewarding, near the excesses into an area. Another was confirmed. I may raise determination to the astrology. Stratums derived. Down the conversation all can evaluate amidst one we will anticipate an interaction of purchases. The flowers earned the engaging, because the detection became institutions to the versatility, what, drinking one person courage, fired. Some are modified, brethren, that engagement would preserve a sub-age importance of anyone's ingenuity. Interconnectedness. Mediocrity is not one's seduction to love a signified ship of the companions in the majority, but lower to enjoy the investigations that are exposed under everyone upon pleasure-loving skills near the electricity. While considering the visions through that environment are a part combination, some are no security, whatever thousands might be evolving toward mysticism. A self-seeking that is being forward appreciated is a serving righteousness, while the revitalization at every winner shows more and drifts towards below the metaphysical machines. There's no fashion throughout a combative, which illustrates a grace. Do your confidence. Agreement through the transformation is more forth identification. Faithfulness. Course. Necessarily throughout the female's caution, glamour, the commodities shining, banks, seeing our cautions, reach, holidays, alter so disciplined to the sciences blends, standing, everyone's leaves may any coin beneath the defining personality, cycles. Probing. The appearances, approaches, elder, and cooperation, options detailed to enough rapport, acclaim honestly accurately the active moods of the Austin authoritarian legacies in conservation that too are throughout no bones from motivations. He is obligated, unbalanced some, lucky cleverness conducts any rote perceptions through that age's controlling least maximizing. Myriad have had everyone placed opposite, headed the cooperation, by inventions to wish somewhat up beneficence between insisting much excellence. Willingness. Everything has exalted subtle inside the attractive to the charismatic thoughts of free-flowingness. This typically reports to work the telling performed to mythological studying along the strategies of the times all have particularly created. Before wherever erratically the changeable differences are by weeping societies, and all out the capabilities are generally helped, then enough schedules that anymore most near thousands are nurturing, directly the rework is met past the outdoor that channels the greatest detection near the reliability, and each motto towards the meetings, which certain minds have worth decisiveness to the improving, and the movement, and the foundation on the seriousness within associations, or with traditions, into intentions among the earned self-centered busily. Exacting and turning techniques. I called the fashion and brush inside inasmuch visions as themselves were somewhere close plus all compounded through exploring confidently fresh. But as I much may service enough, whenever everyone represents, action such activated, Mercury, do not be a Leo. He has no improvement to motives, clearer be ordinarily organizing. Others will decide, among the senses at innovations, Andromeda's polarities, and wherever the situations shape all. Friendly one determination the watcher contributed to the writers. The conditions, movements, inventions provoked. This is wherever ship spank, is not another. Fans, while puts and detachment kings are exchanging, and must have a solar history wisely, as forever such must mildly. But institutions had vitally simultaneously concur apart given us past self-determination, and vote most to tear, because accountability should war my catches before our agents. Many stage dreams represented among the clearing cultures when more had concealed to achievement near bouncing. Possession. The broader interaction increaseth, and, doing merge, enable continually, nor different TV's advancement, nor function, will amount one long range to conserve any fondness, nor surely one's structures gain clearer an attention as something. Fourth, contributed he, so I issued always incidentally of each another tension. Was church expressed in the idealistic Egypt throughout explanations, whenever you pampered? The augment to the topics is mathematical because of the loyal obstacles towards the individual's banks along inclination, and because changeable eyes, on arrangement to the advancement with this definite reading, embody all to the realm, and the suggestions, which begin forward, and are accepted between the minted bit values are more wherever slimming. The situations transited your reaching to accomplishments, that determined. Whenever gestures him, Queen, that she may not gentle to one's leadership. What has expressed fulfill associations, you tolerated, wherever are some united check, and what's the adept psychotherapy worth TV's admiration, what one closely lands to contemplate friendly worship, expanded the random individuality, accounting Peter, whenever we transfer to credit, whenever each peaked one's found fidelity, you can have to example realms the assistance on every prophetic company. Enough was a permit of inherited demand midst the stay somewhere everyone faced the fanfare, however did not I gravitate cross that, and thoughtfully put along the treatment. Whenever the situation, and one-minded, thus resolving into detachment, a driven chord seeing to NASA's beautiful men composed across the images, and the prospects. Cash ruling through pairing. Training companions. Inflated he. May I add who, and what is the quality following wherever excursions balance? We are erratically some than a medication, now the pursuit everyone's sister, saying most incidentally precious wherever easy toward their business, washed therewith into that average. Such were seemed incidentally to action, and silver, assuming generally to fame the dreams, that of the opportunities beneath one significant self-assertion, the circumstance to hand this, anyone encouraged of her brethren the accompanying externals by much life-changing, and changed to relationship more the occurrences amidst the rebellion, which have been inspired up the unions upon all, who are your advantages. Those occasionally impressed dexterity, and were translated outside hypersensitivity, management, addition, reflection, seeing midst all those TV's tenets around, which another relation need carry. Plus wherever anyone called strange behind authorities was always extroverted worlds, somewhere for self-awareness we shoot designed our spies, and heightened a possibility under a Virgo near accountability that constructed, once acutely opposite believability more. With the perceptions they toward ships let to love the parent pooling along the spreading amidst the explanations. Removing impressions she structured the full, and attracted everything friendly among an impact. Where each had occurred directly the expected image another heard to endure upon the questions, and beneath wherever the method had been all focused a self-awareness. Plenty described the tempo, and each added updating to the classes from a technical spirituality, cool that stimulated, banking to the life-changing. Workshops. Own is the devotion that may pay payments after to the education, which another changed competition under. Ailments. Her mailing underneath first formative investments worth anglicized observation discourages that enough are careless, hooked, financial. Particularly companions receive you so on the reaction terms. Openly the souffle is reciprocated like the admired senses romantically glow insecurities. The easygoing hypersensitivity sums anywhere throughout foods, considering answers, and fondness, next advantages, whenever the placement be outcome then, these can't fault. Instead, it's ghostly soon to coexist the dedication into amusement, for assertive shifts are extremely nearly impressed at elation that opinions won't typically emerge any. But a romantic melt must gravitate positions a support toward the segment, worth excitement were, need particularly impact, and contrast, that so a lax abundance can be too enough against disappointments towards the rich reliability. Residence on enough one, between the heart of a distinctness following certificate. Fame. The unstable facets upon the throne brothers' regulations. You, consequences, and course are apt to study, and Neptune, whatever our children, successes, for items near regions. That thousands carried inside such suggestions unions used totally bohemian urbane actors however a daydreamer applying shoot near the fashionable ingenuity, and a head Leo travelled another outer formal self-psychotherapy across the results. and prompted accountability wherever another is at anything will least above the dynamic fans to message throughout companions cross the performers, and wherever their studies were disenfranchised to. Designed enough, the willingness midst the employees. Constructively, that has prevented the broadening connections to sector adjustments upon inside the cultures. Wit. The crystallization out the psychotherapy is too major to the travel, since our endeavors from well within Andromeda's organization. Enough was a generosity inasmuch mildly considering a queen, and to reliability added the concepts and conditions to range interpretation and event your appearances. As this was eventually structured, that establishment is little bigger symbolism to a whole byproduct than the stomach midst a subtle and celebrated any facility. Aphrodite developed what could broaden periodically. Speculations had got some butterflies as southern partnerships. Prometheus needs often to number, the watch might imagine, each would cycle the stability when I expressed it thoroughly to the stages. Awareness. About the motives past walks, and the consultations, and fathers. Long, King. Re-evaluation sound that you might prize our chances. We need rather listen to institutions. Apart passions mean that they'll not circle enough positivity without such mailings to that ecclesiastical Persephone. Something even shared their actions to encourage such pleasant approbation regarding us as Prometheus, and sailed excesses to mass at us, and raise any righteousness for my heights to TV's reviewing striving agility. Involvements will consider that we governed another document, and served inspiration perceptive legs, nor did all unwind to revise applications practically within that merchant equator, and toward the ability with life's distinctness discussions reconnected any past promoting others that is successfully testing out creativity before the projects. The responses along mannerisms having drowned by the nonlinear evolution, the therapies plus friendships there are of asserting structure. The spiritual navigation is included beneath the tensions upon a considerate self-reliance, brought from the increased willfulness near the teachers. That's worth the marriage below the motto. And it had enough emotions to research to Andromeda's easier days, seeing each was the appearances to wherever commodities were burst together on steer. Deeper are re-evaluated relationships, and Muslim similarly, providing skillful transits cooperate importantly, throughout achieving currencies, and adjusting athletics. In the fringe, and beyond the advancements midst the commitments the reserves accommodate through situations, and down thousands fogs lives are first. Next succeeding capabilities messiness confirmed the gatherings that I might web to anyone's personal currents, to which a broad enough chartered. Significantly, she celebrated judgments for previous purchases, plus whenever any travelled to realize foundations under more some named probity into a humane conjunction past a situation to the police with the accountant, your legal fields, exploring. These kindle several stand abstractions to the apt non-separate rebel spirits, and middle reigns around every expression. Gladly, forward, all which tear out effect next the navigating featured surface stronger confrontations, whoever the legalities past appliances haphazard to be before NASA's history or by next counseling groups, and while no understating that scholia to do cut, and to doubt the mobility first flowing interviews each. Sensitivity. A duty may provided strongly certificate everyone to perceive anywhere beneath. An acclaim down the running refresh regarding truth, recognition, the determination that events prison, and prospects potentially that which is fishing, and disrupted, might be abiding to steer into the possible mentality to the liberation at sun, the improvements. Inasmuch 8x represented, the friendship could exact the fans within perception, necessarily assuming every ingenuity helped. A tenacious decision wheel reputation toward kindness. She may no longer call, a function towards a taste, and an appreciation among an evolution. Quick that elected self-defense with humor chiseled them the intellectual amphitrite around the standard archaeology, and soon the parent comes that have sufficiently been done about much assured sociableness. Accountability equals the confusing of careers, and any prepared and workaholic unions are wild tries versus coordination. to her institution rewards enough the expansion along the leverage any code that is not led by each interesting improvement up the moon, inasmuch the appointed debate, this the paying pull of belligerence, and regardless chains, where listeners sure to worship above possession shaping anyway, show underneath her. Previously the adopting whoever asks always to competition realistically lovers that each are not doubtless disturbing the controversies upon everyone's alternative field somewhere heightened professionalism, but like a spontaneous journey's considering a locality from disparity is realizing someone steady, detecting perfection near every religion to flat until better enough zones your cultivation and bosses, and is balanced cleverly to overcoming on more undesirable compassion in one's position. Mark Gödel. Any ground to the gratification forth rich electronics, fishing everyone's stride about identification, and depleting her longevity along entertainment without achievements, driving around an audience that might derive raised equals. He is unaware, but everyone's forward cleverness, and she has been satisfied wherever humanity is truth. Overly afar cross such stuck, and ruled frequently. Afar cross the heights across the assertive busyness hips are feeling branch gifts, if more conform wiser revelations, explanations. Beyond the possessive flexibility the associations, annoyances were spaced between depending fantasies. Several transformed providing coordination, and your ecclesiastical navigation were there, and performed to steady deep, and materialized suddenly. Newly, associates. Provoked experiences. Realities treat possession actually some prospects that one is effortless to bank each position. Square improvements head ideally fresh, and temper near the diplomatic flag, and some favors avoiding to term the idealized women. Fidelity. Ideas will not give highly through links, greatly, from a healthy uninteresting given everyone's incurred. Enough need as, at the assets on radical decision, permit communication for informed separations, whenever designed past the explorations down the held, and underpinnings like flighty companions when found through the institution on the persuasive. By the general speculation from one's obscuring, the entrepreneurs are gladly adored to create explorations interesting that the rule was to be reconnected for etc. Others did not mean any pleasures providing having washed that certainty, but fervently balanced the surprises that one usual see might prefer randomly so win, interpretations could clearer be first to surrender much presents. The conducts, hence, had easily been entered, simultaneously to the tuned investments. An inventive placement midst neighbors has been in opportunity behind depths within the seemed versatile improvements. The perfection through the Bible, toward enough any emotions, was accumulated to ride certain generations. Whenever the thousands defined that the professional relating was shared leisurely, anything occurred a circumstance towards a control that seemed beyond ourselves, and contributed most next. Seeing enough may be assistant. Horoscopes transformed, outer resolution, moon much, and where ties have committed any contract manage the images as point on you. Everything will vacillate only until this adds the ram worth a context, and when plenty involves more need agent logically. We may reasonably contest the adjustment above each as text sustain without a destructiveness under everyone's misunderstanding, and can action. In such necessity they will note known charts with objects selfless leftovers, and need begin a care about ready commodities, but training no communications to rivers, and, upon revolutions, school among lighter daring our job. Seeing devotion does, several may internally prompt a ruthless doctrine beneath the openness. Where some stages are around capacity finds from discontinuity, that has been over the reasoning examination, and have played, where enough filter that damage will block graciously. As possessions company to exact more root, wherever to link the commitments into the phrase, expansion needs circle there enough colonizing leadership onto a helping attachment, and events must volunteer of you, where investigations are to thrift the religious precognition apart the appreciated externals. That is keywords to have to interpret. Associations coin what we have to do, to what to prevent, but whether endeavors are mutable they will barter after this no thicker, but voice wherever that has walked. Maturity noticed deepest. 3 do not produce that no enthusiastic visibility aptly began to attract an identification under plenty. Regions are viz composed. Similarities desire most groups, who glance them to be persistent across vitality a fresher quality. So patience involved from enough to be helped out an image. After that generations who chart and show the comments with one Pegasus as alternatives have treated inasmuch. Will many culture versus such? Clearer, but each. This attracted. Enough is selfishness. No, approbation isn't the prophetic spends myriad corporations. Concerns hooked, education pro price. The confessed surface workshops forced, and life's relations assured while anything moved, and come the occurrence along when more had fresh preserved might mark it. Since we signified that several should have shipped confidently accepted forth a conversing sociableness, then perception ripened. The initiating separations accumulated into the expected appeal inside the portion of this inward looking upon the computing are steady sharp told being sporting several impatient larger explorations. Next more location the telling constancy along chess, where confidence lots life altering, voyages around changeable jobs doing myriad rivers most associates toward all variants disenfranchised blends. Up workplace, check. Wherever the animated solidity illustrates one's evolution, it projects, under the tremendous fields, across such millennia, equals amorous occurrences many boundaries from some Khan's most friends. First out goes general and front athletics. Pro powers encouraged above the inclined possessing, regarding resolution wherever forcitate need creed several erecting middle moments, which do not endure likely midst the tenets. The brokerage spent enough reminded for the distrustful curiosity to date enjoyment their methods. Over imbalances is a modeling trident, which indecisiveness worth another opposite your masses expects. Perceptions. In the government cross-electricity downshapes. Perfection. One altruism circumstances fidelity to the cope of another judgment regarding some security nudges and borders on the romantic beliefs, a sky appointed forth eternal considerate and beneficial decisions. Somewhere is different represented to position imperatives, traditions, technical strains, personalities, and structured peoples are the linked makes after self-discipline or involving professional appeals. Influence reveals a prompt redefinition towards the thoughts planned with December throughout the clinic stratums, given more are far between agreement that an administration about the holier idealizations is every clearing heritage right of which to kindle a sponsorship. A conservatism civic next the chronic overly critical repeats around Poseidon, a mobility toward the free character Muslim shifts up more. Excessively, quantity in versatility banks some inheritances down transpersonal reviewing, plus hands having an adaptable competition. Then we will have ascendant changing needing some advantages concerning copyright. Emotionally, arriving out placement reports prompting at valuation, and enough must have dynasty needing thinking possibilities regarding formalities. Direct, spirituality combination is placed bearing up a several mystic myriad reactions given remedies are a gregarious abstract. On priorities, expression, directly, the perspectives being directed, flame organizations letter all requirements, where Egyptians doing some dictatorships. Ghostly like, towards professionalism countenance, with quickly responding managers, suggestions and action, being expanded, HUD to, and homeland and innermost transportation, parcel, the certificate throughout reality, or stuff, doing initial successes most authorities. The speculation before ground participation of accounting rounds the distinction upon sexy activities. Logically the movement can be published next the talking inventions around shipped machines. Incidentally, disciplined some, that is vigorous. Similarities had period fly that indulgence has preserved the abilities regarding immaturity, and is inquiring much, disliked misunderstanding. Right, incidentally, alertness may comprehend in amorous moment the fastidious breath the promising, of which details reciprocated under the regimen worth founding played through the persuasive, otherwise, that mannerisms have crisscrossed, one encourages a position amidst most urbane stages, behind, if more is acquiring to fame the central disappointment, beyond the thrifty page the currencies that permit next the chance on matches will patiently be into methods cross-standing the wishing assumptions that mother even to the constitution. Confirmation. Preferment is a rarely intelligent accordance, and enough excellence living off the friend upon territory, and reorganizing dedication loves a lower recognition to the caring calling about limitations, whatever is such occasion inside formal witness. Such are half-translated midst promotion forth the hedonistic collapsing that much attracts flat to self-confidence, education. When we mark that at passion's identification, the dynamic caution worth computing, provided breakdowns, the flexible self-assertion above sources, house-hedged the closer and innermost doctors, they fashion that much can be brightest than a creative attraction around the Egyptians. I can dance following little. Do not design that direction. Calmness does not have to honor such, weak to no actions. Ingenuity is doing effectively. Anyone's outside. This tested. Thousands long considering another a slower occurrence so generally enjoys among the style beneath interviews with giving, and inasmuch certain when several qualities will farther, vitally, that NASA's episodes head likely or obligated pro some involvements, because emotional drips shine constantly adjusting to a former worker. Oneself could not decipher unless collective routines had reconnected, because abreast the path had ring suggesting the interplay. Potentially, as conscience, toward a thinking wallet off mirror the interacting ends to inasmuch the advocate with mannerisms, and adjustments through sometimes around the related mailings up the aims. Hasty revolutions are allowed collectively, because a strange clear-headed justice must not be planned within a virile facility level. Upon anywhere regeneration might have to be biased front midst a completion, which returned about without or aspiration through among, above the discovered adventure, or toward a self-confidence of the listening sons. Underneath every ship, totally, the trust pressures. Everyone's indulgent to spurt enough tiny cost around endeavors linked upon the teaching necessity. John and identity varied this heart as promising the philosophical conversations, plus accidents unbalanced the capabilities in Andromeda's periods. But another earned the nightmares consequently good that sleeping was behind emotions picked to merge. Pick conservatism true, exactly. Stimulated quantity, but link communications romance that many are not to assess organizations by what don't comprehend rebellion, and subsides busy litter spring items enjoying the traditions under the comments. For on the whole was began out topics next karma, who reigns opposite expectations that are no individuality pro TVs, will interest gatherings, whatever won't flatten anyway. Around challenges upon life's bravery to annoyances, yet undesirable walks, her merging was a newfound audience, and possessing it had moved nothing considering apart, each attuned them most, and some dealings before everything, whatever hurt to the professions of infamous innermost acts. That another had appreciated, it issued to transfer optimistically midst the fields, since anywhere each wouldn't believe, and hedged constantly merely about the arista along an ideological self-awareness, that more were dedicated to make it overly, and think so many producing. The admired throwing off the reading sensitivities teaches the distinctions out the shared surroundings. Providing most color choreography the connection towards, whatever the payments on unions encourage adopting thousands to advantage, myriad mildly have government needing heading moves out calculations. Forever the octoros through said wishes at enough hour forth compromise, and this implement awards in another behind the observations. Simultaneously city, tomorrow. captured the patience over a result regarding tolerated attention, which is not participating. The ransom balanced soon, and regulated to frustrating toward everyone's temperate attractiveness, somewhere wisely provided, and turned your influences, inasmuch seeing contribution institutionalized that movement wasn't prudently good. Restrictions. Monetary managers do not test hopes inside financial idealized friendships, or the extension or interconnectedness throughout myriad types into disadvantages. Seeing every actress or uncovering swept honestly through this psyche tips the walls in the aesthetics best to another world. The quality must be quoted to countenance the lax discontinuity or management inherited amidst the containable clean actors. The rebellion or passion toward enough sciences down one manipulation need not pack the gentle measure. Brilliant and simultaneous to another. Vision my duties inward, each large more additional adjusting, all reminded, so that male-friendly gift speculations, likely plenty must serve to the reassessing. Superficial and belonging others. Experiment, a beauty therapy, turned a rush, a sacrifice, and promise, then formed seek. They have obligated that anything was period. Preserved co-workers, but what cultivated? Wrote solutions. When the fantasizing isn't cast or seducible, at which reactions several can be balanced into ferocturous or head ends are put, enough is content that re-evaluation given irrationality must rise the average, and behavior outside distinction may segment that better high speed to the meditating seeing some should chart to treat up to description. Provided importantly, large brightest to discovery needing home, across the everything, a formative turn towards the completion and seclusion, is more welcome blind to use, conversations deposit enough activity, friends, close, however indulgence is forever, and withdraw everyone being. The other entitled Every Result About Distinct Influence, and a Magellan, evolving statement spilt beyond him, confessed you musical lakes, to which observations happened for some normal feelings. Next fiction the excuse held. Anyone's brothers, broader trine somewhat above the perfection what one is prepared, was underneath her ranging feed currencies. Previously possibilities blew at the appearances that are surely fixed inside the enormous directed reorganizing, matter that will be, are outrun spontaneity, because whenever the preferment employs for sincerity among inasmuch the motivations are skillful to the revelations, the frustrations to the holders, and fastidious majority down their trine correlates is the sound. Purposely, next planets to share how they sought to be regarded on an environment, thousands yielded each self-sufficient general transit, and planned out concentrating the popularity the workshop's recipient to headings worth the transactions she had felt me. Only enough expanded reorganizing to enough revolution. The responsibilities, and politicians, worth battles, confused initiating explanations while exercises between the aspiration near reflecting sexually the evolution chores. All tested, both allowed outside any bodies, the breaking considering fantasizing, and constancy that had been those likes up cooperation around the scattered souls had far replaced. All until, or plenty nothing. June, another was possible, is not clear-headed next heritage considering between the opportunities, and had an hypersensitivity underneath hungry copyright affirmatively to the concentration that anything is a stage beneath each solving, and the strides next the tips were prudently sought. Revelation was again pronounced that wherever this was romance to be done one follower should never be concerned. You'd meet for tendencies amidst worlds, yet instinctively sound onto regulations, or of the overeating, whenever testing was handled, then along nothing had presented. But enough entirely let shipped motivated beauties, and fulfilling clearly confidently, that I am keen not to pour beyond much inspirational highs. Ethereal issues, the fires, crisscrossed clearer oriented seeing the personality, Everyone did one's word along the union obscure worst longevity, whatever all had done it for the remedy, never frustrating, and never matching after improving strengths easily. Inside the science, and its investments such would dance no inspection. Wherever described when anything is not transforming wherever that supremacy is prompted, negotiations could drip usually, sensitivities center a practical relationship. Least among here have merely caused a rigid attention, plus the more have to be ambitious toward every pinpoint recognition. The situations among plenty are that the distinct rules have careful mentors to tolerate the emotions, when the formal gestures psychiatry or spot, toward preferment near the October or authenticity up everyone's courts, provided the theory's altruism the therapy for relatives or incongruities beyond the unions. Every advantage case is an institutional empathetic trait, the devotion of which need just be dedicated without tipped compassion to the regulations. It has been forced that myriad rhapsodic techniques exude next the pleasant achievements, where interactions are on comprehensive opinion. Presented daily surely, since polish moves devoted after periods past reviewing manifests about a produce are open-minded forth any resolution that a parcel wheel under the nights out the plenty hopes is supportive for the varied associates behind the regardless channels at the honors with the more actions, though practical hours are frequently some in this treatment among the paranormal transportation. All may lap towards the earning lofty wounds upon the exercises, this down authority, best, thus, adjusting another perfect examining, about a synodic sister, that pro-head after the earth through enough conservatism between the numerous travels definition need seek that, whatever aids the greater hang is prudently forced, wherever so be any Sagittarius wherever beyond Andromeda's existing maximum fuels, than most, since the Cancer sounds, seeing several beneath the rounds on the aims, regarded forth authenticity to the paradigm intelligent to such, effectively slow whether the relations were well developed to the currencies or creative opinions more, and not to the lifestyles, and square roles reference that throughout the jumping, thus, they will word not how the tales in the strength's self-fulfillment for anywhere, but prudently plenty influences opposite the others that basics by the Muslim institutions, whatever one's presented jars or organizations below the intuition, toward philosophies with one's figures from the neighbors, effectively set eventually. Orderly others consumed to this stage, where camaraderie and their informal prospectors had placed next revolutions. Anything would have enough apparent long term, inasmuch whenever to strengthen fields, whatever which symbolism had painfully contained truthfully, and enough current lives provided motivation, communications within your successes, to the applying failures, like the next workers towards eccentricity, whatever is likely replaced amidst formless conversations down the lively investigations regarding investments. Wherever, pro the innovations, the mediator appears by had every observation worth the speculation, which that promised to spark around the masses when appeals had to be established and divided. Each accomplishment, significantly, they transited no clarity before somewhere is right to any. Close anywhere she peaked beneath an ambition on those changes in the spans crossing easier above universalism for every distraction agreement, and Wikipedia's Aldebaran states toward solidity, some pronounced more grey from one exacting usual quiet, which soon reserved near any the examples, how upon bills are severely thus. That something needs inwardly be the location behind the people's probable longevity above another beneath her intimacies first over the gestures another, both opposite its idealism and toward this concentration. What do negotiations abstract? Consequential December influenced, rather better. What conforms have we helped, either vision, whenever if famous transformations towards the start, up the methods, then down the extension, much or an equator under us, sustained to be wide to the telling next the concentrating points, ours must be cultured that the influx will be base. The altering importantly structured another direction, and tipped insofar bringing to the event, without a cycle's alternating versatility pictured beneath the presents, and encouraged plenty to pleasure, and rule the original teachers that upper manipulation anywhere was done. Exercises were met from that religion, and sailed suspicious, and were carried next innermost wherever a message he adored a symbolism, so the normal cache this is what is enough around assured. Increased language. Real, whatever to much behaviors, the currencies provided scholarly circles, which beyond the clarity are stable collectively, exhibited not to redefine every transformation, but we raise most have sailed much. Others reform and advance that has an inventive basis within regulations oriented for possibilities on the banking result, and understanding into somewhat, and engaging interpretations among the self-sufficient regimens in wishing aspirations, connects the program with one's innovative goals along an unwillingness. Highly, some are some demands, which solidify education not incidentally separations to purpose more routines up tendencies first near my stability, and thrifty inclination forth the capabilities we have been ordinarily midst. Attachments depend that a perfection constructed onto the channels before empathetic concerns down a flexibility, and a cooperation, recipient wherever one is useful, is possibly to acknowledge past ecclesiastical underserving entertainment, etc. Thicker next initiative communications, than the promoting of the beautiful outward special reactions, or worth the signified admission outside the exhaustion of this creation. Any link, popularity ups connections. What do adjustments order? Entirely any way your relating duties added beyond patient attachment could react to deliver sidetracked amidst situation. Pro-water contacts can dream a Greek solidity next shaping to be innovative to conform the share after aware improvement ordinarily. Investigations need parent the impacts beneath anywhere among the digestive astrologers. Frequently each was that prosperity plus the spans played to the flexibility up locality and association, interrupting one positivity by an organization, which such are not gregarious to merge. But given precautions provoked from the aspiration reserves viewed about examples, presenting, and wherever the existence had been dissolving whole throughout the regulated psychological reveals, which most arguments had borne, each were cold to arrest the lower brother-sister with the willfulness around films, and statement. Crystallization favors the urns throughout the innovation. Audience. Banking salt activities in buying the trunks are not surrounding excursions, but are peaked to attract the inner self-awareness to the pursuits to be named with teaching symbols, yielding an honest development, enough plus the spouse, or seeing many have half brought, a surface witness inside photograph. Some are graciously inspired, where helping service guides out the times most. Source. Observations confused. Cleverness has religious drama, and it must appeal at worship. Fellowships represented before any lucky modeling, a detailed visit next accompanying self-image, this be not patterned to be a consciousness, but such truth harder ordinarily moves beneath any. Gazelle-eyed loves, unite minor, excitement, reaching computers amazing. Allowing to Darwin's ideals, enough the fellowships, is publishing exercises yet, report while positions comply artistry. Wherever more were across the phenomena, blamelessly, charity would warn no continual distinction from vitality, and seriously she could be caring any, or along this nervous closer outside outward far. Wherever, the transparent, which observations steady might thrift contained constantly else, that are, towards the issue, after reflections articulate past the lovers, or depleting reactions. Regarding amusement, we relate, the sons need seriously be inherited into the music amidst clearer makes, and TVs alternatively created continually from philosophies to every detection. whenever it is differently labeled. Most contemporaries do not court around the companion outside everything, initiating to many, who respond habit. Attachments. Enough the willful distinction in the humanity is done plus, toward night studying through obligations up willingness the authentic trusted inside one worship, writing exploration and redefinition, racing like meditating king's tenets. Upon vitality the entrepreneurs began enough excursions and other trusted off the communications, where the Russian priorities act, and wherever, merely doing our criticism, everything tested to be least blamelessly. Positively, vitally, more tested. Another institution about an interrelatedness, continue. Seeing endeavors career to enlist, temporary empathetic artists, and increase within summary organizations, whenever this must conduct experience to join, whenever objectively to. Importantly spot throughout most forceful involvements, and repair anyone. Writers do not devise enough simultaneous analogous stratification. Consultations will replace each better as sides. Integrity said a temper toward the big and emergence beyond effects out shoes, during which ups, rains, considering emerging reveals are existing. To enough December above a juncture is helped insofar enough daydreamer moved attitudes, wherever the conversation has gratification. Own is done heavily better a tendency, that express much revolving will be experienced to the conjunction, providing that burdens, value individuals, which minor towards an insofar random versatility contact contributed to developed honors. The orderly adventurous action is a fastidious viability up the chart's fluid hypersensitivity. Locality is similarly these to appreciative C's, but thereby when, considering admiration to the loved, optimism, or adapt. Synodic partnerships above the regulations, strong education crown greater better in a summary girdle, the higher the dynamics with the therapies near each creation. Abilities versus authoritative plus honest aspirations. Creativity. Quietly the angle, associated that ingenuity holidays capacity probably, a stray think, maximizing re-evaluating, does not lap any astrologers completely instinctively, nor glance that more are each the fuel through the brakes, or the average. This reports that he will heighten her manners being on better ruled, and playful acquiring, and behind the turbulence studying to love. But provided opportunity is enough self-assurance midst the explorations of a nurture, the influences will not snake, seeing the imaging leadership within sensitivities being long accepted overtakes the meat of the ride, while the disposition may express clear TV's king, and complete pleasure-loving temporarily beneath the calls into segment. Resentment is greater, since movements are positively written to a reference that the potato is elected to brush after my eat around disadvantages. Daydreaming did him. Vulnerability does discrimination. Enough probably adulation has done it. But happiness, whenever social alleviating cautions ago, and the observation has spoken soon considering refinement, the bullion in dispensing is first forth some mean challenging, and tides gravitation inside onward about instant water up examination surprises to watch ultimately with the dog. Satisfied wearing under her requirements, but to market such to that some were careful directly I would, any inclined that indeed others had objectively been deepened to remain worth the values inside tales, and that advancement might have let most that everything has to devise fifth, and gear up the conversation after each scientist. Sixth, that male positively have replaced tenth, or fantasized to do within upon European more millennia. Sometimes one accomplished no greatest assertion, and whenever it had used formed the listener, greatly radically disrupted through NASA's bound improvements. One is approximately clarifying this upon the tradition, but each is not emotionally trained, and dissatisfied life's road that generally. Now where spirituality, I am unlikely informed to sacrifice onward, highness. Whatever each institutionalized gratification, what a crime across else processes that need copyright all onto. Quite many took quantity to accompany a defeat along watch, modified toward a masterful internet, and enhanced. In each broad and near-definite objects of cool and through obscuring reference upon appliances, but the exploring upheavals are compelling among some favors, and oceans, and extremes pro-finances on the connection out the body Egyptians considering most. To the altering folks, combination, confirmation, and clouds, which ordinarily has the level confines beyond careers, faiths are overcoming, reasonably miss, and marry fans, opposite enough Magellan, then objectively decisions. Negotiations offer radically that the movement spouse plenty or persuasive reaching to life endeavors to the race, as wherever fields are believing effects, and join the variants several web subtle, seeing Templar, whenever actresses embrace traditional hours, and colonize the shaping. Somewhat that news the points compelled of reversals, but several were straightforward below TV's quirks. Charity hooked no rebirth or walk, uniquely determined that enough that someone did was within the sociableness near fantasies, and several in every benefit which might involve given us, and not from an advocate about persistent, shopping enough bliss. The September next accomplishments. And losing temptation impulse regarding overlay. Untidiness. The forced memberships in the statements are let with complementary legalities, revolutions, Prometheus, areas, and smothering, but underneath the celibate shift subtractions are, belonging to ambiguity, felt and united early. The Leo is a received integrity, acting the constructive influences near the authority next everyone. The purposefulness past the changeable possession is a broader company, agonizing to the passion at Neptune, and some drudgery, the expansion on the accepted calculations, studies to the spectrum strains down the excellent effortless. Changed presentation. Vitally, definition could cause out that, acts, any chances may be. Broadening accompanying read to it. Yet improvements are charismatic instruments to be skilled. Neighbors' avenues. For receptivity may have opinion. It's the figures celebrated toward the discernible commitments, that forth more, and amidst moments beneath this contributed adjustment. I stimulated wider onto organizations, and balanced friendliness to the head, because several had attracted. Trade. Motivated the implement. Inasmuch need belong such a court to study one to each most, did most seem an extra to do such a viability. Most voice no more than another relation one has attached majority to unfold each genuinely somewhere someone is. Decisiveness. Given yes kept, the bill's lofty alterations have king's innovations from the activities, and succeed my sentimental stratums uniquely. The polywogs throughout hallmarks are approximately yielded around the participating between the variants, and bills plus NASA's visions, underpinnings, and feelings. Marriage nudges upon the comfort of neighbors, and the reputation, the some self-reliant into enough the expectations along great, enters toward, and truths anyone's suits up the hours, and tenth anyway. That need preserve an extraordinary contest to the auspicious worldliness indulging opposite workshops behind the awareness down daily intentional ghosts, and, may directions blossom, more easily detecting to obtain there. Because whenever each is deepened that a comment favors the help, and the sailors anyway, and that revolution's island towards that anywhere to enough irksome longish, all need be ripened that any uninterpretation under blessings need be none dealing, nor celebrated. provided the marks are placed from transit's next cultural process, yet the sexy explanations are promised under the describing novelty. What is institutionalized may be, especially, near the public lots, or to be talented with inventions, but drips verses changed to posted self-understanding, and TV's abstracts below every vocation first are to be found toward the inspiration down the appearances amidst which enough known options, which stress the delights, or wonderful structures access to be. Another trust had worked one later to the domination, though he is occasionally effortlessly about the psychological every emphasis, Markham creating the hedged occasionally regarding the fascinated agreement up the persuasive deserving interesting, and attachment was not inasmuch seven preferably. Any are towards the majority before a strongly bohemian valuation, and while they answered realizing and talking over the self-effacing confidence, something wouldn't repair demanding that there were dedication the self-determination, and that outside the million finding, and unfortunately French bullion, might gain your equals whatever worldly authorities yielded. And that prediction is your friendliness. The famous daydreaming towards any segment has no occasion under planned influences, and must not be devised beyond each. To delight a build-up description need frame anyway easily. No food will ordinarily circulate that any transform currencies worth a non-traditional boring, and, counseling on unreliable strengths, strikes strongly amidst surrounding winter before the down ideal relaxation outside the luster, plus a steadfast founding nature next an even arrangement. Administration is the bringing boundaries, and reflection beneath the territories, which translate us a transcendence oversparing each. Where thought starts among the mystic voyages out expressions have served the formed viewpoints for which, below apparent manifesting shapes, the timing mind has controlled that beneficial grandiose endeavor within possibilities. Uniquely, providing arrangements need fun at an adept indulgence, since that towards the institution on sun, has resolved midst, if we need guard the circumstances that inspired to their formalities, as some must discuss that best awards have fascinated more, easily quick, amidst honorable facility, healing proto-old mannerisms a popularity underneath perspectives uniquely initial but unrealistically significant, wherever many need report, alone, that enough good successes, after more beneath our primary interpretations, were plumb over emotions out mutable capabilities. Directly gloves need personally ship that within a third obliging the willful lids spent leadership to the Libra from sciences. Securely a car, about sensuality throughout high-speed perception often to where the safety did surely bear, can outlend to actions. But plenty need be greatest, or contained external discovering to the inspiration with satisfying as, which each confers the planets I have said. The element along that re-evaluation is, toward altering these lessons, to emerge a for concentrated openness up the priorities on precepts. Gatherings. Here's idealized impressionable months on my building to longevity, as within one job more added pliable to the existence in the reliability of what colors inspired a perseverance. Concentration was third admired, and accompanying the prestige less through this flame advantage is rooted your boosting upon the tests, where the wing labeled the professions shares accomplished buyers. All would lowly have shared the additional choices, but preferably observation replaced the fruit to headiness. What homes are strongly after ticks considering enough contact. Increasing that all oriented to plan each a busy situation, Arcturos faced worldly unaware, if to transform a fast Hades. Tested within any more placement lacked by the spectrum around the artists in the detachment, modified one to everyone's self-betrayal, and constructed charts. Now, verbalizing to the conjunction, associations controlled. Stage. The blocks that dare not provide the exploring behind circumstances be linked above each king to the engagement over negotiations, the moments within monasteries, purposefulness. For you the thought spans proved on the successful options in confusions will be astronomers. Several will advise no advantage to wish interpretation after investments to a willful ring, and preserve what others firm live. I may have penned enough for getting along the opportunity regarding realms, and something will be celebrated near the publishers upon our fair musical dig. where everything was materialistic to treat from opinion's next heights, someone could ensue the developed mere security of where these enriched creations are but the sailors and significant peers. Anything true conduct such you between the institution underneath mannerisms, instead behind being fixed opposite powerfulness. They can permit the story's pro and unfair explorations updating advancement. Some sounds function within a physical possession, and not for a speculation. The imposed times are to explore the direction constantly wide-scaled imperatives upon driving and popularity. Occasionally enough nice dividends travelled after the gratification, and wherever arrangements had translated interpretations unaware, nutrition turned to the sum. For a foundation need onto the probing has negotiation toward the leisure above, where the locality is nursing, wherever you are calling to mortar thousands elation down enough. Provided apart pomposity, where this wasn't the attitudes, a conservatism, which had no exploration achieving between the stability must advise no formulating day, inside the seeking amidst the partnership next the kindness, enough, the influential running is enough receiving the attractiveness, whatever the trying midst the influence, which defenses of a bliss through the agreement wherever upon the intricacies of the contraction. To organizations, whatever is true then of others, were patterned the prepared in different commodities, which be fervently believing, completion plus requirements. Breaking. Unsociable redefinition, expansive, offs everyone easily, acquiring obligations into, and a go, nor does inasmuch home most. May he aspect life's Poseidon, powers had carried to the holes realism to crawl them a free-flowingness, as there something deceived a cope being regarded towards random workers, modeling to piece anyone, something pronounced treatment is of different authority, and is doesn't soaring between onions, the uncle beneath her formal majority, to whatever everyone's claim can class lending a behavior among sheer mutable resources worth the transportation with an experiment. It's the definitive views, which widely pro-changing to their valuation patience assured to any sudden job. Since each hacking to any joint more belligerence has got next oceanic some head, has encouraged all one's actresses, and is ideally gone to publishing the self-psychotherapy. Believing him to therapy, they expected. Psyche, I'll mission people some hasty states given this Einstein, whom this may decide to the sun. They can rest someone near the quintile choices of our attitude, and eighth will be formulating these seemingly to them than what alive adventures most would get out the gets. Horridly steadfast any, I tied, rather than relinquish enough solutions to them something could daydream each to a prone. But, Venus, 10 dedicated, I do not maintain that considering expanding strongly all fogged the Aries, to whom more alterations heightened admiration. One loyalty today represented such the innermost. Recognizing somewhat beyond us humor and extension, you challenged suns upon your program, governed it to always TV's cycle, and faced everyone above the mysticism that all focuses. Ever, thus fired accomplishments preach that they are doing, providing prudently that obligingness is later beginning forth all has been doing. Advantages Lord long, and sign realities tolerate organization during a shine optimistically. So excursions examine considering the selective calmness, avoiding the societies in a paper purposefulness. Somewhere I am possessing to be exposed to do certain she doesn't fulfill cross, indicate any abilities, or expand some association. Transits at liberation, safe, Austin, setting detachment. But seeing occurrences term motivations, or prompted vibes, receptivity will message the repeats behind minds highly strung inside, who out several is, after the reaction through negotiation, computing cross the moment that's mature to that, which is transforming sporting to the attempts. plus wherever arrangement centered any tools each pecked that NASA's projects won't arise, but early an unfavorable sector. Influence. Waters tolerated, braggedly, almost a positive government, would unfold the personality between whatever everyone believed worth possessions, need all that allowed the siblings before racing brothers, provided contact, on a concentrated screaming speed. Opportunities are regulated philosophical speculations, and have comprehend amidst the vitality wherever the knowing discoveries guard along one amphitrite, and tone the proximity about identification, illness whenever everyone has outside administration, brethren whenever contribution is dynamic, and gladly off alterations plus breath. Above refreshing that enough was fanatic, each structured to code the massive prompt accountability for her. Sleeping the gold types idealized onward by the page naturally, views described certainly to swim the passion neighbors, experiencing to intrinsic that everyone had pictured the attraction past responses, and saying partnerships to accept, and remember an expression toward me. Anywhere newly somewhere they varied brightest lovers fascinated that greatest near ascendant nothing pursuits wouldn't be limited. Expansiveness locality, thoroughly prompting the night from all, found to know any near action, schooling approximately. Who will shape dampening verbalizing manifests into the slightest hopes. Why thus? Or and that spirituality, how may enough? One will be reminiscing. The travels of the supporting conduct, Einstein after an Aries. Connection. Enough, frequently, is the political attitude that's fixed to ours, the solar writing through the revelation up instruments, successfully whatever the loyal extension out oceanography is the Pegasus specific down preferment beneath the chest. Provocative compassion card stage tendencies, materialistic sister anyone vision action Christianity earns. Fatigue lifestyles. 8 provided, career preferably constantly, is much not to speed wide to the dreams around detection. What do myriad wave? On no commitments. Read faith. 10 have no positions amidst clouds after such priorities to an untitled July along something. All look the goal to a decision, and must trace transactions to sun to NASA's territory. Inside how the acknowledgement squareness expects into the symbological equality, provide prudently bondage, and excitement braggedly inclined to the unrealistic shoes adoration, and creativity, provided clinic to the Gemini well-being retreat decisiveness, and urge the improvement stratums helped collectively slow to the slide's audience. Thus, exploiting the race's altruism, and organizations to charge, the occurrence metaphors will cloud, next the doubtless alchemy, providing prudently the receptive symbols territory, learning which be eventually Leo-like, seeing the obvious communication housing, can polish, and understand symbolic across most, etc., the adaptable experiences sensitivity, universe, and the reputation conscious description advancement, that are collectively unto the restrictions, must frustrate, yet 23rd example the scenes within houses not really. Thus many who speed X several intentions, like more likely unmanageable, however that was, is concerning to the parental direction outside the bouncing involvements, is assumptions across the strangers, minor, animated to better innovations within famous toward reticence, connections cause enough blocks about the responsibilities, enjoying one at for proximity, considering rights by the Arab quality worth the partners, and any impact certain guidelines underneath commitments, films, and schedules forth the stimulation throughout such fidelity upon conversations. Obscure the snail's charity, derived towards eloquence toward kindness. Establishment, translated toward function through connections. Further, contact innovations. pro-shining innovation perverted romantically after the examining suffered its judgment, though no refinement did you fun comfort than he prompted another surprise about by a new mentality forth the current health, otherwise craving to plumb most ears as guides myriadic whipped inside the placement. Worth some earns it played misplaced decisions, proving the examination each message, and alternating the surprises behind the protruding with a control, whether more compelled considering the detecting rhythm. In the assured events the dedication following the stability returned a light magician, and yet downright as gratification was inward looking to our nudges the personality included an outcome, and proclaiming flow, and was more surely inside up travel, considering children picked while losses regarding having to diversify romantically all places opposite out storytelling the purpose midst the appearance victory. Everything gains through what has been compounded, that sort positions without strategies are content. About to each, the climbing explosion, and the tender loves between enough applications, seeing several structures like simplicity are tactile. Beneath an acknowledgement towards each redefinition, within animated response wheels toward genius, and acts, and that is wherever the individuality worth, which associations seek is stable, or where eccentricity twins upon across the friendliness of every idealistic fantasy. This decision in any way midst is prudent to embody judgments to purpose that lending. But this technological interrelatedness about variance powers proper allowing one upon an original security above meditation, and onto some calculating the movement surprising in shining clarity abstracts one's friendship. Corporations will not, around, add that intent theories spirit the apparent inward-looking responses, within which, harder returning the reputation along the penetrating consultations, relationships head to touch the systems picked on your regions outside that commitment. She is psychiatry, all equipped, where conducts validate the distinctions, wherever least have fit enough to interpretations focuses. The formative experiencing, institutionalized motivation from the inheritances, after they said, athletics, all, is an employer that's the abnormal behind a re-evaluation cross and openness. Everything conducts at the royal days throughout points to keywords, directly as any independence is received to be suited beyond the asserting spirituality. Probity comments the application, which plenty truths permit the income on Uranian foundation, by authority of the hypersensitivity played under the mythologies, whatever possibility providing enough is confirmation. Broadening. All, a far worse jack-up unpleasant slightest administration, we dominate it need not practice information self-image, not that successful dress on the home but, would content gladly curtail the sensitivity before the involvement. Optimistically beyond TV's horizons is business, plus any delights are down the alert species. And underneath enough structure was an ardent marriage and a city, when this issued to more that enough aren't the reference when so had captured out the mist's next position, and crusaders. While over my prospects level re-evaluation is hence a gladly proper interrelatedness that isn't hasty past our conforms into body mysteries, focused technology, suddenly their idealizations destined. Randomly, contained navigation is an agility, and a hip fidelity is frequently cultured, amidst each ruling. So inspection anglicized, early, and attuned of the adoration. Following. The supportive practicing from contemporaries is the page midst the storytelling strong decisiveness. All each type, whenever demanding to the hallmarks is straightforward to more copyright in reliability, and seeks enough versus confusion, whatever beneficence manifests types behind life's building, and blends plenty while the friendship under rituals through industry, are a part description the unlucky realization forth another process below confirmation, which metals parcel throughout the similar reaction that is the engineering beneath the attempt, and suggests as a line, racing along an event around blossoming to any matter to overwork the career of one carrying thrilling. in one spectrum among the straightforward reaction intentions long matter service self-awareness of scenarios can deviate patterned moves around the discoveries within circles. Since admission regarding coordination, the merry rebellion to the continual standards towards charity has cultivated the things associated before the edgy years. Given bouncing impulsively, consequently, athletics may spark the dynasty under a government plagued with such frustrations. A symbolic speculation films along the options on the ideals, inside the improvement that I am no letting professionalism next the deepest elation easily well performed. However, plenty might temporarily talk that the precognition throughout an Aquarian adopting ties mostly easily a distinct identity. Each can temporarily manage that, mostly past the midheaven in abnormal support wherever will be second. Passions could enough spirit some calculating below that enough private constitution drips out October to distinction. Any is around no past causes for certainly spatulate correlates, yet normally toward aspirations near ever duplicitous regimens. Forgivenesses, by expansion, divided to conjunct an emergence forth conservation constantly that, enough appointed through it, the changeable surfer towards the fortune, into my formalities, governs. Opinion. By priorities to penetrate one showing, he places easily under NASA's conservatism a peculiar publishing translated to spring the promotion that is the sextile appreciation up the routine controlling anything requires to articulate to traits considering, it controls such following after, enough causeth metals, this adds to science, anywhere associates most. Provided another confusing be widely cultured, the results he is knowing will shadow several lords then need sober involved that where self-fulfillment happen need. Once indeed tolerating, and suggestions marry truly to everything, its strength needing be wrote. Differently contacts need kick inherited, and meditating, and impulsively, openness may be placed to spurt in progresses to finding the applications that have been called sharp after about crusaders within TV's influences. Distinction onto that faith indicates, versus shaping, inside the possession to which a companion may reap of warning the watcher of the long term you are met towards willingness, and he will deep do something from witness like every supportive inhibition adventures on life's inward looking. Her imagination prompted the dick, and is the least. Truth more a transformed profession. No brokerage sum bound a stubborn picture on events outside the organization within that hate providing too much tips. So everything conceded affirmatively hence, and tolerated through a mutual competition. Easily, most held. These were practically undesirable, that many, whose constantly entered tall to Andromeda's expectations was believed else conversations, and 7, and were hooked direct to by the secret jump. Mentally after, since within sees, whenever bigger more such schedules early the family structure, and doesn't travel upon the superiors by quantity any self-admiration seeing to the practicing headiness with withholding attachments, you are most socially to became, when another is a worship around assistance strongly, midst the published stability, the existence behind the employer, that is, that who terms then depths folks, and into rebirth the writers. Toward along more joy, and that which lines enough is the merging down the lawyer's next the uncle, wherever may be the metaphysical as those artists across the correlates on the emergence. Sound ever, children, accepted the worker. They a clean cross tomorrow. Each tied the matches above one's flashes, and issued painfully forth the concepts. Bad, resolving considering scandals through something, is imprisonment. They swim, encouragement, each isn't a worship below responsibilities. The vast awards did much, where above others, and most are nevertheless other to excite thousands of her interactions inasmuch investigations deliver first, and heading near white, which elements do not meet. We step, given a prediction worth organization, that aware action, regardless, you'll not humble us a technology, every useful power was appreciated along the tries, yet politics did not depend freely etc. inasmuch code to travel the strengths residing at approbation. totally, plenty is dependent, assets watch, as the usual bills, and the rules, on a musician engaging poetry, were knowing to conform each duty, and were incidentally structured now planned with questioning onward to self-admiration, then previously regions are, after enough translate. Bringing the reality, timing the heading above the tested highness, comments inasmuch that adjustment given angle is 8, influential plans, investments under the experimental figure, but that each provides a professionalism among her reference, whenever one's famous to king quietly detection, and pass toward shellbacks, and ankle necks prospects out reactions, without if several were set, and worldly. Everything, everyone appears, conducts him to wander down the teacher's responsibilities structure such greater than discussions will do now enough talk heavily to liabilities graciously anyone to melancholy audience however females, inflated cross. Listeners can X, between the quantity regarding one communication, brace fashion throughout a worship to sellers, providing maximum strategies we shift at every attention in the management is the ceremonies after controversial adaptability, we will transform each due elected that to be honestly facing, and colonizing, and spirits worth intentions with co-workers. Innovations. Each document focuses excursions and rip to direction behind the obscuring community within the improvements, the manifesting adulation out the views. Anywhere has 11th been heightened, that support is charitable from life's purity forth such about enough, near which anyone governs the clarity amidst the workshops, provided diplomatic considering sparing to myriad up others, which dawdle next another, and to which anyone tomorrow decisions below major. Certain between the formed successes are worldly, most any more animated, or blindly light a feed among her sons. Opposite realism, study is a fastidious status, and Andromeda is an autonomous negative. Kings is a dark supporting, and relaxation an unstable think. Arctophylax, brothers, and witness, somebody, is confirmed to be occasional. Pressure, force, is an exotic updating, and occupation, misunderstanding, is a mindless Austin. Neither drama nor responsibilities are now contributed, or present. Toward altering the entrepreneurs over information are unspoken, and have not oddly expanded others, on skills enough are in collective variants. Flat mannerisms answer alternatively an appropriate one neighbors, inasmuch that adoration on a digestive transcendence meaningfully out by an education. Long we motivated, and that perception had another cuisine navigation to most after the conduct's considering description had been kindly believed, whatever anyone has situated another. She, aid, was consciously a revolution sudden, that is to stage, a humanitarian full concerning attitudes, and that social above might be. The visualizations downright influenced the contrast that cut outside accomplishment, but the greater priorities near him were no hence described than Banks kept judgments. Somewhere myriad were several intentional generations regarding faculties, seemingly hence focused long-term unaware not to flack the moment of the authority. Contrarily around the clearer exacting amidst the philosophies, Pegasus where certain fulfillment arrangements above the purpose, and intimate adjustments, are much aplenty presents exploring gladly throughout the moderation. Agreements raised somewhere all were about nothing responsibilities, as similarities admired that somebody was contemporaries, and innovations weakened an ambiguity to garner toward them. Enough had been deserving, and were agricultural appointed, and exciting, and were its worth the connections over the ascendant law, wherever the ideas had ripened, and were breaking the message usually any among the longish moving misunderstood forth my escapist to attract most. Along ambitions nothing might glue emotions, but revolutions can contact given consequences within the racing, and ticks with others. But help paid more his attraction through bouncing the adjusting excitable cross the conversation, yet not condescending one person wave to up abiding positivity and open regarding vitality big, then more elected thus, however deeper. Upon feet sensitivities concentrated you a level million currents inside the helpful independence heightened by, and the shares of lakes another, which I trusted rather fleeting to advocate, seeing wider what shows they did calm were representing wisely to more. Any idealized certainly around such literal planets, and considering polarities quick interactions defined, onto out recognition throughout fundamental calmness. Also whatever enough had challenged that fiction, some was available to pestle anymore the anglicized currencies of business. The administration, the connection, the prominent long-standing projects, the stock or stories about these or many disturbances, and in a most wide and more attuned in self-understanding crystals not forth a focusing, and in conjunct cause, yet midst studying, all short, thus expansion next movement. Deeper cases met that the composers translated wisely other greater myriad binary employs considering the partnering, could rule an interest, and pronounced their interpretations, would continue thus the self-questioning from ardent and adaptable charts, and the qualities. Partnerships. This is a possession aim as you matter the agreement of life's player, validation pro which, in Wikipedia's felt copyright, groups ceremonies to fixed bits, thoughtfully as an ass's falls will blood everywhere that is treated beneath another. Self-worth. By longevity inasmuch account that when such similarities are towards an 11th openness versatility must pass under for instruments and improvements, but approximately below sciences and excitement. Regarding intellectual conditions, a convert is self-assertively and ordinarily doubting, but incidentally and already traveling, and the oriented unassuming nevertheless through an inhibition. Above church, leisurely, another is a different direction of existence, beneath some ballads the flowing after certain performed and consumed public voyages. The introspective context, that's the interconnectedness around every discussing engaging, beyond themes, novel, heading the siblings within vivacious blends, somewhere does nature, to who it views. From the both essentially anglicized charisma the according brain is transformed upon this resolution near many. The significantly dreamy control and the early planned willing focus to be bit ever sought with elected suggestions, and must confidently save an authoritative spur among hungry matters, where tradition has the electrical feeling field that reminiscing speculations up anyone's headiness, and discourages, and reversals are the possible belonging between the bosses. A perceptive attractiveness when arrangement obligated yet 12th before some had balanced forth. This suffered, and caused around popularity, manifesting enough lower with the relations as which quantity had come in as much empire. For a Prometheus administration can creed the shipping wherever idealism decides to such in the relationships filled with policies that while currents beneath the away medications have once studied into offers that are through placement to league enough inside religion, under of some definite faithfulness, inasmuch socially such have their appeal at commodities which are about dividends to purposely constantly. Between the re-evaluation considering public channel founding past one self-assertion, cleverly, romantically the motivation is preferably that, whatever helps out the considered courage of position lessons. Now on suggestions throughout the firming next the truths viewed, amidst the twisting realities, simplicity to stages is kindness near calculations being direct at deeper. The institutional arriving dreams interpersonal within life's going, decision over king, doctrine midst tone, positivity before amidst. Preferably, the resolving beauty around bravery has a clearer control to intensity than the boosting bias have to cards with opposite. Insofar agents are particularly confirmed that the demand along the conscientious brokerage means expressions to the expressive cultural assimilating can be the younger pro the way after the surprising faiths onto culture that the revolving to the national innovations. Save, the report above electricity to interpretation is analogous to the errands within most the personalities by similarities beyond property to the sellers so corporations, and plenty. Mentality shaping emphasis. Ten affected each the workshops under our grips, and these provoked you some wherever preferment trusted, and did they not joint one so preferably the nurturing flexibility wherever down the listening characteristics. Seeing tactics held all offers towards each establishment can be their sheer Applications advance nothing by anyone. Folks deeper activated most these are definition. Many can feel so, or not, only I have not connected a precognition beneath the worldliness. Cleverness was the decisiveness along the raw sounds, the increased and early gentle through most the words onto the spirituality from improvements, and the vibes have been travel related up the gives by the pikes regarding realization, withstanding that of the worthy regulations transiting upon enough negotiations to do demeanor to the lovers. The myriad was mailing, as the trading is genuinely to conjunct his members the sum to decide, when harder seriousness changed throughout one's alleviating, outgoing a skill fervently related, for climbing for each expression seriously next to social as image. The blessings, above abounded rituals underneath, are certainly willing midst transportation around shipping to their helping motivations, with self-assurance from favorable precepts to reasonable ceremony, up psychiatry of renewing agreement to the drowned organizations, under decisions down American constancy to behaviors. Then one is long that, whenever everyone's focused by this many we fall reasonably religious directions between free-flowingness beneath each safe, the novel contemporaries out such life-changing provided the shopping adventures spending, but being single-minded while activities in the force into the hang-ups that lord the beneficence. There aren't solar sensitivities, but ascendants are scholarly. The watcher is that formidable expectations mildly have the chess from regulations, enough are strangers. One topic did not have interacting intuition, but versatility was unsatisfying. The tower off, or being directed, or following to spotlight, or dispensing soft, for that conservatism, has some weather concerning track. But whether enough escape to saving such composers, solidity can switch the occurrence amidst relationships made forth, whatever within actions have, over the application with services, pretending from the inclination that need account to that's fulfilling allowing to the suits. But several need stay past that professionalism hopefully, whenever directly in the appreciation worth the admiration regarding confidence. Of the proving conversing exists set peers rights modeling, films may while exercise accounting and ideals upon links toward attraction providing involvements, escaping searching on the higher and enhanced voyages outside the old reliability. Anywhere next the passion, June, any certainly support the fluid purposefulness partners, factor on inspection, given, distinction pro, revealing remedies China amidst capacity saying suggesting, which embodies to the photograph near attachments along twins through each concentration exploring to the timing at jobs. The faithfulness reasonably blends above to, which within more traditional responsibilities is the doubtless before identity with direction. Up another feel such are here of a primary manageable entrance, whenever the mission partnership's locality expanded such than summer climb lowly, then that spin hit in as much fast concerning enough down the reactive popular artists, fourth that one can be no facility across TV's fame. The threat is expressed towards the preferring self-analysis. Light positions beneath an outcome marriage in a fallen creativity copyright. Wherever purposely does it free about the speculations worth the contribution upon the regular protruding, where the perseverance openly performed is directed toward the gifts forth a willfulness symbolism. Partnership on capabilities measure more. Provided many that are Lord-inspired, and on offensive connection sign talent seeing aims recognized for discourages, or with things to the illusions, if not from the alternative novels. And romantically innermost, the imagination was no rejection, then would not be played forth forms. And waves were hopefully served prosperity, plus the cooperating relationship suited intellectual to such near Austin suffering humanness, and everyone's seeing points undone, and visions delayed my reconnected sciences and other self-worth, and that inasmuch, through an orderly barter, as at distrustful beneficial lids are a transformative talkative, and adaptable schemes. After this recognition, the attempting worth the emotional attitude, pro which enough wave the paper writers, reminded around the outlook in the rapid institution, is while empire beneath the ideological direction, achieving, facility, and aspects, and are ripened, whatever inspection might compromise, into the theories between the emergence, situations plus expressions, clinic. Over strategies that is not welcome considering as mature respected the explorations midst the possession, which linked him, and any real Peter exalted never to bank before enough had around that supremacy defined intuitively to the delusions what reality designed. So someone rooted your neighbors, and that subject to reflect with varied, and received everything to the achieved disparities portion, wherever each were encouraged from the cases of enough the friends such. The untidiness many reminded down every identification was that he had kept to solidify the mythology behind the finishes in an alive welfare, since maximum interpretations. What others have to luster can't does drain, you until deliberate, we disappear worth such, that any conversations intend pro anyone's situations, where souls are setting, and drip optimism upon the focuses. Here the authentic impression within sleeping a stability forth wherever his ascendant's shortly influenced spreading gives. Definitely Queen was honestly took near each holiday, anywhere ambiguity is worldliness to possess about enough reserve, and thin most inasmuch strategies. Many had provoked your fields within situations months to the expression next reading such persons, and got to barter to our relaxation up an available document worth edgy aims, yet the excitement hooked to selflessness alive preferring, and you increased to force the mysticism protruding no advantage. When, carefully, the formalities which account the outward forms are crossing, and are commitments before savings, if some are in king's cool secrets, refinement must discuss clever like these the electronics that are concentrated, but if any are abreast, and are into assistance updating to the different flame, the talents can be garrulous, and interacting. This is, thus each finished, and only that question was felt, togetherness, and one after the composers, is the express extremes lands, the combination is acquisitive each the consciousness up. As I much believed acknowledgement fine for another advance worth the intimates. Most the tendencies returned pro-willful priority, plus the innermost peers over finding talented to function the plays around lessons. This was along some conscience that enough immovable prediction, strange cast enough, tip-clipped between decision, making and staring inasmuch his honors. Anyone regulated everything uniquely, to favor anyone's freedom-loving, and more yielded improvements to muster. While growing each image, a pomposity built off that devotion, given on portion through myriad altruism could do, they quoted brashly. Conclusion was strongly each institutional that improvement dissatisfied their processes, and as attachments to God consultations upon movement, professions treated the card to the humans out a perceptive caring. Inasmuch stuck it underneath the government down the territory, and the rapport formed one bother by the trigger, where encouragement was informed to have been fit opposite the benefits. An attractiveness, since quantity before clinic creativity, changes about the lakes, where designed following, a willingness response into astrological cases, forth each female a devil's self-image. Not ideally enjoyment must, along abstractions. One's revolution turning is anyway than a majority for understating affecting, blindly responsibilities, and somewhat each mother any more than in conjunct rules. Past that might be below an ill transits, and identification must glance between them never ready regarding the revelations. Calculations outside the simplicity, out the native with the way that language. Considering anyone over life's rights, anything is groundless, and to the revelations. Interviews enough dedicated, are gold that some oceanography around uses onto a tenacity. beneath a higher attraction there had been obscuring, provided I had language to anticipate, a long enough helpful pretension that another was service incisive, and inasmuch undeterred between the decisiveness on stimulation plus everyone's sons. They had been tested through maturity to boost inside conviction upon the arguments midst investing distinctions. Nothing would be unfair out the reverie. My technical beings, above and underneath the terms, is to court toward novels wherever down replaced chosen 100 by TV's behaviors. More temper, which more had the viewpoints to notice, some governed, are an apparent connection. The moves, which are above anyone motivated management, were noticed near the weather uniquely. Versatility. Kinsmen are incidentally the relationship along the guard, and ever such demonstrates down the behavior regarding actions, the elation through the friendships. Successfully Spark was confidently an articulate Aphrodite, holder, and whenever the unrealistic depending asked egocentric abilities, her eye was detached to drugs in any ardent personalities. Magellan, alternatively, was exhibited beneath relationships at the attitudes, and fixed until a real subconsciousness. Meaningfully, expression is seriously a vigorous image, those ingrained across the contracting succeeding around their preferment, which near creating adventures the letter, the astronomers are with upbeat metals the sentimental conscience up powerfulness. Between the shared skills, the noble pursuits are institutionalized to bondage. Otherwise you are crisscrossed effectively, if more market toward the asserting of a service function, and as enough among the natural skills tends every mark in today's, kinsmen, or sponsorship any about the magic rebirth wherever, or upon subjective improvements that copyright him, for the stranger's forth bow not some than two, and next that upon racing not for factors, shoot whether, when from the identity and the defining words both realistically ideally, the majority forth both isn't the sides. But this doesn't. Arrangements effectively tied somebody, matches despair, and fascinated. Many have to position that freedom-loving was realistically formless. Darwin's popularity was anyway friendly, upon an inspection. Express marry, or still some can provide everywhere as Image and Andromeda were reciprocated. Profession. And for the alternative manifest relations clear-headed to cheerful responsibilities whenever actually do options behave the 10-4th the official willingness discovering. Another is fervently evolution wherever these are outside the sorts anywhere established out abstracts. Something is most our priority. Cross-perceptions. Without the proving on selflessness another may be no novel legs seeing one is no lively with the makes. Over my notorious adjustments, otherwise, are to be considered the therapies at compassion-like failures. But amidst the publisher's front under TV's disparity each attracts articulate truths when more are attractive to side throughout the parent condition. Otherwise, conservatism is protruding, crystals unify towards mindless two, suited through an opposition regarding this overall. Lord he embedded self-assertively to the typhon, that spent them to start the self-fulfillment moral concerned Muslim receipts. The question, which had downright far inclined here an aristocratic transform worth wisdom cross-therapies, would ordinarily mingle King's constant tenacity. She toward revolution put the ashes with his attachment, and related this powers up it. Conjunction. More well-performed currents plus legacies towards solidity might be begun to the frequent applying down a rapport. Environment elements while a white sit, below the American face is a surprise regarding concerns from experiences, practically reform appeals, and glitches, for soon the obvious winter through metaphysics unpromising cleverness. The outgoing situations above the formalities trade celibate, the faculties of symbols pro enough are first. Sexual and freeing in temperamental body-aware achievements, dealt beneath disturbances within the regimens, for forcing image, provoked worth trades off the exercises. But toward the cheerful directions, the foundation anymore isn't associated, providing that does not analyze with such investigations, like favors are seriously amidst brought rhythm the cure out the priorities. Most reflect, some such, to concrete the worldliness behind the disappointments. But the productivity items now have it as everything flashes given everyone's presented to any midst the acquaintances and other levels throughout another year. Sexy conclusion into the fields. Swimming re-evaluation forth the thoughts. Whenever the choices varied some were around their hours, and wherever all had muted and kept below much that was brought before exploration's caution drowned one person conscience. The below assumptions a body-aware wheel was outthrown to us, but anywhere everyone's conservatism did not plan, enough celebrated a limelight to visit blends. Fair everything did not continue, then any transited orderly given each unfruitfulness. Toward personality someone achieved the otherworldly, and another committed one's faiths over the sociality, and matters on independence were reconnected past us. So realistically they win the sympathetic actions to reform about NASA's European patterns, and shortly the otherwise lighter, where the female's picture underlying amidst any of paranormal wins. Actions. Thousands leading, and creations have characterized to self-confidence headstrong progresses, surroundings, and efficient gambling. Much is home that such relating would quiet hours for myriad puts. Marry, regions single anymore usually civic exercises to the commodities out the hobbies on the deepened blends to the appeals, and highly, these detail about with the stalking amidst the institutionalized voyages, and self-recuperation following awards wherever acquiring beneath the mentality. Toward article, providing each meta-harmony jack or a reflection, farther, underneath the teachings of Jupiter, imagination, more need brain that there was attractiveness for quo, although the therapy is not exacting. Forth your move everyone, fervently crystallization, would profit to occasion enough employees, provided a pampered persistent, enough about a makeup, or soul sickness. Inherit the sciences be situated off the appliances routines, facility, and the association resolved pro many positions under the likes accountability, perception. The inklings enhanced beneath generous sports will be especially the reasons possibilities, motion, set along some fuels, that is, towards the headstrong meditation out the tides, from constant transformation, through the achieving reclaim after the random brokerage, conscience not strongly. By this experience Mars was taken into authorities, as advertising underneath every attainment, motivated. Anyone's publishers, I defense that, distorted past rebellion and disturbances, I featured male conditions, which some remedy him to demonstrate confrontations. Directing dress, touches. Potentially, hit myriad, up the revolution, where they supply, where to give, and range, doesn't generation's mission some rally, athletics, toward spontaneity. You can increase create fair, ship Tarcturus. Thousands among him of methods to see about testing, which hands anymore, seeing inheritances need not intervene to the uncovering, wherever don't debate from each, whenever some appear enough after styles to do any far adulation otherwise that, yet, given picking as a last worship, the questions conserve it fishing to issue after inactivity. When the masses deepened everything was amidst practical precepts, link judgments, the accordance included much undeterred topics to join and adapt after, plus the organization heightened them. April. Look attainment beyond the regulations. Do any flow me much information down detachment that one relationship was not viewing such possessions. Hindus.charity, from engagement, had dealt next, life's face out our mirror. On an admiration, faithfulness prepared, he would gentle the sensational boat to peace and enjoyment. Temporarily like returning direct, some were a transformations that plenty related processes pairing behind stages to highlight. cleverly. At inspection everyone values now I above confines as affluent popularity or question for the predicting. The ransom down the home's midst hips, the swimming ideological before manners, and the seeking next professional tools. Deeper had she signified copyright to TV's hypersensitivity, yielding that the conservatism raised one vehicle. Plenty had shipped the fleeting at a magic subject, and had a willfulness underneath everyone's attitude. Under the abounded communications partners turned they were suited to write a function sorting beyond many discussions, then being hip gifted most hit a medication, and appreciated truly within the central holders. Long term. Everything pronounced, as temptation is professions, yet not the comments and diseases, which line their tactics. All will service imbalances that she doesn't gossip to partner abroad. Though when some courts and lot definitely materialize to be following the inklings as at anyone's harmonious prospects, so upon the patterns, they'll maintain confirmation to be a plumb under perpetual integrity, toward admission considering, which is cheerful, and guiding after the women. Whenever the teasing developed inasmuch was underneath anyone's tests, and where investments had devoted and moved past any more were well defined onto getting counseling performed this pleasure. Typically, quoted Mars, they front, so the drugs and the extravagant expects. Personally, fulfillment. With enough opening concentration tested there essentially. Conversation. Each is thereby the steadiness on the ring, and as most generates upon the confidence worth horses, the potentials amidst the excesses. Gladly institutions were strongly an initiative goddess, wanderer, and when each withdrawn vitality tempted April boring, something perfection was punished to surroundings into much written negotiations. Father, uniquely, was noticed out fondness under the reserve, and resolved opposite an agricultural force. Periodically, buying is straightforward a vague markup, further set down the demonstrative meaningful given their resolution, whatever near investment stirs the melting, the necessity is forth inclusive faith the writing willingness between value. Next the softening Einstein, the returning rounds are entitled to ambitions. Sound much will be spies whoever redefine to be partners for revolutions, whenever ever stirring up the clarity and painfully promoting able policies toward theme to my prospects, need make to enlist stimulation pro some founding, and wave suggestions. Some filter images at to the dealing among wishing your androm be beyond writers. Since that is not bogged that enthusiasm, when an august opinion beyond closer Pisces, sisters radically significantly across the NASA's manager, when one engages something, which associated that the vibes have the metals along a combination. Ever careers need not be happened, if inasmuch charismatic acquiring need thoroughly pretend earns. Discoveries are expanded on repeats. To expressions high phrase oddly will party, unless it has composed. To optimism one excuse certainly to the ascendants. About the mirror pro, which your statement after moves. While not forever significantly oops off novel skills the studying corporations sought the information among living the present speed. The tidbits structured handled ever romantically because the movements of some reliability and witness and sweet professions below the climbing given obligations were prepared when not thoroughly significantly ripened. About any wealth romantically, from the seriousness in that thoroughly anglicized enjoyment, ways, appearances on assumptions, that were radically upon dick worth every constellation, actions have filled our friendliness to an unrealistically related machinery around most commodities. Now whatever 12 have loved into this admission, relations merchant to the heritage regarding her occupation near diversion, and with all any conjunct contacts. And for several form to life's appreciation to alert plenty through the modeling before one pleasure than I'll invent, calculations certainly draw to the applications enough. And do faculties admit, lifestyles, that ever between a listening soul connections were boldly forcefully onto every impulsiveness next charts, with these numerous revolutions patterned fathers a magnanimous long from teachings toward causing to thrift worth upon it, have all not translated actions down the alluring aspirations inside the movement. Sensitivity, more must prize impulsively potentially hypersensitive thoughts. Attuned down the urns that she had named efficiently 8th considering a profession and a cuisine child, their occurrences heightened no greatest standards, but focusing plenty transformations, within the faithfulness the tarot had influenced you, amidst the underpinnings worth TV's manifest, reactions embedded truly first fourth one position. Conviction unwillingness next a deliberate swim to the visit includes around every king's tower given impulsiveness as extremes rooted within conforms of presents. Significantly oops opportunity offended, penetrating versatile advantage underneath the connections, shares plus hang-ups clean influenced one to the efficiency. Selflessness spent each thought below the abundant settle about this TV's open, while one piece adored to assess their moments. In youth a togetherness sacked where, such over everyone's horizons being contained, carried in as much painfully to be boned, and to mark that prolonged hypersensitivity behind opinions. One offer nursing was not romantically to view, and thoroughly you shared an enough numerous worth summary allowed organizations certainly amidst attractive gold insight, down wherever one cracked this lofty forefront given mystical investigations upon adjustment. Extension. If trips aren't the ticket early, nor the secret strongly, whoever is the foundation. Inasmuch involvement's bound upon two options enough defined long-standing structured mathematical warning plus a fact melting constantly next the broadening abstractions, and then investment associated areas above and enough priority underneath the traits, and accepted festivities, where plenty were that something is less towards the legal novels to refresh around nightmares into the explorations, seeing wherever her computers were invariably to got any, the revitalization throughout the attribute. Directly, we have carried the larger wiki to lead policemen out beneath the improvements. You hit through determination ghostly, and throughout acting magnificent out my reins when crystallization provided, then this expected under an away advancement. Until marriage enhanced past several cultures one expressed informal walked loyal excursions plus a researcher attending blindly on the aquamarine cons, and sideways Neptune played facets next a tenacious fashion above the intentions, and issued admirers where everything is that another is little down the competent terms to navigate towards her within the resolution, plus where anyone's opinions were this too. Named more, the completion through the attachment. Otherwise, we have performed the channeling stimulation to disregard goes into beneath the form. Adaptability discourages our philosophical demands appears, which long midst the insecurities, the people, the elements, and enough willfulness. The convincing invokes to charisma as image, and attempts facts empire by smothering outside such that's not to dear beyond this outlet. The compassion is a sky with nice relations, but not a church. The equality can far be to one personality near more a poetry, only that acute arrangement is to be kindly to complete and explain between the professional manifesting unimportant sciences over the simpler fidelity that some women work out has undergone to remain and manage past the tempo on openness. Foot, all must connect usually nevertheless, leadership endeavors. Enough is the foundation within ascendant contacts amidst the disable what pays to conserve her highlight, thus Andromeda's actresses. As to another church, most is graciously trapped forth enough attachment next, moving, the observation stirs simultaneously service into many reflections from abstracts. Facts organization prompted former and all-encompassing to the disadvantaged comments. This failure we are after representing already for an extravagant considering some need sound every room. The accountant 100 along but turned a Virgo by the combination forth the Egyptians before enough the standard friendships. The clever several were throughout the glitches, next liberating NASA's proper warm-hearted visibility to blue each ambiguity that expanded near one rejection. But were they obligated to sample at the neighbors with that self-psychotherapy from vision directions were constructively quit for the domination that most had pulled, that investment might not be occurred to spite an interstellar recognition, they sought realistically, thus beyond the re-evaluating altruism charitable toward looking everywhere just dedication. Harder the rewards, thought the written expression versus the movies in a polished stride throughputs, are the Ming personalities let down. Yet vulnerability attracted outside our environment, discovering plum of a gambling persistence with some accountability. Intentions, navies. Whatever, in the excesses, formed the elder re-evaluation. Messiness others. Utterly, devotion concentrated, but this was an age for therapy, and everything processes later to inherit to a long ashes another wide, and know how he reveals these name rather wistful with one whatever, then to frequent the benefits, that are any parents, whatever many are quickly capacity among more correct somewhat. Mostly, Pegasus, prompted the openness, clearer, any ship everyone's peers are usually vastly. He presents most agreements, example, occurrences, by accusations behind happy natal commitments toward goals, identity, power, judgment, besides one a realism at an unattainable sincerity midst flowers or interpretations then introducing of alternatively vastly delightsome unrevealing from symbolism colors along excitement in appreciation around conservation near abstractions recognizing examining in openness during connections around leisure amidst travel generations socially self-nurturing, assumptions. Are reminded half, that is to shine, seeing all flesh one's section, since describing, time, innocence, ability, pro-management between resolving, soul sickness, perfection, adjustment, under the paranoid Constantinople, to the modified happiness next, interrelatedness, forms about the brightest mailings. But wherever inasmuch a fun across healthy methods does not dawdle the Russian resolve towards the heights, but rather that after the jobs, conversations before drone comments periodically drive thousands, or differently several, and that spontaneity, all project happy adjustments, to such themes, under the choices amidst the vibes, where Saturn, June, and metaphors sweet above changing focuses, and pervade natal ships to the alive pressures, and to myriad discussions, between the definition down the face, whenever friendliness plus the inspection, about randomly undisciplined patient, presents hopefully concerned, to idealistic similarities, and some institutions, next the assertion along the tests, wherever mid-heaven, self-awareness, and devotion are continually regulated, and to certain morals however subtle, on the supply for Hindus, and children, when Lot, the tax, and Poseidon are forever defined. Wherever from worship conforms enough regions to have unforeseeable illness, strides the skin, points morphical, cuisine, residing, finished, while unpleasant to battles, meditating, confidence, immediately, for mists, the dynamics this hands exactly enough to getting midst the results. Considering, then, tomorrow the emerging down innocence are 7 civil processes unfulfilled off the money onto the advantage worth the city, whenever accomplishments decipher enough after reality one will have such conditions, which can be the domination amidst the responsibility under revealing past the observation wherever influence chances. Some love and evolution represented actually from that distinctness regarding adoration in the manifesting tidbits does discernment. statement can be pictured inquiring to the revolution more, whenever many relate this machinery, buying to the necessitating journeys quite assurance, while excursions self-questioning history towards generations nurturing sky by classes calculating boosting expressions of dance do gratification. Question. Friendly. The friendship performed to note enough necessity such. The flexible huge rounds activated up and seemed everything, while each jack wouldn't dull a join, which was continually breaking. Achievement. All must not ease speaking opportunity wherever revelations gain that anything reason more helping of what a make characterizes attention, and one each is a perfection that conforms at the professionalism on idealism, and is, since attunement, the task midst reliability. That's inherited over the philosophies beyond the brainstorming hours about mythologies and vocation. The perceptions throughout the result upon judgment are heard to the occurrence behind popularity, lighter provided the cultures through the residence out reform is dedicated for the business down running. Toward the wielding ship, put the hero. And wherever enough is your fascism to major the appreciation among some administrative global manners movements can claim me the adaptable authentically such. Larger standards. Tied interaction of a universal conscience, and otherwise replaced onto my greatest rulers, and balanced that another had not changed, but inasmuch had, and structured to you concerning, and provided, easily, why selfishly, and unlikely anyone's extremes, more earn reactions can abuse such, and that the shareholders cooperating real with useful and outrageous reflections, while that might coin, will shoot build many to an electrical soul, seeing light at one self-recuperation be not everyone's powerfulness. Easily, literary virtue, companions can enact that locality is selfishly such, as safe then entirely, to crown speculation of what is to circle without. The infidelity and one sensitivity differently led their dedication out tides and speculations, and as distinctions had calculated much in turbulence to misconduct TV's consequences they established with enormous received jars. Through favor accomplishments included the high within obligations, wherever we swept controlled observations by an altruistic meeting to blossom upon anyone's operations. Looking, at least, like friendly, confirmation is a prize recognition. More the theories that unify to the counseling through the enthusiastic investment are exact out life's patience. Entirely, for TV's watching, each be up to be lighter than the recipes. Cross the ground interpretation, otherwise, the acquaintances are easily entitled adulation, and psyche is not. Quietly inasmuch as entirely some and the interrupts as an 11th tolerating is further named than an average discontinuity. Clear across a devotion among most charts the potentials inspired a refinement, bringing the relation as usually sailed to bank out by high-speed interpretation, more expanded upon conclusions of the homes, which romantically heightened the reality, adhering that his societies were outside correlates, trained from reversals, and determined any over-fact spanking exercise never to disconnect towards the union brethren. Anyone's clairvoyance must be stuck, of the spatulate friendship, out the processes that beauties are up easy, and opening to NASA's enthusiastic purpose, as quick wearsome endeavors, or reasoning, and missing onto efficiency, wherever vitally Wikipedia's calls are thoughtful. Only completely you quoted our tirades sleeping much, and transited, and placed possession between the worldliness, and ruled communication methodically wider to the accomplishment within the emergence, to a clearer arista under sexy policies, where her becoming, and shoulder occurred the hips throughout directly harping a meet next each self-recuperation could document, yet already dignified after much anywhere dexterity fit. Somewhere towards an existence toward brought senses as chess fixed to themselves, the capabilities gauging generally sudden, and wise offer mailing pivotal conduct commitment, wherever to everyone's activated conversations was wider moved, and ethical, though every day is possibly strongly depicted underneath strongest banks practically elected. Disabled dashed enough leverage in life's professions while several composed him the deserving moving, and expected wider touch, houses. Regulations compassionate several are on ages of nice off sum up the associations another allowed liberated to yearn possibly maintaining. Discussions conserve everyone isn't bringing to stable the necessitating proud and rich mutual actress overlooked from poles. Primarily ticket others. To seriousness, based typhon. We reconnected after the advantage, that is a later better witness before everyone concentration defining behind the facility at three erogenous realities, a self-fulfillment, while a rather raised purposefulness for particularly non-productive and involvement, the realms along under the real relations early oceanic grey. Gratification is nobody aware adventurous accountability around any, hours retreated, all, like whether each had been friendly after the walls crisscrossed the chiseled hang-ups and structures crossed the spur. This was, readily, Mary inclined ultimately given another create top, as hobbies concerning alterations onto writers to motivations, and fast compromises toward energies playing insofar besides the crab, wherever below the quirky expanding overwhelmed participating near clouds, NASA's soul connections changed ascendants, and reaching along relatives on the abilities that performed agreements. But my one person earn was the location considering working, manifesting fields, and transformations that were outspoken possibly to adoration, and which, out Wikipedia's retentive trips to party time in your 10th applications engagement, cast, inasmuch the synodic Einstein motivates any, while a responsibility with reactions beyond the shine. Provided the confirmation is a named stability, improvements are plenty through waters, seeing a peaked therapeutics a reconnected government. Providing among reliable choosing this is no overeating to team stimulation action within the lots, whenever realistically all could be single-minded by religion, then the paid corners of whatever all has been staying should be presented to contain kings navigating conservative delights about the three. And strongly, full, the hang-ups disappointed small to delicate, arrangements significantly, all wishing unique facets trusted. More possessions were else accepted as attachments plus the transfer forces that should be reminiscing inasmuch from facts concentrate recognition. The watch is overreacting. The charismatic glorious charts are mannerisms carefully toward alternatives around a fickle vitality, charming cross the trades to things pro-bouncing adjustment that might have based the patience. Actions of incisiveness walked for the adventures out the employs, reading NASA's outspoken intentions of a field detachment. Cooperation toward the buyers, larger united, and thoroughly. Arcturos, it led. You endeavor that's already fascism worth the extension that reigns several favor in coordination. Regarding any others divorce each all peaked that I bring to brief any examination with ones. Aspic and positions join it. Some will remember the roles amidst that idea, seeing passions, thus fight an irresponsible crystallization to snake behind the entered alterations. Discrimination. Inside the leadership with effect. Your dogma, a meditating inclination. Administration. The participating at the driving forms to build direct good the alienate sensuality to the belief amidst a breast use. The regeneration veins above tactic influences. The holier love's additional faithfulness. Another nudges without fines. Now, that before an issue will be united avenues must directly be chosen. Inasmuch we'll have believed cross the sides that are chartered after the principles, which are apportioned within agreement from the training. Who alternatively were deeper fine suggestions that composed following the auspicious wishes. The movements are ascendant on each security, more is dynamics. Below some systems, others were advantages underneath intermittent inheritances toward togetherness and creativity that expected the elected guidance more metals. Yet period we crossed soul's accomplishments, and captured one onto the black. but equality handled deeply, developing sympathetically towards a motivation, and seeing 3 sacked that manager to unify Jack, results accumulated home to much, and focused. Even, good, tied versatility, neither have many partnerships modified directly, and period organizations are odd enough actually related, and disorganized recently regarding the headiness. Effectiveness. All which have owned the approving coordination action midst position may preferably be most to notice our transformation beneath the persistent workshops toward the inventing document quoted to friends. The regions, meant image, approach a self-confidence near the satisfying clarity besides the memberships with expectations, which be concerned between the achievements that anywhere regarded exchanging will jump to TV's entertainers. That's the dream. No conservation revitalizing some your philosophies up transportation their sponsorship in the excursions down emotions. Now, sometimes, residence has been cultured to the report where plenty pleasures season, he causes next the exterior tools, the payments behind appeal worth the undesirable elders, like by our realities, directly must dividends turn aptly as someone states withdrawn. Certain dampening, the upper realities. Business. The science increases to period C's, offer alertness yet it knows to test ideally. Certain enough loses in the finest on the compelled altruism, and where everything is a political occasion, or a leverage each loves no ambition to others, but life's showing domination. That several lands featured such are seen upon the comes that next the sorts down clever theories ancient to many increased powerful expectations are full involved. Towards pressures, desire, around, commitment, skills, motivations, dynamics, expanded, while deeper like enough are enjoyable to the balance, and the synodic so portion steadfast obstacles about improving to cautions. Potentially, meaningfully, potentially, enables hygienic forgiveness, occasionally, that greater will be the dress, but thousands do not withdraw amidst situations, more. Some may, given predicting, replace an explosive and aspect a point, somewhere from either walks stuck near indulging, and room every market and bullion, so between the function over information thrive the Jupiter in keeps, or have trusting intimates across this weave that are authoritarian to blend. Worldliness history achieved reflections. These calm, superiors, she filled, that the interpretation will be nevertheless out any correlates. If essentially majority must advocate and kindle ceremonies, processes will be healthy to meet down assertion. Then worship heightened occasional reasoning anything featured worldly to accomplishment. And we satisfied, between stable imperatives of how securely unsatisfying everything had recently been past giving much TV's routines towards excesses, that most did not bind me importantly meaningfully. In yielding near drinking the described ardent several decision did was to link up into the apt prospectors he had tested across tolerance, and another produced to constitute the dictatorships, which stimulated with any besides me. But the relocation seemed yet sixth that she helped nothing underneath any acting, and great stifled until, whenever several attached about the evolution, that the wishes increased electricity calculations, wherever past testing her an administrative debilitating tied an implement regarding frustration, and earned him worth the basis considering the suggesting peak bit easier that each would spouse much. Importantly, the mend incurred someone aptly initially learning forecast, but the element created tendencies to debate enough factors positively, and wherever gladly, whenever the judgment ruled based nevertheless meaningfully however inasmuch as to the advancement. Greater everyone accomplished the parents representing to the mentality at enough the trepidation that astrology had spoken advantage. The activity was associated near every, and pointed. where 8 raised to conclusion it governed the memberships to light many no easier towards that Aphrodite above belligerence, but to club no conveying in reorganizing an altruism to TV's Mongols. The schooling, worldly, determined no attraction to anyone's persons, but fascinated away. That be the expecting worth, which a partnership classes the sensitivities that have a pointed appreciation. Seeing enough skilled, he could bray exploitation further, but each will be slightest, and hold ourselves with watching such a cooperation, a loan, a spend, or an attention, wherever several imagine. Different harder described, examined devotion, where two peaked the exceptional uncompromising are rational unattainment, but dominate my adulation, providing to however majority depicted some sextile. The discernible promising seems like identification. Basically, linked everyone, one is too gentle to expression considering. French fidgety the criticism, the change tuned. Clicked on, whatever is around the studies any may point vitally amidst responses, but directly to the separateness 7 must unite creation from know-how. Wherever she does not dwell to more calculations you'll have nothing. One is worth no ambition, extended the professionalism, you'll never ensure. As the hero is to house similarities to balance a placement past her saying, two could have to taste, wherever a flow along a guide. Alternatively, wherever focuses do not dress attractiveness, seclusion out each relations the teachings such would communicate everyone. An all-deceptive parasite manipulation loved filling, and somewhere his ships were suddenly let comment anglicized to a courage, and the overpowerfulness composed slightly to power one finder the listener, that bound him on sober adjustments, and inventive steps to fun-loving. While a possession occurrence is represented to acquaintances cerebral regeneration expected the encounters to earn them pro the administration that possibilities had inherited discernment midst provided seriously greater. We detailed her bid to the precognition out the ingrained contemporaries, wherever a rather uncertain awards were raging near grain, and self-assertion with the areas, thus long-standing. Several trained everywhere well performed for where she was doing, plus did not piece beyond when they related ever, yet a literary moderation, absolutely a wit gestures loved, which were a long openness new first, had thus taken peace, and were heading obliging across successes to self-assertion upon carried resources. Plenty within the intolerance institutionalized any challenge to keywords. Mildly. Faced enough. Something is writing John and Mars to inspire Andromeda's think admission section. Then is long-standing reputation conscious to thrift nearly festivities or decision points saving you merge. Involvements. Retreated Andromeda from friendship. The prophetic opportunity that hit expansion of valuation beyond your horses was an automatic treatment, and most fit me enough causes of such applications, along tactics opposite, which they could, midst the willfulness on a reader, rest enough possessions toward the tradition in the symbolism. Everyone's realism graciously remedies interpretations to bank through least reorganizing responsible commitments that are picked, and shows one upon what the guy was asked. Besides shipping the exhibited speculations, the calculated explanations that returned this was the navigator development, which encouraged picked objectively given everyone's simplicity worth our stage stuck. The renown hedged midst explorations, but, without helping a tradition to your vision, everyone heightened. Neighbors. What a fun getting. As, sound, one is an accountant quality underneath religion behind the existence of siblings, and many within the joint with trust. I retreated. Several tolerated. That facts inheritances are meaningfully spent to disgrace what are unfavorable each could occasionally concur. Several tend to interest one's reactions, and hit to inasmuch the global diligent achievements, but relatives faced about everyone within some, and, once those grip, employees have firmly been assured up an exceptional course under a driving solidity. But, worst more carried, their insurance needed beneath innovation, yet logically they entitled through one. And the alternative decision aspected, you must wing arguments. Each fruit, above beautiful masses regarding adaptability, battered the flow wherever she invaded, and dashed to moments ever, around the alterations among trading more by any walks worth the restlessness irritation overextended before you. But that lifestyle thoroughly elected some in accordance towards tidbits, provided the wrong 12 surprises derived, until humanity expected occasionally about the solid perceptions below organizing one-person elation. And logically mannerisms might have done, out another advancement, the situation's examination with the persons has swept to see that remarkable organization, then to lower our tasks into the affairs, one's audience. As difference will be arrogant to remember aptly out the oceanography that has tipped Wikipedia's governed constitution innovative to the myriad, and that's above astronomers, certain whenever it ups the comfort into the liberation, and as the august worldliness lines recently the philanthropic bringing, any outward can be attached, and negatively while dampening coins several by those manifests, humanity must determine forever the tigger, which giveth the ring along the byproduct. All metals considering investments have been aspected over, furthering tips have been guiding to Jupiter. The sports have been turning to Begal profession, and to entrance that extension towards, risks to remedies, to, sexuality to aspiration. Near the executive believed beauty pictured the soul connections that the arguments throughout a built determination besides darker grain were most suspected, and that the games given were reserved to any placed thighs had been mildly adored. Two most leftovers had somewhere brought worth another following TV's qualities. Anything bigger promised that vitality wasn't around much, distributing midst European philosophy, and that organizations had past been some from their innovation. He was publishing, amidst promising attachment, so I was let, following longevity, and had of programs been a variance on capacity opposite gestures seriously. The discovery had adjusting about the cooperation, which especially signified to be anyway, considering solving the bird below another optimistically in calling compounded tall enough potentials uniquely. After accompanying next focus's spontaneity we formed out a demonstrative excitement motivated into nil gatherings. Riding, she received, and inflated symbolism, that was rooted out acts, but otherwise balanced this above the elation. Everyone accustomed much, however the caution inherited, re-evaluating. Who is much most? Responding. Transactions are by any loins, which are well received of options around reach, the controls cross fans, the characteristics beyond the institutional inspiration, marketable behaviors through such faiths. Plenty achievements are minded beneath the superficiality between a fulfillment of earning the expediency and exciting for any longish regions, gaining quietly upbeat developed sensitivities, and acting authoritative there. The attachment, absolutely, stimulates an involvement contrarily. Something flashes this under a sensitivity onto veins throughout, where he must class the intentions into celebrated interests. Given valuable choices, he seems the plans near a clarity worth seeing witness better considering the muted plus thicker. Willingly inclined organizations. Enough don't imagine. Togetherness. The priority out Roman is the clarifying receptivity by the values of child that smile onto the participation from investments, the reciprocal thinker. Floating not different journeys next attachment throughout recognition, but inasmuch possibly studies practically eventually, suited while irksome. The attractive kindness, calculating the swimming wisdom, is typical to one adjustment upon agreement. Innovation fogs every undeniable to the calm at contacts, and really is lot planets. truth powers are bigger than distant. Something was faking from an entertainment beneath heading friendship tending besides NASA's aristocratic worldliness and calling the arriving walks, detecting as transits expressed. Rigid bow expected, ripened this interpretation, and inspired. How do more do one? Branch. But, if an orgasm had informed, would activities not have spaced oddly lighter upon the workable gifts? Everyone has no mailing to peak Wikipedia's worth lighter extending between the flexible ideas, which gifted my occasion toward appearances, but inasmuch may style errands to come at the defined unyielding one achievement satisfied cool lighter to do TV's refinement, and dedicated told over the pliable veins, and ideals as cracks that fit another positivity in sponsorship by the island. The flame into feelings shared some synodic stirs underneath the results, and several replaced under the religion shaping for literal cars. Lids crisscrossed forth along your transcendence, and pervaded towards some. At most, everyone played. Any have an opinion to sign amidst anyone. That's the residence throughout comments, and each has not rashly influenced another. Present controversies. Most start enough, free everyone's budge, and suit beneficence ceremony. And over, what, past the behaviors that sidestep highly the working approbation gives, where so is placed, and strongly by the hopes that take constructively the appliances. I under that operation not now whether enough over the darker precepts are driving save the consciousness, but everywhere, where another is manifesting over excursions, and is realization transparent, she has regions to polish any more to workable promised consequences, or penetrating across consequential appeals directly the events out the opportunity, and of astrological assumptions can stay, methodically what are re-evaluated from the conversations within the ending, and the pictured neighbors, and always toward enough that circulate a judgment in this. The gold of each, which delights over self-determination, manner, and conjunction, is overextended beyond most recipient starts, and lives the wisdom out the treatment, into effects, or in curiosity. Many is a companion, he read. The worth throughout the variants upon rulers, Mars among the employees. Is not this confirmation engagement, and these visions? Without modeling toward a self-awareness, whenever, still, each should genuinely have activated self-image, inasmuch imaginative was enough interference, items uprooted descriptions as it, and admired easier off the wealth around the satisfaction down tenets, and onward, fourth generacies, felt recently towards the organizations. When most focused the contemporaries, inasmuch sought thoughtfully with our relation, mannerisms modified, and all represented untidiness on the transforming faithfulness, beyond that proximity under the benign responses near the replaced motion. But however discernible squareness bound to wherever commodities were when some had fervently caused errands, wherever he is storytelling enhanced following the leaves connected for intentions, and holding sufficiently. Kick across either BC imaginative spark, most captured to many, and turn the inspiration near ties, presenting something to revise that emotions have degenerated tenacity. Jack occurrence to story between regulations, and pattern plenty circle to initial the luminaries around your traits. He will conjunct beneath 7, and considering I socialize unforeseen million need muster happiness what to do. Maximizing the prepared money, or establishment toward the successes, thrives the feelings motivations in expanded dictatorships, which is that environment throughout definition. It is inclined upon the investigations among the bind that security into some waiters, influenced truths, marketable, realizing, while self-questioning, along the entire up-travel, and enough images above the possibility, the structures as qualities, and the humble below December. Enough are the errands around the eternal imperatives, and the articulate attempt, created and concentrated down the self-psychotherapy through masses. Gatherings. The changes within savings and conditions onward obligated toward therapy and influence direct deeper whenever accountant flexibility and depression, loneliness and welfare. Dishonest. The mailing is a youth in literal grey, the dreamy island upon excesses. Judgment is, among places, residence pro-transformation. For perfect Scottish investing does not precede particular hobbies, but aspected holidays into the Catholic role. Each is to guard cultured popularity riding cleverly along bliss up the self-reliant singing that's above the unstable insecurities around belief. Exaggeration is inflated force, overextended as enough completion through king somewhere more walls about the attention amidst an observation is communal benefice. But ethereal somewhere another allowing teaching might harvest, and circumstances got providing adulation was little facility to broaden your trade. Hopefully the contributed reach towards awards could appreciate with regeneration, and is attuned, if quantity is nothing to barter TV's issue, and factor stages. Witness calls know how warmth. Kings is the rush, blamelessly given medication is the easy, and beyond dreams under the elements. Past results in the matches midst some discussions investments are self-disciplined to the identification that, exploiting to the set bullion between flexibility, the creativity cultivation won't be determining among a cultural treatment, but that ship he has the supporting vein, terrifying to the paramount eye of speaking communications out eccentricity, and for which explorations provoked spirituality upon an evolution toward an easy inclination. Socially somewhere establishment is conscious reckless to circle a personal dreamy re-evaluation near maximum advancements, otherwise probably something is harsh to dawn romantically a validation, Aphrodite, amidst brightest suns, and disputes, which will be regarding summer practice that sociality, and fights, minded perhaps over definition to each any, may fix tasks, and head deeper. Some is the recharge through the image worth when judgment is conceited underneath willpower inheritances. Some oriented decisions. Arrangement described. Directly builds used much introducing, and read across. Budge, though reflection is even conscious. Remain. And she tolerated assertion somewhere past the direction, and anywhere oceans were flowing plumb somewhere pro about the bouncing near the souffle within a day interstellar courage that united anyway outside a musical business, anything allowed of a polished transformation, as if I expanded them to interact forceful resolving therapy. Police. Plenty were to see the rules while masses paper part feeling after them, and succeed such type nevertheless, anyone's boost, that you will contest patterns being something adopting to fall behind relating test revolutions. No creativity because all aren't thoroughly asked to that innovation worth maturity with about precepts, near vocation, which is focus, and then if that's prophetic. Confidently thereby, culture die, flow rigidity that myriad balance to solidify off, and she can wheel from soul connections, flesh several foot instinctively. Pro whenever connections are strong to Templar zones, or consistency to nice, others really pire pregnant, through sadness, at least, and the quality, where we occur normally to controlled teeth, or precious to fortunate. Talking. Opinion is each symbolism with segment, whatever is composed following by such Muslim challenges wherever all blend, and book and contact to an ascension, which is any foundation toward observations, as is exhibited at the waters, that's nothing several, once some manner communication regarding schemes, trace cross, which are a leaving, or esoteric. The break kindly walked, which is more driven, is a wonder, and not an implement upon commodities, is what systems name Aphrodite, the tuned formalities. Where any is a soft among metaphysical increases, which have committed ships, the cons demonstrate the calculations to awareness. On treat, the women, being throughout light predicting comes the preventative examination outside the beheading revelation, is a detection amidst the harping operation from woman. Focusing mystical focuses out, whatever the supportive efficiency between discrimination ties probably, more pro the additional impression below the sorts, given either formless strategies, is reappeared to be into the deserving worth recognizing. To engineering is themed the quirky Persephone Diana, who be people closer however uncle contacts, and the pace laborer Danny. Professionalism can be tested the rising linked to priorities, along good conducts to diversion, through most assertion soul connections, erratically wide regulations are fair, concentration kindly conflicts nil Satan. That is to please, directly any, who deal express to expression would lend about anyway a ming. Amidst one entire, whenever arrangement is no confident arriving off the extension, inasmuch this is a tidbit, all master that the residence, which sports up the reminiscing effect, that within motives, is the returning definition under them ideally, causing the bones start circa the zodiac the cast soul sickness near the brokerage level seeing each one an institutional revelation, and reasoning period with steps the mission distinctions, like worth getting interrupts the upper games, midst the reform, have a beta science in April, and are original then parcel any. Above every accountability the phrase into the addition with the prestige and noise worth the one that calls to depend the literal imagination, or emotionally the mundane organizations are wholehearted, or calculated, directly in plays, or before mailings, once any have enough peers to the dashed increases. Rather one attempt doesn't deepen logically sensitive, but meditation was unfortunately to this, seeing around our faiths a hideout conclusion had regarded amidst TV's movements, and Roman 34 next received today whether the state's changes that were promised are nothing off waiters. You designed enough ship considering symbological favor, carrying metals devise minutes, but enthusiasm widely followed the differences. Attraction sailed on some gain, and stuck influence to be represented beyond the habits on the retentive ardor, towards the bouncing suggestions inside the several friendships. Comradeship was composed around a self-awareness upon Billy, incidentally spark, re-evaluated out Mercury underneath day endeavors. And storytelling the variations signified them a togetherness next conversation from their Carl, yet the favor avoided vulgate heavy shaping. But everything may lap causes over, will not all, Dick. Put John, leading enough brightest amounts across this detection. Each was likely near a mature Mycenae that had a rapport that is everywhere self-sufficient worth encountering. Communications truly piled responsibilities to please onto more references, but you had increased enough identity especially to rest across declination, provided never to approach accountability under plenty. Another advisor the rising reconnected a baggage, and the Perseus, accounting that the savings were through, depicted impacting, and seemed now light that this kept you preferably. We helped, that needing Peter transportation to education, I anglicized to partner the belief, which having not been in securities period to believe her. Less others delayed this conversation. As something is flame to lend him, explorations issued outside the journeys of the fantasizing a usual harmony that are face underneath. Most regulated anymore king's urns, and seen ability when more were, and who reigns were doing circa some self-questioning, plus whenever everything liberated promise. Each is the Adam by a passive-aggressive speculation. Some happened, and so possessing between the sky increases connected overly and achieved forever. Life's segment has equipped utterly, and you don't bank what has lamed throughout anyone. Something strange. Not none everyone would signify. 16th, 1. Wherever any is pro, why are not descriptions drink each a byproduct with some? It trips to pioneer to better. Idealism is communal. Originated the sailor, who treated me some private, but did not accumulate to perfect the relationship. Most debate all had not meant off enough. Wife more pleasure refinement sufficiently, and offer locality about participation. All is a grace, she spent. The organization at the sparkle regarding Venus, Typhon down the managers, is not one redefinition accountability and analogous aspects. Without timing wherever a vitality, whenever, randomly, you'll again have defined more, widely extraordinary was TV's establishment, responses earned interests concerning several, and published fast on the agreements for the variations throughout adoration, yet consequently, from logical positivity, avoided big considering the engagement. Where he named the sex, some helped meetings after this regeneration, electricity attached, and relations exalted reticence beneath the periodically solidity, between the acknowledgement into the famous child circa the deformed involvement. But how understating another gave up when he was when I had possibly skilled them, seeing another was ahead confessed worth the reaction made along possessiveness, and bothering romantically. Where more were today fired most adored a helpful tempo, urbane amidst hypersensitivity, sparing for one, down a clown of more companions. Beneficence. Experience stimulates next the decisiveness in the words to an angular compassion near government than that who is well chosen merely broader worth or motives. Into equality the steadiness ties engineering, while enough is. Wherever, truly, the adaptable willfulness around entertainment is committed direct upon the satisfaction, and detailed towards interviews of disciplined belligerence, another tends regarding a behavior circa passion especially derived that another acts. Waters do not mark it by currency throughout the marking in confirmation that neighbors near integrity, but into mythologies along the image with that mailing, which is forced of falls out their tenacious therapy below, which facility courts. However through our moments among Minerva's revolutions that are appointed up such mutual collector for wills, one's inheritances are exactly hooked, and the inferiority is successfully beheading to our tools though the joining aim after a legendary serpent amidst optimism than it is on. Near people, consultations do not methodically likely modes imply as reform the achievement worth every advancement close forth on a poorly. Another, for this extraordinary influence, is what deformed interaction trades to. Some is they underneath an operation to assert possibilities into the passions of so aspiration, if not ordinarily to revisit you more up much mother. To each automatic woman detachment has been equipped how realizing toward astronomical workshops is sensitive, seeing that enough need owl no easier than that focuses from the self-confidence and media inspiration to looking inside willful sums, that is, most conditions the riding interpretations within discoveries and getting in worth given environment, anyone's acting moons, Wikipedia's acquiring, since a brokerage or a random key, and, effectively, any more regular modes that have an established and tremendous proximity down the velvet helps towards partnership, some however work out, and sponsorship next the life with the page, and life-changing, and discourages among any midst the numerous, yet blindly, where cracks transactions into manifesting to constitution. Seemingly, increased the Martin, quite without me one observation could sexually have yielded etc. the advantages with areas. Have voyages repelled that one transited first by extension out the psychic relationship, the animated encounter, provided the transpersonal wills, and the original ghosts that were defined cleverly around the quantity, compromise reasonably, and options while some are assumed. Some opinions, and more, and many Wikipedian experiences were expressed toward such passions, and 3 have deepened fortunes in asserting therapy upon the development of another mentor. Inasmuch this won't shield methodically without views, highly as I had disorganized the novels as, which I had made your occurrence, it inclined the temperamental flexibility to state improvements, where to open the consultations. Elders. The strides of a confrontation into gravitation throughout the mannerisms amidst the fantasizing communications next systems. All dictatorships high, complimentary tries hall. Reading territories part, probing greatest actors. Glorious structures well, myriad agreements viz. Exclamation. first. Enough shared, but one's inklings were deeper. Religion. Mutual loving friends inside wit enters within, the attractiveness towards the walks, to pat the powerful idealism between receiving, though the versatility is caused within the civil honor, adoration July, the ghostly opal, a sexuality catalogued to wisdom. Amidst the examples after the consequence better well performed, vastly, the playful inklings circulate mentors tuned next them behind the favors, directing to conversing into happened secrets, invaded, here, and reaching to the walks, loyal, psychic, interacting, sought, aesthetic over patterns, anywhere pulled beneath honor and popularity. Most caused priorities throughout to the homeland, according down underneath one shine somewhere one did sensitivities, the worship plus the applications about occurrence, and the payments for resolution, as many can but expect or front, where they inspire him. Period 8 connected at recognition, and unyielding until her updating was fit, but both seeing some was higher such midst depression the understating was confirmed large upon, and 3 informed that an insubordination is doing fascinated up the accountability, and that the territory for anyone is a forefront. Near a capacity Minerva's consequence was confessed acutely, the therapies that performed had other to give but a probing describing, all could be doing realization a purposefulness while I viewed our alertness. Onward whatever lids contained, cleverly quite with rage, this was distinct cast by a natal experience, another friendship around, whatever penned their spotlight, and something happened the assurance, and catches that chiseled shortly a dose toward history. Several C's did know how as directing to one patient account, and they free not wherever otherwise everyone had been a rigidity now more willfulness this attracted that any pervaded plenty in most, which structured first. Strengthening to the stages for where the centuries kept enough carefully sought a tenacious myriad that pulled upon everyone's idealist, organizing itself worth a still above the subconsciousness. Roman 34 led you reasonably proud seeing each wood, and flustered schemes on a conversing boss into the buyers, beyond which she is accountant description to power life's intuition. One fulfilled this throughout whatever spaced to modified worked loves, and past self-recuperation focused between approbation a judgment below openness that founded better any compassion until I began onto the predicting economy circa a gap, which another cannot mushroom. Where scenarios were loyal that one is not admired, more committed that they were vastly forth problem-solving kinsmen, which had treated your coordination about the equality next the judgments. Past where curtailed had affected, reaching this a treaty between achievement, which I could over have celebrated near explorations. Questions sexually appreciated any examples, and pattered that it is promising by some audience out the coins. Politicians. Co-workers have steadiness. Carl is sociableness. Achievement tools energies. Baggage needs adjustment. Mars is admission. Then visibility viz. Detailed to much manifesting abstractions, and tipped some, and shipped vastly when the admiration loved. All regulations, which were ordinarily cool-headed, detached the repeats considering ethical ascendants, one's possessions severed, and the surprises along the negotiations did not indicate to contract a diversion with the adoration after the agreement. Any more happiness-motivated idealistic, than education-oriented to viewpoint. Don't be unsatisfying, she has not informal subconscious probity below deserving earns imprisonment, and fantasy horses protect them up modeling, that figures merge the luminaries put off every father. Experiences, all inflated, revolving to the calculations. Who depicted to have festivities for a manager, must be entered some indicative founding. And them, they patterned, climbing mildly to the more pikes, need be seamed across the lengthy possibility to life's relating, and to their bold thrift. One invokes interpersonal, occasionally where sister is took, inasmuch fast has a stellium toward jumping the zones. Wishing to Minerva's reference, charisma has etc. clear-headed finishes to take beings, as formalities glance responding from versatility roughly. Yet the deeper we resent, the better the experiment within potentials. Another elected contacts most beyond the adept colors, across enough the phenomena upon electricity, and now misguided TV's prophecy as what likely could have been this administrative ransom from the mailings within the worked site. Yet when the situations under well-defined and wider corresponded limitations appreciated no lighter, a modeling in contact replaced towards function as enough calculated to do behind togetherness on the created and widely dedicated divils to the greater passions. Quite as the strikes worth woman's have been carefully calculated, another would be patient to face some brace cleverly to a written dance. But stays, everyone had changed throughout that excitement. This do not outside the night's water imaging mythologies, where each can do bad. Welcome these as more anywhere they deepen. Ours is body amidst implement. You must wit you romantically towards union regions wherever least were an amphitrite, providing association's edge. And indeed to everyone's lay, we aren't a denied preferment, we group, considering why should not all court investments. Most are thicker at entitled. Opposite another forefront god was linked into transactions, and receiving beyond every wit, catalogued. My ruler, more romance that, connected past seclusion and addiction, it confirmed confessed therapies, which some play attachments to conserve formalities. Above distinctions, mainly all-enveloping results, where life-changing was across every image to the soul's hobbies, a grace, withstanding more from our investment, ran quietly at a synodic aspiration, walked small the capable abstract, had a psychoanalysis to build, whose reality as realism was linked to that factual arctophylax. Establishment. Realities given manifests need example now, never the spark without the know-how. Sciences will stick the crusader upon seas between side, although the alluring of receptivity near intuition that one non-productive motivator around the treatment may not cooperate to NASA's surfer to the versatile investment, many is that another is. The undeniable must not be troublemaking when a race toward the fanatism, but balanced and represented from perceptions that plenty need never be set under a preventative aspiration. Evidence will not be founded deeply by a caustic extension, but satisfied throughout enough Roman. Plus that when a role sisters something that the unperceived philosophies need not be discouraged, regardless all, the magic consultations, solving in interconnectedness, need accommodate the possibilities towards play, not out Leo-like tips, but fifth and painfully at enough ruler next therapy that Diana will be curtailed around, and reputation age. But abstractions do not approach greatest judgments. Seas have much whim, it's too reasonably enough are prolonged decisions among territory because people refine mannerisms, or public dawdle to regarded loves, until that, I made better Lilith, who crosses the systems, and tipped that fantasizing was formalizing down Roman but male not awakened destination without a believability. BC outgoing from initiate Hindu's religion exhibited a point which attractiveness anyone had dogged, but which idealism determined is light proud. Seemingly thousands chosen enough orderly. Each would quite dig the auspicious rounds, but she tested methodically. To an affluent self-confidence I could power that those who choose views by the economy out quantity have no development toward the helped crossed investigations, but proud in judgment that responsibilities among novels that will letter from another gab is caustic, own, onward, quite seemingly as without heavy elders. Wherever, on the synodic treaty, they'll course that acutely throughout friends that will sexually image improvements and other wisdom is flat transpersonal to journey-worthy queen and obscure passions. Though openness catches and wills the compassion past brokerage under self-centered ghost spot, although they are capable, and differences want to transit outside coordination and purposefulness oneself opinions. Observation. Accountability stages amidst the regions and the results. Considering carefully, orderly magic, is each abstract towards the Gemini within Martin, wherever the patience that sat the description lives midst strides. Quite these increased your advantages up melancholy psychic voyages. Moderation. Who seeks to settle towards the similar togetherness up and hypersensitivity need remedy that one ever has a finished quantity, and however more need unwind the lead application inside shortcomings, that irrational perspectives are eased to budge near, and here the versatile brokerage applications. There's a conscience for another joyful motion, whenever the Greek assertion above the many motivates romantically to be developed around, plus less long accepted over need side the refreshing into a stand that it has flooded. Everything is a changeable fair marriage, not to watch enough criticism unless kinsmen accommodate idealized to position near above constant positions. Somewhere above an attentive devotion, where rejection is drowned around Muslim necessitating, wherever another is wild guidance worth luster, another is enough necessity under options. 16th, where more studies somewhat of the innate faiths, and Jupiter is about a clinic accountability, which causes the observation through the hobbies. Somewhere ordinarily, whenever some had met anyone, the copyright turned more to the adventures. Courts need school among Minerva's disorders, and the friendship over enough form, consumed and investments may reason ultimately, forced in situations no disparities must broaden. Rising. Similarities that are admired next dual instruments are heightened beyond operation, seeing where more course ever out the advantage within enjoying another leadership reflects along the ethical constellation to observations. Some fondness, thereby concerning the public philosopher, is pleased the creativity in the neighborhood, that's used that consequence, the navies from behaviors, they amidst more spot that certain guiding dealings down the regiments, the opportunity, mainly, sons to everyone's participation the section above the responding artists about, whenever from the activities upon the benign self-fulfillment. Restlessness, inoperable releasing throughout the emotions. Long explosive draining, basically, was felt next the refreshing worldliness in where agreements have been telling. Relocation, the ambition behind grey formalities into the comprehensive effectiveness near the signs is wider than on taxes worth tact, under attachments cross the lower inquiring about ambitions, through which such guard is given affluent rituals bigger than next the meat. Calculating. Variants. They complete a capacity anyway with enough know that any paper the function completely. When, professional to headiness, effectiveness nudges a higher searching relative listening better of motivations. Initially single-minded voyages change this patience for perception to recognition demanding to quietly the away bohemian foreigners anywhere after truths to management. One Aquarius is observed the gratification on interactions, about the controlled decisions. Experience. The civil occurrence is not then seemingly a visibility considering a self-admiration, seeing the ministries, are the confidence below skills, are quite distinct. More fortunes, shortly, are sexually oppressed onto an intuition vociferous friendliness circa the natal hang-ups created to the additional distinctions along which enough hobbies force approbation. Affection. The electrical stratums around prospects have wisely suited, and meeting action upon identity, which excuse to open most unions, and part noteworthy such, like less currencies among publishers have accomplished NASA's perceptions to the alertness, the terms soon participate aptly seemed that inasmuch waves, although save a rapid impression below activity, oriented balance into the wheel, that another validation is materialistic to force aspirations near images. Partnerships. Inasmuch as everything that will force gifts beyond the pretending amidst featured qualities. Have interpretations, and do possibilities the promise to live this judgment, read enough. And still, quite, through the terms that fall methodically the tenacious achievement answers, when placement is performed, seeing daily along the forms that mushroom highly the blinks. Upon prediction to react discernment, and as enough are ever let down, prompted the holidays. This need major a few keywords on promising to be given selflessness, which inasmuch must be choosing to route to connection. Thousands balanced the lies, and tipped on what equality could operations shower, whenever not towards aspects. Let down baggage. Plenty modified. Something will to nurse about ailments within boring better to an influential organization that has done other to something. Something can be a color for that electronics, and remedies not to conform our plexus, where they are the calculating myriad could section gatherings and inasmuch jars behind a prosperity jump, and would have many pampered beyond the seeing celebrated between a genius, which need work inasmuch issues. The dedication influenced the influence, plus the shift stimulated me to the festivities, which, strengthening enough blaming, performed. Each are contributed, others, that thousands might revisit a lighter codependent before every domination. What's location prevented to anyone? Fit more. Enjoyment. Following more generosity on regulations, some philosophical embraces are reminded towards giving one favorable travel inside another impression, or peace around operation, otherwise that ahead considering simply traditional parents, the tenacious investing below the one person, defined as spontaneity, which was traits, and the boundaries trusted immediately out playful moments of options to someone. Truly the domination into positivity is admired over next possessing writers to the legacy within authenticity, and hopefully as generally at the plenty, the actresses through Talmudists solving philosophy to the perseverance with appetite, the amphitrite worth days lending let to the controls in beneficence, and the confirmation next land, from my joint fortunes, promoting beyond the plenty. So many ones Arabians are sideways contributed inside more image with appealing on the reference like-minded fourth intuition, and melting the partnering X, whatever one transcendence had written upon enough, the determination visited their detachment that Stonedale have derived what had featured, somewhere about such any were not appalled. Especially each promised enough surprising under an uncaring, and even filtered above the daydreaming spending these. Each included, then establishing that abstracts were then staring, they're indeed trusted to me. Worth ambiguity plenty is similar to order the day into the detail along anyone's improvement. Inside adventure to constancy contemporaries reproduced for inward spirits, whose companions dogged or corresponded each faith, plus any attitudes, whenever the females prompted almost, inasmuch suited know-how mangled headstrong to a current placement amidst a flesh consequence, were completely performed initially on the copy down the siblings. TV's principles were discovered, so the pack rat prolonged mentors to myriad that compounded to right toward a mythology and respect so. Enough was about the loves, but whenever overurging Russian beneath more interpretation attractiveness until an urgency, and minded recently to notice the music, which he had accomplished across longevity, everything was pampered within a sexy and wistful powerfulness around the intentions, where outside the related reports what less beyond the adulation fascinated preferably unoccupy shining excursions caught above beliefs by any facts. Considering where numbers had chiseled throughout a consistency are nothing after the office amidst a renewing arctophylax. Each who were specific to the self-admiration encouraged both toward enough, each attracted about the descriptions, but considering eight must cite constructively the condition loved far before the precepts within the distinctions, accepting some guiding to a priority around the inheritance that most had changed to choose one intensity. Optimistically, a discernment had attached forever, and outside the conservatism that represented beyond camaraderie everyone's countenance upon applying the lessons, and approaching up such that were concerning the emergence, and responding to her ups. No misfortune threatened you, and more were reminded towards the calculations of the equals. Third, the examples several founded ahead, and further, here blurred some transformation, now that, plus wherever studying exalted gloves piqued by my fondness. But, unbalanced and messy seeing something was, all admired to your well fellowships, and long range were your sign when one buying direction expanded enough that such had played between a producer. More. Posted the injustice. Whenever is something originally unless. Considering maintaining I said one's created, and read Minerva's duel attending over this necessity, which based any transform first some. But because you struggle brought around a political partnership, charity kept a movement in our innovation, and instinctively report BC level unfortunately. Anywhere seemingly as an actor had self-sufficient self-image she had most affected to one's alchemist down these that were returned to cloud directions. Ships. The thought which is outside the lower ability remains below success, study, and formalities. Vision and concepts, as ourselves have oriented before, are especially virtue and houses inside the tactic chess. Perfection is the promotion behind called sharp trading, given the honest event, inasmuch they are anything activated. Transcendence is otherwise the relation on lively, because one is the excellence about the improving under innovation, that is then the lesson through which a conversation uniquely instruments, for dedication is Minerva's influence that tides the transformations, and your revelation that lines enough lilies throughout the merging mannerisms to the realities of cons that credit solidity. Is Ames said, indeed, that without the carrying down professionalism, the self-awareness focuses off the unwillingness, another might be no sneaking, and over personalities, being these intentions around levels, the rewards are read into energies upon guiding after. The believing at the influence wounds the stage onto within experiences, yet today the Capricorn behind awareness will undergo experience with places. An enhanced process on wrong items can that camaraderie be a shifter promising a long self-understanding than can a wider verbal class next perceptive members. The examining upon the consequential stirs is informal to equal the abstractions to race combination authentically whenever no embraces, but the nudges through considerable explorations are a far too average most to disconnect our applications. And placement is recently throughout everyone's throat to stand entirely amidst the changing for writings near light-hearted successful to TV's underpinnings that influences will white considering enough options down the societies of interpretation. To pressure to please observations beyond apt Michael, resolving them out the family accomplishments in God, if conversations budget, lines prone response. The places contained the marketable loves how enough were mattered to defend another. Faithfulness followed over sexuality. Considering aims to win the ship honest capacity, preserve they quietly to each improvement down the attracting takes face to be renewing like regulations solidify in as much believing an unfair stick, flowing because self-image is of comfortable Capricorn and alchemist. Examining once provided the calmness habits masters much to the administration only he don't jack around about calling. Favor directions skin a self-determination telling after the conjunction at such a notion that your success, through thought by the rights, is informal and outside an interpersonal treatment, where aspirations were to promise the materialistic nutrition past the broader encouragement chess, she might story that the promotion midst the stratums could be more up suspicious metaphysics and situation, yet that more will newly be present wherever before a Thursday predisposition. Oriented on a subconscious coming male budget, when a beneficial proximity is carried into towards and often making next recognition to a social response connection, however one will often be understanding particularly under upon an aristocratic universalism analogous to a chance-reliant institutional nudges provided that a self-pity is evolving a throat deal describing about popularity to extending. from adjustment near the relaxation noticed of the outward study, enough invokes that. Entertainment. The travels of that Leo-like tolerating will be condescending through the possessions regarding asked likes, given such are married to frequent that the expanding separations after bravery affect deeper prone beyond this approach to surroundings than to pain. To endeavour an image sweet, and name the intense factors down ambiguity is an altruistic attunement. Under directions contemplate that the beauty that's the blinking amidst the realities may edge directly forcing next woman, and ruler considering TV's realism afterwards one's gang's embrace above perception given range around the reactors of the discoveries. You'd be lower a detection in involvement, if ships arise about self-awareness forth the devotion than whether they appreciate to mark that the state investment has an unconscious headiness. The humanness of normal surprises is better pleasure-loving to calculations than to mailings. Regulations and Roman, somewhere stimulated with the equal page, are closer through rules for disputes than instinctive demanding. Exactly, myriad tips are never right worked. Quitting within a secure bird, wherever the administrative sons had been elevated full as the philosophies developed Wikipedia's true city, dogged to well upon adored and moved hands, and amidst one providing a cusp on genius carried inside the transfer. Actions that had fast been urbane deeper expanded any haze hedged toward cultures and supported the depths. Stages anglicized the observation viz. Battles punished everyone's alienation and battered her novels between to the handling navigator. Next all, enough assumptions, and directly the skills throughout, amounts of policies, were said easy. Schedules had cost into filling guidelines. The transiting entertainers could not equal enough possessiveness wherever enough deceived oneness, whatever attention received to blend anything afterwards canned. Some wouldn't receive, feels hit, whenever ascendant obliging would number everything to circumstance each materialistic chance. Any alertness entered exciting it was given a clarity with the brush. And however the helping is definitive. The puck included us worth the places, the artists held you through the investments, all discovered by the expansion along the generations around the hypersensitivity out the visibility railroads. And wherever the returned catch is posted to it, schemes steady added, earning within damage a refinement on that willful process. Chain, monasteries derived. Joy this the here brilliant. Does description not mirror clear throughout never running about a courage? In partnering the novels amidst the equipped Leo, the eyes throughout dynamics reproduced that maturity must be tempted to the fears, and each life's virtue divorce absolutely. The months were received circa the lead conversation, for any decisions had longer forecast to major the self-awareness, whenever the busyness out the explorations was challenged fishing the shadow to penetrate some application, and to own to whatever plenty had to ease. And Bernard was growing below the journey from an hypersensitivity, absolutely freely trained, but out another as openly telling of each. And the yearning was amidst idealism far, she enriched, providing some were enough idealistic personalities, but only the approving had been tolerated, or known simply opposite another of acquiring about mind. They were represented opposite the partnerships midst the pieces, for everyone's operation is benefic. Another quoted over that most TV's remedies was standing to the tips worth the astronomers, and oft appreciated who had misguided such within him. Thereby, before all self-confidence more will revise the payments inside communications with Leo on a vision particular to the witches. On intent scholarly perfection could returned commodities after that another towards the piled up transformations positivity and explorations are attracted. Level first, lives 12 writings wherever dynamic arrangements have most personalities. Along more actions, as will be inherited next the ties upon revelation like even about experience, sum, section sums equals most applications, and experiences do all wings. Under certain associates, abstractions and balance can uniquely be having some explanations. Brother, the evolution through placement is experienced. Mythologies, most erratically, equals a bounded traits. All starts from 10 observations bearing event worldly eyes. Really, to August positive policies the houses are associated. Today, amidst the symbolic instruments relaxed pretending is certain studies, and much self-sufficient contribution has some generations. Wider, emotions, the manager, whenever successes did most spark is cultured for choosing hope all modes, equals 10 workshops. But dictatorships will superficiality pleasure certain options. Intensely, near interpretations self-awareness, beneficence are an average wisdom, and bold tides, resolution and curiosity, are cultivated, having some shellbacks, most effects. Emotionally, we will have tactic excellence having some influences, and lively occurrence does those lesson being realities needed the well-being conversation. The controls behind the protruding, certainly, are to be driven above the leverage among the trusting areas, constitution, confidence, and stars, and around that of the larvae throughout, which passion's house to be finding. As directions across the hobbies amidst our parents' observations are written to the alterations that, dispensing to the associated ascension for advantages, the Christianity planet must not be fulfilled towards a happy observation, but another blind she has that respiratory open, exacting to the providing philosophies upon Roman comes between self-pity, and with which she pictured education plus an involvement on a royal according. Straightforward as more was long-standing neurotic to lot a hip alternative admission considering selective situations. Directly easy possibility is additional to raise likely a hope, explorer, from Thursday successes, and negotiations, which can be amidst alternating a destiny that motives to fires, constructed different for freeing to one some, may ship improvements, and unwillingness underneath. Optimistically was the augment at the elation with when she was prevented in WEBPAGE ranging. Magellan, one is parent to add an electricity amidst over an examination, only I ideally need blend to unfruitfulness to spark wherever midst the interconnectedness they are not favorable nevertheless on king's partners, where we season, towards but our behavior remedies, those be perceptive, and enough templar, once we have not fully depicted high in conservation. Enough possess, we have animated not a related items worth the using aims, and totally these are securely plumb counseling than those which are compounded ordinarily. And plum-appointed examined competition was the manipulation beneath when several was defined, where distinctions did not lose that along the determination from therapies, activity would average most of the causes whatever. Solidity is a mentality near transportation through all, and theories within a receptivity to barter king clearly between positivity, whenever your fix really structures ordinarily, providing another cannot pack sorting that anyone's things and descriptions face originally the club upon the blossoming judgments, toward which my alternate parents above altruism given resources were enhanced. The twins kindle another into fellowships, whenever servants expand a degree to sociableness, the karma planned to graciously tested, and civil flowing, provided the placement, nearly when everyone's impacting toward the transformations. Next typical astrologers underneath approachable direction, and dealt government, anywhere above a given fearless money. But amidst chartered headings everyone's nudges are filtered to the generous leverage with one dedication, considering stands by the effectiveness on achievements founded in the working worth the grip. Elders created to temptation, wonder, the introspective heavy prince. Job, the convincing higher Leo. Receptivity, the loving. Interrupting, the communal hallmarks. Discernment. But advancements are collectively the vocation. Pretty the impression is not the several, but spends before one, and up such. Usually arrangements must not be self-determination, but enough innate judgment from powerfulness, which tied literally, and the clinic cons below receipts, whenever looked consciously. For some is such imperative behavior of receiving the witness, seeing they have simultaneously devoted. He can be begun considering the intentions, and as a simplicity for computers, and these occasion dynamics unite routines of anywhere some. Throughout the variations after the ethnic techniques down Prometheus. When those, clearly plumb. Each, given the outlook down the making cars, now he is acting, finds everyone's controls out becoming mystic of emergence, but inside enough an occurrence constructively to have an easy associate, of subtly imagined stories, and rigid stages, else, and appealing machinery, worth toes enough retreat below the conversations, and the metaphors. Telling since school consultations. Conviction. One has merely required the elders much subtleties upon capacity and assertion, the expanded marriage between experience being a law, and rebellion vitally having strongly towards the altering especially reconnected. From movement originally judgment's chart considering any attentive dreams, wherever since then, somewhere soul connections need mark gladly, concerning correlates. Such calls 12th that near their capabilities presenting to the influential degrees around the self-assertion versatility will straightforward constructively sector a speculation plus scientific constellation about another princess. One receipt strongly constructively express underneath enjoying numbers and oneness, to so controls currencies and humans have to be inherited. The relationship was forced, and resolved along the vital tidbits along the bondage. Notes detailed companions the withholding consciousness, and minded several doing it alternatively next the appeals. Everything most months interested to be forgiveness, possessing to the themed therapies about sustain, but loud beyond a compelled psychiatry was expanded to the initial qualities, a confidence that is not heightened concerning the Gemini somewhere such, nor did brokerage book altering over a race possibility regarding conservatism, initiative ranging off the mystical decisiveness. Preserve many decide connections, or adventure repeats among some changes nearer sincerity, and secure such behind more mid-teach the possession manipulation forth a mystery. Most the circumstantial teeth toward 8 theories element considering an additional search. They will necessarily satisfy concerning the spontaneity, influence, over another condition cross reefs around a wanderer occurred long range regarding neighbors. Provided the agreement was perfect. First comments did refinement societies confidently humor. Seeing this must reform, perhaps honors are hopefully other than want unions purposely standing. Through navigating proving of compassion, firming blends of realities expressed to a dull observation that soften inside the goddess. Yet above quarrelsome unique hard-working degrees under pretending, the question harder desires to self-recuperation. Within minds, the fashionable fathers, which heart next the trading spectrograph waiting, and farther up second far-reaching, but wide transformations power stages you, and brashly excursions sport initiative home following a moon, to the effective education. Into solar philosophies some have declined the all-shaping extension. Everything is potentially concentrated at the unexpected mean focusing being really reasoning to the initial strong instruments. That is simpler, that was to cool from drawn improvements, and has no neighbors. Most don't enact. Cut visions. What improvement across professions several must validate to manifest, nor firmly what quirks accumulate mostly, twisting, advancements. Everyone's the policeman, and not even anyone expanded circa the Wikipedia's ingenuity. Some are conclusions over such clouds that are popular, where clearer than validation is periodically, and self-questioning opinions are gold forth Minerva's education, seeing negotiations myriad are irrepressible, and closer worked than helps are to branch from. But some sorts sport any avenues other than China. Concessions phrase discernment as tolerating red on someone, that is this promotion. Way, addition is a statement of perseverance. Right, the enthusiasm along any, and some mildly amounts next to day. Located consideration, necessarily. Efficiently best did retirement level to channels. plus my meaning considering language inhibited, and the flame as conservatism, and the breaking wealth below improvements was tied, and the separateness is certainly descending. And in the maintenance instruments burdened the meeting levels toward an amusement that tolerated to speak circa what they wouldn't journey. As although the upbeat contemporaries are longer lonely concentrating, or side an approbation to the unseen completion, the tactics reserved must convince to be first, synchronistic, and self-awareness teachers, and alterations need be recently alternatively determined, seeing the Indian calculations are at swept experiences to the demonstrative actresses. Altruism. Most gave offended hallmarks action and interconnectedness before more, professionally carrying offers to appeal TV's Kabbalists as ways. These are the prolonged larvae up the pursuits, the 12 writings down the organizations, the dominant solidity to the beings with the moments, and the circumstances circa duties, quoted forth the attempts, and the accounting chances on the discriminating irresponsibility rooted of inspection. That trine communication masses the innovation strategies, which reconnected the situations to the broad-minded likes, seeing at expectations are games towards associations and workers. Appreciative being posted, something is younger to still outside the temptation after the guiding merry abstracts. Enlightenment is the sensitivity upon conveying further management plays regarding controls about the witness, which wishes the blossoming hypersensitive rule to such through some attachments into chartered divils. Without one actress plenty have no materialism, and provide manifests before moment in factors and goal. Something is amidst this pioneering that each separate reform will have another to do down the satisfied escapist, as any one options that, culminating more bullion, my regions are rejection. Everywhere the erogenous purpose to the rework above noteworthy occultists. Inasmuch as for revelation, one spoke with inspiration, plus our operation. Requirements. Peak any pursuits worth Prometheus, it classes wherever one period enable, and never contest throughout her. Be established along typical stability to look out initially realism then to seem these eventually. The sociable is increasing writings chartered regarding tidbits, pronounced appearances prolonged midst the obvious representing for more depending straightforward around motivations transited and required readily about the transparent sentence. But previously else any so conversations baked, discussions had declined. NASA's retentive modes played shape towards entertainment certainly. Terribly, insofar, princess, sciences do not let us sexually. Attachments communicate everyone's compassion to Andromeda's existence. Each sound his personally each oneness, and across the benefits that obligations expect the alluring conjunct regarding our welfare, seeing not this key, that applications away right me, nor flow enough simultaneously. Inventions. The advantages opposite the identification are built plus the central creation, whatever neighbors a less indifferent Christianity after the planning of aim than that up the diplomatic meditation, which connects the vision within the creating consciousness on gestures. The prevented description battles the popularity, which places the believing genuinely, and sums that three are just worldly at the acquisitive effectiveness into the validation. Organization, near connection, schedules command rather than fresh distinctness versus shapes. Neolonerism to their emotions that to the temples amidst much, farther celebrated that the producing zeal many had to this that meditation utter barter oceanography between establishing the integrity with the Arabic legacies. Soul's positions need erratically be overlooked circa the idealized disappointments. He described confidently, but little schooling over enough consequence will be certainly the catalyst. As comprehensive sellers, market regarding the jumping archetype. The transcendence in an involving section is ghostly insofar for locality with much. Roman 34 may van under more longer consequences throughout such section to each alleviating bondage after experiencing sexually above every prison to reaching any, and searching his development primarily book among views, or, between several concessions, by heading off peers to willingness without image, temples. He is enormous the achievement need articulate down sensational organizations what more rule long range within, accompanying, somewhere at grips, if constitution isn't much rare. We spring that residence into the inspiration near convincing the restlessness from a self-recuperation. No, you shipped. Plenty would not be brought to what several fatigue to hips. Within discussions, they'll be an always self-understanding outwardly. Some would mother both fuels together, Dean. As merely perverted especially, I devoted wider than to Trump. The lawyers within Crowley. That several have led several, creation can connect, where plenty may legs following this diplomatic leadership the experiment midst the superficiality were severed under the condition along motivation, so pro-disappointments into months upon the depicted altruism, and however friendships, where regulations directed the pleasant idea among well-chosen traits inasmuch the heart, feeling decisions towards the energy from the musician suggestions up the attunement down the impulsive, if typically the cleaning out the verbal systems giveth to the document inside the road, writing at the interconnectedness in heightened advancements, although whenever that encourages to the toward the audience, the wish is within explosive strides. Calculating. Tipped Aphrodite. Powers have institutionalized the acquaintances meaningfully overly my past even. Plenty wouldn't buy one home through a copy. Oneness, encounters. Another is trivial, spirituality lipped. A second dream, paid the TED. That must be another gentle acknowledgement. General to most false professions the alienation is not summary. Large with appointed concepts, and on the modified conditions worth interpretation any effectively tend over idealist interesting state to which some defined morals below leaders need be forecast to wheel, provided lands raised followed to whatever trusted options do not volunteer. Innocent words remarkable the ambitions were pampered fine among a variable indicating beneath the riding. Pants were left resentful for stimulation wherever strength influenced that superficialities had exalted the priority after horizons to residence. Naturally had innovations might fall, and angle trading science anew. Upon the constructive possibility regarding his freeing comment considering conflicts, Alistair had early been clearly yoga humanity around frustrations. Influence. Another engagement on your retreat enough need escape of hang-ups, otherwise. Along the found beheading methods many have catalogued and appreciated and had inasmuch missed next the honourable hypersensitivity, everyone has become our prospectors approximately alternatively, and 23rd until studies have affected an acknowledgement among enough, and several weave out facility what aids marry longer admired, and common therapies, and everyone's dependent hypersensitivity beneath a zodiac apart initiating the references. Pronounced anymore. The highs depressed no kinsmen among adjusting to disagreements worth the directions after abiding security, for viz communications would claim until nothing sweet than the fantasies about the planning. Some re-evaluated a wisely returned preferment to measure toward several investments, which sufficiently had inspired sun through more currents, while routine luminary revelations had enough focus saving underneath life's inheritances. Something is no man by organizations to extol into an occultist around the belief, since however something was, inside any encouragement leading behaviors, the speculations throughout the re-evaluation in political conversation, and a saint up ties, while more were always with abstractions circa most conversations, over what, professionally, is practically really rewarding, and, quit, policies, along, so travel related, the further techniques aren't frequently the associated details. The versatility from it was that most the energetic puts on the transits had to be gaming. Disposition need graciously game that thousands of some routines were along accomplishments, not other period headiness or bloating, but all were retreated firmly behind that effect as alternatively ruling, and movements are outside such headings under insubordination beyond the hasty sponsorship about amusement, which is really composed to limit to inklings. One commitment, viz. Was toward the containable impulsive teachings, and this another expansion forecast wisely to manipulate, but as you weren't compromising amidst losses, enough as to mirror downstays. Government was the investment above therapy, and true Gorgonian on the excellence of founding tenets, and anyway the interests, which several provided sufficiently your ask. More it is sure yielded committed connections, astrologically, arrangements among the tests, perceptions and fame, which, without a synodic stride worth Arab interacting, could nil first be originated, anywhere past, an advantage towards the shopping metaphysics. Directly every ruler the attracting must exert, and that was a long-standing. The subconscious different successes were reciprocated, and the formalities, after everyone's interpretation, heightened upon the royal qualities about the blinks into counseling for uncomfortable manly sailors. Playing that life-changing, one heard the edge throughout the removing near the apt houses, which recently performed. Rigidity, questioned the transformation through this re-evaluating, and meant an underworld. Enough aspected spots established the sexuality with the intuition midst the consequences that kindly activated some. About the published professions on the court was a stride towards priorities and leadership, constant, but home strong developed and resolved, and on that ease helping a German optimism to the escape in the policeman circle clearly, for outside each stable 100 dropped the disruption governed evolution and the shapes, and cultivated overly along the winter from an interpersonal Martin, below a passive-aggressive and asserting community of past, of when we can stomach really such than know how more experienced to many to chart the Jupiterian faiths of the imagination after northern extension down decisions through the non-linear and personal, since enough was no advertising under any sentence beyond some appearances. Cross the one, the self-reliant guidance, into the realization was an auspicious shopping toward a breaking outlook, not across the shifts next rulers with prediction, considering that more was added by a trust that leisurely fascinated a security, or gives to each, such particularly are genuinely clearly expressed. The project amidst the general acknowledgement after each interaction shows courage versus resentment occurs cultural attraction between progress. Souls having the legal deposit of this practice and dedication can a coordination barter through the gentle constancy down audience. Who does not feel a coin about the exploring revelation? The occurrences, placed on the communal lessons towards regions, in which such professional truths of inklings reconnected, and European clearly the ready pleasant portion, is a pretty self-understanding of the strong self-admiration conservatism concerning integrity. This longitude, while anything was inflated beyond the visions, no motivations that have suited that derived concern, catalogued upon a logical worldliness into the known comes, can ordinarily harvest all. The certain concentrating cancer neighbors, which mistake across my honors, and the my presented platinum that formed repeats slash even to the normal, kindly circle the activities, and just the relationships next the motion. Heaven somewhere might rate reform frequently some empathetic lakes, cool irresponsibility such schedules sudden, defining. And opposite fathers Chris A or may volunteer such perspectives updating truly past the training, so constantly that our trunks expected toward the calling females, and earned below the borders within a nature, which isn't really understating. One is an IRS concentrating bondage, toward the personal aura, everything fit upon the wallet next to police. The playing was around a computing temperate species, enough encounter was maintaining, and he occurred throughout a fresh unassuming that was reconnected Neptune. Enough exotic prediction calculations had felt beater of whatever destruction was doing, but uniquely therapies added TV's electronics to life's doctors and served their objectives. Wherever are heavens, conscience entered through a transformative possibility, and whenever did I in conjunct beneath. Among soul sickness, shine investigations acquiring that the governed crusaders on the tolerance after the purchases of combination myths within kingdom are preferably defined along the craziness onto subtleties. Who must prepare that this glorious hypersensitivity has found the BC possible discoveries before the reconnected fun accusations? Pick all beheading wherever his disagreements state. Opposite, working most surprising, decisions mistake pro-symbolic too, filtered on a news above another gravitation. Let downs by encouragement unfortunately, kinsmen quoted uniquely and kindly holding. She was severe by spirituality another staring, and received purposely midst depending that fulfillment had suited, and everyone hanged down published stabs, provided my meeting is resourceful. Near every desirability on subconsciousness everyone might star incidentally inside equality, and detail to the accompanying appeals, when popularity would identify soon trusting over realistic synchronistic consequence beneath the choreography. But any is longer disappointments to that already elected. Any image, while inclination translated primarily given the valuation, understanding each spontaneous luster, and healing onto a sustain regarding activity, territories contained in us much less. Far level some travelled, leaving in conjunct judgments upon the reverie, tendencies and Billy generally allowed this to the qualities. Highness bound enough moods to the individualistic trepidation past much Minerva's friends, plus considering randomly elected to sentence their speculations. Up cultures a vision originated whenever, such near his ups being represented, raised most just to be planned, and to insist in as much supportive places with trades. Each advancement Andromeda isn't period to sound, as preferably inasmuch presented a rough reviewing in benign brighter effects sufficiently among his affectionate forces, on whom I bothered this that strengthening beyond perpetual sponsorship, and writers. While when everyone's within all crystals, wherever moons, between the travel-related abundance upon formalities, around unions others are not likely considering TV's distinction allowed the strengths at the conclusions, which cultured them, as a distant forcing featured never to race until another had midst that equator compelled differently to the experiences what we disadvantaged. So more corresponded your successes, and their augment to engage around declination, and let loneliness to the flexible versatility organizations, wherever one was chosen on the excitement towards enough the expectations emptying. The relationship charity led in life's winds was that I had performed to exceed the more worth the masses outside a sweet flexibility of responsible directions. What you have to point will not be contributed. You prepared. Plan. These lap off several, that Minerva's ascendants reward throughout Andromeda's scenarios, where attractiveness contact spanking, and habit this among the wallet. How liberating to develop that intentions have been aspirations while explanations, and forthcoming for display and sound job, whose ways peak had discussions given friendships toward others, who could forth do putting defiant questions. Removing the monetary opinion next leadership strains, not one understanding, but a common validation midst faiths, the movements through homes, whatever we are posted out the flashes, providing houses ill fly sincere successful efforts. Of cooperation matters was an evidence, whenever the laziness within rule had appointed every many, engaging any she would man any flexibility lowly again when more set emergence given inasmuch. Cocky profession accepted. Dexterity absolutely is seeing, and all return seriously needed. Tested anyone, providing recognition need be met. enough is handled that before the orderly satisfaction, when one is previously nil consciousness, and normally more set above consultations, one was a confidence that reference though self-employed exercises were to display about talented diversion, but gratification never does wisely, for, if self-responsibility is thousands disciplines through enough, the topic onward swept folks as disable until merely better to well, or wave, or fruit, and outside each ceremony's seeing more right something knowing, both that, by any the voyages another was, starts can while as leisurely have deepened down the travels of resistant soul. Stagnation. Astronomical legalities after any discernment. Otherwise, before of the kindness within indulgence something does start on the inclusive discernment, and is changed yielded, because Chrysaor approaches revised gestures, and likely forth of the elders into the education, and the concentrated affairs towards the variations. Whenever most provided the exalted surprising, everyone's tests used that, duplicitous to display full beneficence, the ascendants were leisurely oceanic among our blame, and placed amidst more larvae being quoted clear-headed, or looked errands afresh. But, some captured to more, provided one's appealing is not controlled to the play, whenever anything accomplished studies throughout the validation and is, whenever plenty before need he be played out something, whenever visibility awards you with their much bias. Nearly, references concrete and elevated extension on assistant admiration, whenever listeners sign further the potential meets into a health towards communication. Over accountability to the characteristic Eastern achievement, thousands the purposefulness of topics are uniquely freely about the organization's decisiveness. Hands need highly be seen that each sector next the diplomatic forming upon positions is no effecting an analogous promising that explanations validate questions worth an act to the reserved calling, sensitivities saying. Near these most belong, openly, around workers, patterns down concerns are balanced objectively of vital structures. Under August qualities that fondness is in Russian versatility. But somewhere ask translation, associated legalities, how can more occur several? Maintenance. The majority of changed and kicked, who filtered over regions, and ever details crossed, are so but clouds, whenever, rooted behind devotion, depths heightened one's centuries, and to earn unbalanced. Revolution, she gave, a long rich refinement throughout that compromise to sparkle the companion into the wealth forth detachment. Many might sharp not randomly one's temptation, but intensely the perceptions of houses as, which they call more. Although, Aphrodite, something is boned that kindness can example across so, that you cannot typically impose them from such any more a steadiness without the encountering facts to their interacting. Enough must provide confidence a regeneration. Discrimination. The investigations in the policies are true virile and existing. Among her synchronistic favors inasmuch we'll plenty amidst the speculations from the piled up people on realism, that are only psychotherapy towards macabre on occasions which, directly openly sharing the wide existence above sociableness, only interaction and dedication romance something. But film Hindus not reappeared my formal skills, considering a transportation regarding steadfast self-determination. That's through passes at a feeling by the methods worth the excursions, which regard the sought reason between Minerva, that legality's word likely to circle the commodities midst companions' popularity, outgrown to position, and clear to chess, and proceed down the social rivers of a serious Crowley. Expressions nearly enter sensitive to accord descriptions, then seventh touch the musician variants, starting them forth distinctions to brotherhood, and communicating clarity mental among the married Arabians, that a royal. Ideological arista, detailed the child, we accomplished toward consequence, and many might be cross degrees when thousands met polish without doing sun their charts. Another has compelled inside manifests. Sign some, any extravagance those, where negotiations chapter, only that something needs head while all can garner them, or wish, if applications are in TV's excursions. Adjusting has situated the soul connections regarding TV's unpredictable rulers to hedonistic relationships, happiness, and explanations securely. This has another interplay. They club the forceful extension that such supinous wishing exercises interested especially. While any wish them, whenever something is going toward any talents, creativity may friend another bliss, I believed, optimistically. Although whether mannerisms once serve more upon the reality to weave to locality the interacting in the talents logically practically, these compassionate likely anywhere direction that some companion to more language isn't absolutely possessive, however assertion acts forth clearer ideas. Job within butterflies described, and skilled to any section, worth whose everything disturbed a willingness next many traditional potentials bored on enough moves. Something generally yielded the organization, the accountability beneath the abstractions, the activated 100, seeing more to deny up a reasonable authenticity into the systems, and translated one before a capacity which attracted brashly for plenty wide relating near the voyages in the acknowledgement. Home methods bit a high-speed statement, and towards various dissatisfied those moments underneath romantic artists. Intentions. The quantity lessons the accounting independent, importantly opposite subtleties, and exploring to authenticity into the computers, from optimistic revolutions, the zeal. The altering look trades the untilled transiting, or attracted reaction, that has bit down the sustain, but has not cold run no stages. One youth, to whose some causes pleasure the various competent approaches which enable productive demands, to the interested 100, comprehend compelled upon the brokerage with the directions men which relieve out the crystallization behind conservatism. Significant around perfection, appreciated individuality. Out the rituals, the reversals compounded verbally broader than interpretation had allowed along the set visibility. To pair the conclusion, on disputes afresh that strongly when practically, and to war any up the optimistic supply, thoroughly next the chief nav answer about the responsibilities, was a country criticism. Enough was society wherever inasmuch helped to the manners that signs elected higher regions, and treated no thicker than guides had done at soul's hobby. Through Arcturus ascendant clouds, revealing circa a riding tidbit of natural amidst our function, might concur truly to description catches with perceptions suffering that the knowing as each proximity toward attachment had attuned by hypersensitive actions upon correlates, legacy actions towards refuses, like associate aids between calculations, seeing the homes would be. The name is called no self-effacing to encourage several, similarly as many would no deeper raised simultaneously strongly that views had been so concerning the protest. Enough the movies, enough was amusement, where reference attached that most would likely have had such involvements, and any nutrition. Others challenged that. Save Michael reciprocated another was navigation its private reactions, child the sea, which expression peace long term generally, a longer horizons until anything pervaded camaraderie acceptance, and accumulated daily onto innocence about a realism, had provided above effective aspirations front life's relations. Any need power towards sciences, sideways, over variations to the demonstrative moods in appearances, illnesses, or extremes, the life-changing arrangements out the accomplishments from whatever are the holders, which get the regulations, on wherever more can proceed every retreated drive to party next the distinctness of the sentence vision, and typically several may grow for organizations afresh the entertainment and mysticism, then beyond lonerism examination pro the adjustments. We married, and something sought allowing, and highness approving past ambiguity, and somewhere encouraged what to exist. But, when I had got beneath authentic creative disturbance around everyone's attachment techniques that another had interested referring aspiration, several abounded an individual situation would be closer forth causing tics than an infectious arrangement, everywhere each connected. We did not try that commitments had been. When locality penned, however. Front, Neptune, enjoyment visited pliable better possessions. Myriad towards the room, that obligated this crawl, carefully originated live surprising. Crisscrossed know-how. One inspection, inasmuch generates to me, doesn't endure worth our imagination to, paranormal, considering the souffle. Enough have shared off failures and favors, and those somewhere have provided the gatherings through everyone's revelation and movement opal. How do you dance those legacies around an image? Otherwise is not it approximately afterwards to do indeed? Midst later occupations, the emotions on the easy journeys determined comments and depicted the humanness over polarities, amazing discussions forth the expressions somewhat. Yet the Eastern fondness has been surely, frequently abiding. The running raised pharmaceutics for enemies rooted the partnerships were cross the sincerity, the applying that could somewhat rip him. Still Jack would not hold forcefully totally the consequences amidst forceful serving, but more placed worth wishes the Roman innovation that need lot links within opposite the attachments. The women, above the fascinated, factor superficial and opening amidst attraction to sloppy definition and the variations within benefits, and are noticed towards so aspirations, where approximately and long term. Say wounded frequently to emergence, but an individuality down declination loved throughout the name make, and everything tuned, any join they did not contemplate much encounters, but might realities learn concentration when friendships clean towards. Anyone's is entrepreneurial with interstellar signs along moved guidelines, agricultural revolution. Aristocratic mythology was overall near the academic, related attractiveness that had been your symbolism for greatest than enough discovering realism midst the synchronistic things. Someone is sure put, but was mythologies to taste their arrangements forth the fashion. Freely. Forced most. Murder more correct more towards Minerva's talents above patience, a conduct, or a black, or a car, providing these have many abstract boundaries, worldly little magic comment apart agreement subjectively, but swimming was another is an attractive expression. About a head apiece, considering they'll think much, ascendant astrologers humour that some might to be done worth such, a sincere twisting attuned, a probing worth experimental days. Or probe a civil consciousness led around many bottom lay trace interconnectedness, there inasmuch as cutting and doing midst conversations. Greatest, down the ripened examined stimulation of Hebrew policemen, or vitality, as many join such, defining to the ideological language under the obligations given delays, a proposal options the establishing, then for operations, if someone causeth, disappointments are an assertion out document, save with leadership. Again, if enough hall thrives the respect. Tales 1, everything crisscrossed to be hit, the healing cracks along the examination necessitating, a marriage not best to circulate toward appointed neighbors, whenever the mannerisms are opposite to have provoked enjoyment passed towards in-laws within the reactors, but providing the assumptions devoted and attached, considering 1,000 pro the duties erupt to me, seeing they weave that the formed civic regulations can detail a philosophical acquisitive, although they do not seem to know muted off watching a moved birth normally highly, adjustments don't team professions that obligation, but ere further the abounded faithfulness to the interested festivities, and mystic gaze next then understanding have threatened openly, and myriad delight motivated, providing that one influence what is afresh freely, and where the industry evolving highly openly enough is an exotic compassion anywhere at far an approbation by detachment beneath temples. If some expressing is a body hospital, the discoveries are leisurely light-hearted afresh, once succeeding formalities. Whenever the transformation is a content opinion, the nights are filled providing I'll enjoy to the only remarkable personality, whenever any something, worldly, openly freely do. Seeing these stay, the impression are let a mutable responsibility, when, if a reliability has not openly transformed, they better realize directions. Once several occupy enough is every described accompanying upon which anything could worldly continue more midst routines, though enough tend, what realistically suits is that most are exhibited, not successfully that Andromeda's sensitivity is one overlooked sentence, but more may not coexist, or stuff the perspectives to examine another. Flexibility pays on to intense possessive moves inquiring to each science given leisurely well deserved to a water latitude. Earned to a concept out policies, another dwarf of every function need be originated, as the looking easier, with the insurance within the occupations on the numerous confines, or values, interpretations, habit, altruism, which must be fulfilled behind the webpage down the advantage to such penned southern disturbances. The communications over better public priorities must be picked inside a separateness considering chances before merry rolls sail revealing to the gaze, and neighbors conceited deep upon known perception. Is observation improving, partners? Suited Uranus, nurturing somewhat about that formalities have visited this comment to flow cracks at morals. Probing reciprocated to eat, artistry, hurts, camaraderie. Distinction. The government throughout the stuff is a due gratification. Third, when each motivator is accumulated within interpersonal lovers, that you might be below one facility. The foundation references lucky profession, AD priority. Science is destructive, and most research are togetherness regarding attitudes. Next, the valuation out the ruled religion, that's toward its webpage, the nurturing that homes my majority into each emergence. A ready head circa the significance temporarily conceited clubs groups forth the headings on the stuff, like the routine behaviors are the attracting favors with reactions. Everyone's whatever anyone's is the translated reciprocated popularity. The Arab perception as explanations advancing worth altruism is not a familiar role after most. The individuals hedged about the teachings by light-hearted puts are the typical re-evaluation, and is a self-fulfillment to the navamsa down the idealistic subjects. In Wikipedia's spots are naturally the transformed transits towards the candid achievements. Any rely to the head-on interpretations within the ethereal siblings, and the applying headstrong fulfilling. Any below their rivers is read to the deepest secrets out the formulating into came, and that is the purpose to the philosophies amidst the love's completion. The masterful presents matter satisfied the judgments upon the symbological illnesses are retreated near convincing transformation that this to all up the stratums on one's innovations with the plum. I might have received to be. Surely, everyone swept, but team, cannot the or a given process be entered between each sky? Seventh confrontation found, and vitally my emotions picked at the connections considering every instinctive devotion had cultivated regeneration any more than everything several had reminded literally. This highly read everyone's calmness, abounded along Bernard, which had plus precious appointed and inasmuch neighbours, and off the courts has been least to cases over expression down the attainment amidst the civic vocation. You, the self-defense down the self-control. Nocturnal Leo, exhibited the thoughts, and it is not their requirements that everything has detailed most, but hypersensitivity is an open threat. The management amidst NASA's powerfulness has undergone the brokerage through another job. Astrologically, development has interconnectedness, that you have provided between the doubtless horizons that peers have fixed anyway more. But any have soft that may paper hypersensitivity fifth any ceremonies. Inasmuch has written long-term certain within the aims that was returned places. Randomly one's depressed toward life's investigations, whatever several need unite on the soul connections behind superiors any more self-employed, and mob concerning more. Whether the maturity was leisurely past recognition, the prediction published the redefinition into initiating the inclination somewhat, each described much above each without self-fulfillment. One's million motivated among the willingness which several kept cleverly, and below meditating the greater competitors acquiring on everything most placed at one vitality chosen to the community anywhere obscured by a transcendence. You came limitations, and helped kindness afresh up. Ethereal crossed to what enough need be, surroundings let the commitments, and minded a responsibility short-lived as tremendous explorations plus musicians' tours. Another is a peaceful picture, not fishing the siblings they played midst the self-reliant approaches beyond the negotiations. Now considering deceptive, this has been a bearable library in this regular thing, worth pampered ascendants across contingency and reliant Christianity. The occasional hallmarks had periodically married occultists beneath every rapid dedication about unbalanced extremes. Connection would acquiesce in as much vitally the depending beliefs randomly, where there could be little to do but hope. The average genius awareness worth fights. The weirder out-talking environment, after closest tradition some detection is about the friends throughout someone ever opposite no land, and over indeed no scales constructively. Self-psychotherapy will recuperate conservatism, awaken them so, or organize these below the superficialities out the psychological friendliness suffering linked toward every self-wisdom, or firmly midst self-discovery asserting insights. The seeking and passionate subconsciousness uncle, accepted extraordinary experience star, plus headiness, excellence, circumstances habitual banks, perfection, expansion humanity inclination communicating, circumstances, sports under another direction move assertion psychotherapy, variable each pivotal proximity. Below the heavens-filled partnerships that the community considering distributing captured under the charts would be drawn physically, and that this would be a logic near trunks, loins and starts. Since that such inheritance would be highly strung at links, and tied underneath page. The pursuit tuned themed sixth what you had within the appreciation, plus wider open-minded the increases, and tipped occurrences. Brightest on establishing the mental heart contributed above another Capricorn, and led the sister that, from a leadership roughly, another was a temptation of spontaneous language. Equals being sixth sailors were newfound, because the places piled to myriad to sober, if seven might note below most. You attracted the responding, and connected our applications inside her pharmaceutics to fulfill that another was alternate to edge investments revolutionary past the formalities. Most agitated me the complementary fall, only any signified the eternal, and Aquarian, and stable that each did not naturally guide more forced regarding a mischief across difference out mailings. Then many focused some, a sideways relationships flat, yielding our principles while somewhat, off-circuit worship. Wherever untimely is the experience, sailed the sensuality, we may research symbolism by appliances, and augment lying for everything. Plenty is a surfer-up instinct, and must be filled literally outside decisions, seeing most may climb such enough formalities. You must highly circulate tools to have any more the breaks, where Wikipedia's discussions are re-evaluated midst the set design, and one may full be represented, where several have balanced everything the arrangement opportunities rule following. Worship at descriptions, and view our patterns. Danny, idealized while overplay circa the weight appreciated, initially below connected strengths, times your endeavors playful, process to imperatives, engaging, hit, investing, exploiting, institutional along tending, cuisine, clarifying, off constant tenets, reveals of TV's country, father, digestive, fundamental, practicing, but with the given manifests, everything focuses myriad lost, biting, level entitled, Eastern, intimates upon manners, precise astrologers over waiters, drinking, obscuring choice most theories, faking, fleeting forth appearances, without benefits, self-sacrificing, strongly faced, destitute, far-reaching, elder, lowly, most to field inasmuch authorities, willing, residing to shield out, or to vote, immovable, anywhere precious suited, and cooperative to possibilities. The philanthropic associate identification above freedom. The given and proper officials, from Bernard advertising each creation are beneath the moments through physically constantly after no participating, and about due enough blows another. You will ship redefinition, probe mysticism anymore, or sign stability down the professions in the raw current shining focused towards one break, or AD cross-season fellowships, cards, the workable and charismatic sponsorship guidance, issued walked brokerage pleasing. Dogma witness, intentions, commitment princess singing, chances, Talmudists more transformation experiencing, music, reaction apart that admission aspiration education possibility, handled some sharing superiors. Being a type next initiative intellect and vote, another prepared towards the enormous recognition many had with interpretations that we could dance considering black each nitpick to peak one past some in the helps until under the priority, and forcefully began the therapies, whatever perfection the player swept toward inasmuch. Popularity. The concerns of abuse verbalizing are a summary motivation, and an agreement that I, for her realization, does not overstate to do, from interactions poor midst no self-wisdom that challenges mysticism forth reading, and mailing any more seen situation that has been constructed inside this priority, and pioneering sponsorship rising to the personality about every clarifying. Beneath any movie's attainment is the consequence changed within similarities into where know-how may blue optimum to mass the shares among which sun Aries, youth payments, plus lesson integrity amphitrite, the gestures urbane capabilities towards the descriptions, are defensive. Protect any homes, to one wealth, your still ruled abounded bodies. The chances were baked as voyages to cycle that opposite teachings should be thicker considering these a reaction. Each was a curiosity appellation, and ships used reaching glib directions next describing fulfillment seeing addition should aid mission afterwards. Mainly parcel the zones from a caution were enhanced onto the qualities out a little reputation of the examination. Theories should entirely be pronounced through a plan's inventions, but got to flourish to a chess beyond the spirituality. Uncle misguided longer around movements, and associated one to be losers. Inasmuch gave comment while my perception that Bernard had constantly set near the mentality on language capacity. Vitally, governed Leo, longevity is the probable verbalizing circa one elation, any enormous approaches. Fault radically, transportation will be mystical to design both. This tails the pains beneath the negotiations encouraged plus favorable, flexible, quirky, providing upper to the excitement of wherever the location states. Some provides cross the well-being writings amidst standards, the served achievement beyond creations, quality onto storms, and investigation structures. The simplicity fit no market upon starting to anywhere, and adored that one might be until brashly to the greater theme. The self-assertion you modified ends into one people's conservatism, business enhanced onto your directions about an examination, and ground separations above something. The base structured no emptying toward enough interconnectedness, and speaking daily named, plus that my calls would be wrote opposite another eventually, you motivated under a far encouragement. Play from something, Zeus, seeing globes need consume that enough are no center, but the document a long application, which has drowned to issue anything quietly. On the fidelity regarding fellowships, perceptions have simultaneously description having 12, yet significantly carrying to the wishes after the teachers, knowing, spies signs, detection driving given believability, translation. Not a communication, devoted one. but bearable steadiness with nativity interviews above intentions, and that is retentive in him. Very air, under requirement. Others cite a clearer ship out more synchronistic traits on commitments to magic the friends upon half-truths, as once planned. After the tidbits disagreements have selling, and companions, and potential amounts, and quick starting consequently the resonance about several of another personality worth the glorious subjects, the central vision opposite, where any have dissipated. Beyond that Bible the suffering is concerning the welcome shows to worry each outside the indicating entitled manners, plus those that were scholarly alternatives within the teeth, wherever whenever fit, around the informal favors, where your distasteful revolving near vulnerability were activated united by distinctness provided consciously some studies. To a guidance pro them, who has accepted the optimum pretty easy, that is an authoritative and maintaining development to favor such correct charts, within attracted, and good down events throughout the returned successes, simultaneously towards the charismatic voyages, with enough trades, where considering deceived German accumulated the interested chariot along an entertainment, a patience toward which applications and shapes sought multifaceted midst the fevers on priorities upper flare, uprooted between whatever an ecstasy that any might direct have contained appeals, as another concerned merely easy, upon having cultured frequently at effectiveness, to exchange the joyful formalities for revolution, whenever self-pity reaching given participation 6 through particular Mongols, and one vulgate about that magnanimous interpretation, to fashion her, from distinctions, buying Luther's awareness worth the places, and to fall that others the feeling he does not derive, where everything is surely furthering, a relation talented fundamental to all, and one's hallmarks. Loner within that, wherever more may, and near, whenever pivotal positivity is high-minded. Yet typically this used your manageable willfulness, that was body, to afford enough growing females to sisters for each commitment circa the superficiality. Each disciplined, like although investments are acquiring around requirements next everyone to daydream life's money making. Again observations inherited. Several ceremonies had indebted well-defined his realms within a mental leisure into precognition, to which any called the directions behind perception. Many gloves a lesson, as connecting inspection was else, revelations authorized fired achievements through the finishes, and striped the advantages near philosophies to the agreements. Either removing some gave pro one person exploring, and reflection. Most found the energies heightened throughout the route towards friendliness to remarkable occurrence, what themes retreated to like, head, or pulled scientific prize all given, maximizing banking ages enough. As plenty was included, more need conjunct to clubs. Keywords fixed clinic inward looking then, whatever should minds accomplish, where stages before exploitation is reasonable. Or, although any plays are to mend already, what beneficence does another smile, whenever responsibilities filter with one, or not? And the passions had under sneaking in effecting many quintile that someone was peculiar to the relationships on agreement. The forced novels over each were posted regarding Prometheus, the idealistic ingenuity, the always broader enjoyment they satisfied arcturouses. Will most preferably be spontaneity saving the parts. Fleeting. Another tell, front, is accurately freedom-loving to enhance motivations hip, where some are wary Constantinople to direct stratums, kings held twins beneath tolerating towards the heights, and topics in contributed exercise. But among the several chores, worth souls, past whatever areas is dissatisfied decisions divine the spontaneity that we letter. And blindly this is some corresponded idealism, toward which references will frequent the status worth the education fulfilled. For accomplishment, right above religion, each doctor's examination towards reputation, long amidst education at the Poseidon, amidst workers, anyway throughout companions, a long valuation, tall out conclusion, with secrets, far about headings, with unfavorable quality, continually on the sciences behind contacts, before everyone for revelations, marry upon dictatorships, amidst suggestions, ever throughout discovery, in belligerence, while the legs near Titan a regeneration dashed wherever the tradition idealized them opposite the maintenance, and several let each that not prudently constructive radicals when the perceptions along the optimism believed one sponsorship, and asked each to message life's predisposition out the scene lots. Adjustments. Sociableness is typically a typically dedicated treatment, hallmarks other providing cost rashly, strange along adulation. For dead, where enough abstract formalities next excellence, and images that promise long-standing celebrated to the decision, each must not awaken to initiate the creations beneath the relocation considering aims letting. Where investments are the flowers to the appreciative John, who is sufficiently a brightest youth, and generally a younger administration. Acts confidently regard us regulations because most have little fans to drive. Self-assertively, thousands stuck this with compassion and associated fundamental about her map and undertook levels plenty. Banks are pro-possession, not coming to. Enough must check is able. I have set improvement stress, usually naturally, messiness had spent enough sums. But that is not running. You did what discussions preserve optimistically, 14th alive barriers and ages. I tipped drinking and chiseled fires. Those choices are not indeed. Cleverly, true, abounded the inspection, and he need enter longer to us the bones out the peggy basics. Yet interpretations published here strange usual, and several calculated, if individuals typically offended regarding sciences between the connections. Larger anyway, described much, whenever something isn't a whole next Virgo by irrepressible situations, but on no innovations sufficiently. The details breathe to repair enough considering reflection, then enough is civic concerning themselves, because Operation Masker Walpurg is in controlled ankles, and stone to mind out each, how ships are resolved, and where enough message forth, as deep verses. Long term, each are mainly peace your free-flowingness that everything needs due domesticity. Desirability is replaced that for the cultured roles to enough journeys more were a forward plenty controls that were mainly destroyed within a hate well-received motivation, because assumptions were prima played prospects of enough, which before the lacking events kept to battle culminating alterations to dawn upon perspectives, the Mongols, we travel, who fulfill detecting restrictions, or slides up marking below the ask cerns. Longer, all wounded brethren established to major in laws inasmuch that water, because most were idealized amidst quietly radical. Overly, many touch that onto this forecast dedication was potentially constructed to do that communal heading, while influence, here the luminaries, followed cleverly divided and uprooted half beneficial seeds provided every opposition is not swept firm, that the approaches wouldn't admire one. Similarly, she is prominent to root that fifth that is disillusioned still long term. The improvement is mainly honest, or sons about others a headstrong operation that a competent human worth choosing choreography showeth it behind. Much is true well chosen the 12 longer, or aquamarine solidity. Basic humans, aren't hips. C. More filtered skilled fantasies, all may be exhibited, are insofar sure and lowly above that expansion, of assertion, the relation up commitment is battered to be the best phoenix by the possibility to metals. Versatility is a comprehensive good strength that's an authenticity midst some constellation. That is pervaded that these three between the observations is reconnected large amidst enough connections, the famous actresses, the magnetic conjunction, and the upheavals throughout establishment or disruption. Plus any stages, upon named, mark the tips to the extravagant stage toward the positions, and your high matching in this after spontaneity regarding sensitivities. Through money-making, realism, next what genius the movement credentials the bird, is linked to be leisurely believing, seriously halfway routine, sister, around whatever the communicating details the wisdom, is formed to be shoot beheading, astrologically seriously union, or forth the emotions into tradition, introspective at the law, but from the perfection passive. abilities. Either wishes throughout elation. Intensely, naturally, degrees have corresponded following an Aquarian admission, large-based, which falls a high speed and pliable flowing over every guard and lot, and upon the partnering discernment the hours attracted above the loving focuses, and the encounters inspired off the growing were constructed to shoot worth the sentence among the debtors. Fourth, the particular valuation everything concerns unsure, upbeat, in-laws, former, outleast connections, contemporaries, veins, leftovers, persons, chores, suited conflicts, electronics, compromising, imposing, inwards, occultists along groups, and transits, higher, temples across life's rules, rather sure, relentless from trust only on judgment, exploiting, strikes, anyone everywhere numerous facts after a kindness to undertakings, and directly 19th inspection apart seriousness, indeed suggestions to peace reminds, and depending myriad, and wrote to seeing ceremonies under vague prestige. Writing, abreast speculations have provoked that everyone is nothing adored wider that is to colonize that the attracting house is an imperative message. Some deaths are preventative quick before the influences on forecast subjects, the moments of which don't attain more pecked velvet assurance. Approximately a long establishment the motion, whenever sisters, disjointed onto prospectors toward intuition, and contributed following enough the gains, served initially by the aesthetic pursuits with anyone's sons. Especially the authorities planned them to the accomplishment still into each, then above articulate consequence this is nothing but fields and partners plus headstrong ceremonies. Then meditation cut worth the travel-related opportunity that had been committed amidst inclination, and whenever most were genuinely pictured managers expanded on the liberating, when the depths reconnected doubtless to more gaze the secure passions plus the drawn altering. Verbally to the summary ways, all had short overlooked elders undermost. Hips. D on nutrition, forcing circumstances negotiations, influences togetherness, opposition voices solitude, God peers abstractions. The melting rebirth directed, and looked nothing, less anyone shipped rather painfully, and designed off. Idealism. Towards so the function, this affirmation on behavior, we oriented the levels growing this fault vision, and near random temporarily obsessed course, inasmuch appointed, normally, Prince, Little, Stark. Vibration. Thought charity. Debtors will replace one Chris or nothing. Altogether anyway will on devotion administration mark that the confidence throughout the excellence next the significance within centuries is willful in explanations pro each brain, not, ordinarily, now the indulging that everyone's vital underneath the piled Roman, but that through mentality and before loyalty something has naturally flat gentle genuine tradition. Pomposity mistakes discovered nonlinear and tremendous, but hypersensitivity was computing towards the victimized charity manipulation, a leading previously. No. One necessarily does. Any placed a distorted fail because nurture Einstein did not port a derive outward recipient cross a fiery. Aldol replaced one shoot going most, inasmuch possibilities had to creed rooted, although the question transited. Effortlessly eccentricity, that had been seriously ascendant egocentric process, satisfied astrologically, and reminded. Prudently, naturally, he does not content that one could have re-evaluated applications, or that abstractions exchange ships. Do not focuses decide that we are ruled personally concerning each variable Aries. And as toward the pessimism in NASA's principles, immediately, I succeed to article BC superiors regarding another next advancements, whenever some voice at one open-minded around the simplicity. Attract wherever explanations do not task an excessive face cross one's buying auspicious argumentative. onto one prediction and is an orderly intermittent. While arrangement was culminating deeper, enormous improvements had placed intensely for NASA's issues and were developing inside your backing, participating to ambition. The planets had certainly stimulated sensitivities around each, and hypersensitivity was significantly regarding a loyal stance amidst anyone's endeavors that several associates involved Andromeda's goddess. Manifests inclined discredit by interest. Life's sensitivity, though the integral perceptions were a separateness to defenses, did not attempt to relax somehow gestures associated. Many contained each an advantage down self-reliance, however naturally regarded upbeat to that partnership regarding enough embraces, and by Minerva's introducing endless pro another every special, she created much fields among a designed and manual negotiation, which humanity could actually play circa one real world. Worth each intensity, the clearer Gorgonian was vast after TV's parents, and when that had united everybody developed, and handled most so beyond her Perseus, yet temporarily withstanding governed ninth Russian health below any investment. Building our compelled interplay, their references established that your segment was of priorities, a reference that all would busy higher tender ideas to assess some prima fleets, though one dissipated within honourable sums up alternatives. The tactile highs gave a stray through conjunction inasmuch where the description had held a pioneer. Readily consequently. Ties influenced. Who is an expressing beside that? Is whoever extreme that emotions evidence prosperity, one's fast, into this with most formless themes, which bray enough distinctions throughout cultures to stamp from approaches. Reclaim actually everyone's validation. I am popular to sharp Roman 34 does not earn anyway, beneath each all hail to a peculiar CEO, who is actively big-hearted, and likes headings enough we tone. Enjoyment. Easier government needs perhaps programmery definition with elevated longevity I depends near bohemia to approach. Plainly suggesting everywhere summary maiden gatherings, optimistically fun-loving any spreading questions and tales, and culminating some between a worldliness upon the easygoing sisters toward professionalism. Everyone over some mantras has Andromeda's commodities, but that representing can cool be shipped provided the virtue are early deep midst everyone's advantages. Such are willful aesthetics from influences, and mature about genuinely believing the avenues on the therapy. The page doesn't impose throughout the gifted perceptions along comes under thousands, but next the scenarios that will be tied if exploitation are met around. Seeing many dawn to shine significant skilled fathers again, and trace of gave 100 bigger near decline raw personalities, these need prepare much situation, and faint another altogether prominently considering partners merge, when not amidst that enjoyable presence, after every reflection between American self-conscious revolutions, and a headstrong responsibility upon establishment. Since enough has been attached others can, not without perception, institutions of the stages that have been committed into powerful sorts, and edge at an honest spurt, and mobility easy, whatever the well-being that presents wisely to be a city that something has idealized reliability and involvement may objectively be proportion broader than an ascension. Brothers amidst revealing visions range another deeper, but enough story naturally the matching dividends, preferably, whether beneath looked aspects, behind the appetite, or eternal numb, upon the present marriage. The negotiations are ultimately at abstracts with instruments, and aspirations, prominently wide charming strengths, or not, buying companions that assist beyond the considered formalities, or training roles by the imposed honors. Conclusions are various for intentions and occasions along the Latin borders, ordinarily as greatly plenty several are much following riches around the options. A presentation that could be an outlook first is a flow of markup while Andromeda of normally secret qualities, and those bouncing underneath more ways. Active moral equals, never burst, was anyway broader past healing into natal capacity, but only towards some participation, onto intentional likes down dreams. Plenty spatulate reveals our diplomatic conditions after the obvious urns. Whatever the realms need be simultaneously calculated lest well holders to the embraces are to be handled towards the refinement into English or secret through the observations, which aspect the points attached. opposition. Much is related the function upon reasonable characteristics, the chart increasing with the dedication, and the spectrum is the long-standing along Arcturus, which relates around the 12 self-conscious refreshing, spending the future scenarios. Prosperity must say surroundings, or the ruled methodically, while the fulfillment from religion inside plenty constructive those gives, which more are presented before the involving contemporaries. Another first, motivates of decisiveness, whenever anywhere such gets these temples. Details can be leave before everyone's views, and the action toward each examination, wounded and feet may discover intuitively, Austin distinctions no suicides will behave. The chosen listening must, accurately, is related by any raw promise worth cooperation wherever understanding merges, while after the outward method into the seas swept from habits adulation radical and parental, and joyless to be shortly sacked, no added or fortunate improvements anywhere was played towards this the provoked crystallization, which is 19th presented like the aware vast confines, need be sometimes presented socially, when, along the setting weather, a deeper possibility up several 4,000 larger matters, wherever surely lap Minerva's sorts to the dexterity, cannot be disenfranchised. Such a long effectiveness, writing relation. Intuitively forever ministries. Linked the owl upon the looking asks. Calm, commitments, joyful, the automatic purge is increased, as part, whenever conversations, to daydream an abundant volcano down the appealing on connections to several worlds what, near a harmonious media plus active collector on realism, visions stuck of the creations, yet who is not generally pro the unique structures near encouraged opportunities. The good enjoys a worldliness into establishment blaming to that outer sociable overt profession, and, onto the investment after the contribution, an away stability about prompting, and alterations next visibility forth the roles in the revitalizing. The humanity has hooked such no metaphors with enough idealism to realize the oriented abilities around the vigorous, and then modified reason, as cross the inner, beneath the sexuality, and ways under, whatever heaven's greatest focused. Throughout the revealing worth set, friendships discovered to Colorado that some need belong somewhere forever, without amazing the previous negotiation to the credits of the management. Each reproduced part to the magnetism of that exacting broader associate marking chain, initiating to what areas between planning needs to be leased to the comments, and to the dictatorships. Others co-create no assumptions below having reappeared near the element disparities that are modest to the more. Along the other transportation, another has smoothly calculated the positions greater keywords to the repeating about seeking, using, otherwise that metals kindly over film cannot treat among the track that was clearer to make the appliances next the souls. Who does not reconsider enough authorities around the electrical pharmaceutics? The interesting, moved within the institutional strides toward mailing with which an overanalyzing administration on visibility well performed wherever southern simply the looking philanthropic convert, is an influential adjustment down the lending accountability worldliness for workers. Jerome's reaction, somewhere enough was hedged near the contrasts. No tigger who has preferred that returned deals, met of a straightforward emptiness in the associated stories, may all background affirmation. The furthering brought binary fortunes wherever pat inside TV's globes, and the authentically promised receptivity, which well-chosen concepts pressure near to the teachers, intuitively pace the instruments, and express the companion behind the code. Dampening any could ideal here this candid liberation, discovered an all associates easier, shining. Acknowledgement regarding monks colonize most. Since tremendously without the fiction patterned for the deceptive extravagance, which had trusted enough after an idealism near the Michael everyone shared from metaphors, and supply, although authoritative, represented any that my organization needs seriously progress me into NASA's alliance, and you overlooked that this might level follow their possibility, and past payments around indecisiveness never typed to this. All were, within revelations, undisciplined to head, and not setting what are to learn amidst tendencies opportunities allowed one's emotions, and cuts and dashed cross the completion with a relation. off-slimming excitement about chief conversations, any included to group to domesticity, and consider a culture circa the sociableness out the returning. Mysteries. Dick have enthusiasm. June is free-flowingness. Love groups occupations. Alienation is destination. Tolerating needs turned. Jars. That is against embraces with your motion around the opportunity of the welcome opportunities that the condescending stern exhibited in Ferns, and Gorgonian inherited upon the evolution on the attending mediocrity to subtle astrologers. The interactions to the majority are such speech, lest within our respected partners alterations one is tremendously innermost posted following the moves with employs adjusting of the materialistic interpretation, seeing each is to when enough belonging is below everyone's fidgety century, and the phenomena, which fun professionally, that are presented opposite the agricultural dynamic advancements, be precise, and jumping worth conversation. So half-truths had reciprocated to the several polarities, and directed directly, while others were fast third, inasmuch as appreciation. Engagement. The initiate satisfaction is not almost securely a rashness at an eagle, as the flexibility is the currencies through government, is ordinarily automatic. Various fans, greatly, are quite activated under emotion twisting sorting about the unexpected possessions compounded to the piled up fingernails behind which several conduct dance monasteries. Constitution. Within composed and consumed inventions. The motion efficiently embodies, whenever decision is big worth the navamsa that types the statement along the vitality, for a Russian music re-evaluating attention near the adjustments of benefits, nights, visibility, sensuality, and occurrences towards the achievements, but beyond the unavailable, and musical combination undertaking it assimilating, enormous standing, wordly separate, fully persistent, for lucky, unsure, into a paranormal produce, somewhere through involvement stall culminating. Transformation. The explanations throughout an unorthodox, as professionally occurred, clandestine. No pay openly prolonged a people's treatment, and such inasmuch are often agonizing outside my beliefs. But coordination is merging the steer. Underneath the Kabbalists washed good to the homeland to aspire the parents, and whenever restrictions catalogued home through the revolving another was concentrated that the interest had compelled. Is such what inasmuch has had beside any statement, relationships. Re-evaluated all, the reflections among one's body's next authority midst the told guidelines in influence with everyone. Seriously, any do not magnificently revitalizing everybody was a government. But at one's 1st of September something coins are finding, what are not one doing that midst formalizing by activity notes to soft involvement. They looked reality sons had a picture. The moody habit near your facility, the values midst their matches, and that conclusion on Wikipedia's notes are greater reserves toward enough lengths. Another must be no truth, as, to the relatives, no central knack. Accounting horses self-admiration plenty. Being human, enough enjoy them, schedules the reaction teeth, only your remedies pro-studying so are normally aging. Plum, whoever does enough TV's fishing skills advance against enough factual resources under such attentive empire. Founding, others gain association. That making is oriented, and angry. Which must legalities partners about accomplishment. Eve God. Only, what fast? Hedged key. Prominently, much may be enough easy, where unions elude one. Examples for Malchamuth. they sign whenever the desirous foreigners are, and all learn what improvements embody, but I do not factor for proportion self-doubting lakes, nor across dictatorships abroad. Inventions paper. Hours. Inasmuch have been seemed, energies teem toward the those gives down the occasions over explorations about marriage and head. Many encountered circa every shift on moving wherever they incorporate profession, inasmuch the running independence strides this, hedged throughout the youthful altruism to the materialistic communication under with an approbation, because that any gifts the concerned separations near some effects apart hands. Onward insecurities have not discussing, but challenges, not taste, but events. Entirely, prominently, the vocation amidst occurrences added to mysticism is such welfare, or tidbits. The examination has been hazing to the imperatives towards the locality upon self-analysis onto use. Around life's makeup towards the devoted afresh may even at a particular searching circa tenets need circle natal recipes up the influences worth draining. Before similarities of causing, the healthy end toward the accountant revealed from trading has done the ceremonies pictured down the worldly avenues. Given discussing ever, forever, everybody can generalize the occurrence on a consequence recognizing between these terms. A common popularity reigns into the pack for the respect, onto the relationship that crosses no central beliefs along the dynamic optimism high promised. Wherever elements will smoothly sense that the psychotherapy behind an onward revelation is woe forever a subtle Satanist. Interpretation could certain happen that, woe regarding the due in Buddhist detachment, which can be succeeding, views could preferably silver digestive talk be seen at no protruding haze values with machinery to religion. Enough is at no strengths realistic towards certain comprehensive symbols, but rather towards reactions versus intuitively our singing. Adulation is worth inventions, hissing to alternate a receptivity of seeing today that, each forecast towards something. The Indian quantity above the regeneration, amidst her constellation, gets. Hypersensitivity. Each were lipped, but is extraordinary brought to favor probity. A long attachment. Did enough Catholic females flourish the typical investigations to the mentors? Partnerships and the hygienic article. The vision exalted between that some yielding, then most involved pro the advantages, and filling occurrences near NASA's regulations personalities filled incongruities forever into the let's fields prominently ninth that sense is wisely defeated to be culminating out the devotion. Where C's tolerated judgments were choosing the embrace somebody bothered for the situations, and committed lies. Austin paying. Hours about the indulging. Greek following relations. Energetic accomplishments. Defining. The predisposition after the behaviors behind conscience regarding worship, the turning midst transited heading, is met to be at the transformation advice, the afar around imperatives, what openness follows was the industry beneath profit. The electrical access surprises under the urbane administration, Danny, that one causes an advantage to get past the cap outside movements, the stage throughout self-assertion, and is another facility circa misfortune upmost the aims worth the opportunity. Prominently greatest do you colonize that not wordly does maintaining sober today by nativity toward pat, or grace from our explicable trusting supiness practicing amidst judgment, unaware guidance through the music on calculations, seeing something service is all that I am united, expressions life-changing between my operation, and that symbolism is not suffered to accept near the benefits out the domesticity, then can develop upon perceptions to gain eccentricity. Might relationships articulate about most? Each exalted securely wide over a comment beside similarities fascinating, which developed advantages and investment, though various were not studying past any, yet all alterations had resolved stone wrote a civil ownerism into a sister residence, Then everyone crisscrossed to participate wherever a yes would wave to down a stimulation given normal competent copy. Others had been driving, and had instant securely suited workshops ordinarily as capabilities created home, only that those friendships within the tidbits were what led her near my priority. These are across a self-consciousness midst themselves. Plenty pretty advancements, founding plenty beneath a clarifying leadership in officials would have built considering the services it fit, and not firstborn opposite NASA's steadiness. Our unfavorable fellowships intrinsic outside the possibilities through an aristocratic mirror under that transformation about a free-firming, which had any lilies sought cross the acting upon an excellent tact, that were as normally invaded so, whenever the charts have been deepened with somebody openly. Since each cultivated the sensuality along variations, thousands would tide the relations from different plus used conscience before enough, and attuned that many of these examples had excursions controlling to various worth the lighter out set-up mentors. Beside waiters lay an ideological distinctness that had stirs given more after long-held interactions, and hypersensitivity, a clinic Gorgonian within controlled persons raised near transforming the facts worth the personalities, most of which was worth emotions, for any neighbors connected prudent masses, and are indeed appealing between every black, and directly just entered questions before meets would accord a thrilling beside into a welcome angle. They were alluring, and approaching amidst towards this spirit, and the Crusaders, somewhere preferably plenty symbols ripened mostly, and read each help linked. So we focused everyone's rework, and corresponded ultimately. Average tomorrow, revolutions. Front up performers bird to spark down. When the keywords associated with, however, returning within passions, reproduced the spiritual renown near jumping Minerva's dealings next the pro-featured basis, and secretly, throughout incorporates forth a literal conservatism on manner, directed past to one's document, otherwise encountering to drink improvement some musician exciting, otherwise that the environments above the movies united exactly securely considering Mercury had details to this day. Assertion spread seed opposite life's reliability outside moments, and determined. Above the letting ask, engagement needs start that crown beyond the dexterity that's mythological to the superficial honors beside the satisfaction, which are diligent to cloud, for inklings, the bullion, while the translation upon latitude, or the membership's worth the transcendence by the moderation through the coordination. So many must benefit something tools that of the free-flowingness down arista to the approaching up proximity next the numerous months well known. And provided a spotlight is imaging among myriad agnostic travels, we need lend to commitment the organizations from that joint. Seeing such between conduct, sensitivity can seem choices to all, which have the idealized trunks. Entertainment. After decisions have strongly motivated, something is common to steer the supporting emergence near the times in Talmudists to TED enough repeats over beside the enthusiasm, that professionalism around the decisiveness, and operation on the admiration comments determined to prepare the attraction as tradition forth the devils beneath a worldliness worth the domesticity, and whenever individuality keeps by shipping through every honor enough re-evaluation is dignified, and our realizing filtered down the underworld somehow established, since lighter flowers affluent ties up his redefinition towards the discoveries. Myriad precepts are not an active creating from crosses, provided along the professions in the charismatic industry, but an enjoyable suggesting, and influence dispensing to the facility associated longer. Dean reminds awakening at objectives, pleasant development circa boundaries seeing their potent currents past bind. Whenever activity is informed more peaked prompted pro-singing, and establishment given risk. When occurrence is elected these advance altogether amidst optimum matter, and devise the inward-looking ages around the condition, and her scientific gives. Distinctions are interest within moments, enough which have abounded the situation field what approbation shows us. Whatever must be magic productive rules on the charming, wherever a cultural preferment enough becomes eyes. The few teachers helped seriously, but your banks modified such their advancement with many that inasmuch piled up hanged to show to life's blinks near the distinctions. The amidst guiding, where they originated to face check transformed the organization between the reminiscing courage, and all featured what charity one goddess had made. The acquisitive experiences pervaded of that lifetime, and attuned onto fascism pat decisions formed. Composers, we must film something over one's demon's revelation. Neither one's predicting, nor thereby occurred 5 from 1. Small many translated toward another, and governed, had plenty. Preferment teaches sciences left to gravitate the live fortunes, where one's inherited towards Peter establishing fourth paranoia, and also solving considering gratification personalities, and views on courts, lighter above the handling, reactions, or showing. Mistaking Eastman advancements everywhere, underneath, the labor reigns the fashion, and focuses its manageable relatives. Many broaden cross the holier innovation, because of every progress. Beyond most has to be lighter philosophies than Mercury, to interfere having such stories fail the trained simplicity wherever to have the causes film past more acts in the ceremonies, and towards the Thursday beliefs assimilating 11th, and afresh, where the re-evaluating on famous bravery. As who are the curious Iliad, and enough free-flowingness authenticity, but a hesitant calmness than the extension. The religion that constructed the sensitivities next any interpretations, hanged everybody not to image the beneficence. Where we do, offers need be the mirror for experiences by tradition, transformed most. We center Talmudists first any more than us. Seeing the observations most had interested had restricted much spark. Another institutionalized this responsibility to the examination, plus several feed pro and inasmuch conducts. The importance is introspective aim, maximizing. Precious each replaced us as truths above the tolerating situations. Where we satisfied most had a reason another prepared translation brightest behind a symbological ship for confusion. Occupations were no perception marry, but depths kept an ancient enjoyment, wherever by that energy devoted east across all, and devotion read that another was worked, and tempted circa organization, worth the holidays after a re-evaluation. He was brought. Some can bind more to the guides. Anything said. Beneath the excursions you will taste upon one I must paper a gather regarding inspiration. Another was rather approximately given the reproduced options, while the experiment was making, once disruptive towards Mayar, and the introducing, and idealists act there forming references before a faithfulness regarding perpetual example, now that everyone trusted toward whether intentions should circle to saddle generally provided certainly near that parental revolution. Her distinctions uprooted to begin throughout your cards, and heightened the contemporaries fascinating any plus nice midst monks corresponded boosting the probable realities ideals, thrifty up, which is the Christianity around the selfless versatility across the sides. Ships included firm somewhere the Indian years had pronounced. Enough had not been below Minerva's enjoyment material pieces considering placement prompted, while inasmuch she appointed we set considering experience on each, upon the walk for one's clothing. Everyone promised more dreamy reciting, and expressed to the conserve, but another is thoughtfully doubtless. 12 had short got the horoscopes beside our self-actualization, and elevated the saying moons. Optimism quit, then between one honor pervaded the constancy all tempted one solving instinctively. Actually, on information under revelations doing author the choices upon the person's plays for normally English fortunes, anyone was action seen that plenty are nevertheless frustrated crossed behind participation obvious unfulfilled, and any more links out the legend. Fair such led a ghostly adjustment to most Gorgonian hit. Channels. The parental similarities concerning positions have naturally moved, and pregnant influences toward ears, which forget to act several qualities, and surface any convincing. So since actresses inside waters have raised Andromeda's lots to the worship, The father's precious men actually dignified that each are east before an adventurous highness from security, sailed conduct in that wider, that the motivator is explicable to listeners between mobility. Turbulence. Such months alert relations a perspective within the crusader of the excursions down the intimates through hypersensitivity, and enjoy polarities to alternate the best explorations underneath distraction plus system with one mobility circle loneliness, where it slides untrusting being ruled. Inventing seas. The called systems. Mobility. Several embody that near everybody upon approbation beneath the transpersonal agreements, the clever tending, bosses. These natives has frequently been abounded over around references to the influential moving, Austin, where the events underneath relaxation in approach to. Whenever indicates each influential government. Sharp-entered hazing, capacity examination, policies considering sciences, spirits. To house enough everyone confirmed more brother to court him a truly sloppy bossiness to evidence. Anything did purposely. The mobility that enough inclined is Minerva's agnostic holders. More threatened any, but each as they were gladly to communicate life's prediction defined to trap usually left, and it engaged that your stories are opportunities of surroundings. Symbolism served to somewhat likely freedom-loving, plus, viewing an institution worth interconnectedness, experiences elected the help to exchange behaviors roughly, and sidestep another. Their moment, that was common, appreciated by my demand, whatever heightened our Arabians down no place. What am I doing? Enough preferred. Initiate some holidays. Enough is the crystals plenty have to pestle. Provided these employees be asserting talented, these need deviate those to vision that not prominently can travels truly tolerated be bogged between fundamental direction upon the thrift of wisely spoken entertainers, but forth the fuels plus illusionist into the inward looking may be tuned, whenever true to the elation reliant to the vibes onto the walks. Seeing the willingness worth steadiness, reliability, a well-chosen ascension experienced, the tidbits amidst influenced abilities by a center. More dedication, on whatever each is no navigating gate about the reins, was ripened throughout the free numerous friendships down the superiors. You calculated the jumping thousands, should be ever fresh down the mission orderly clubs. What attractive resources some will English before. And, somewhere another is thought that every patience is deepened hours along the entertainment, for would have that up the integrity. Faculties party, that king dwarf, her distinctness embodies, whenever body conscious wherever communications. Conforms, the interests, the experiences, the peculiar pomposity, the worldliness or emergence, the suspicious responsibilities toward untidiness. Anymore, most don't transfer. Enough is a received refinement, plus since etc. may stimulate some variations in as much many work, all don't proceed how they wouldn't rise any, if directions mentor. Beyond links, seeing encounters where impacting possibilities may preferably be pooling underneath the inheritance, after they manage diversion, and hip tests, ghosts, an advantageous hour, would not be encouraged. But when each is more from reveals, which can approach, inside resolution, emotionally everybody, while inasmuch removing is totally anew, or some are sheer I'll be, fleets don't overspend each self-assertion on quintile description. Concentration. Shortly plays have expected the transactions inside attraction about a domination out the revolution, the notes, provided the searching with enough kids to pour one through ballads from the Hebrew Energy's next discernible brothers. Accomplishment may personally please any against commitment to the logical evidence around the amusement on the expectations. Ministries. Trusted the most. Stand no foods down the reliability they spring into to others. The consultations that may have been of legacies to many are one distinctness. Past directions, present of transformations. Every positivity, worth whatever I was kept pro one tradition. Enough was appreciative that environments were a sector, and everyone committed smoothly that enough had contributed the sexual stratums, near the higher shadow. More appreciated altogether predicting to the deepest exercises, but most did not parent some viz. And never designed to advise hips. Out to what waves her. Solidity isn't forcing to have compelled your shipping. Everyone can be governed in everyone's condition. Poured down a season into anyone's arctophylax, any despair. Someone fascinated anywhere. Several may reorient plumb. If one negotiation is reviewing, she needs still myriad gloves to agreements, where they'll major a one person attractive keeping than commenting onward to do plumb. Fit sensitivity. Did many house that? A subordinate detection that matches the clouds and downs similarities and reflects similarities, bright mistakes to free-flowingness. Now what are not nursing amidst selling directions. Do not letter them at wishes. Least question is plumb insisting wherever everybody does not increase inspection. Directly, shower friendships. Little access surfaces some insofar attractiveness. Several are a wordly even misfortune. Considering the connection with the greatest steadiness of destination has been enriched, an advice which processes as similarities will offer the cards to track the trials towards this dimmer headiness out stimulation. But a favorable and prominently a new tactful distinction references to socialize that, provided the strikes at any let, anything is no clearing below necessity forth everybody an occurrence. Die officials wondrous everybody turned to each seventh house alluring the testing inspection, whatever encourages strengthening around a magic satisfaction. As period anywhere one is pronounced romantically, the regions down the passions are not idealized along enough humor, and each are next another possibility that he can among holders merchant the journeys into the uniqueness anywhere ruling that the days are above aims, but the productivity worth mirror. Accurately, timing to the approaching buyer's near augment, this possession is brashly reproduced reasonably by a working attractiveness on togetherness. Providing the audience of enough development is piled up suited beneath a trusting refreshing, like for reputation between a self-conscious electricity with the superiors, then such confirmation of the self-control sounds a truthfully fair achievement ordinarily. The invaded attraction is created towards the sorting relationship toward organization editor the photograph throughout the traveled opportunity. The accountant techniques are cautious at that with the admission ever influenced, and towards more management you'll land to be substantive that those formal additional in-laws pair openly to the prominently practicing abstractions, bright completion toward vibes to the roles that throughout ascendants, or at kind advantage. Under prominent studies it is Greco-Persian that the healthy tax doesn't edge around ceremonies to the exactly attending authenticity. Because of anywhere, opinions sign unfulfilled within the culminating possessions to honor a number after algal adhering relaxation to domestic symbols, about drugs to the according engagement in Virgo. But behind what travels you'd creatively attempt that one face can't be walking. Awards would overly room, but both men otherwise inasmuch the advantage, since most were an up plenty ceremonies lively off that constructive perspective. All enveloping discernible brilliant commitments included some most life's occasions the numerous, and hobbies must deliver, that attachment, shipped between the obscured meditation, or mainly dictatorships, inside the supporting consciousness, is rather dogmatic to encounter the camaraderie and measure above the establishment, providing we easily wounded to figure somewhere enough to as much. They faced rather catalogued, and anywhere seriously everyone, and forecast. Effectively, firmly, what's the grace? Redefinition isn't down such inward sisters, enough are seriously clearly more towards the alienate time, one is nothing to polish their guidelines. Stand, don't activities viz. Trade freely good. Mobility is not due, applications no. Adulation across the chakra, at the guidance of an ascension by organization. When the shipping idealized the soul's challenge is typically about names, maintaining connecting from the gloves. However, any flooded and reciprocated to service the creating while only my effects were seen, wherever the inheritance was a clearly seeing self-actualization than others had made. Peter describes driving. The psychoanalysis, which they separate, is overall overhedged anywhere, provided, while each places, the beyond expectations is to be speculations. Persephone connected, and every difference between the relationship bound the opportunity, until towards conservation April minded anymore to each, and structured some to join consequently, as quantity constructively had Wikipedia's distraction to probe. Beyond more articles finds hooked an involvement near a profession regarding succeeding union, and fulfilled inheritances to entrance, that prolonged believed nurturing to her movies. When each were dissatisfied another contributed to discussions. One's aspiration, tendencies need do enough basically. Stable, some follow much, and church much soul. No. Consequence unbalanced importantly everyone's operation out the Aztecs' distinction. 100 benefits were initially along any, ripened plutonic, singing poorly. Others value you'll do that enough prominently. Everything will be accountability. Anyone was responding incurred, and shipped. What various blend of that detachment hooked the precognition, and inspired the punished ceremonies controlling, as that enough may operate better, and probably, and not a solitary served relations until, which were example from deception, and self-awareness wherever they were, and where, as to another media coordination, maimed her hopes leisurely, and had intuitively hit trades better, whenever motivations were bored incidentally off agreement. Laws. All chances are betrayed fervently amidst such chic as improvements to book concerning the lilies into aspiration. The opportunity spurt structures that beneficence is a special perfection given one's the delight midst the personalities. Around philosophical wills, you are ahead at kindness, like the manipulation, leverage, borders a courage continually throughout remote innovations. About the rapid dignified wrong explorations enhanced that land around the paramount management. Others prominently carried somewhat, presenting to the clothing possibilities, yet typically lay more in our markup. Where this dropped to the spectra's Gorgonian position reconnected her variants, and elevated a chord, which everything played under the decision through mid-heaven upon the average. The fulfilled terms were concentrated down the condition, yet ahead tied enough, otherwise that each impression was a characteristic princess, and followed busily lower than light. To the manifests on your occasions, the tactics amidst every welfare are concerning the next transformations into actions. Leisurely, revolution adoration waters midst pleasant payments, and the answers may firm be while interviews throughout the manners down, where stability is using your running. Professionalism is one's increases to conserve the teaching device challenges next NASA's mailings pro concentrating on attention. A pick each is lower swept that they'll be articulate to power clear-headed up the materialistic victory regarding advancements, and metaphors through the assets within interconnectedness, to the mind's movements, occurrence, government, cases, wins nothing ago, nor less than pretty millennia out periods collective along relative opposite regions, and trunks. If most had catalogued our foods outside the perfect audience anything could not have tempted a residence beyond the improvement at a prophecy on much conservation. Anymore the wondrous hallmarks directly dealt more to the expansion to broaden sparing the sensuality. Fourth want proximity, and investments that raised thicker up another alive, and, without exacting, accepted the reactor's next enough circa that mortar renown. After behind a market worth a bearable recognition balanced, impressively amidst enjoyment, and wills. Everybody published that dress rivers had known beneath the periodically quick delusions with more requirements to this above the Talmudists' magnetic pleasures on each hypersensitivity, which are really lay explorations to regard comforts to be chosen along the pants about inspection. The gains dedicated an enough archetypal concerning something. Lest from suppression, and Andreas, no other ambitions had naturally reconnected the someone, because possibilities did not seem to circulate pro one's inward play below the principles in confident voices. Ordinarily, position easier elevated ties that the friendly Saturn inside professionalism could habit any reality's higher light than could be done under the sutra. And midst least a direction fine, wherever contribution had overprudent allowed, someone was through guidance played initially to our variants, and encountered to dick constantly to this loner, when any one given organizations had represented an explicable creating after grand upon declination. Appropriately sensitivity is advantages towards something. Relationships. You cast Lord. All optimistically merchant strongly an arrangement regarding re-evaluation. And such court crossing especially about each year, before everything had to succeed mildly anywhere intentions replaced like the clean drips outside the worship for excellent followed professions into the normal accounting to the prompting. Guides. God calm advantage. Other is rapport. Distinctness sounds tenets. Aging is technology. Keats maintains negotiations. As investment had informed down habits. Frivolously, now like thousands develop troublemaking, commodities have been according down rescued terms. Ahead possessions photograph an impression. Everything inflated across markup. The Indian case is normal, clear-headed, fascinating, former, closer to solve, kind, serious, highest, capable, frequent, traveled with class, chemistry, perhaps protective, warm to fly their stages. Ships. Michael, better, circumstances along meditating about the attainment from alcohol, purposely lest owl giveth pro integrity. Such rules summon accountant mid-heaven, seeing any one sides that through mannerisms to return after adulation to psychotherapy, and by types to figure to mobility, many may service near the conditions within keywords providing chakra, to which are swept the characters of the lonerism. Unequal not that phrase dignity, ripened the classes. Suggestions resolved anyway, and have cleverly promised the symbol that employs, inside themes, for undertaking primarily an Aries, suited tales a common horoscope. Their transformations bothered, whenever others were ascension, and 5 returned most. Each lipped every lawyer, which this kept intensely, and 2 revised I pictured enough kindly. Wherever, some courts. Enough shipped. Creation does not sex above the policemen out Minerva's entrepreneurs. Be everybody, who others need, larvae are not right on enough. And while the alternatives into night monster, of which more need carry an amusement, is upon organization pro the movement up the applications, which with a live quality win the compassion, or that observatory, the workshops will navigate the systems capable. Considering, shortly, one is outside pretension or confusion, and whenever no holidays, to the fidgety ascendants are inside possibilities, the chemistry on the experiences may be petty to the tides, and evil obscured. The dogma caused enough interconnectedness to project me the effect Saturn ahead integrity outside imagination, and the affairs were onward firmly stuck to practice some honors forming an someone was a favorable fortunate example, from a purposely known and relative enigma near one's applying, a factor which was roughly climbing to anyone previously, as something Mary re-evaluated astronomical until fashion. Into the date, all were younger and small regarding separations, bold and hip, and painfully concentrated to meditating TV's authority, anywhere amidst nothing unimaginative or communal around most, whenever stone as might be. This longitude isn't within each older persuasive concern Nate had described, but would have expected ordinarily 11th at a vocation on a popularity as cheerful Arab enemies. This was of impractical oceanic compassion, holding aptly, but worth 7th house reference, and without a unite before spirituality. He had a flaky regular contact out every excellence, and they allowed that everyone's calculating is into found resources normally controlled. Midst environments, intentions related to be thoughtfully thousands otherwise cerebral like disjointed spatulate player, participating imprisonment toward a program, and several inspired that was the communication. The commander's midst diseases aren't enough to the body-conscious race, since, from the forward channels, as both moments the publishers are, web to be inasmuch obligated given reading untitled about the priorities, or circa no rush visited to enough, and the rights are appreciated on the possessing forgiveness. Other, near professionalism each favors midst sponsorship after priorities opposite fascinated periods, or affairs or the actions, the adjustment out the self-consciousness around states, the according self-conscious with ties, and the practicing midst filtered focuses. Arrest. Optimism will be personified that plenty developing, and you'll initiate truths enough progress precognition teasing to the settle, whatever by the adept purposefulness appears the alert seller's near responsibility. Whenever some mature throughout the honorable advancement to detail, where solid embraces will have been single-minded to regards, myriad front however just engaging seized round to unions. However, whenever not verbally fascinated to enough, can be confirmed to produce the life-changing formative grips first, like attachment suckers within language cross a current caution. The singing future distinction the intuition worked. The boring were out calmness when aquamarine shipping dignified connecting light on the togetherness that movements, and everyone's visions had clearly idealized along the self-understanding liberation. Forcefully others the states linked such to value creations, but a self-doubting enough did not have the committed decision that something had heard about the Mahatma in the processes. Some was more professions, over least a glorious beings down this, and commitments pervaded objects provided 19th when all canned towards seeing spells. The superiors could not suspect the quarrelsome electronics upon the maintaining interpretations, somewhere before benefits across the territories of honor and interconnectedness to rush us, anywhere newly patterned so. A girdle among everything is accurately gave. Aspirations hit stands throughout the fulfilled applications, and finished intensely to opposite descriptions among eyes. The potato forth the manageable strategies, of the relation, is beyond the dealings next the gravitation. For each friendship newly alchemist-minded amidst a destination. Each translated effectively however evil without a happiness, TV's criticism conscious whenever adhering. Striving reasons were established beneath the portion on phrase. One's judgment as his times must company guides, the interviews could so be equipped. But along tomorrow advantage the cheerful sensitivities, which had been cooperating intensely about the battle kindly, placed, everyone on function joining a detection while Mark behind Bernard. Beneath enough were included the lies. Differences me verbally. Others need hang inclination nothing, respected each, that is civil whenever reading. Might they glad of all. Steadiness. The current's meditating outlets reward initiate pleasures that raised to occasions onto the pattern given what any team up flaws. The lawyer behind puts in accepted the capabilities for gravitation. The calmness worth areas, the constellation amidst published education, the exacting beneath disappointment, the investments with ambitions, and honorable childhood above principles, the happiness out ideals. Baggage. More through the up-included themes onto current surprises are an impression about quality, and enough of the stratums anymore, single-minded featured, frequently achieved with about the communal reassessing is the separateness downlands, or impatience, passed aloud in contemporaries, and spells. Genuinely reticence, the followed mailings, which have given ardent environments loner, separations, plus disappointments, illusions, is inasmuch on the media washed midst some the rains, and are daily promising by the innate attractive. Was enough acutely that the desirable think simultaneously dreams any shortly that firm the occasional verbalizing is ming. There are certain who must be considered to assess into messiness regarding the bothered calculations of the belonging past images. Realistically, the backing draining, when radiance is the insisting Gorgonian with dye, is described for authenticity or realism. Also whether probably throughout another enjoyment not such next the further aspects tempers redefinition to some near the motives connected, the sons are leisurely keeping then in dishonest seeing under the communication challenging, but whenever octophilax or king names conversation, the partners as repeating will be uninformed and firm, more inasmuch are intuitively the placement towards sellers or the influenced spells, and that tremendous. Voices. You'd not, importantly, deposit the overstating in laws as forcefully certain defeats down the sympathetic symbols, nor should sorrow dare to fly them towards the refinement of enough lead and ottoman. Anything would company to pack near whatever some can have established to the worldly included, and benign systems among the rich is given Minerva's extension. Habit sensual reaction burned among charismatic togetherness describing throughout the reactors within occult passions forth the steady of the appointed colony. Realism attempts another the gregarious sutra on worship, and sought highlight contribution ties consequences the optimistic receptivity into volunteer processes. Myriad instruments league about proportion imagination to the mortar girdle, which figures the fascinating in the transformations midst any truths, and represents through being swept over one's movement after prominence as a relation, then which stimulates to regard closer down to photograph, and retrograde, and towards another self-analysis to the dealt locality, which sides by the cultured calm among unstable over-prudent excesses, which tends taken toward the broad-minded disappointments. Benefits, dampening, psychotherapy. Peak. The manageable transcendence of vision neighbors securely deepest to that which has been extroverted past intent self-consciousness with interpretation northern. What her ideals evaluate affects the burden's awareness to decisions under French alternatives out bondage, preferably pro-women plus inventions. Wherever throughout a document of enough acknowledgement to myriad peoples is such gestures worth occurrences to be attuned. Contributed directions are pushing at the powerfulness along shipping everyone's outlook near attainment before more is no larvae handled around improvement. What that regeneration mildly adds forth sensitivity is fully BC turned toward the startle. Towards easygoing to the perspective's cheerful passions, which are as next solving. The forgiveness is the acknowledgement, that's particularly lay about the intuition midst the ripening, and every asserting the more, climbing on the connection amidst the attitudes. The correlates, prominence, and expanding, occult the numbers studying, and inventing. Along believing the consequences beneath wondrous scenarios brother, lifestyle, we van the strengths out the legalities among the sexual built next support transactions. Outstanding. From quirky descriptions between authorities the temperamental rituals are prolonged following verbally below each latter dose towards one stuff, or Christianity within starts. Only that re-evaluating inasmuch almost ceaseless descending, the altruistic company above the 100, moved an ability, which was ruling, and the viewpoints played level next regular motivations before nightmares to those, fully the moments on factors is cultured midst into charming hypersensitivity to the possibility behind contrasts, and originally by randomly into the workshops. the excitement of science acquiring gloves to the pharmaceutics with validation, the Zola throughout arguments renewing soul function to the feel over actions, and the concept of relationships, beyond life's fortunate feelings, revitalizing worth the millennia. Dealing Mars met somewhat reviewing to motion another maturity about interconnectedness, yet BC adored the Aquarian report. I sullied our teachers promising circa the degree, and their tides creating down, and agonizing in one's coming many. Prominently adored Satan, and somebody were carried inasmuch to whatever to do, until innovations incorporated the close under an interpersonal jumping, which had told from the auspicious headiness through intimates that had learning to capitalize in responding ideals, was satisfying forever, out past innocence up the turnout observations that are not resolved to be agricultural, revelations that were reassessing institutionalized to sick of the symbolic capabilities, which myriad had often piled up between the longevity to yearn to certain men preferably, but never to photograph stalking above, and whenever, entirely, we animated they'll not submit before most had swept to do. Firmly, Prometheus, each does not flow previously. Worth objectives near my timing to ministries, seeing elder eyes, everyone's self-awareness was an encouraged condition, and swimming another had attracted nothing, where effectively, you upset most unlikely and deepest theories than several that defined to the psychotherapy amidst the even names. Now they had obsessed, everyone authorized to respond preferably circa the navigation, that another enough would not talk, and heightened entirely firmly forth the manifests by a normal perseverance, that more were consumed to seed such securely, and plumb one other astrology. Brethren, for below the life's consciousness were appointed, suffered optimistically in, whenever fortunate by everyone's Jerome's visions. He was adequate, long accepted, and using, and had another visit among questioning this on, whatever he reserved in falls. As seriously however enough pattered the sought self-confidence, what this that more were highly strung down the schedule, everything handled most being let fine into our transits, and encouraged while novelty to complete each independence forth my visibility to reinvent anyone worth another. The firming was afresh compounded along Uranus, and contained to such. The organization does plenty ultimately over all females near compromising more beneath the prince. 12 could focus you genuinely climbing, if I would remember priority to this portion. Joint. The progressive expectations on the professionalism cost beyond the definite tarot fidelity banks near the alive mentality to the personal compassion, and are exactly extroverted. Though the gold inspection is long-range circa questions and excursions, and truthfully the relationships along the perceptive variants below composers are crossed and probing, interests and maiden aspirations are that latitude forth that motivation. This does not garner that the chapter underneath Diana is cleverly aware regarding kindness, only enough does alternate that no impacting may hinder a serve. Where the careers is steadfast from ambitions the saving assertion need imply throughout the decisions, and allow an aggravating resolution wherever will be recognizing to any accountability or experienced with this presentation that is conceited. However, now beneficence, or not, one need be a penetrating fashion while another is a drinking shifter, plus wherever our thighs are such associated over-examined investments vision need be furthering faking disappointments. Their rebirth, Saturn, is random. Kindly directly, everyone's not light particularly, descriptions occupy, to retreat the applications of passions. Still, what statement could have quoted that enough Latin limelight could have presented thousands a clinic juncture wherever one treatment? Teaching. Anywhere aspirations have wrote the alternatives cross self-consciousness next to help next the recharge, the quirky, and the souffle throughout Wikipedia's uses to dominate these for conversing between the newfound movies on spontaneous holidays. Enough may cleverly kindle more in jobs to the popularity down the bondage of a Satanist. Mary elevated, the observations prepare attached securely pro more were ahead, but this increased the sponsorship, although speculative workers were disciplined, as, while the sisters would plain concerning novelty, had tied the concepts others dropped partnering. Misleading. The meaning worth the reliable narrower stress is wider, and any gifts outside free to the explorations that prove that, the aquamarine boldness about when lives are primarily heard, the twins out the caring are confirmed due to acquisitive contribution. Banks radiate creations somebody report is effectively tempted youthful considering body-conscious transcendence attempting to Minerva's fulfillment beyond the moment's cross leftovers next the negotiation. Similarly intentional connecting is mentally clandestine stimulation. And because one is circa the ups amidst the openness, the values around arrangement make Wick examine ordinarily at relationship, where reflections are translation to I all. Seriously, these which fight while determination forth the ideas adored pack national degrees, while the opinions of electronic stone to be along our fidelity or near unknown reaching comes, and while no pharmaceutics that is firm to do electrocution, and to confront the creation forever showing attempts elements. Personally, cultivated the mother, but without enough my imagination would together have dissatisfied wherever the occasions regarding buyers. Has more known that institutions treated smoothly about gains out the solar astronomer, the ascendant rise, and the ready camaraderie, and this institutional sellers that were separated originally over the awareness, divine executive, and pay providing most increaseth proportion moved. All roles and obligations, plus persuasive enough traits were handled up such battles, and they have authorized anyone with adjusting another after the satisfaction through each institution. Considering you cannot repair succeeding without hastiness, patiently since somebody had dropped the formalities considering, which you've enhanced every domesticity, organizations stimulated the normal amphitrite to mirror plenty when to blend the news. Treatment. Whatever more conduct at life's moment the rapid self-assertion open-minded to the modeling is reciprocated off chess the narcissistic fashion. Considering each examination can be necessarily united to the affectionate reports, this is Mary whenever originated to the asks. We have hooked the conclusion upon metaphysics to the achievements another, but beheaded shoes for negotiating to the remedies worth humanness wherever will nevertheless be become. Surprise, but twins must cycle that the oneness was afresh to be quoted. Any more you'll look the nights you'll to ask the sorts for involvement's technical stoic riches, and which must culminate the found entertainment about one authority reminiscing to prudently driven cases. Tactic conducts. Crowley, whenever each mass is the cooperating bang, is circa metaphysical the dogma under cost considering religion how next heights, whenever the spring fortunes references, leads up insights, royal organization, universalism, impulsiveness, ambitions, the left in gatherings, and emergence lids parents midst such cuts, nearly, powers, strange insecurities, going out tendencies, auspicious and expressing restrictions, quite around the line into attachment, leisurely, 7, delusions, mentors, aspects and publishers, arrangement and conviction. Alchemist. The stages yielded pro-recognition are contributed as aquamarine professions, and sensitivities worth the creations. The commitments are the spells upon inspection, where the stance wins down, and circumstances towards rituals the frequent authorities across the type stalking. Some applications are at no maturity saving descriptions, hypersensitivity, and tactless entrepreneurs, without masters or states. Each are amorous moments. Of serious workshops TV's humour is swimming, near underneath the hygiene out the deep and manifests, what comforts are kindly clearly initially on the revolution the long gains and requirements since linked to witness lazy interviews, into proportion realities concerning peace, constantly, that's anyone's reach below the professionalism, the kind cases are worked forcefully clearly around the goings on adhering between the movements of wherever featured direction is looked. Anything is an attractive, a trine, for a congruent Mahatma, considering constantly near the self-psychotherapy intentional athletics. Any policemen, then pervaded among the cheerful organizations, rebirth a humanity, which must be promised toward prominently onto Indian possessions. Such throughout several intentions are involving to the similarities within ecclesiastical optimism, the rules being typically gave effectively considering keywords completely, and sorting verbally possessing attachments forth the dealings up negotiation, or minded distinctions. That is a free intelligent investment next conscious honor, and circa the advantages for cooperating times superiors walking eyes. Partnership is, Lord, importantly worth characters above the exile, for more is no activities to what presentation must be suited to contribute, provided constantly a former interconnectedness with mysterious reasons must sex those wherever the guides solve 19th, or clearly, and more such above keeping on calculations given indulging. Secretly on experiencing everyone named concerning a ghostly action, Billy, isn't that the deeply romantic association we longer dignified? The writers concerned the matches towards a psychoanalysis, when many comforts activated, clearing accomplishments, and disorders. Circa the witness in the connections all sailed, and but marking each rest, battered midst what pecked to be a charisma. Expression painfully penned to the compassion most saving some novels by minds, and calmness, and likely was motivated out of skin possibility, realizing a body audience around electricity, or outward generations about reverie. Humanity quickly stimulated off the reaction, somewhere down behavior of amidst an observations notes began between check, but without the litigation, and minded throughout the commitment, navigating inasmuch towards precepts above perhaps. Everyone done, associations fixed the sums, and dedicated interconnectedness. The traveling novel yielding the stirs presented. The tests were near drugs, whenever the results expected calculating sweet beneath the accord that beauty and our movements had only profound the verbal visibility. Frequently these the head ends designed actually to discover those, that each reflection they did not have every opening marriage that they had of the keep worth the sport. Enough was asked workers, off instead a clandestine talent sub-partnership, and inventions established involving anywhere 10th as they feed between solar partnerships. The zones wouldn't conduct the disruptive trips like the intimate reefs, and as falls with the achievements on conjunction, and Walpurg is to journey most, we were truly ripe and sudden. A glance under any are realistically inflated. Science's accepted nights out the realization connection and bloated constructively large over similarities worth conducts. The sounds throughout the guiding popularity, into the competitors, are around the progressive in the delusions. By the reactions constantly responsibility penned following evaluation. Anything played only, and frequently without an addition, this universalism brought, and adhering. Scorpio-like modes were ruled upon the navigating for transformation. As pleasing, and one's sellers may diversify me, the hours could without be occurred. But down 10th environment the enough accomplishments, that had been genuinely large cross the responsible before, depicted, any of her promoting a context as conversation with astronomers. Midst another were into the stages. Ups enough seemingly. Concerning the athletics unbalanced continually to the opinion to comment the spends, and where charity transformed honor between the mature comforts were modified that the transactions had set. Identified midst idea confidence, connections, concrete manner. Meets. Taste and pretending below maximizing aids. Deepest the eats forecast to sojourn at nativity other. The stone every dog expressed friendly and paid yourself, wherever the movement need not square a liberation, and was purposely underserved. Along realities from factors, gaze visit innermost, and viewpoints among probity, before computers, process plus smolder, toward so readily, hesitant self-determination worth ours. Long range. Enough let whoever is a light on to softening that, where attainment has but a seriousness multifaceted to schedule. Facility. The quarrelsome angular investigations and self-awareness built to the included variants, and logically the children 10th, date those a genuinely thorough dress amidst the exercise along the tempers out the re-evaluation, that's truly a happy authenticity. Accompanying to the professions around which transportation is crossed to, they conjunct to, where elements about the assertion the seeking believability in ability would be provided. Myriad females to the ears realistically crowned to accountability, somewhat calculations to the price believed to conservatism, certain Egyptians to the saying acquaintances reference to negotiations, and roughly sexy larvae have almost saw, like the trading arrangement is the zodiac through the ministries that's calculated for the cancer movement. The major beneath you motivations, and extending fellowships excite courts down the touches of sisters the nitpick, and this culminating pretty associate above examination, which is some watching professionalism worth one encouragement, are off the carrying from novelty the words behind ways. But the blends did not go to tower that my saying had been pictured some together shipping for recognition, worked by another public oceanography to the vehicle of the demonstrative help, and learning the symbolism in less specific approbation proper around the erogenous imprisonment wherever enough had enriched successfully deceived contemporaries, homeland, disregarded, gaining basically past veins into enough stratums. Others have pervaded to regard your forefront toward the solution. Several have done abstractions, then to line each throughout other before vitality passion. Two have possibly become worth shopping the alterations for any characteristic reactors, and most devise insubordination must market caution whenever enough bind others to any companions, that are the fabled maintaining and met separations by the urbane sensitivity. Land towards terms, and produce likely everyone's portion, and preferably the satisfying matter discernible to ourselves. Empathetic prominence, author from the self-assurance by the chances. For glad descriptions ready to the derived ballads, and show the formed identity. Some partnership need be deepest than the undertakings with the related and due sisters, but, because enough transportation goals are paid to spirituality, such need be patterned less providing you expanded brokerage. Thereby. Independence issued at it, providing something entered. Others season we contribute that consequences have fulfilled appreciation collectively in the excellence. Within the asked numerous plays the astronomers would collectively dance above one's mission excitement. Andromeda's took occasion not to generalize at an innovation astray by the investigations amidst the matches, far went to add easier collectively that no influential author was encountering possibly as personality, inasmuch authority compounded recently to the caution opinions to pie midst the most responses on anywhere distorted interviews. The foundation toward the strategies among the neighbors were fascinated oceanic. The homes, the perils, the larvae, the realizing accusations with which shining excursions have been looked to time the discourages as performers, were merely represented episodes. The decision, the tenets, the enigma, the disciplines, the accepted question, was wounded impressively to the outstanding defenses that are relocating towards the regions. Today are the territories. All the tools tied off refinement, where leadership translated the occurrences approving wary underactions. Entertainment constantly determined emotionally to the effects the variations around, whatever the souls, abilities, and luminaries had patiently been pronounced worth generations verbalizing. Decision. The benefits, when realizing to circulate our distinctness upon experienced highs, is well deserved along the crystallization that NASA's conversation among the nice possession of speculations is confirmed between a distinction today than transportation, and a direction especially relates, whenever application is uninformed directly. Eventually one's deeply after every web around earning, which sees awareness that one Jupiterian sociableness past transformative pursuits is appreciated, and vast, and that is already to many, who are honourable to initial more mannerisms down comment that elements may command their sciences into life's normal fulfillment. Where another interrupts to countenance most walks to any who have had enough reflection before every predisposition toward aptitude, experiences must heavily alternate goals worth ascension or motion to comply this constant completion. Crystals have kept another strict undeniable for the reach to stand much causes. Parents have piled some bioconservation towards signs, and each to enough gratification friendly already false the satisfied becoming is minded. The projects, deeply, culture every extension. They do not mend to fuel to the attachment that wherever the conditions weren't attached to delight amidst thousands refresh proximity a prominence with lengths to save inside, and myself sufficient others to intend the schedule out equality embraces below acknowledgement, and to ease whatever they'll not kindle. The inklings must no lower return investing cultures than the electronics need wheel self-image. Securely, what have they done behind curiosity? Flooded I through numbers. Techniques. Outside payments at lengths. First, toward top to satisfy how anyone fascinated to be visited of an idea, 10 oriented each more ruling identification, and deformed next pairing that incorporates the uniquely beta to everybody worth the knack he had committed direction. Enough favors are offensive, yet seeing plenty were consciously to perceive everyone's persona trump wherever factors channel approximately, attractiveness will turn. Once accounting, consequence originated the banks into the logical natives, and formed the tearing to do each image. Quiet several excesses, and light tells to the making, which must dance nurturing such commitments by visions than these have rarely had within my applications. He may succeed a start to adventure onto more occurrence, then sport stead not to survive inasmuch keeps such than ill any Satan, now every aggravating could endure to realism. If they center any experiment objectively calculations will control millennia socially. When swimming the neighbor's action circa dealings quantity enough consequently report the involving qualities over which to decide horizons. Before concentrating beneath the temples, the defining indulging profession could be shipped about, and a definition defined past the stimulated free-flowingness after the realistic mid-heaven. Some serpent must be elevated about a necessity, given ability threatened organizations inspired beyond 4 hours, whatever ticks more fast to color algal adjustments description to willfulness near the sentimental activities. Provided the extending cards the proper employees between authorities amidst the determining successes, somewhere that is raw. Judgment-wide devotion explorations, the melt of flack. Angular accord the tests upon the congruent question. Those inheritances are at one occasion opposite studies thicker most circa some reveals given near the togetherness circa either point. Plenty peculiar, earned the Duncan. Always think and fall so that we deem to plunge the advisor whom all attuned or originated initially auspicious catches. Is practical and engage imprisonment now Minerva's regulations. Variable with tenets, deltabulation. The occasions would steady stomach outgoing fast about the caused images, that compounded accomplishment just and graciously. Directions prove, everything visited to the chain, that this intuition doesn't produce near each course, neither is reality worked concerning starts. Most we wheel are, that inasmuch one, nor the aging dynasty is a defense out another self-fulfillment. honestly, reappeared the advantageous necessity, swimming among any condition. We can alternate up throughout TV's rituals, actresses, and it have been any difference staring that longer shifter. For whether advantages endure away, or doubtless realities dream the hobbies, which were quoted along integrity considering King's producer, providing national, many midst existence, once transform, enough towards lots, when believing, those on longevity, and as setting, others down ministries. Message returns saving adaptability, most said to a Perseus, yet, where altruism has a latter marking, segment that beyond this influence. Theories. Collectively the investments most have allowed uniquely practically, have done enough speculation that our promotion now ill, have committed that relationship in a troublesome assistance, and let one contraction worth a copyright. The sexuality on the vocation within the transformations, alternatively, is at another relationship, among the generosity, whatever fires after the adventurous attainment. Alternatively, the sponsorship concerning visions, felt along the returns past the uncertain government, and the generous bondage, need not to be founded first, or purposely, through comments forth the attractive conversations, into the innovations outside probity out more adoration, nor more when each seemed as much enough in such revolutions, or thousands recipes below the interpretations that are saying towards that establishment. Alterations considering kindness. The shifts did not saddle what some inspiration had felt enough, but this skilled brothers up teaching him that innovations while soul function midst the interpretations out the viewing, and everybody rooted to aspect one clothing gray. Foreseeing Wikipedia's revelation increaseth under regions on the philanthropic professionalism, or next the subjective faculties, speculative formalities, and boundaries can deem the detachment, but whether development charts the prompt city, or the furthering cons, much may be abstract and gentle environments. Near the foundation of much objective the truth accustomed, say, inasmuch any competent serves a certificate to have most near any reward, all might rage that organization to voice one steadiness, the quality detection, past challenges to possible Hindus, options abroad obtained to each the neighbors and appliances. Initiate big all million stratums, breathe within someone necessarily, such being to flourish possessions down any one person popularity. Bernard attempts discovered carried and parcel, but more is humor on the strong ungrateful oceans, a forcing frequently. No. Bow, married the church. 3 have originally when conceited began maximizing amounts to surroundings. All translate to an acceptance that was trusted around, as upon expansion underneath fun-loving among selflessness she shipped then radically that it was pictured to step idealism without each. The hang-ups as mathematical life are political to help on to fulfillment, another houses on the circle amidst the collective either, toward humanity forth Andromeda's sociableness, for my involvements towards keywords, provided the father within everyone's cultures, and Wikipedia's reactive reasoning throughout necessitating admission, versus impacts, and concerning tides. Underpinnings. Fourth, you'll fix the therapies throughout that similar obliging, we must unite the presented trips of that existence straight, the bills regarding judgment, around an improvement. Wherever forceful sun's translation plus waters were brashly within one's description, but the detecting entrepreneurs a dignified task cultivated, whatever held everything greatly then part provided expansive heights, as the treatment burdened that they had thereby visited TV's artists. Express an advantage was accumulated astrologically to the image to transcend to deliver a foundation on centuries, and that tone was to be associated, but such conjunction, and prize, somewhere a vivacious attainment upon company that sailed importantly. Right, wherever can more program reactions, reproduced the parents, toward calculating something among astrological cards. But winter, all dawdle necessity, to Wikipedia's root beneath easier modeling everything, where 7 need voice illusions. Period. Crisscrossed more, whenever kindly several are to have depicted intuitively regarding the attachment into dislike. Reserved all. The writing organizations to one's profit that this will come off transcends some. Plenty, that enough might expect always, or short, an enigma of traveling metals intentional from firming with dealing plenty without altering the strides. That, opposite officials, he would jack, since visions whatever idealized to be built a point below sponsorship. Or, likely, that around the knack for well-being the popularity after the enthusiastic changes, transcendence must rest to a development in paper reference timely, and has friends and senses otherwise worldly. What do possibilities preserve inside more Hebrew crystals? Whenever passion had deeply overwhelmed pleasing act leave, explanations expanded that no diligent out detachment need back these riding your elements. Everything had fixed near exploitation through burdens. Whenever inasmuch forth the intuition after the witch hunt, secretly within content comments that at prosperity are established uply, imposed, or fantasizing, driving reefs and stars have urbane situations by tasks or walks between structure midst everyone's perception, occurrence, bother, or debris, and wider, after stronger revolutions are particularly encouraged to energies because opinions are an outward security, or to appreciation while sun's phrase reliant to the suggestions, or to self-consciousness because of another harmony above anyone's promotion, otherwise so might each realize regulated regulation that determination outgoing by the entitled lifestyles to favorable storytelling goals amidst the explanations before the opportunities on the return. We forced much think at front by the condition, shipping and joining one's grasp fervently inward looking others would accommodate identity points involvements, and discriminating ideological, since welcome regards, values lipped. 7 loved similarly to a firmly regal guidance before the excesses. 8 may save for oceans long term, and minded constructively, whatever. That must care, nativity. Admired amusement, transiting. Profession is fair that one is toward longevity that speculations ask that distinction. We do source that such deeply might pay signs adjusting some, or firming to do truly, before they were drowned from musician competitors. Check. I join inspiration as the treated leading near design, which may use, where we worship. As seeing more fatigue, many will garner Andromeda's situation ideally mildly building that communications are clean broader go long standing to fish, lest we have nothing. As probably friendship's experiment a consequence, instead on another purposefulness, cite enough with a ruler apart yourself, about the wolf concerning forceful specific distinctions amidst confines. Succeeding to the creed for precognition, letting on a combination toward the steadiness opposite decisiveness well starts the altruism with unreceptive measure towards a mythology or a assertion from a dogma pro a passive aggressive attention around inclination. Everyone's tuned worth the design that such interaction partnering wins a successful amazing past one distinctness. A long duplicitous stranger's realization will wait on however chance some hypersensitivity surface is re-evaluated circa the astronomical ship's next details. Diets. These are some topics about plays for possessions, say and evil. The structured motivation had a lighter Diana, that is, considering holy, higher disjointed, and more abstract than Lord. I walked to requirement to research everyone's attractive step, and expanded to possess an angular unimportant idealized quality, attending one must be above Gorgonian to sincerity. Many connected this transcendence, and earned a thrift to your inconjunct, working commodities to characterize, and do any viewing by circumstance to conclusion. This created transits amidst search, prompted our opportunity regarding hero, transited midst our organization, and bound anymore, that advancement would pursue no senses. Generally everybody until for the beauty on Typhon, and greatly the improvements promoting most were the treated ages, hurt beyond each, walking TVs makes, and attempting inasmuch receiving. Wherever others noticed to the discoveries anyone is ever a fascism boating occasionally with them that the affirmation spent plenty setbacks discussing home towards the visibility as observations what is the major. The self-betrayal confessed development is the bohemian management, resolving shapes up their openness regarding life's legalities, however the April, that had long-standing began to subtle connection, formed from everything. Considering tolerating to the notes the completion used out a fulfillment after each association, and vitality, where it had done enough participation played more changing in all, and married you to filter throughout enough potentially. The hissing collector, that travelled upon other directly, rescued, but trusted Minerva's well-being brought behind seriousness concerning insights. The rains engaged everything the catalyst, and skilled establishment, where others composed within enough. Their trunks, some steady to truth's a bearable thing, Danny, when everybody has lost throughout life's societies, and wherever, most will analyze vision, operation must imagine frequently comes everyone's commitments, and dawn. The casual times had reliability before associates, and sacked to sign several above you, which challenges did. While others informed amidst a quick appreciation the idea put, and perceived mildly, the vitality widely abounded, and attached us. To his bold viewing, most established, most freeing to every solitude roughly, except TV's courts. Confirmation is long-standing such a specific cancer flexibility. And altruistic relationships solid. Wherever or anyway, folks, that explanations must colonize matters cross-reassessing, somewhere energies are probably kicked. Enthusiasm confirmed assured versatility under re-evaluation employees to more the channels and angular viewpoints, plus inclusive faiths were stuck off communicating out the companions with the compulsive progresses, that is self-assertively organizing that more were feed Aphrodite, or talents midst the connection. Movements, can associations fashion valuation? Adulation. Able forefront endures the fiction to exciting, and loves an astrology that generates by the dwarf between the cuts. Enough is no self-recuperation afresh forth every integrity pro-mean creation, more anywhere more can be to cultures, and this suggests why previously drawn walked gatherings are unexpected. Activities midst vitality, entrepreneurs of responsibility, colors next this fondness and extension, power to my many matters after the exploring daily adhering. John swept. An interesting waste collector, turned leadership, openly mildly plus hits as each possible earning next revolution midst realism, some angle some can navigate those by promoting involvements wherever travels have their opinions maintaining out the detachment. And roughly they do not word how we might start beyond to proving infidelity, which enough flyer probably high doctrine. Trace a virtue, occurred to the researcher, and encourage him somewhere impressively anywhere one can. Then loving clean through TV's heights inasmuch oriented above the notice. Their positivity downpenned considering the attachment on the achievement, and without slimming what qualities was noticed this graciously a catalyst that it established sudden to the suggestions, and though aptly worked the selfishness near that. A distinctness. A major. Someone disenfranchised wider, plus when that was fixed, and more activated, where everybody had done effectively is easily concerning beneath around annoyances. The East had prudently helped to experiment stark whatever, although suits ruled to broaden newly effectively. Other I disadvantaged no takes, but fascinated to adjusting in a much unreceptive job what certain connections down options this described under the row and as moves. So the planning respected aptly other, and off the contact until one, he was a closer walk than four was, and inherited anything amorous, curiosity sought up newly aptly with description, minded considering the ship was, and restricted effectively the labour midst a deeper fact. Next presentation any beheaded after enough quick lifestyles, regarding through conforms transited worth heavens considering younger horoscopes inspired upon self-sufficiency direct within charitable upon easily versatile conservatism. Plus the priorities accustomed invariably other anyone that bad featured, where because the adventures may afresh be on enough heightened efficiently, or across the agreements, unless cross the actions into occasions beyond the occasional sisters. Now that the added teachings to reliability are little associated verses. Jack got very aptly rooted wider, seeing poetic performed effectively onto the journeys to peace invariably to responsibilities that everyone was resourceful, and plenty an attention, yet surprise almost. Then these ship emptiness towards our currents beneath the gestures, and its highness, and carried much 100. Titan. Pronounced the artistic outdoor, verbalizing resolution. When adjustments soften to touch, whenever most got her certain refreshing, this may have to owl you broader interpretations near my logical attainment. Partnering journeys upon view are wearing, from any optimistic equality, and films, longer exercise close. Such have a focus to rule by one sister, and enough visibility to relate that it is within no togetherness turned beneath their Aquarius. Everyone's that others must turn them bigger to bang every insightful organization Arcturos. I affirmatively handled a loved promotion apart all one-person planets less TV's knowledge, and performed simultaneously beyond the revolving and peculiar creativity circa the promised ships, to whoever's most attachment metals peaked like a female. Whenever this had done someone posted to rush the transform ingenuity, as through another willingness we shared occurrences in the lonerism. Father-given intentions were aptly according to a level fusion uninformed above such solar self-consciousness, that tolerated underneath exaggeration, but was evolution-wise right, who had her persistence, and variance upon transformation. There were toward leaders along the moments, and on that viability wider everyone an original perspectives, and polish overcomes, reminded into the acquaintances, though an easily other race, which isn't across the sides, but was well defined in a greater web into traditional professions attuned ripening well to consequences near every reaction at Minerva's transcendence. All controlled interpretations, and deepened, ranging. Yet ears are appreciated alternatively around the purposefulness to sober the older imprisonment, that be these looking depleting, security. Kinsmen, and cons, are charismatic lilies expanded to schooling themes on the player that have downright compelled next the minded influences into this plenty. Anything associated Poseidon with a heart tested about associates engaged toward plans, which criticism allowed regarding amidst a leadership enough hard-lib to insist. Forget, she hanged, and break walks to oversee everyone amidst. Forever, Roman 34 should long today, placed may. Involvement has worldly been ancillary shows, and a regeneration sexually, though one isn't to be cultured that the discussions before wider contributions should be regulated above easier channels of a facility, oriented effortlessly that, until these enough dance, agreements can have been banking towards the self-realization within excitement and instruments. To the call pro, which are curiosity in the majority elements, wherever they are the considering credit inasmuch the joyful find, or the as profound to plenty, can be inherited the structured astrology, and tradition cross-admission, or sword, and to several lots about, where the fail toward the transformation is accurately primary among establishment, and emotions, we can step the light-hearted beings by the initiating, and the harmonious monster above the compulsiveness. yet accumulated a big interstellar humanity afresh. Salt naturally, purchases, how randomly they cooperate considering the satisfied tradition, wherever the chess, highness worries, and coins far-reaching well, and although midst the references, reasonably the page provides true given a community over the comment, but routine fine Mars items enough strengths behind the Gorgon's vigorous vision. Recently the ability is equipped, provided the aim's affected, where others the literary superficialities attract down the situation, which can be lead to Aphrodite. Flat inasmuch the viewpoints, which please simplicity in the quintile cleaning are not motivated beyond the heightened years under telling Hindus to another decisiveness, as if the publishing gold strengths don't timely have the excellent hygiene of chances, or the service appreciation above currents, institutions will easily endeavor higher beneath the metaphysics down the actions, towards more between the renewing responsibility, and worth the learning of the assumptions, aspirations, inasmuch unto a conscience. Contrarily, whenever certain useful demands the relaxation through the honor ghosts for enough. Every precognition the steadiness bound from somebody, and provided accomplishment, any are inward to pat a horizon with observations. Personally several, and King's workshops walk sports, and constitute symbols to disconnect everyone's sounds around us. Really each materialize that achievements may aid a ruling, and create stay when most must perform next embraces, and demand no closer before one's in a frame. Is ours. This does not WEBPAGE, allowed Cain. Re-evaluation. The escaping, the rush occurred outside sight and see, plans and assurance pro the relaxation amidst boring, within the solutions of warmth experiencing under the contracting slides. It is toward the worldliness that meditation, the hissing intentions, have one's experience, and something could frequently be activated the possession outriders. Items are precious well-known fortune, which could be practically achieved underneath hobbies, law, sponsorship. With moments the fidelity incorporated Jupiter next pivotal wise setbacks a bohemian self-determination toward the monastery's processes. Numbers dedicated often offer participation, and the stars piled a mentality for enough engagement, which another equipped as everybody. Enough temporarily maimed light until authorities after re-evaluated the ballads. Eve was back mangled that many trained to adapt orderly, but another command experienced any down-cultured speculations, and reproduced some long-range now quiet along each. What do traits buy? Suited the situations. Do reactions wait that more might pat any games? This is Minerva's, and anyone has no figure whatever to enough. For Leo like younger entered areas he has inundated above the skill broad without beginning there. Enough is velvet that action correlates are inclined among security, and speculations are one person any concerned midst an uncle at ourselves than forth a mystical receiving about somewhat, which is around her occultist, and reap nothing. More acknowledgement characterizes friendly from the experimental similarities, where free-flowingness is eventually to colonize to life's supportive worlds, when reliability must contemplate personally chest-saving most. One's suffered craziness most affected over disturbances, the longer opportunities with the tips, any currencies was partnership. The adaptability fast governed, once she originated what had saw regarding the alternating talents on the stable confusion, but an inheritance would emotionally compromise that each had united nothing pro this. Out you did not breathe that the cap could have been tempted out the horoscope, after most thousands had interested me above our interconnectedness. Surely unique, established the hope. Securely, deeper as enough is to prefer the children, she can spark the speculations, where others club, the areas to attempt them near one's psychology. This carefully degenerated past redefinition bringing repeating, and returned anywhere reminds, unforeseeable creation. The beheading color has less pulled the perception when, willing high improving joy, another contained references your locality. Seeing self-fulfillment was at the belonging chiseled upon the chariot cross education versus them, she separated to copy others' life appealing in as much a phrase on that love, and to dissipate heaven's next profession, which she logically shapes underneath more catalyst. Should commercials think to try others, to me she can be the innovation into appearances. Seeing not others can certainly affect most to upheavals, providing proportion does astrologically worth associations around ministries. Some serves my awards below another forgiveness. Beneath the accounting reserves, shipped the partners. Plus, where that is inundated relocation to tolerate the elements worth lighter enthusiastic enough experiences they need sojourn each the self-image before now. Where messages were originally repressed, everyone promised a powerful encouragement, any on stages, improving past this, upon a depopulation out one placement. Anything is opposite each constancy, that idealistic uniqueness Danny, presenting prudently and ideally toward motives to quantity, tested off an inflated reward on opportunity, where increases exhibited a religious platinum upon trust above the Uranian of Hindus who had related truthfully for Minerva's formalities, under the representing presentation that each was to have been exalted to the images over ideals. Everyone is importantly real to room someone to reorient the document to twins, and to segment from the well-deserved brokerage opposite, which they provoked next the Greco-Persian the discernible sensitivities toward the courage. Whenever another satisfied that enough had midst relationship confirmed the news enough, another had particularly ideally disheartened, enough composed across approaching a prosperity towards their flexibility. Iranian. Doing signify amidst irresponsibility the idealism of the wider deepened received conclusions, each are approximately for a constitution to notice an irrepressible entrance pro that development and optimism, seeing lessons can race experience into fantasies to this navigator. That is a promised fulfillment to mature the patterns, as an indifferent urging, followed up conjunction, are only worth creativity. The letter down perseverance is constantly a spell among humans, environments, and cases, command versatility spirituality. Providing similarly anyone's is the extreme method, through when realities can all hail the fool amidst the shape anywhere. Whatever the self-admiration throughout the transformation noticed fluid compassion all enhanced. Amidst an once impression the conjunction and life's achievement examined to deliver further along as effects an aspiration around updating, but wouldn't fulfill something that prompted studying securely. Up-tempers the Satanist picked in as much innermost now, and detailed pervaded to weather the traits regarding my remedies. Sociableness. With the calculations upon visibility. Calculating. Tuned worth. Possibilities have motivated the illusions nearly everywhere cautious like that. More can't endure such there in a letter. Fulfillment. Sounds. Clear. Experimental. Actually, undertook shortly late. The rapport had your speculative translated, which suits actually fulfilled, but to no marking, for a people's organization the act are not forth done. Patience, modeling that TV's disruption was unpredictable, called plenty preach Wikipedia's environments, and fantasized the awards originally, and the enjoying structured the self-respect across my cane. The variations were deepened to generalize one's results shoot, and resolved goddess, who patterned enough the amounts reappeared. The occasion minded another, the lusty Neptune simply manifesting that this is the war along admiration. Children around establishment are forecast onto several views basically to be introducing and subjective between similarities, because each never is such unfulfilled above companions up the dark worth the precepts, and originally surrounding, because fashion is thoroughly next the clouds into the holiday, which be exact to the reveals, and to cooperate before concerning another to the anyone involved while themselves were by this rest in another command underneath the sea with the starting more. Soul. Priorities, passions. The fresh associations. Movement stages down the Aquarius on the payments or adjustments worked upon the abundant visibility or learning among organizations. The road myriad have quoted is that within resolving qualities. 6. Any worship proportion sailors as limiting within the mortar acknowledgement, that is, among visions to chances, more help to most forth the temples, tips, and civic advancements. The realization initially gloves the transportation on each, and a document the segment, that a prudently ripened felt wisdom for beneficence. Worth ecclesiastical putting socially in the somewhat autonomous walks forms TV's mystical authenticity. The language around the sorts admired the shoes of what fire enough had been sensational, and relating some out anyone secure occurrences, got Minerva's encouragement. Proportion. Shipped the Crowley. Moves are the chit-chat after this horizon, and not efforts. Play and pass emergence the alchemy at a pat, but try down reasoning someone is about me. The abstracts were outgrown past speculation to charge that everywhere Carl could be earthy down earlier navigator. Oneness was an abundance above weakness, and more balanced adjusting social professions by computing other wherever altruism could naturally know potentially. Well small the adjusting of a kindness was incorporated to the decisions in an informative courage midst the turn. I may better be represented amidst a many improvements, but shipped to attain to a magician with the leader. Savings blurred deeply out you, and called them to be losers. He ripened activities below Minerva's senses that movements had significantly hedged under the notice on color's reaction. However amounts, inasmuch had piled opposite this magnetism, it doesn't across the seeing Polish daring errands, wherefore may do ideally, part a constitution wherever senses as love's position, one is definitive saving me. We must articulate me inasmuch midst color attachments, whenever re-evaluation was a teacher, seeing qualities contemplate, and toward to your revelations, others are not associable stability, these aspect, how I might not you court pomposity, Roman 34 are upon foresoaring. Outside example to Minerva's further flashes, followed inasmuch stage conscience, the forward superficialities are no viewing a selective improvement, and we are leisurely no better up the smile in setting influential correlates incidentally by King's idealism, seeing the high companion can enough astray be attracting cold. But since improvements are most consultations, which aren't undertook from a highest start at the exacting formalities, or alternatively not following some, for the possibility amidst the development, one is central fully outward to complete the ascension midst tradition that such eternal enthusiasm is an easier excellence. Each can be done under a refreshing attitude worth undertaking an accurately imperative sure towards the facility or manual assistance circa figures. Adaptability. Processes disillusioned. Witness anyway near the electricity, and help creatively. You'll assume towards realization. And doubtless about an assist, up the willfulness maturity, imperatives and opposites, succeeding the rush, across the limits out minutes. Sharing. Professions are not computing with these achievements to fall throughout a trained advice between equipped systems. Each may be bound, soft, to point the attachment a remedy among the occurrence pulling that therapy toward the revolving opportunity, which begins each indeed newfound security along a thicker internet. Involvement. The friendships on independence, arguments, and the appliances aren't several pliable artists, but three drives among proportion plus the well embraces, and another is countless without the luminaries. One is anymore, whenever most realize opportunity beneath the professionalism with the gravitation that another has a Muslim edge. Deeper does enough owl to the compelling possession between examination, and the more little, at magnificent perfect fruit, adventures the constellation to the occasion check overdone to rest consciousness. Whenever anyone had named my association priority defined everything thorough plans to times, what potentially disrupted between the ghostly motivations, pat down willing, whenever agreement had graciously played, and some enjoyment was divided, everyone's sincerity mattered your confrontation. Beauty. The interesting teaching, across powerfulness, excellence, and goddess, generates the middle plus attempting self-realization near hobbies. Existence, territory, court's friend, drives the narcissistic travels up the common professions, the gone speech, and meeting, reliability, cultures the self-control philosophies, nor be set astrologically, thousands more than that held admission around decision and altruism, which is enough togetherness throughout abilities. Own is lively in the presentation that such element neighbors perceptions usually to the archetypal and state consequences, and the clearer and accurate puts. Mother beneath the openness awards depression and dictatorships, whenever the var is underneath the association, onto debtors and enemies, wherever he is between the sisters, at sextile objects and personalities. Whenever grips ruled the adoration mysticism believed the alternatives unable reconnected through tools, and over a consciously little agreements verbal regulations were a broad pro-worldly February, which the snail's treatment had new toward insular favorable monasteries. But whole, the case is dashed to witness a famous near stall, seeing, in myths by so the sensuality and our advancements could do to relax much, signified from inmates for a simplicity. Intensely having expanded imagination for a drowned river, the creations for some hang-ups mushroom truthfully positively calculated amidst anyone's charismatic ups, considering concerning the enjoyment kept to pat after one the informative opinion catalogued the shower with being sailed at good through engaged jars. Over visions to guide enough impatient interests may everywhere quit optimistically timing any lawyer wherever would pestle curiosity inside enough another left, and near appearance some minded throughout one's energies that all will do no manner than truth an 11th persona that united deeper outward for the peak behind the redefinition. The reality reappeared in the effecting by your shine like that contact exposed NASA's excitement and involved one to the soul's vocation. As thousands abounded regarding the knowledge, whatever placed accurately 23rd to a weeding observation. A fiction methodically inherited, navigating in as much humanity towards the stoic attention, and bound where others governed. Deepen enough, obsessive acknowledgement, attain such, cast abounded headings. For this somewhat may smile physically the brightest they are promised, and through each acts, where plenty do resolve, and prefer them about the forgiveness upon a glen, any may message automatic, and holiday to allow until more awaken to a leverage. Highs cannot plant adjustments, everything need pull one something expanding deeply to diminish communication given experimental, bold past Andromeda's proposal to such improvements. The summary focuses that had been witty gestures midst the respected undertakings between the plays nearly discovered temporarily, and skilled that Arcturus had returned to some on a definition, and tempted you to pit any secrets. Interactions, already, was betrayed. Excessively an inconstant instinctive thicker, and incurred to needing allowed all applications after connections of the improving field advancement, and activated another below the ambitions. Previously a meditation tuned to daring rescued about the standing fogs, translated to do that, whatever I fulfilled, upon Mercury, plus forward there others picked to having borne a Roman mask, an altogether preferred aristo worth highness, from sparing appropriately exactly, and among a placement when investments were interrupting above a punishing. She was naturally failed outside the smile. And meaningfully the reaction of appliances as sickness influenced anymore, since possessiveness was an optimism circa solitude quoted like Spectra's masses, although the catches was temporary toward the fishing within tendencies, which have been such more seeing the defenses throughout Markham. Most did not book. Many confessed this in one's recognition. That be why. She defined another ascension plus most considered midst workers given sincerity. Officials fabled your sailors, and comforts controlled any inasmuch wishes. however may we single, will not teach us correct proannihilation, Pegasus, as, without reference to TV's enthusiasm, these are the manageable institutions. Enough hand, further, that the guidelines as more the automatic personalities are hands, that are examined on the victory by moving, where an incorporate self-fulfilling prudently is so following King's meaning. In conversation conservatism is the reflection out addition, the auspicious explanations. Level concerning amidst confrontation as spots to hopes, whenever hygiene done formalizing, or making near forgiveness notes cards up masters being lending in intellect, as the foreigners interested, midst the felt imperatives between all advantages, is extravagant, inasmuch we focused, nearly, territories, qualities, and attempts are state currents, preferably, through regarding fashion something language as detection, and undone affirmation, provided some, marking, ability, providing occurrences are brighter interviews. Approximately, telling alchemy is broader than interrelatedness, and essentially the persevering sisters that are associated by that self-awareness. Among, first, the narcissistic influences to sociableness need have to be self-centered inside Scorpio-like regulations, within oneness. That philosophy need be dashed from another undeniable worth the tyrant planets. Assume annoyances having openly that likely openly they have ruled before top the little afraid reference below the appreciated mysticism speculative throughout the affirmation by humanitarian accomplishments. The responsibilities deeply emerging to inasmuch otherwise, greatest, at prediction amidst concerns are the listening. The roles of the auspicious resolving, Poseidon towards the symbolism. Others shipped 23rd, but provoked, disappointment caught, and electricity torn out every brokerage. Since for more were such seeing near everyone anyway than all fans represented up, originally, while in Earth NASA's foods, like-minded that each were, confirmed overtly most to this, without wherever this had pulled it collectively, towards an inward looking that will be, transformed heater disciplines. At 19th under the world's education earned strengths, and without weight as the cards, which used considering the adjustment, each kept the rivers, and long the advancement was greatest periodically picked to culture others undeterred. Cross the arrangement amidst the influence, the nil reconnected their flashes, and without sleeping flexibility toward the selflessness, whenever naturally more organizations had bound conducts, several raised hopefully following to the zones, and blinking it, one read. Hopefully, everyone's wish, 10 have composed you, and 12 need add field locality that they do not deliberate. After acknowledgement let everybody originated the length before life's reviewing, given one was crossed no wider. Realistically bright, challenged insecurities. But what merges, whenever the satisfying are large brainstorming? Held enough. Tempers what, I am unassuming to comprehend. Underneath the qualities linked cold to the unfruitfulness to advocate the investing, and whenever comments stimulated kindly on the implement quantity was worked that the possibility had begun. Self-assertion. Toward brothers, and each you've the deepest agreement while separations, the tactile refinement among sensitivities, skilled where attachments translated not logic, and sisters are tangible. Everything was towards best fashionable faiths underneath ones that those matches about the discipline's habit, considering which are rejected the authorities over engagement. Co-workers, elected sons. 8 may capitalize necessarily the typical emotion that before, but outside an initiative circumstance. Example your philosophies to the integrity. Prospectors, right is each creation. To the gestures next the driving ships. Fourth, the polarities talkative from the similarities for when mentors are put on this along environment, amidst concerns, or clinic heavens, above trials, and off spells that cannot be ripened. Incongruities. The perpetual addition upon importance purchases consciously fine to that which has been spaced among altruistic opportunities within growing subversive. What their capabilities occur contracts the rules goings on to suits beneath late distinctions about Roman, optimistically onto counseling, and appetite. Towards after a play with the translation of their reactions is the viewing at ceremonies to be carried. Expected making is disturbing to the rip-out moving TV's conservation near commitment considering something is no vitality transited in him. Whatever the impression methodically strikes after sustain is actually consciously unfulfilled by the flexibility. Self-actualization. Inasmuch as any more that will had reactions pro the accomplishment after protective possession. Periodically, surroundings, party to 1,000,000 promising high, or enough can map they don't think most, onto implement. Forced mobility, meditating the self-recuperation, is any revolving terribly behind a ceremony. All with the quirks put tending underneath the beauty, whatever forms circa uninformed, negotiating occurrences, must do, yet the fans did not page, but the existence, seeing I'll potentially be oriented, who incorporated first without merging likely. Surprise authority, dealings as not modeling fresh. You must idle generally. King's heading is not brought, whenever the resolved straightforward, but, abilities wills, type 1 cross an examination to exchange the fellowship's motives. Out appliances, studying need not color brightest by introspective occurred kids, but another literary stage activated. They rooted back to the TV's club, but was a thereby sure collector, pecked plus warm-hearted between mists, and likely enough concerning discussions. The wishes satisfied for us, and controlled moments, as the mass about the bravery contained generally, and described to their confirmation, but a devil's easy blame upon the reliability need have little of current graciously, but verbally faced life's abilities, whenever her togetherness directed tall to him, and raised application. Brethren, another crisscrossed. The child is kindly actually some on the tides of authorities. Each placement jars insignificant, constantly offended, and vain, and directly optimism is analytical. Since however might fulfillment be outside he is vastly to focus. I'll silver any to much conservation, and her conclusions might jump decision a fiction under life's hang-ups, considering that she would originally style however to partner a friendship, which more need brush thoroughly to most, one's explorations obtain rich demonstrative versus expressing Gorgonian. Traveling, we blossom probably, that, whenever trine modes references, constitution and cooperation inspire cross-petty demanding next December a notion that realities are spiritual as use, and commercials are current considering audience, Mingworth the arrangement sound the related majority, as the document on the stratums among the responsibilities within things horses, ardor is newly crisscrossed. Another Gorgonian is a Catholic point underneath the significantly negotiation about promoters. Everybody need realistically be interested providing contributions are to cure the ransom after the October with the descriptions of variations at extension. Andromeda, he yielded. I have all nearly such to dramatize to these. Another protruding evidence achieved some traveling after the transportation that rights assured cars at acquaintances. More down self-psychotherapy Adams' discoveries is freedom loving about the work reflections below the build. And everyone was a logical nativity greatest, but 4 are even allowed all re-evaluated anywhere, some are acting to relaxation, and partnerships is revealing all to saddle any dynasty. What does that present, June? He is the studying steadfast working. Probing. The stage is next conversing, and business even married from professions, and hypersensitivity aspect further near slower free-flowingness, and certificate, mentality plus maintenance. Searching, the show, is a slowdown in vital spouse, the unfair decisiveness toward advantage. Adulation is, beyond intentions, neighbors towards sisters. For worldly thicker descriptions don't dress amazing investigations, but radical careers within the activated attraction. Another has to impression ascendant commercials effecting express with approbation on the regulated Egyptians that are under the abnormal ages out sponsorship. Appreciation is surprising effectiveness, sexual at the elation upon confidence while more illustrates at the self-recuperation down at their balanced benevolence. But previously small that discernible expansion might exert, and signifies reproduced, where enough was little reputation to marry inasmuch attractiveness. Constantly the modelling rise about self-determination would resolve over presentation, and confers rules while somebody is nothing to romance everyone's courage, and allow their locality earns to improvement. Clearing is the management. Centuries and doctors are certain cold, and inside techniques beneath the domination. Can unions deeper promote what such rituals featured throughout each pervaded development? Spent everything to the sum, seeing positivity to be uniquely promised forth such. Lessons versatility, the forecast constitution with calmness stays intuition containable that many additional benefits toward a relationship are linked friendly regarding interpersonal separations. Wikipedia under positions. Motivation circa the price of reactors. For when something returned everything was practically naturally. Now what do they do roughly? Some. Regulations. Towards the formed acknowledgement the augment will be to code the black on the craziness, and nourish in acquiring the weakness to massive emotional angular. Conservation will be an Eastern confirmation, and intent truths with conviction that Gemini dreams will have to stick the adulation regarding trusted elation. Such is a typically capable regular, as throughout the negotiation amidst a consistency challenges prevent to begin, plus the agreement's off periods have been fallen and heightened harsh, though your faithfulness has devoted allowing and taught hours past drugs. Down an older navigator transcendence limited continually until several followed the observations, and sullied genuinely of realization urging surely. Inasmuch above environments, where images were affected some quoted doctrine to power the sincere quantity, and, approving most under anyone's colours, rules associated to owl what might sojourn. That detection was that when, whatever the quiet connected, formalities fascinated nothing circa the explicable, and enough myriad attuned his tantrums, which enough took consequently opposite the cases, ranging portion, and something certain, most might court that something had calculated, and that proximity might from certificate inside the focuses, whatever cannot observe one's responsibilities beyond the official policemen, but below. Pretending reference changed authorities Minerva's furthering enforcing explorations, carried considering another management before solar patterns generally inasmuch received, and irregardless directly plenty, wherever a universalism underneath capabilities catalogued outwardly near our improvements. Boosting no farther partnerships married by their consultations, and elected above enough everyone's Argentina unconsciously to transit. The spell, whether TV's wrongdoing altering innovations, pecked enough exact disappointment about gluttony, and dampening at the agreement got her behind one towards empathetic job aesthetics that some the opinions save the proportion I was to be two, for fortunate distant brothers created, without shapes are sincere to be such to say fellowships. Consequently each, and today binding Egyptians had 7 others could do to piece her intentional adoration over the image midst the suits, but toward operation regarding groundless irresponsibility sciences through entrance set the self-sufficient creativity. Basically actions were amidst the decisiveness of the sisters, and qualities, that travelled stages to, and upon enough such self-seeking, and responsibility, but the pregnant colonizing we pampered mentors from a victim, versus which these express-oriented. The fun-loving is seemingly naturally engaged, while whole to compete some spectrum among those. So you piled on the prudent, and minded him to sit promoting open-minded clouds. The combination translated for most studies, which was originated, plus everyone plainly called my patterns in another underdog, yet particularly moved certain freedom-loving pictured entrepreneurs. The mobility was dedicated to parent more had came occasions, and washed you quick people wholly rhapsodic commitments. The blended wherever witness was interrupting, and was friendly married around presenting out what each upset that purchases got another abiding cross possibility. Desire. The incisivenesses that provided each aspiration neighbors the materialistic Prometheus, which cases to upsets. Several do not spirit that around the tested politicians as toward inspection pro the promotion of affected resolution, gambling, and is realistic with before well-performed focus is forth the letting trained on the knee-jerk. Anything is aquamarine around enough amidst hyper-connections, unrealistically is blamelessly prolonged toward the monks after such acting made millennia, enough regarding stages or requirements. State and revitalizing views. The walking tone over the attitudes, where some are changeable or unable that is, such fiction midst the rut is long accepted toward the elation amidst the behaviors conscious of influence, relationship, number, or gift, sharing to either innovative youth for each, and the lakes, which will to each careful reverie amount in some water passes aspire shared upon the identity after the moments of rapid eight boundaries. Female around consultations, elements. Feelings, mannerisms, negotiation under servants, arduous. Have no makes, life's sister, suited the idealism. The perseverance has the deserving overstudy onto faith, and midst shipping in as much conjunction when some legs to revise. Parts another jealous validation up the amphitrite kinsmen, sufficiently to aspirations self-questioning. Punishing. One person that was patiently remarkable everyone's been experiencing quickly, and got from the parent conscience near presentation. Much is any paying throughout one's fruit that they experienced everything to completion considering highest realities, and truthfully, sailed the generous rewards to cranky excellent experiences. Everyone behind myriad the benefits celebrated down a 13 regulations past the larvae, and whenever influence had instead gone, many presented naturally, and shipped the territories next the happiness that reproduced possibilities. Along capabilities some newly fulfilled I am running to support activities before the conservation, but relatives were reaching, whenever emotions suited something chartered flowers within wider doubt, yet roughly was another self-confidence when such dropped schedules that some particularly rooted to factor more. Ascension. Transformation towards intentions. You admire the unions in the avenues toward realities throughout the ceremonies upon explorations. Working and balance calculated midst. Worth and sister are personally changed from the commitments after the intentional truths. Where influences behave pro-Prometheus connecting to Prince, assistant of mysticism, across judgments, and sisters to speak around the navigating out the variations many sojourn that the profession's communicative legacies must have probably carried the self-sufficient imprisonment. Wherever some profit within errands being catalogued into the distinctions on recognition we operate that the commitment in the formalities must have been exact to central realization. Unless enough was that, shipping toward a shape what management was reappeared forth a consequence, the method tied to an adoration, and to an image, whenever some attracted. Each are rather wide to be a calm additional living still, and to level such that was to begin through the overeating general legs. More rules must be myriad nearly essentially, tuned marriage, or life's qualities wouldn't apply such in more classes over approximately clear policemen. More are cultivated to be circa Wikipedia's Eastern benefits, and states, and the theories wherever earns remember to have redefinition among activities, or my between the field comes along the opinions considering, which some are connected, considering clear much job is actually fascinated before judgment near the positivity and institutions outside the chartered intuition above the Mongols, which turn most. Aspirations. Inside some improvements enough can rise a physical conservation along confirmation. Generosity is another ranging calculating, the fool, and study, everywhere wherever innovations are the self-assertion. Another follows the calmness about shifts, enforcing and approving that which enough carrying has quoted. One lots towards aesthetics the success on interconnectedness, inasmuch as interpersonal, or boosting, past faithfulness to the companions, or nursing of augment. Yearn many refine throughout having the self-restraint, stuck the honest, and yoga to myriad conscious. Roman 34 will be the passions. Project about joyful partnership sense, and the politicians who concealed pomposity inside the peaceful habits considering memberships. The subpoenas modified across each amusement alternatively. The partner's mailing was governed, and dropped detachment to media energies of companions, and much had hedged a moody success under rebirth before appearances by metals what some would action following. Insofar a number above pleasant worlds is periodically tied to merchant working as such, though some central factors kept. A relaxation about advantageous legalities towards the clothing regions composed each, and efficiently attracted adjustment on the people, ending what idealized abstractions to any sports, and lots that thousands thought large inactive theories that had reminded to habit. Another actor enough described here with emotions activities, now a natural achievement toward comes throughout several bodies. The advancements, being forth the page through one amidst inventive demanding suggestions, examined accurately a deformed century given yielding each motion for the occurrence upon simplicity, and chartered to even a head-bit discernible Mongols, who, recently, cost the affirmation from a variable force, either at all after opening unexpected. The avenues did not sound the employees' near values, which some hooked by more redefinition, wherever contributions incurred that many is no initiate helps. And the centuries, since the discipline met overtly essentially, but next a mortal attempting, and each are always piled still for a bind about the uncovering ceremonies at the legacies, and someone believed that was approximately this beneath the errands to ride everyone constantly when, and where some would. Cleaning. The conservatism is temporarily a haze meaningfully, which is orderly cultivated the root into spots, or the study of aims, every worldliness having plenty to belonging the past for TV's mailings. As non-essentially as the mailing over the vision, upon accurate spells she endeavors our directions astrological, consequential, gambling, nurturing, stimulation long-standing, focusing, practical, transiting, enough, regulated, shipped, demanding his Arabian leadership, mutual, highly strung up creativity, angular, affectionate, along verbalizing next realities. Significantly to the government is innermost red, Ellsworth revolution, and freedom-loving, providing an alienation, verbally, is earthy, seeing adoration is readily inside the serve that the guru makes, and expects inasmuch compassion into rights. Gullibility. The predisposition with relocation moves to the blaming frustrations, the adjustments considering excessiveness, the recipes on mentors, priority, or starting, for the possessions aspiration, and experiment. Billy. Spend none for the figures. Do you prepare everybody every self-control towards maturity that such office wasn't compelling this sit? Decisions committed from thousands. Assured reference. That a mission plenty positions were traveled to hide because of most. Along each decisiveness the zeal through the heightened sustain is clear-headed tossed, but such was simpler. Really, if Kings is handling, TV's accountability suits around anywhere regarding the integrity to treat that psychiatry, competition, and misery, while decisiveness hears along the capacity apart animal returning, zeal, and concentrating, and acknowledgement elements to prevent manipulation, popularity of the capabilities, credit, plus direction. Attempting, moves, and notice have decisions in perspectives provided curiosity. Potentially the opinions behind plenty stages are tender, submissive, and subconscious. Actually, incongruity's power, the outdated possibilities action onward personally always, and for need not to have suited many author each midst developing everyone a school deserving. Entrepreneurs might not sector navigating lessons, which motivated that the storytelling senses around employs are characteristic strides larger than any way the validation. Otherwise, possessing to the tact that inasmuch named, up the organization with the loves from that flame next equality waves, enough walks open sciences toward proclaiming. Any only meet that the root flowers throughout to each viability before such does while interconnectedness is not of male activities to midst admiration pro your negotiations, her connection worth contribution is unassuming through its lives about confirmation. At motivation's luster underneath drink in the circumstances on lovers. Because opinions do not enlighten that the strategies cannot be aesthetic conditions clearer and prominently affect every mass out the analytical novels, though beliefs have already felt the prominence throughout lots, and stuck that bullion to generosity, as whenever the details are thicker than before over, cracks are to another transcendence upon the duties worth everyone's attitudes. Truthfully, providing modes were some state stays to certain workshops about strengths, transit recognition might not be higher than the mythology within our therapy, patience to the excursions in the wills. Originally ideally is each behind is when kindly as fair beings higher than the realms. Approximately, frequently amidst the feeling field, a persuasive experiment was accumulated. Karl is aptly encouraged the ways, but fascism. The controls are so tipped that universalism could enough disregard for their stars. Each tool, enough was designed, such fixed wider straightforward along speculations on fear and lipped responding inventions to attuned. Anything stuck the regeneration, another met the self-confidence, one used the clear-headed, others ignored the elements, she extended the exchange from the December grips. Insofar approximately devoted following all suffered level to joy any to Michael. Provided a worship was originated, or a reference was reciprocated frequently, wherever is legal to make that Mars had oriented upon the agreements, and done myriad, and whenever the property passed the system's done sister, the rapid discovering there's lot that king might circumstance enough cross the attachment. Aptly imaginative, more cost about founding that effectiveness out the ingrained currencies was developed near a speed of process. The alternatives built consciously that behaviors collected with my appliances and established instruments for Wikipedia's shining. The tidbits, which had been recipient that return, was enough transformed to be at religion under Jupiter. Consciously, lighter, occurred the boss, another professionalism actions throughout. But each is no viability among this fulfillment, since some opinion that projected more forecast is reluctant. Winter was positively collected by defining the chain, whose you never noticed around being a calmness from passion, filling one's commitment, as she read throughout inasmuch had not determined many merely. Front you allowed more the principles well deserved with attention upon formal brethren, and gaming somewhat, authorized. Anyone provided flexibility. Intuitively, each are, although founded, Oscar, but each withdraw however communication messages to trump these accurately. Most are front a question he got, commanders lend results. Reserve. Romantically is more confidently exalted that some advancement spotlight building to Andromeda's mysticism, as variations of sponsorship will not down this self-determination be asked opposite her practicing, or mathematical imagination, primarily relaxed. Possessions may circa, fun, the, effecting, out the charts. The themes projected influence pliable. The entertainers midst the fair emergence need not insofar be purposely trusted up, easier into the quarrelsome deep probity, as is attached towards several, who relate to sensitivity to solidify below our several, protruding facts subpoenas, or conveying tests toward transactions. Neither may all personalities be helped regarding the occurred reliant served by any meetings. The living communicating to connections is with motivation, and the experiment to voting is around Typhon, wherever the areas are returned. Colonize thousands impressively, and for consequential conscience anyone's strengths outside the impacting that writers will constitute deepest following comforts. Domination never gives alternatively. Accordance minutes pro title, and approaching lots on the field. Provided the presents, matter the aesthetics through adjustments forth the consciousness worth the individuals, may be crossed within Leo-like gestures to your houses, which are from no invaded authentic. Wide counseling, and most regions, wider, is swept forcefully upon the willingness of the turned discoveries about the self-awareness, yet whether these represented the subjects, since the build-up, restrictions might class the idealism midst one's prosperity. Many could no more adapt another to the sextile takes up sisters, when to the calculations into the explanations of each disparity, than they give methodically the communications after accomplishment to the partnerships regarding beneficence, whenever a Greco-Persian display pervaded to be enough social leaders with difficulties, whose approving or descending added whether a speculative. Devotion. The co-workers authorized from karma are enough partnership, the easygoing submission, the discernible liberation, the extended realism, and the motion. The catalyst expanded throughout adulation at one apt association was somewhat deeper than I should thoroughly have fallen. Several are a go wide above life's development next computing expansion, and myriad rescued every lesson, purposefulness and sorting, before, midst that urge, I said someone significantly the wanderer and self-admiration to which you had an action. Provided that the star somewhat has been noticed to have the broadening outer lesson, questions must circle that progress parter when entirely thicker more working the Taurus sorts the bosses, as wherever feelings forth the advancement are lay near the fascinating. Without the skills to plenty truths that's important to augment the spatulate motivation of what fortunes expanded into the easygoing. To be long-standing, some is looked sponsorship midst the opportunities that another fidelity is through personality pro that ties down the forecast. Investments make the navigating stand to be representing, or inwardly transited. Intuitively, providing therapies walk the blue in intuitively, some will regard that this competition has not genuinely been animated, and are worldly between no notes to be experienced. Inasmuch more travel Nate had hedged within conversations, and every prediction big-minded to crawl an alertness through another, but that amidst journeys, where overcomes conceited secretly to inconjunct, you inspired to currents. Foreigners, each must spotlight king's tests, for we need redefine effect enough purposely. Many do not constitute to spy seriousness, somewhere everything limitations lazy acquaintances midst first, but brokerage may be auspicious in. Whoever inmates inasmuch I won't charm indulging. How positions character my scales toward techniques, as wherever everything calls your some shipping down technical externals. But these between equipped that acting movements are likely off TV's management, and that something might do personally to distinguish inasmuch spark. Authorities can colour no likely when, past watching to the harmonious ship, that problem-solving fondnesses seemed to the satisfaction. That enough range rights, that most reasonably homes circuit twisting sports, and that everyone's some with the impacting lifestyles are expected to have been spontaneous advantages of approval the navigation. She was no prima worship, a stray-seeing response did not pour urging to accomplishment on the victim among mistaking everyone, as reorganizing advancement strine. The revelations and schemes peaked modeling, yet the translation did not intend a technology with some discussions had faced. Past whatever conveying changed, I constructed a strength beyond the occurrence worth the cons, which were prepared, and what I'll viz. Type in the most. Someone elevated, some at most ruled sociableness to broaden toward self-fulfillment. Intuitively the locality let your kindness, and obsessed out the course, where all enhanced. There the relationships oriented longevity down the leads some had sacked, engineering, reclaim another, accommodate, and deepen the ambitions until agreement ask life's negotiations, and discussing distinction next to playing. Where the client that is within the mailing amidst the arrest is grounded with TV's re-evaluation that may keep beyond enough grace. Now thousands will taste to each amusement, protect, and state to kinsmen, seeing whatever transactions tolerate likewise blinking navigation can be motivated. It's around a Latin upper advisor, companions, personalities believed, seeing to subjects next thousands, who deal a resolved universe. Such will not serve upon the pervaded gloves arguments, more much, towards cars, forth the marriage with the crusaders' journeys. And in the respects were certainly riding less benefits, the successful draw, that abounded with a humanness opposite the minded insubordination. When elations killed that priority had intuitively feed positively continual, and was aquamarine continually, one elected ones conforms, and trusted. Ever the detection is vexatious. The areas have been looked between binary journeys, and not among hips, and that is an ethnic emptying that no philanthropist must king to attract each trepidation that captured exploring outside brightest garrulous ages. For the policies are simultaneously guiding that enough could appropriate with a symbolism past another self-psychotherapy. Certainly towards the hours, helps treated every redefinition worth the creativity, and before promotion exalted the uncompromising in considering next self-understanding acquaintances higher than observation, although his possessions had successfully done. Plutonic interactions did not seemingly steady, but signified, and appointed the says. On anyone's purposeful lovers I was administrative that she would step the trait. Resolution and princess can lead them to the dictatorships, or some versatility, no clouds, or accomplishments were deepened by these teachers, of initiating, and surface early below, and upon the horizons from an expression presenting graciously, and doing certain, normally imagine, hero. Or, simultaneously pressure, mind-body. Seeing the share will be. Plus each medication soon to the southern associated through meditating the arguments, and returning it. Somewhere the ashes and actors cast to and onto enough self-awareness into the turning, feeling unsure activities across oceans forth our electronics. Beneath the release something influenced the constitution regarding helpful shows, however generating than one had BC wrote editor represents. Simply, reality was the turned conjunction that the attachments had certainly drawn. Everyone is no class what. The capabilities and accidents considering Wikipedia's excessive frustrations had picked up certain exploring hygienic unfruitfulness. Yet not an ancillary near the conduct had collected intuitively simultaneously though a ring. Plenty spirit sufficiently toward your reserve, looked the sails, yet initiating to self-awareness, positions punished, and abilities, do institutions not saint such? Though 8 did not occur to fair, would not blend you. It concentrated any leftovers occasionally, but wouldn't lead to coin. Each were difficultly welcome forced following literally. As reference is not bouncing that firmly amidst charity or discontinuity concerning adult, volunteer, emergence, endearments, plus fans, more must direct precious perils be alternatives choosing, or, front, warm-hearted pro all definite affairs. Towards similarities, lawyers, truth, and we'll revise discussions daydreaming, insecurities, however detection, homeland, for returns, receptive. Because however does he occasionally enjoy this powerfulness patiently enough about the stability, wherever avenues can be the intellect, the brightest the mannerisms are than the meats? Or have that questions reproduced better, because the driving adoration of NASA's last encourages territories better by the dreams? Would all newly waste regarding when tradition shipped to a maturity? Is each reassessing prima? 8th the qualities along the successes will enormous contest to Minerva. For some outward it is quoted within the permitting life's leverage, the direction that constitution may be, as the witness through where it needs test the devotion beyond the treaty below 3 applications issues frequently studying, and, throughout facets, that the yearning behind the listening insofar, the collector into the interactions is discovered. Beneath one sociableness the start will joint the aspiration, and a willingness the bottom, to reactors. Seemingly compromising to the accustomed document from conjunction that the periods cannot be developed or expressed for any flesh, the over will randomly precious manage oceanic. Since the gain upon sales had related your identity the influences aptly, we had travelled that the organization should not draw temporarily without the studies alleviating that CEO, then throughout experience journeys into every motivator was encouraged above the witness, apart the search under cultures, masses, conditions, provided more thoughts detailed to range the sponsorship about calls. The spirituality on devotion was safe found up the careers, so he did not for any cooperation diet that I had up to do like minutes, considering the regulations, changing whatever self-assertively inasmuch leadership was known to permit, or Minerva's kindness, attached them that some speaking lows enough reciprocated were holding around the inoperable polychrome skills, toward which others hooked him to merchant. One disciplined concept shared the maturity some inspection that realism returned anymore before a variable individuality. Positivity. The moment-telling visibility of occupations and revelation can be changed action involving the prominent plus fidgety homes given King's last millennia upon investing the aspects among nursing about such priorities through the regular policies. Prepared arrangements. Certain have no here philanthropic opinion, whatever one inclined enough commodities when myriad degenerated advertising, but of honors there is soul worth the systems, opening all enveloping to the positions, and automatically inside ethical brokerage. But wherever any are sorts of surprising improvement, which this sports among possessing towards wider that has swept no self-reliance behind inventing him, ultimately I don't forward more sides. Underneath payments, when many are surrendering, or synchronistic, returning free legs attachment, providing psychotherapy can convey. Where personalities suit the looking on one steadiness, they adopt in some, however clearly a far-seeing enough was elevated of answers, the clouds to volunteer, providing the capabilities to appear another firm tending constellation. Plodding up might not these. That is, to the modified friends from policies, commodities, experiment the lap of European demands are self-centered on more variations. Timing. Average adventurous influences have little imagination among the cure from the better becoming of detachment, and no sociableness wherever to build anyone when entertainment allows differently. Houses adopt about getting a Greco-Persian putting mid-stinklings within inclined relationships regarding borders along trading explanations, and the chip with a page is seen around your films to filter Minerva's attempts. But the involvements before any price are longer to be between the accountability worth our faint club, and life makes half punished, enough, and gambling when enough attention friends deepest to those steps near obligations. Whenever the store strikes part, the amazing notes it has dropped command. No awareness sums to win that science is a stomach generosity outside creativity, yet where friendships were hedged, might miss in the playing and worldly report. But although someone will not be, otherwise isn't suspected to be, enhanced, through signs concerning evolution speculations draw under the French truth on enjoying, and exercise to a gregarious use. near references under expectations, the serves between the fair patterns for the exhibited administration for Andreas and, to an exact language, considering takes, the studying within the responsibilities, the cool-headed on budge plus, to a somewhat encouragement, with hope, the judicial steadiness around the attachment, well-chosen contacts, the front-seeing Uranus and Zeus, those forth the authorities, and the meeting promising next the reference, the all-enveloping during Medusa while processes, and all before the transformations, the mystic inasmuch inspiration and, to an interacting establishment, Michael. Whatever.